cool. Whoa. That
All
was loud.
right. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe we might be live. Yep, we are live. Let us know if you're in the chat. Let's see if anybody's in so we can get some testers to tell us how we're doing. It looks like we got 34 people waiting.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. So hey, welcome everybody. We are back to do this fight. Oh, look at this. People already calling out the Eagles. Oh, look.
Let's go, Birds.
You got a ringer. You've got a ringer. Hey friends, so we just want to know if you can hear us, if you can hear Brennan. Let us know.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Brendan. You are.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah, I sounded about the same as you guys audio-wise.
Okay, that's good. They can hear Brendan.
They can hear Brennan.
Yeah.
All right, and
I could hear me. I don't know if anyone. I don't know if they could. I mean, maybe, but yeah, I imagine it would work.
And that's what matters the most.
We can hear you guys. Can we hear our third party as well? We get everybody. TFM Kylie.
Let's see.
All right, yeah. There's a little bit of a delay in the thing. Yeah. All right, cool.
All right, good. It sounds like everybody can hear everybody.
Sweet.
I like it.
I like it a lot. I think we're gonna do it right. So talk to me.
We're gonna do it right.
I think we're gonna be okay. I think if we can figure out the sound,
we got through. We got through.
Oh man, we're excited. Brendan, thanks for joining us today, man.
Yeah, of course.
What are you excited to see today from these matches? What are you hoping to learn? What are you hoping to see?
I'm hoping to see Amber still beat up on Ruby Sapphire again. That was nice. That was a lot of fun. So, I mean, we kind of came into this format, the same way we're leaving it in a lot of ways, where that's still a battle going on. I was at the first event you guys held there, was it like 4 case event, or that became like an 8 case event or something like that when back in November. And yeah, we're kind of ending the season, I would say, in the same place that we started it, really. So it's kind of cool to do that. But anything new if anyone wants to experiment with today, that'd be super cool. If we can get some color pairs we haven't seen before, super sweet.
Yeah. I think what most people are excited about, especially if you're going to be joining us, I think people are going to really, really appreciate seeing your analysis of some Steel Song matchups and some Steel Song games, just to see, what lines would you see, or what kind of thoughts would somebody who's put so many hours, so many games into Steel, or into Amber Steel rather. I can't even say Steel Song effectively anymore. It's really Amber Steel as we know now.
Yeah, so Steel Songs did come out to be the more dominant Amber Steel yesterday. 2 in top 8. There were, for people who didn't see it, there were 4 more Amber Steels in top 16 though. So I think it was 6 of the top 16 that were Amber Steel. It
was heavily represented, and I think with good reason.
Yeah, I mean it was 25% of the room. So
it was,
but it was like six converting in the top 16. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it was a lot of cool things to see, and I think a lot of what's happened over the past month or two has been the Diggy Hole Dwarf Mine deck emerging in some ways. When I first played it at this event here at Southside, or the LCCC, but that kind of made everyone kind of change how they built the decks, and all the ways that people have changed the decks to beating that type of deck have made them worse into traditional Steel Song. So that's kind of been a whole funny balance now, where I think you guys mentioned yesterday, beyond just getting to know the deck based off of just the straight up color pairing, it's what version of the deck or color pairing are they playing, and that's really, really good, really exciting to see more kind of diversity throughout the metagame. And with Din King Fam's version of Ruby Sapphire that won Melbourne, that version I think is pretty poor into traditional Steel Song. It's not super horrific, but it's definitely worse than versions with Sisu. Sisu is one of the most impressive cards to adapt to fight against, and Tamato as well. We saw, I think, World's Greatest Criminal Minds just kind of pop up there. Versions I was going to plan on playing had like 3 copies of it in my Steel Song decks, just because you have to kill the shark, and it's a great way to do that. So it's been fun to see this development here.
It's a tool, especially out of Amber. Like a lot of times that 5th song is always a debate. You're like, oh, what is it supposed to be? What am I supposed to be utilizing? And World's Greatest Criminal Mind, in a world where everyone's playing 4 sharks and maybe even Tamatos and things like that, like, all right, maybe this card's not that bad.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, interestingly enough, if you looked at Freddie's list, I don't know if you had a chance to take a look at it at all, but he was getting trolled. So Freddie's on my team. He's one of my friends. He got trolled a little bit because there's not a single set 6 card in there, and I don't think there's any set 5 cards in there either. And hey, there's something to be said about the classics. I think there's value in that too.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main debates I've had with the new set is Lilo or Piglet. That's really a big contention point in a lot of ways for me. Piglet, I think, is much better into Ruby Sapphire especially since Sisu usually kind of puts a damper on how good Lilo can be. But against Ruby Amethyst, Lilo is a far better card just because they have to rely on Be Prepared to sweep most of the time. They don't really have too many copies of Big Sisu. But yeah, that's a kind of a break point there. Of course, the synergies with Smee being a captain can come up. I think we saw them come up a couple times yesterday. But yeah, I mean, set 6, I think when the set came out, I was like, didn't get really very much. And that's kind of why the Diggy Diggy Hold emerged, because I was like, well, traditional Steel Song got nothing. Maybe Pluto. I don't think there's room for Calhoun. So what do we do? And what if we just didn't build the deck how we have been building it? And that's kind of the thought process that went into building that deck initially. So it was kind of a test to see if, hey, can we do it? And turns out you can. And there's room for more than one Amber Steel deck to be viable.
Like creating an archetype within the archetype.
Yeah. It's kind of cool. We're going to see plenty more of that, I'm sure, as soon as we get a few more cards. A lot of decks are just barely, Blue Steel has been teetering on the possibility of being the big, the Tinkerbell Grab Your Swords version and the more lower to the ground Alice version. But also, I would argue to say that Oswald is also a card that we know isn't quite there. But if it does become a thing, it's going to be a third variation that could be viable. So it's a lot of stuff.
The text on Oswald is like, it's got to happen.
The writing on the wall is that it should be crazy, and it's not right now. But we've got a whole new set of tools coming for us in not too long from now. That'll change all.
I think tomorrow we get our first large batch of previews from Ravensburger, so it's gonna be a lot of fun to see that. And I think we're gonna get some more previews hopefully coming after then.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be a good time. I think we're in a good space for Lorcana. I know there's a lot of concern about what does the competitive circuit look like. I know we've been concerned about that.
They show up in Miami on March 8th.
They just show up to Miami and see a bunch of cards. But I think we're seeing the just like the desire from the community. And the fact that we got a message from Ravensburger about the future of messaging and like being more transparent, I think that's a good step in the right direction.
Yeah.
And seeing where we go. But I'm also excited about these dueling cards. I mean, you think about. I would imagine, and correct me, if you don't think that, if you're not line of thinking is not this way, let me know. But I would imagine that the archetypes or the color combos, the ink combos that we traditionally know will get weaker cards as they're duel links, and then cards like red steel or blue blue yellow, like these color combinations will likely get, I don't want to say overpowered or higher powered, but you would imagine getting them a little bit closer to like tier 2 or tier 1.
I don't know if it's like necessarily a tier thing. I think more of just identity. Like, what is the identity of these other ink combinations, and why haven't they been successful? Like, what type of synergies do they need to be successful? So, like, if the duel links come out and they are those things, and they can accelerate the conditions for them to actually be successful. That's probably what a lot of people would be excited about. So who knows?
Yeah.
And we still don't technically know the rules. So
fair enough.
I think there's a debate between multicolored and hybrid. Essentially that's like people are still not 100% certain on. I'm fairly certain it's dual colored. You get a lot more space to make a more powerful card because you put a little bit of a restriction. Typically, I mean, inherently dual color cards are going to be weaker overall because they can't fit as many spaces. Potentially they have a more restrictive thing, but that does give you some room to be a little bit more powerful than your traditional scale because you get to pinpoint how it can be used a bit. That makes them a little bit more directive of a card than
testing that realm too.
They would also have the letter of the, if you look at the letter of the rules, like the specific rules say that no, your deck may not contain more than 2 colors. So they would have to change the verbiage in the rules in order to make links work like multicolored too. So I mean that's probably I feel safe in saying it's a dueling thing versus like a multicolor thing.
I think one of the key things to keep telling people is if they can just go in any color, they're like every card technically can go in every card. Like they're all technically duel links if that's the case. So that's why I don't see it happening that way.
They're way more dangerous that way to make it if that's the case. But I mean I don't know if they're going to do power level wise boost up certain color pairings as more as archetypes. They're going to be much more archetypical than certain cards because they want to. Health for a metagame. I think we have a very healthy metagame right now. Certain cards are a little bit omnipresent, and certain colors like the Merlin Goat Mim package is very ubiquitous in Amber. If there's a way to get away from that, I think that'd be good. If there's a way to make Amber Steel a little bit more about, I think the Dwarf Mine variation. I think that's a good, healthy place to be in. Get them away from Cinderella, but that's really, really hard. But we saw Blurple do well at Continentals. We saw a bunch of other different decks. I mean, Green Steel, everything was in representation, really. And I think that's pretty healthy. I think Amber was the only one that was pigeonholed to one color pairing, really, is Amber. It's the least flexible of the cards and really is held up by Rapunzel is the biggest thing to hide. Rapunzel and Cinderella are carrying Amber, and they have Sunset too. But yeah, they're going to be they're gonna have a lot of fun with it. I think there's gonna be a lot of cool things we get to see, and yeah, it'd be awesome to see some archetypes like Amber Sapphire become a thing. Really, what is that identity? That's a huge thing. You get to kind of tell a story much better with those two color pairings, and we haven't really gotten too many great stories from our cards in the game. We get some ideas as to what colors do pretty well. Like that's pretty clear in some ways. Like Ruby destroys things, Steel deals damage to things. Amber has this whole singer/healing thing. Sapphire has this ink acceleration and also item synergies. We have Emerald, which has kind of discard and uninkability is most their thing. They just have a lot of those. That's their theme. And yeah, I mean,
you're uninkable. Can't be
yeah.
Right. We can just make more cards like Incaster and we'll be fine, right?
Yeah.
We just make more.
Saves it all. Saves it all.
The whole thing
Sure.
saved. What are you talking about?
Totally.
Sure. But yeah, there's a lot of room to explore things. I'm excited to see the announcement tomorrow. And yeah, competitive play is always something to be looking out for. It drives a lot of content creators, and it drives a lot of people to strive and travel to tournaments like your guys' tournament. It's fantastic to see so many people go there. Myself included was supposed to go, but that didn't work out. I am 0-2 against my alarm clock for sure. I think 0-3 if you really want to. What was that?
I'm glad you adopted that joke. I'm glad. I was worried.
No.
Man, you're gonna be mad at me if I keep saying that. I'm gonna stop saying that.
No,
So thank you for embracing that.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it's cool. We're gonna see a lot of stuff then, and I'm looking forward to seeing more stuff today. Yeah, I mean, I want to see a Ruby Steel deck. That'd be kind of cool to see that deck do well. I've experimented with a lot of different variations of it. It's got a lot of cool things going on for it. But yeah, a lot of colors are struggling with card draw to keep up with cards like Merlin Rabbit and Genie, even Friends on the Other Side. They're all very hard cards to break the mold of to be competitive. But I think you can do it without just adding card draw to every single thing. Just do it a more unique way. But
yeah, you just have to have like more 2-for-1s out of a card rather than I draw cards. Like as long as you're able to really match card advantage in some other faction, it works out. We just don't see it as prevalent in these other combinations. Like you said about Amber, like Amber just feels stuck, and it's felt that way for a long time. So anything that can just be like, yeah, this is another reason. This is like this synergy will just match with what we want, and we can finally explore it. But it really does, Brendan said it perfect. It's stuck on Cinderella and Rapunzel, and it just has been.
Yeah, it is the Cinderella. Yeah, you're right. It does feel that way. I mean, you have to wonder, like, is it because is the vibe that it's just so overpowered? Like, it's
I mean, they're both insane cards, right? Like, they're both really good.
I think Cinderella is the more paralyzing card, or probably the most paralyzing card in the game, next to Madame and Fox. Those two cards kind of like remove the ability to play with characters that cost or that have less than 2 strength and less than 2 willpower. You kind of can't play with them unless they cost, I would say, under 3. And we see that, and I don't know if there's very many cards except for decks that have. I mean, I don't think there's very many cards in general that cost 3 or more that have less than 3 strength or 3 health. They just don't get played, period, because you can't. It's just too much of a, the game can be won or lost in a single turn in the first 4 turns of any game. And I think we saw that plenty of times. I think one of the matches against Ruby Sapphire, there was like a Robin Hood that quested into a Felicia, I think it was, or something like that. And that kind of ended the game, I think, in one of the things. And yeah, those kind of decisions can just completely warp the game. And they look good maybe in the minute that they're done. But yeah, the amount of impact that the first 4 turns of the game have is you kind of think of it as a scaling thing, how much of the turn mattered because of how much of the turn's ink you get to use. Later in the game, if you don't use a couple ink, that's a less percentage than it was on turn 1. You not using 1 ink on turn 2 or 3 is way bigger of a deal than not using it on turn 10. So that's just how you can kind of see the game being played in a lot of ways.
Yeah. It's funny. Like we've been talking about like those micro advantages like all day yesterday was, we talk about the play draw differential in the game. And, really, you can either play a deck that swings tempo drastically, either through the singing mechanic, or you play something like a Tamatoa Lucky Diamond, just, get 12 lore, or you can play a deck that inches centimeter by centimeter, just collecting advantage until you are able to collectivize and essentially take the game over and put yourself in the position of being the beat. So it's interesting to see that kind of form here. So like we often feel that there's a play draw differential, but you wonder if that's really the case and really what's the percentages. It's hard to know without hard data. And I'm a hard data kind of person. Like I prefer the stats and hard data versus like what feels like play draw differential,
I would imagine that. I mean, in all honesty, my opinion is that a lot of this is the not to say lack of skill in the game yet, but people's understanding of how to play the game differently. It is a new game. There are very good players in it, but it is also a very new game. And, multiple articles written by Frank Carson haven't come out to explain things to everyone, kind of thing. Where when I was building the Dwarven deck, I eventually came to the conclusion of how to play it from both sides, because you are just a different deck going second. You're 100% a different deck. I call it, when I was doing coaching or advising people how to do it, think of your deck as Daisy Control going second. That's the kind of deck you're playing. You're playing Daisy Control. Except if you're playing as Ruby Sapphire, Daisy does not turn sideways until like a turn before the game ends, unless it's challenging. So like that's just, you're playing a different deck when you go second. You have to realize that. So we see a lot of skewed results towards person going first, because the fundamentals of how you play the game change so much based off play draw, because of the momentum that you can gain or lose in certain key points. So,
same thing for the altering. Like when you're getting into those hands at the beginning, your hand needs to be completely different going second. And still, there's a lot of players out there that don't understand that either. And I do think it's a race to 20, and some games you just literally can't keep up. But there's definitely moments in games that you can say, hey, we can be a lot closer, and we can kind of like flip the script a little bit. I don't think it's nearly as awful as it's like really represented. But I do agree with Brendan that sometimes you just need enough. You need enough Frank Carson's out there. His art. Anyone that doesn't read his articles, they're phenomenal.
Yeah, they really are.
They only come out like once every 3 months or something like that, but they are so good.
he's busy. He's a busy guy, but he wants to do more, I'm sure. And
busy guy.
Yeah, we have a whole leveling up as a community to do, and I think that these events, more consistent events being broadcast, and more commentating, kind of going through the specifics of the play lines and what to do and what matters, is a huge thing. And people doing analytics and content, again, is just a huge driving force behind that. A very welcoming community that answers questions is also a huge part of that too. It's not really, it's not easy sometimes when you're new to ask questions to someone who you see play a lot. People get a little intimidated in that way, but yeah, I think if we can kind of lift up, and then this community has done a great job of it, kind of the entire skill base of the players. So we're going to see a lot change. I think that disparity we see in play draw will shift. I also think those at Ravensburger understand that there are a lot of ways to go about assisting that other than 2-game format potentially. I think that there's ways that, if we look at best of 3, the records that people have had consistency wise, we say Kendall Bernadette, no, I'm not, has won so many events at the Southside Games events, like 2Ks, whatever the day before. Just how do you do that consistently if it's not about a skill? Like I'm sure he's been on the draw plenty of times. I was playing in a set championships today. I think I won 1 die roll in the entire thing, but I won the event, and it just those kind of things, But certainly it helps if you get to go first. But also I think it's not lights out. Some decks have a skewed matchup percentage to where it significantly swings in one favor, but those are just more close games than anything else, I think.
Yeah,
we are hearing in the in the honor that round 1 has been finally posted.
Yes,
so
there was, for those of you that don't know, there was a little bit of a melee issue, but that's been resolved. Round 1 pairings, as Dan just said, are posted, so our players are getting ready to get together. I think they're going to be having a short player meeting just to kind of reestablish where they are ground rules wise, and then we're going to jump into that first round game in just a moment. So I think what we should do is we should probably just give a little bit of a break. It won't be more than 5 minutes, probably, if I had to guess.
Okay.
So we're going to take a short break here. We're going to make sure that everything's good on the technical side here, so that way we can bring you the game in its best quality with the audio that you deserve. Brennan, again, thank you for joining us.
And we'll do like the breakdown for the event, for the prize structure and everything like that.
We'll give you the breakdown as well. I mean, this one's a 5K. We'll have those numbers for you when we come back as well. But again, thanks for joining us. We're currently up to, what is that, 62? My eyes are old. I think it might be
82 more. 80,
well, so thank you to 82 people who came in to listen to our TED Talk. So thanks for that. And we will be back momentarily. Yeah, I got to do this.
The only question is if the audio changes at all. That I'm not sure. So, and we're back. we are live.
We are live. So I mean, I don't know how else to say this, guys.
We're I do.
You take it because I'm speechless.
We're lucky.
It's, you know what they say, it's better to be lucky than good.
It is. It's certainly better to be lucky than good. And for the stream, we absolutely have a treat this morning in round one.
We do. We are going to have the pleasure of seeing Zan Syed versus Zach Bivens. Melee, for the first time ever, has blessed us in a good way, and you are all going to get a chance to see something
We
spectacular.
can't hear you guys. Oh, I hope that's not true anymore.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, make sure you can hear us. Let us know if you
just
can hear
got
us.
like spoiled in all the excitement.
Oh no, let us know.
The boys, we're back. There it is.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Kendall's in the chat, stealing our thunder. Thank you, Kendall. But we love you too.
Yeah. Oh,
We can hear.
I can hear. All right. Yeah.
Yes.
So as we were saying, we're lucky and fortunate, and the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl. But no, but seriously, Zach Bivens versus Zan Syed, round one.
Yes, and a spicy one. You tell in the chat. What do you think Zan Syed is playing? I want to know.
Let's take bets.
Yeah, let's take some bets here.
We can't. We're not allowed to do that in Disney Lurkana. Can I start a poll?
Yeah, let's. Oh, can we? That'd be sweet.
I don't know.
What is Zan Syed playing in the chat? Let me know. What do you think it is?
What do you got, guys?
What do you got? I'm curious. What do y'all think?
I'd love to know. How did I do that thing yesterday? I forget now. Yeah, go Birds. Exactly.
All right, so we have a someone saying
we got some RBs. We got purple steel. We got blue, green. Oh, that would be hot.
Yo,
he's not doing that, guys.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's
he's not that crazy.
Too spicy.
Yeah, it looks like it's not as shocking. I'm a little upset.
Although I will say, that probably like
I think he told someone. We just missed it.
Well, he said it. Like, so if you follow Zan in his podcast,
okay,
he has said that he's been working on it. In fact, he says that he believes that at this point he is one of the best players of this color combination.
I mean, it's hard to debate that he could say that about any deck.
I won't say no, but yeah. So he will be playing Ruby Sapphire. We'll go ahead and let the cat out of the bag. It is a Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah.
He's been talking about how it's been really, really successful for him in his set champs. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't fully know yet what Zach is playing. We believe it is going to be Amethyst Steel.
I would be a little shocked if it was not Amethyst Steel, unless Zach just wanted to have fun today and do something a little different. And again, like Zach, I think he's one of the best represented players in the game for making as many day 2s and DLCs as he has with different deck lists.
Yes.
So it's not like he's ever been like, oh, I'm just Amber Steel Meal or oh, I'm just Amethyst Steel. Like he's been successful across many events with many different decks.
And taking a look at the ink breakdown, this is today's ink breakdown. We know we shared with you yesterday. So today, I mean, granted, yesterday was by 1 as well, but today, when we look at the top 3, this looks a little bit more familiar to me. We see Amber Steel, 20%, tied for first place now, where yesterday was a huge differential. Tied for first place with Ruby Sapphire, both with 14 players rocking those ink pairings.
Yeah. And this is about half the field. So the 28% is the other 40-ish players. We have 82 players registered for today. I believe that's 7 rounds.
So I think the final. I think it ended up being 70 is what ended up showing.
Oh no! I think that we saw in Melee it was 82.
Oh, 82 players in Melee.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's what it was. Yeah. I could be wrong.
We'll confirm.
Yeah,
we'll what happens in Melee, for those of you that don't know, like people register. Sometimes there's like a check-in process. Oh,
71 players.
Look at that.
7 rounds.
It's like the production team can hear us and they're like helping us out almost.
I can't actually read the rest of that, so it's on you.
Yeah, I'll take it away from here, Dan. I got you. So 71 players. That's 7 rounds with a top cut to 8 players. The pricing breakdown is as follows. You've got first place winning $1,800. Second place will take $600. Third and fourth will each take $400. Fifth through eighth will each take $250. Ninth through 16th will each take $100.
I mean, 71 player event, top 16, $100.
It's not bad.
That's pretty good, guys.
I mean, the entry fee was nowhere near that much. It was a fraction of that.
Yeah, when we effectively lost 70, half the players for 71. They say it was 137 was the final number.
Yeah.
So yeah, we lose half the players.
Yeah, half of them have to go home and go to work or do.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of players that drove out early yesterday to participate in the 10K and then drove home last night.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of that. People getting on trains and things like that. So we lost some. Sunday morning's a little bit harder. Maybe people said, hey, I don't want to play until midnight on You know,
I can't imagine
on a
how they would.
Sunday.
Are you kidding me? I can't imagine
The day of the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, maybe that little thing.
Again, I'll try my best not to be too excited, guys.
Don't worry, we're
No
gonna
promises.
We'll have it playing for you on the TVs. I promise.
Oh.
I got you, bud.
So, yeah, you know, we're gonna get. I cannot. I'm very excited to watch this. You know, I'll shout out to the ICCCC. There's too many C's,
Yeah.
guys. But the EU versus NA, battle. It was really great to see some of those. But they were like, hey, these scheduled things, we figured it out, we worked it out. This was like, no,
Yeah,
we're not supposed to have this in round one.
We don't deserve this. We are not worthy, and we are gonna get it. We are gonna get it.
We're gonna get it.
It is fantastic. I'm so excited. When we saw it was so funny. I wish you all.
I walked out. So look, I'm gonna set the scene, okay?
Yeah, you.
So I walk out and like they're sitting down for players, and I legitimately see Zach and Zan sitting across from him. I'm like, wait a minute, that can't. Like, is that real? And I walk over to the broadcast desk and I said, Stefan, is that it? Is that the round one pairing? He goes, yeah, those are round one pairings. I'm like, okay, we're gonna go get them. Like, I'm gonna go make sure they're over here. And of course, Zan and Zach said yes right away. So
we're so happy. They're so cool. They're so happy to do it. And we still, I mean, granted, we did lose some players, but when we still have like Kurt Spice is still out there.
Yeah, man, Kurt's out there.
I'm trying to. Who else did we see out there? We still see. I mean, most of your team is still out there.
Yeah, TFM's still out there. Shout out to Ben again, top 4 last night.
Yeah.
Great run for Ben.
Yep.
Freddie with the win. Is Freddie back today?
No, Freddie went to Flanagan's. So if you ever come to South Florida, you go to Flanagan's.
Yeah.
And Freddie's probably still at Flanagan's, if I had to guess. He had a great time.
Maybe is the movie Shenanigans? I forget what that movie is, but it's the bar is called Shenanigans with Ryan Reynolds.
Oh,
is that like based on Flanagan's?
It feels that way. It could.
Okay.
Like you get similar vibes, but there's less pins. There's not as many pins.
Yeah. No flare. No flare.
Yeah, no flare,
guys.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we're excited. We're just waiting. They're finishing up the player meeting. Dan looked at me and said, "We need to go and tell everybody what."
Yeah. I was
right
like,
now.
We shouldn't be this lucky.
Yeah, no. We had to tell everybody how lucky we are.
Yeah. So it's just a great match to start with.
It is. Yeah.
In all honesty.
Yeah.
And if you're in chat yet and you haven't, like, just share this to the Facebook groups and the Twitters posts. Let them know that this is our round one match, and we're not gonna we might not get it again. We don't know the opportunity we're gonna have to have Zach and Zan playing in the same room and actually getting paired.
Yeah.
So you don't know how often you get these things that you can actually go back. I believe there's a chance, honestly, like as a player in this game, there's a lot of education that's about to happen.
I think so too. There's a clinic that's about to be put on.
Yeah, it's 2 of the best players in the game, like most successful, prominent players. Like you get to see this on stream. And there's always so much to learn when you get to watch good players.
Yeah, this is so true. That's so when me and Stefan and really like the South Florida community got together and we started the Lorcana Network, a big part of this was we wanted to upskill all of the players. We wanted every player to be the best that they could be. And I got to tell you that like this is beyond our wildest dreams. Like to have an event happening down here in South Florida that is reputable enough that we get members like people for the Forbidden Mountain coming down to hang out with us, like Zan, like Zach, to come down here and to put on a clinic. This was not in my bingo card.
No.
And to see this, it's
very quickly too. Honestly, this is our like the 3rd event for Southside Gaming. And it's pretty great.
Yeah, it's just been awesome and a collaboration from all the players working together to just really maximize it. We told everybody, hey, our goal is that as many of us get as many golden Mickeys as we can, and you know what? If we have a good time along the way, why not?
Yeah.
So we're just hanging tight here. We're waiting for that. I'm like shaking with excitement, Dan. I don't know.
I mean it's great. It's very interesting to see Zan specifically not on Emerald Steel because it's been for so long we watched him play Emerald Steel. So it's nice to see like, hey, I'm gonna go showcase something else that I'm very good at.
There's that, but I think there's another interesting point too, and I think I've heard Zan say this. I've heard other players of renown say this too. That one of the things that they have to deal with. I've heard Otterback say this too. You pair up against certain players and you just know what you're playing against.
Yeah, I think it's strictly worse in the 2-game format.
Yeah,
for sure. Like you only get one opportunity, and normally you can kind of like get an edge on your opponent if you go second in game 1, and you can kind of get that edge of like, oh, they don't know what I'm doing, I'm gonna be okay.
Yeah.
But when you sit down and your opponent's like, oh, I know they're on this, like I'm just gonna mull, like I'm gonna alter my hand like for this matchup. You lose a couple points. Now, granted, there's still some of the best players in the world. So
yeah,
it's still fine.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. Oh goodness gracious! But I mean, we're hearing some cheering out there. There's some excitement. It sounds like the end of the player meeting, and so we will get that one shot. Yes, one opportunity. Mom spaghetti is certainly a factor here. Yeah, we're gonna work on getting these deck lists to you soon, as well. I know that the Ink Decks just uploaded the yesterday's top 16. So yeah, so we're already working in the background to make sure that the decks from today get uploaded as well.
Yeah.
And
there was a bit of an audio configuration going on to make sure when we have Brendan on that we'll be able to hear him and you guys can hear him.
Yes.
So some of the other things were a little bit afterthought right now, but hey, it's only round one. Plenty of time.
Yeah, so much time. Such time. 7 rounds even of time. Plus top 8 cut.
Yeah.
So, all right. Yeah. So we're just hanging tight here. Let us know in the chat. What are you excited to see? What do you hope based on the color combinations that you see, the ink pairings?
Well, I guess like let's kind of change the story here.
Okay.
Tomorrow
is Monday.
The
Eagles will be the Super Bowl champions.
Yeah, that's foregone conclusion. But set 7 reveals are supposed to start tomorrow.
They are.
And with that, to me, potentially, this is the send-off for Azerite C.
Yeah.
This is the final event. It's 70 players, but hey, it's a 5K. It's a big deal. And it's live. It's here. It's streamed. So the real question is, like, for your last tournament with Azerite C, is there anything that you are hoping to see out of it? Is there any last bit that you're hoping to get out of the Azerite C?
What's interesting is I don't feel like this set has fully matured.
Sure.
I feel like there's the data that we're getting is faster. We're seeing more of these homegrown local tournaments that are happening. The set championships gives us some data, but it still feels like this meta isn't fully solved. And we're about to get data. We're about to get more.
Do you know why you feel that way?
I can't.
Can I tell you why I feel that way?
I can't imagine what it is. What do you think it is, Dan?
Well, okay, so they're in the game and we're coming to it. But my quick answer to that is that we can almost sum Azerite C, on 228 or less player tournaments. Mm-hmm. And the only open DC was in Australia, and there was only 500 players, and that was a player base that was still very new to the game. So I feel like there wasn't a huge opportunity for a larger player base to really express themselves within Azerite C.
So what you're saying is that the competitive circuit not necessarily being as flexed out as it could be might have been a factor there.
Could have helped.
I see.
We got Amethyst Steel versus Ruby Sapphire. Xantiad versus Zach Bivens.
Yes, both of these men were here last night. Just putting on
Zach
clinics.
Finished 12th yesterday, and Zan unfortunately bubbled out at 17.
Yes,
didn't make top 16. Didn't get that $300 prize.
Heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking. Yes. Now we're looking at Zan's hand. We're looking at Zach's hand. So Zach is.
Looks like we are on the Felicias here.
We are
by Zan.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, and we see the popsicle. So we've got options. Zan can choose. Is Felicia the important thing? Is it popsicle? We are inking that Maui shark. So Zan decided that the Felicia establishing a board and establishing a character is more important in this moment.
Really just not enabling Zach to get a bunch of free lore with this Diablo.
Yeah. I mean, you think about what Amethyst really is trying to do here, and Diablo, yes, is a way to gain lore. It's also a way to draw a card. And Zach is effectively telling Zan, okay, you want to kill it. That's great. I'll banish the I'll get a card.
It's interesting to me. It's possible that Zach needs the card in this moment. It's also possible that he just thinks that he's not going to get any more out of the Diablo.
Fair enough. Yeah. And we see that.
So we also see Zan is playing a Lucky Dime version as well.
Yep.
He just inked it with Tipo though.
He did.
Good hidden information.
Yeah. That is, if you're going to hide something, it's that. It'll be interesting to see. Now we also see the Maui half shark, so we know that.
Yeah, he just inked 2 of his win conditions.
Yeah,
that is notable here. If it comes out at the end of the game where he's struggling to hit 20, there's a good potential chance that hey, turns 1 and 2, I had to ink 2 of my cards that helped me win the game.
Yeah. Now there is a chance that Zan is running more than one Lucky Dime, which might
for sure.
Yeah, which I've seen that coming around as well. There's been a few decks that are saying, okay, 1 isn't the number; it's got to be at least 2. Mm-hmm. So that might be the case here, and maybe that's why Zan felt comfortable in doing so. Interestingly,
pretty healthy hand.
It is, yeah. I think that right now they both are.
It doesn't look. Yeah, so I like the go wide strategy here.
Yes.
A bunch. It look because the thing is true. I think there was like multiple 3-cost cards in Zach's hand there.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So he's just opting to flood the board, but also get a turn and bog, maybe draw another card at next turn. Kind of just help his hand get to the later stages of the game where he wants to be.
Yeah, and you also have to think, if there's a potential Sisu coming down, like that Smee is so good at staying above that number 2 strength. Certainly, an ice block can change those plans for you, but you got to operate with what you got. And so Smees, White Roses, these are the characters that'll help you to kind of stay above a Sisu.
Just the flat out board wipe. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so
look, we see Diablo, we see the White Rose.
Draw, keep moving the game forward. We see a Pete, a Rose, a Calhoun, and a Diablo. I believe there might be a 5th card there is a Lawrence. There you go. So lots of interesting choices. We could just decide, hey, we're going to go wide here, just drop a 3 and a 1 and keep going.
Yeah.
I feel like I think the argument will be how good is Pete this turn? Is Zan planning on singing How Far I'll Go? And can I take that turn away?
Yeah, Brawl's not a factor right now, so we know that Zan's not going to brawl a Diablo. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
No.
So then what are we worried about at this point? Is it
just How Far I'll Go? It's just saying, hey, you're going to have to not sing with this card.
Yeah.
And maybe if your Tala trades into my Smee, great.
Sure. Yeah, that's certainly the case. Now we do see that Zan has both Hiram and Popsicle, establishing that Popsicle on the board to make that Hiram super powered coming into the next turn.
Notable that he also chose not to just simply run Maui in here, just to take out Smee and kind of leave him around.
Yeah, there's a level of patience that you have to have playing a Ruby Sapphire deck. It's okay for your opponent to get to a certain number of lore, as long as you're able to create a situation where you'll do better for yourself as you're advancing.
Yeah, I think it's a real understanding of Zach's not anywhere close to 20, and right now I just want to build to the parts of the game that are important.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of argument here that not playing a single action this turn, that might make Pete very good next turn. Because Zan might just be like, oh, I'm kind of now I'm forced into just doing this one thing.
Yeah, kind of getting pigeonholed into.
Because if you look at that hand, there's multiple brawls. There's a Popsicle and a Sisu, and I think the last card is that Maui. So not as crazy. There's no How Far I'll Go singing going around.
Yeah. Yep.
So Zach comfortably goes up to 9. And again, we're looking at Pete, Goat, Calhoun. So, not exactly optimal. Zach hasn't been able to draw into a genie or draw into a rabbit to kind of keep his hand healthy. So I think that you're seeing here, if I want to play a Goat, I'm going to just wait another turn, see where it ends up going, see if my Diablo goes away, pick up a card. Because if he just inked Goat and then just played out his 2 cards, he would be out of nothing. He just have nothing left. Yeah. I don't think he just wants to give that information to Zan yet. The moment you tell Zan, hey, this is the board, deal with it. We're playing off the top.
Yes.
I think Zan on average is going to figure out the game state from that point forward.
Yeah. Listen, Zan is notable for his proficiency with a deck that its first move is I play a card, I look at your hand.
Yeah.
So you do not want to let Zan know what you have at all of your disposal. Showing your hand like that by putting it all on the table, probably not the best move against Zan Syed.
Yeah.
Because Zan will figure it out.
And the same thing here. He's just saying, okay, I'm going to pick up as many resources as I possibly can this turn. And then from this point forward, I'm going to make the best educated choices how to go out the next 2 turns.
Yes. Yeah, and so we're seeing some inking decisions being made here. The one of the hardest things that you can learn as a Ruby Sapphire player is what to ink and how the ink can affect your ability to be successful. And so, when we think about that, it's important to keep count of what you're inking. Mm-hmm. Remember what you inked prior. There's a lot of memory that you need to have to be good at.
It is interesting to me how much he's holding on to these brawls.
Okay.
How
many have you seen? I've seen 1.
I thought there was still 2 in his hand.
There could be. Yeah, I'm catching.
Maybe it might be a second Sisu that I was looking at. But it's funny, when you look at this matchup, a lot of the end game for Zach, granted, genies and rabbits can be brawled, but a lot of it is just, hey, I have 3 3s, I have 4 4s.
Yeah. So
I'm curious to see at what point Zan believes he's going to cash in on a brawl that's he's going to feel good about it.
Yeah. I mean, and yeah, this kind of feels like, what's interesting? That's kind of reminiscent of what happened yesterday. So we saw Zach do something similar with 2 Elsas. There was an opportunity for Zach to ink one of the else's opted not to against Kurt's bias.
I did talk to Zan about that this morning, and he specifically said he's just like, I can't win the game without double Elsa.
Yeah,
it's just that simple.
Yeah,
it's like I just need a double Elsa. Like he's the only way I can win that game is if I just have double Elsa.
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't wrong about that.
Yeah.
So it feels like that here. Like, as I'm imagining, Zan is going through a similar thought process here, right? Like, I'm gonna need these brawls for something. I might need these. Maybe I don't need them right now, but I could need them. Yeah. And so you think about it. And to your point, Genie could be a problem.
Yeah,
Genie's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have sharks and things like that. We don't have one right now.
No.
But in the end, I think our hand is so healthy that keeping the removal and just saying, hey, if I can for 3, just remove a threat, that'd be great.
Yeah. Yeah. And we see the Hiram, we see the Tipo, we see a Maui. Maui is going to sing a sweet song, How Far I'll Go. And we're going to see just how far Stan can go.
There is no better feeling than to be able to sing with your Maui after the fact.
Yeah.
Your opponent's like, I'm not going to turn anything sideways. You're not going to get anything out of this Maui. And you're like, oh, no.
Except for this 4 worth of value.
I'm going to get a card and an ink, actually. Thank you. Even before, back in the day, Ruby Amethyst, when you could sing Friends on the other side with Maui, you're like, oh, yeah.
That's such a power play. We're like, yeah, oh, no, your Reckless guy is just going to, yeah, great.
No.
He can still sing, though.
Yeah.
So good, enjoy that.
And he's a great singer.
He's a fantastic singer.
Great singer.
Yes, we do love Maui and his voice. We saw, was that the Tala that just came down?
Yeah, just
Tala just came down. All right, deciding on what to keep and what to put back under the deck.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is just establishing board presence. Let's be honest, Bivens does not have a great way to answer a wide board.
Correct.
And specifically, cards like Maui aren't the easiest to get around. A card like Hiram draws up, is 6 willpower. So there's definitely a lot of things going on here that can be problematic.
Yeah, that's putting it lightly, Dan. I mean, problematic is the nice way of putting it. It could just be a straight up
Great Stone Dragon. I love this card.
Oh yeah. Very valuable.
Oh, never mind. What was that?
He played it and then he quested with Hiram to draw.
Oh, okay. I was like, it is Great Stone Dragon, right? I thought he just like threw away.
But it's not doing the thing we thought he was going to do with it, which was to gain value from.
Yeah, no. But I think it's one of those cards that, especially in a world where Steel Song was very prominent here yesterday. Great Stone Dragon is an awesome card against Steel Song.
Yeah, that is a fantastic card. I love that card. I mean, that's a great one of in Ruby Sapphire decks. It's a fantastic. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of one ofs generally, but I'm okay with it when it comes to Great Stone Dragon. I think that's a good one of.
I mean, I'm a huge fan of one offs.
Oh,
big fan, specifically in decks that draw 1 million cards.
Listen,
do whatever you want, man.
If I go on Dreamborn and the deck has more than 2 rows, I've got I can't sleep that night.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's me. I'm the problem.
You are the problem. Zach he's not super far away, right? Even in a world where we have a goat still in our hand, we have a Pete, we get to 13. We have the ability to utilize Calhoun here to go to 15, and that is a pretty healthy amount.
It is. 13 for an Amethyst deck is like 16 or 17 for anything that is an Amethyst.
Right. So 15 is like, all right, we're in there. We're just like a bounce away from securing this game.
Yes, we are. We're only a bounce away, it feels. And so, we're opting. Zach says, hey, we need to stop the draw engine. We're going to take out your Hiram.
Which is funny, and it's always tough to tell how many items are in these decks nowadays.
Yeah.
But I think the moment that you play the Great Stone Dragon, you're kind of giving the information to Zach that he's like, okay, it's more than just 4 popsicles.
Correct.
So he could just like have an ice block. He could just have, a Vitality Spear. Like the moment you give that information up, I think that's where you have to make the educated choice. You're like, you know what? I got to stop this or I have no chance.
Yeah. Yeah. And Zan looking intently at his hand, we do see there's a hideaway in there. We see.
Hey, that's another one of.
That is, and listen, it's funny. I play Ruby Sapphire this set, and I'm cringing as I'm playing these.
Oh, stop
but
it!
It's caused me to feel better about them. So I'm getting better, Dan. Okay, I'm acknowledging my problems, and we are moving beyond them. I promise.
Get a vision
of the future. The card that makes playing one ofs. Okay.
I got an interesting conversation to have with Zan about his foils and non-foils in this deck.
Oh no! Wait, are you an all foil? Are you a max rarity person?
Well, I'm not max rarity. I'm not allowed to play with enchantments.
Okay,
but I am certainly a foil guy.
Okay, all right. I guess we can. Well, that's somewhere in the middle. That's fair. Yeah. I don't listen. Here's my perspective on foiling out your deck. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody were to show up to a bowling alley and they had like the best shoes and a custom ball, and they had like the best clothes, and they had a custom bag, and then they tanked out and barely hit 20 pins. I don't want to be that guy, so I'd rather not give you the impression that I'm the pool shark, that I'm not that I'm the one that's going to take out somebody. So you know what? I'm going to have a mix of foils, non-foils. I don't want you to think anything of me. I think there's a psychological element to the game, and if you think I'm whatever, then I'm okay with that too.
No, I think you're got some anxiety issues, maybe, but
That's like, yeah, a lot of childhood trauma, which is pretty spot on for Disney movies. So
interesting to follow with Pete here.
yes,
Pretty strong in all honesty. It's only really weak to Medusa at this point, maybe a Lady Tremaine, but there's two cards that we just haven't seen out of these decks too often. However, we did find the ice block, and we did have Hamet Midas Sisu, so we just get the answers, which is wonderful.
we did, yeah, and we did see a Be Prepared that kind of came in and slowed down the crawl to 20 that Zach was mounting towards. Zach looking at his hand.
So he actually, it looks like he has Broom and Pete, and then Zeus. Interesting that he decides to fire the Zeus off here.
Okay.
Just because it doesn't feel as threatening. I thought that last card in his hand was Pete. So I would have loved to just be like, hey, Broom Pete, go. You know, try do something like you have to Sisu me again, or I'm going to go to 18. Yeah. And the card I draw, you know, might be like the card that wins me the game. Right. So I think for me, it was like I would have been okay taking that turn off and saying, all right, go ahead, do what you want to do with your, you know, your 3 lore. I'm not losing the game to this 3 lore this turn. And then give myself like just an inch closer to getting the, you know, the finish line of 20.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and we said it earlier, you know, 16 is dangerous for an Amethyst deck, especially one that's running multiple ways of gaining lore for characters hitting the table. We see Tamatoa hit the table. Tamatoa has a fantastic reputation for just collecting lore at insane rates, starting with the first item that Zan is going to decide to bring to hand, which...
There was a very nice clippable stare down. While Zan was thinking through his thoughts, Zach was just staring straight into him like, all right, what is going on here?
Peering into his soul.
So we draw a Pete Crab. And we did brawl the Broom. So here, listen, this is it. As I talked about education before the event. Yeah. Brawls are just like now he's like, yeah, I'm gonna brawl this Broom. Like it's gonna be good enough. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you towards the end, like when you're thinking about just having just a collection of ink available to you, it's it's a series of characters. Mm-hmm. It's a 4-drop that'll have 3 or more strength, and then a 1-drop character like a Broom or a Chernobog's Followers. So, you know, let's pluck those off while we can. You know, let's minimize your ability to clamor towards that 20, because Zan knows very, very well how dangerous.
Is that his hand we're looking at? Is it like 30 cards? Okay, it's like, oh my goodness. No, like I thought he had a lot of cards, but whoa.
Yes, Zan is figuring out which of the items he wants from that. Yeah.
I was like, whew.
No, Zan wishes.
I mean, it's still a grip. That's why I was like, I didn't think I was too far off.
No, yeah. It's almost 30.
And here it is. Boom.
A Sisu. Okay, so that represents a total of 7 lore on the table for Zan. Zan has a Sisu.
And there's a Vitalis Spear in hand that also represents another lore. We're going to vision at the end of the turn. We're going to dig. And it's funny, you know, in this moment, like, okay, what are we digging for? I saw a Pirate's Life. That's probably just the easiest answer. Is that even enough to maybe win next turn?
He can go up without playing any more items.
I think even if it doesn't win next turn, I think it 100% tells Zach, like, you're not getting 6 lore.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way you're going to get to 20 from 14 in this matchup.
Yeah. Zach is taking a look, drawing, trying to dig.
This is like a great last turn, in all honesty. Because we've used a lot of we've used 2 Sisus. And now there's a brawl. There is another brawl, I believe, still in the hand, but we can't play it.
Yeah, brawl's not. Well, the also block can take care of something.
Well, not with brawl because we can't play.
Because with Pete, we don't want to do the thing that.
So now he has to have a 3rd Sisu potentially, and we can't play the Pirate's Life that we just visioned for. So there is a lot of those. Like, I think that's a really interesting. It ended up being it worked out great for Zach to be able to draw exactly me here.
Yes.
So there's a world that Zach might be able to pull this off with just a Top Deck Roses or Goat if we can't find the answer here.
Absolutely. And
it looks like Tamatoa is minimum, I believe.
We do. Yep, we see a Vitalis Sphere.
1 extra.
Yeah. No Pirate's Life this turn.
Yeah, and you could see Zan's like, all right. Yeah. The good news is that he's not done. Like there's 20 is not. It's not checkmate, right? It is check though.
Yeah, it does feel like check. And we see the Vitality Sphere come down, so that makes that Tamatoa even more valuable. Oh wait, maybe debating what to do here. Let's see. Okay, so Zan is opting to heal but not heal.
I think he
in order
understands,
to value the draw.
Yeah, like the extra lore is like irrelevant.
Yeah,
and he probably had to find another Sisu, or I mean, I'm not sure. We haven't seen Maleficent yet, so there's a world where he could have just tried to find a Maleficent
or removal. I mean,
anything that was going to help him. Honestly, a second ice block here is enough to keep him from losing.
Yeah,
or in a position to be losing.
Correct. Yeah, to at least stay in the game.
Again, like Zach still has to draw off the top.
He does. Yeah, he's hoping, he's praying and hoping for a little rose or a little goat.
Mm-hmm.
And Zan goes to 13.
So
which
funny.
Represents, so if
this
doesn't have an answer,
is certainly check as well.
Yeah, Zan is saying, hey, you need to be lucky right now. You're good, but now it's time to get lucky. You're gonna need to be lucky to win this one. Being good action got you so far. Inking the Vitalisphere, okay. In order
playing a second Tamatoa.
Yeah, just kind of saying, hey, the game is locked.
Yeah.
You need to win, and Zach knows it. The look on Zach's face says it all.
And
Zach needs to draw.
Are we the best?
I think I saw a rabbit, which is not what he wanted.
We are not the best.
Zach. Zach. Oh man, he was one card away. Had he drawn one more time in the game, he would have had it.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Rough. Yeah, that was rough. But what a good match. What a good game one. And we still got potentially 2 more of these.
Mm-hmm.
If Zan is able to close out the second one, though, not the case. And we do see some stats. So Zan, popularized, or I guess repopularized, the green steel discard deck by winning in Las Vegas, our Disney Lorcana Challenge in Las Vegas. He was 3rd in the North American Championship and is currently qualified for Worlds. So we have World qualified players here, Dan.
Yeah, right here. Both players. They will see each other at Worlds.
They will.
One of 28 currently.
Yeah.
Which is, that's awesome. Again, like we would talk about playing competitive Lorcana down in Margate, Florida.
Yes.
You have 2 qualified Worlds players in a 71-player tournament. Yeah. And Kurt is also qualified. He's hanging out too. Three of the 28 players qualified for Worlds are playing in this 5K.
They are. It's just so crazy. I mean, and then we also see Zach Bivens, who, interestingly enough, so Zach Bivens is in the South Florida Lorcana Network Discord. He loves chatting it up with us in there. And we joke, him and Alex Wochuk are really, really good friends. Wochuk,
Amber Steel enthusiast.
Yes, they both are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the joke in the chat is that Bivens is the best Steel Song player, even over Alex Wochuk. It's of course a joke. Yeah. We love them both. They're both great players. But we're seeing Purple Steel kind of becoming part of the identity of Zach Bivens. So Zach proving that he's not a one-trick pony. He's
again
a widespread.
I do this, and I remember these things. But Zach top 32'd with Amethyst Steel in DLC at DLC Atlanta.
Yes.
So his list was like an aggro Pinocchio list.
Yes.
With Jiminy Crickets. This list very different from that list.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
he was definitely an early enthusiast for Amethyst Steel as well.
Yes. Yeah. And we love Zach. Zach I think represents just a very well-rounded player. I think Zan does too. Just as long as they get the reps in on a color combination and they sharpen that deck, they're going to be good at it. Like there's some players that are just good at like certain lines, and both of these players I think are just fantastic players overall, and it's so much fun to watch. And here we go. We're about to jump into game 2.
Yeah. So Zach is going to be on the play here. I will say, he didn't have like the most ideal start.
Right.
Obviously the Felicia early on was. It's funny to think about that, but the Diablo gaining 1 or 2 less lore was a big deal in that game. And honestly, even the Calhoun gaining 1 less lore, most likely. In most cases, you're just not expecting your opponent to have a 1 cost in this matchup. And there might have been an argument to be made, like, Zach's like, am I actually supposed to play a Broom on turn 1? Like, is that better than Diablo if my opponent has Felicias in their deck,
Correct. Yeah. And
there's even a world that, for what it's worth, going in, Zach might have kept a specific hand under the assumption that Zan was not playing Ruby Sapphire.
That is true. Yeah. There was rumors spread. In fact, when I was out on the floor, I heard players say, hey, Zan is on Emerald Steel. I heard players say that. And so I when I saw what I saw, and I ran back here because I didn't want anybody else to hear me because I didn't want to be the spoiler out there. I'm like, these players are about to get really, really surprised.
Yeah,
they're not.
Yeah,
because a lot of the deck decisions that these players made were based on what Zan brought to this tournament.
Yeah, and it's funny. We talked a little bit earlier about it, but you know, if Zan has always been the Emerald Steel guy, he's like, oh, I'm just trying to get through a tournament and like have my opponent not know. Well, if you were ever going to have a round one and you didn't want your opponent to know, it's probably Zach Bivens.
Yeah, yeah, that's the one to not know. Yeah, so we have to say that the surprise might have been useful in this case.
Yeah, again, he might have mulliganed differently under the assumption.
Yeah, yeah, and we see Broom hit the table on Zach's side.
Right, and I honestly, if you guys are like not understanding that, going in NACC, a lot of the top players in NACC, they had an Excel sheet of what players were successful with, what they were known for, where they were on any piece of content. So like Zach is doing all that studying for Worlds.
Yeah.
So it's a fair assumption to go into this matchup and go, all right, Zan played Emerald Steel yesterday with 17th finish. There's a good chance maybe he didn't care this morning. He wants to do the exact same thing. I'm going to make an educated choice for that.
Yeah.
And you do see a difference here. We did decide, hey, Broom is better than Diablo.
Correct.
Now. And we're going to see a little bit extra lore gain here as well.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have the turn 1 Tipo or the turn 2 Tipo or the turn 1 Felicia. So no turn 2 ramp here, you know, deciding as you can see, he drew the Azurite Sea off of the second popsicle.
Yes. Yeah, and it's going to be so we have to. That means that Zach is going to have to win one on the draw at this point in order to really eke this victory out, to start climbing. One of these players, unfortunately, will need to find their way into the X1 category, while the other one will hope to take this victory and propel them into just the upper echelon.
Now, he looks like he's now thinking about the Broom.
Yes.
I really do specifically love the Lawrence on this turn, because Lawrence can't be brawled.
Right. Yeah, great. Yeah, and Zach agrees with you.
Yeah. Because it's like, all right, you know what? His best play is probably brawl my 3-drop. So if I just White Roses, it might just get brawled, and I'll be behind. If I Pete, that's okay, you know, but I don't have Pete. But if I put Lawrence in play, that means he has to brawl my 2-drop.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And you know, we're seeing in Zach's hand, we've got that White Rose, we've got a Fox in there. So, you know, a pretty solid mid-game range of cards that can be used to help defend himself if he needs it. Fox can deal with things like the big Sisu if they come down. So, you know, there's things that Zach has. We're looking at Zan's hand, though. Zan's hand is considerably larger, about twice as large.
It's pretty healthy. It just feels like it's a couple turns off by design. As you see, the last two cards drawn were Sally, Azurite Sea, and Felicia.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the Felicia is very likely to just hit the bin at this point. And now it's just about the decision of, can I allow my opponent to gain 4 lore next turn while I just ramp this turn?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's certainly an option here. We do.
And the answer is no. So he does take the brawl.
Yeah.
But that is exactly why the Lawrence was so good there, because you know, brawling a 2-drop, like especially a Calhoun, that it might not be worth 2 lore for quite some time. I think that's a really good tempo swing for Zach on that turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we see the White Rose being used as ink in order to continue to advance the game state.
And we just have Rabbit. And like specifically now, we just get to play Rabbit, and that's not getting brawled. So you might just get more value out of this next turn with the Fox.
It's not getting brawled, and if it does get brawled, it's not the end of the world. It's
right.
More
but I'm saying I felt like specifically the Lawrence led to that play.
Absolutely, you're right. Yes, it absolutely did, and it is smart. It is smart sequencing and thinking about.
It's also understanding. I don't know how many players would have left their Broom in play this long.
Yeah,
that Broom now has gotten 3 lore. And it still represents another lore and a draw if necessary.
Correct.
A lot of players, I think, cash in their Brooms too early. Zach understands in this matchup, like, no, my 1-cost character, if it can get me 4 lore, that might be like last game. If my character got me 4 lore, I would have won that game.
Yeah.
So that's a huge factor here when you're playing cards like Broom and Turn Box Followers, is understanding when it is best to cash in.
Correct. Yeah. I think cashing in one of these Amethyst 1-drop characters for the draw, I think that's its own mini game. I think it's such a cool concept.
And this is great for Zach. You know, having, you know, for Zan to have to take a turn off here, just the draw cards, and Zach just goes, okay, cool, I just get to gain 4 more lore.
Yeah.
You know, like, sweet.
And so Zach just taking advantage of this moment here. I mean, We're going
It's
into
a second rabbit too.
Was that? It's hard to tell with Zan's cards being so dark. How many ink?
Zan was only on 4.
Is on 4. So
yeah, he has not played a Sail or a How Far I'll Go this game.
Interesting. So some would argue like this is just a fair version of Ruby Sapphire.
I think it's certainly a potentially losing position game.
Yeah.
When you basically just all we've really done in the game is brawl to Calhoun.
Yeah. That's true. That's tough. Like that's the thing that makes Sapphire so strong in this pairing, and we're not taking advantage of that. And you can kind of see in Zan's face. Zan's kind of like, okay, Zan's kind of thinking through it. I don't want to say he's not in the tank yet, but I think Zan's worried about his placement and his ability to stabilize here.
Well, even again here, like having 2 4-strength characters. Now, granted, if Zan wants to, he can run his Hiram into this Lawrence and then brawl it.
Correct.
That's not great.
No,
it's definitely not the play we want to make.
Not efficient. It's not efficient.
Like, yeah, it is an option, but it's not the one that you really want on average.
I can do that. Do I want to do that? But if I have to do that, are 2 different things.
Yeah. And again, like, we're at 10 lore here, and we have a rabbit in hand, and there's still 4 cards in Vivian's hand. So, like, even as we get into later turns where we're talking about Be Prepared and Sisus, well, the cards we're going to be playing are rabbits. So you're like, yeah, whatever, I'm going to play my rabbit if you Sisu. Like, I'm still going to, like, have 2 more cards.
Yes.
I'm going to have, like, another way to continue the game and just threaten the game even further.
It's like insurance. I call those cards insurance cards because they while you'll lose them, you're gaining something for the loss. Yeah, and so we see Zan thinking through. Zan is operating with precision and caution, opting to sing How Far I'll Go. It's hard to see. We can't see those 2 cards that Zan is deciding on.
Yeah, they're just a little far out of the camera there.
Yeah.
But you can see he has the very top heavy hand. There's a Sisu, there's a Be Prepared, there's a Maui Shark.
If Zan can get to the top end of his ink counts, Zach is likely in some trouble here.
Yeah, like I look at this turn, like we're already on 4. This is going to push the 5. We're going to ink to 6. So we are setting up like, okay, next turn we're going to be prepared.
Yeah.
And there is notable that Zach already inked a Pete.
Correct.
So that's something to note is that if that was the line, I don't know if he would make this same line if Zach had not already inked one of the Petes.
Yeah. You got to say, hey, so the odds now are slightly in my favor. I know that 1 less Pete is in this deck, and it's thusly 1 less in his hand. So
specifically looking at this, any card that we have to ink here, it like the Brawl is in theory the weakest card in this particular hand. And it might be like kind of forced, but we also sailed, so I don't think we're gonna do both. We're gonna draw another card, of course, and it looks like another How Far I'll Go.
How far? Yep.
So now we're just stuck on it's Brawl and a Pirate's Life, and then the final card. I'm not exactly sure what that is. He moved it away from us. It looks like those are probably the 2 cards you're gonna ink. So it was Sail and Shark.
Yep. Ice blocking the Calhoun,
and then he actually gets the 3 for the That's good. I mean, it takes the lore off the table.
Yep. It seems to be a theme for that, but for Calhoun is to just
it gets
again,
pulled and
then it brawls it away.
If there's any card that's getting it, he would much rather it be Calhoun's right now than Smee's later.
Absolutely, yeah.
And now again, you look at the board, you're like, okay, whatever I do is we have 3 rabbits.
Yikes.
Ideally, the best thing here is just like play a rabbit and draw a Diablo. And then just play Diablo, and you're like, whatever, get B prep me, man. I don't care.
Yeah, I think that was a Chernobog.
It is a follower. Yeah. But he has Diablo in hand. That's great. Well, this is the best. So we can even just ink Chernobog's follower, and then just play Diablo here. And quest for 3, and say, go ahead, do what you want to do. Like, if you B prep me, I just get to draw. Like, if you Sisu me, I just get to draw cards. Yeah. It's fine.
I believe the proper term is Sisu me, bro.
Yes.
Is what you're supposed
to say. I mean, either which way. I love it. You're like, if you do it, I'm going to be on 13. I'm going to draw 2 more cards, and we're just going to keep going the game forward.
Absolutely. Yeah. And Zan's still sitting at 0, just trying to figure out this puzzle. Like, how do I deal with this board? How do I take advantage of not having ramped, not having gained an advantage in ink whatsoever? The whole point of my deck, I haven't done that. And just trying to get through this as fair as possible.
I mean, last turn we did ramp twice, so we kind of made it up for a little bit. I think there is 8 ink, so you can just Sisu this turn.
Yeah. Okay. That's what it was hard to tell. I didn't know if he was.
Yeah. Like again, like we can decide to run Hiram into Lawrence, and then play Sisu, and just be like, okay, I get three of your characters. You have a Fox left. Great. But it's still not a phenomenal position whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because honestly, even that, like, now granted, if the problem with the high rim line is that if the high rim gets taken out, we were kind of out of ways to draw cards, and that's also part of the problem. So it's really making a decision of like how important is it that I get Lawrence off, and this is not important enough, which means we are just going to fire off the be prepared more than likely.
Yeah,
but even then, we are sacrificing our draw engine.
We are. But here's the thing. I mean, you have to though.
Oh yeah,
you have to
for sure.
There's just no choice. Next turn, without doing anything to the board, Zach goes to
win.
Yeah, is it literally 20? No, I think. No. I mean, but again, Amethyst.
Yeah,
18 is basically 20.
It effectively goes to win.
And we know, Zan doesn't know, but we know that
there's a goat.
That there's a goat sitting in wait.
I think Zan actually does. I think he returned it earlier, so I think Zan does
return.
Know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
no, he was. That was last game. He hit it for a couple turns last game.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, I was pretty sure that he had.
Yeah, because he played Rabbit.
Yeah, so I think that was the right call. That's really the only call. I see the right call, but what other choice did you have?
Yeah, so now it is notable here. Depending on what the hand. All right, so we do have a Smee. So Rabbit and Smee is like a pretty fair hand.
Yes, it is. Notably when it comes to Ruby Sapphire, like after Be Prepared, there's a mode here. There's like a moment where the game kind of shifts. So now Zan went from this very defensive kind of just plucking mode to saying, okay, before you get to do that again, before you get to do what you did to me last time, I need to put my foot in the ground now, and I need to start to take control. Yeah. And so Zan needs to see what does Zach do to try.
Yeah, it's also noticeable that like there are 2 Icebox in play.
There is.
So even a card, like now all your 4-strength cards are not safe.
Yes.
So I think that this is the safest play on this turn. I won't lie, I'm a little shocked that we didn't try an ink, because I do think we're going to get to a turn where like you're going to have to play 2 4-drops just based on Zach's hand.
Okay.
But it looked like he just felt that the cards were too important to ink any of them.
You mean on Zach's side?
Yeah, he has like I think he has another Rabbit, a Goat, a Zeus. So like he had 3 4 costs in his hand.
Okay.
I don't know what the 5th card was, but that it was like there's a good chance that we want to be able to get to 2 4 costs in one turn.
Yeah, and you got to get to certain thresholds in order to be able to do that.
Kind of library would have been great a turn ago.
Yes, that would have been fantastic. That would have represented just what was it, 4 more cards? I think had he been able to establish that.
I think he would have played a little differently if he had it earlier.
Fair enough.
I think like the Rabbit turn, like maybe you don't play Rabbit and Diablo, you just establish library, and you're like, go ahead, I'm just gonna put 2 guys in play.
Yeah.
And now I'm gonna be gaining conditional lore with library.
Yeah. Yeah, and to note, Zach would be a little bit closer in lore count likely too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he might just be up 2 more lore. You know.
Yeah, and so we're seeing that thought process. We're seeing kind of that thinking about
the clear's a little more rough. I can't make out everything. I just know I think there's one card I'm missing, but I know it's Goat, Rabbit, Zeus.
Zeus is in there.
Library.
Yep. Yeah, Rabbit. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I see.
The Snake maybe is that the second card.
It's a who's who of Amethyst Steel decks.
It's very much like okay, like I'm very like the math in my hand is close to 20, but if I keep playing cards that read draw a card and he keeps banishing them and I get to draw more cards.
Yeah.
Like even in this turn, like he just drew a second library. I think firing off a library here, or I mean, this is fine, but in the world where he has 2 ice blocks, I think firing off the library might have been a little bit more conditional and saying like, no, like you need a specific answer to this library now.
Yeah, and to note, I mean, we've got the Sisu down, which can't take out the library cleanly, not by itself at least, not without some help.
Yeah, it would have needed a little boost.
So yeah, it would have needed some help. So maybe we're a little bit worried about a Maui, coming in and tag teaming a location as well. So that might have been a factor in Zach's mind as well.
So interesting to note, we do have dragons in this list. We hadn't seen them in game 1. That's notable that the top end goes at high.
Yeah.
We also have like oddly like you can ice block Sisu the Rabbit here, which is funny. Give him another card, but take it off the board. It doesn't look like there's a particularly great answer to Lawrence, though.
Yeah. Not a fantastic answer. Nothing.
Oh, actually, no. I'm sorry. There's the Brawl. He actually can ice block the.
Wait, he does have a Brawl. I didn't see.
Maybe I'm wrong. I thought he was still hiding in there.
I didn't see a Brawl, but maybe.
But yeah, double ice block takes out Lawrence also with Brawl.
Okay. Yeah, that'll do it. So we see Popsicle come down.
Once we find a Tomatone.
We have Shark. We see the
you know what? I think the card I thought was Shark. It's a Maui Shark.
Okay.
Interesting to note that, obviously we got to play defense for a while.
Yeah.
But putting down a Maui Shark at any point, if we were able to get into it, is going to be a very quick way to turn the game around.
It is, yeah. Half Shark has this very interesting effect where it protects the
I think that this 2 lore from this Lawrence might have been exactly what Bivens needed to win, because now you can see there are 2 goats and a fox in hand.
Bivens is thinking, you can see Bivens playing with those cards, so Bivens' thought process is, we can end this game if I can do this, and so
and we just get to take these 2 here. This quest is 17, and we still have a goat in hand.
So, do we have another bounce? I see the goat.
I thought there was a snake.
Yeah, so if we do have a snake, that'll get him to, if the Lawrence does not survive, we can still get him to 19. Oh, okay, all right, so we're seeing a Diablo. So Bivens trying to get close to that number. If Bivens can get to 18, he wins the game with a goat and a snake.
And there's a note. There's a Pirate's Life in hand.
Oh, okay. So we see. Yep.
But this is. Oh yeah, and we can sing Pirate's Life.
Yes. Yeah. Pirate's Life can
love sing together, guys. Doesn't happen very often, if we're being honest.
Yes.
So it's nice that the mechanic does get used when the opportunity is there.
Yeah. And look at Bivens' face.
Oof! Look at all this.
Yeah. Look
at the
face.
turnaround.
His face is kind of telling the story. He's like, okay,
I just get my Pirate's Life back.
Yeah.
It's big.
It is pretty big. He does get the Pirate's Life back. He'll be able to use it later in the next turn. So Bivens knows that. Bivens will probably want to see a Pete at some point here.
Yeah, I think Pete is like the design way for Bivens to get to 20 at this point.
Yes.
Because now he can't just quest with Diablo.
Correct.
You just can't. You're like, oh, this is a problem. We do have Zeus in hand. That's notable.
Yes.
So it might just be a slower turn, but Pete, or he just drew another goat.
2 goats. Okay.
So that's interesting. I feel like. Yeah, I think you still might be I have to Zeus this shark because I can't just keep letting him repeat the Pirate's Lives. And we did get rid of Vital Spear, so it's going to be a lot harder.
Ooh, okay.
This is 17, and this is just saying check.
Yeah. Now, Zach knows that the Pirate's Life is in Zan's hands. Zan's putting it in a position where he'll need to use it or lose. Because if he does anything that wipes the board, it puts Zach to 19.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that again we could just see it sing together.
Yeah.
We just can't get it back this turn.
Yes.
So it's just a matter of does Zach actually have the bounces in his hand to get to 20 next turn?
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. And if we can, even if you fire, so let's say we fire off. The Pirate's Life. That brings Zach to 15.
Up to 6, up to 7 yourself.
Yes, and up to 7 himself. And then so next turn, Zach needs to figure out a way to gain 5, which is you quest the 3 characters on board, and then you bounce and play one of the goats, and that wins you the game. And so Zach, having done the math, having kind of gone into the future a little bit, pulling a Doctor Strange one in a 1 million universes.
And
thinking about that.
And there is a Maleficent here, which can get rid of one of the goats, but that still puts Zach to 18, down to 16. Quest back up to 18, and a bounce would still be good enough.
Yes.
So any bounce is good enough.
Correct. Yeah. And you have to assume that in an Amethyst deck there is a bounce card. There is a snake. There is a fox. You just need to assume it.
And yeah, he's just doing the math of like, man, how close do I really need to be? And I believe Zach is on flat 8. I don't think he got to 9.
Yes. Yeah. All right, we see the decision made to sing the Pirate's Life with the Shark, which notably will, that puts that out of its ability to quest, of course. So that means that Zan wants to.
Yeah, you can gain 2 more with the other guys if you want to.
Yeah. So Zan deciding with the ink, we're gonna dig a little bit deeper. We're gonna look and see. Dig a little deeper is a different card.
Yeah.
And he's showing so where the goat was 1 turn too late last game, we had so many goats this
plenty
game. We had so many goats.
We were fulfilled with the goats.
Yes, and so with that we go to game 3 now. So Zach is now challenged with the huge task of pulling a game on the draw. And so we're gonna see, can Zach do that? Can Zach pull a game on the draw? What do you think? Can he do it?
I mean, the deck is definitely positioned to be able to do so.
Okay.
And I also think that Zach 100% knows this matchup.
Yeah.
So he knows that what he's going to have to do to predict that. I do think, I really do. I think in game 1 he might have took a lesson. He might have said like, oh, my opponent has Felicia's, my opponent has Vitality Spears. Like he took that information, and if any player is going to be able to do it, either one of these players, honestly, with information. But I think that's the key factor is now he has the tools. He goes, okay, I understand what my opponent's doing. I understand the deck that my opponent's playing, and I'm going to be able to position myself with the altar,
imagine is thinking to himself, pretty pleased with sugar on top, give me the ramp on turn 2 and don't let me draw it on 3.
and we talked about it very early in the game. It's the difference of Southside has right on turn 2 and turn 4 is, I mean, it's just massive.
One's a good card and the other one's ink.
I mean, it's still good. Like it still put Zan honestly in a position to turn that game over. I think that if Zach specifically didn't draw like 4 goats, I don't know that Zach actually wins the game. Give him the ability to get over the lump.
That is true.
But it was one of those where very early on you just saw like there was a lot of turns where brawling Calhoun that's not the card we want to brawl. Like, it's just not.
No.
So there was a lot of that going on very early on. That everything that Zan did felt like just innately that he was behind in the matchup.
Yeah.
And I thought Zach, for what it's worth, I thought Zach played to that. He said, nope, this is how Zach played to that. He said, nope, this is how I'm going to play this game. I'm going to make sure all your stuff is inefficient.
Correct. And I mean, inched and crawled and got.
And it's funny because you look at the scoreboard and it's like, oh, it's 20 to 4, 20 to 7, like whatever it might have been.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, it wasn't. It was very close. Zan was very close to finally like tipping into his scale.
Yeah, you have to like it's so funny because especially when I talk to players that are newer to the game, when they look at the lore, like they look at the scoreboard, so to speak, it's so interesting how what a different story the scoreboard tells you than like what the state of the board says.
Yeah, I mean, because
it's just so cool. About
I think like Sapphire Amethyst is like the perfect example of this. Yeah. It's a deck that just doesn't gain lore.
Right.
And then in like 2 turns, you're just like, oh, I'm at 20.
I win by tapping these 2 things for 12.
Right. So like a lot of games where you lose, you're like, it looks like, oh, it's 20 to 2. Like you got crushed. It's like, no, like I was like 1 turn away from just being like, nope.
I had to turn these 2 cards 90 degrees and I would have won.
Yeah. Yeah. Like so it's funny when you see I gain 5, game 5, and I win the game.
Correct. It's what a cool game.
It's just the polar opposite. Early on, you see the aggro deck, and you're just like, oh yeah, game 5 on turn 2. You're like, whoa,
whoa, chill with the heat, cuz let's talk about this. What's going on over here? So it's just fun, and again, just thanks to Zan and to Zach, and I can't wait to see this game 3 as it's getting ready. They're doing their altars right now,
and it's fun because that both of these players are going to go back and watch.
Oh gosh, yeah. I hope we did them justice by telling the story of the game effectively. I can only hope, but I hope at the very least they had a good time listening to us as they rewatch these matches, and I hope that our audience, which right now, by the way, is up to 275 people in the
Welcome.
chat. Are you kidding me?
Welcome.
Thank you all. Please hit that follow,
Smash
subscribe.
the follow button.
Yeah,
guys.
do all the
Smash
things.
it.
You do that really well.
Yeah.
I love when you say that. I'm like, that's so cheesy, but also cool.
No, I mean it's funny. Like I try and do it as often as possible in every chat we're in. Like it's content creation. It's a thankless job on average.
Yeah, well, the way you can thank us is by smashing that like
yeah,
button.
exactly.
and giving us a follow.
It helps, in all honesty, especially a growing community. Like you guys, this is your third tournament.
Yeah.
You've already announced. If you guys missed it yesterday, there's a 10 case tournament next month, March 8th.
For Arcasia's
1 month. Like, what are we? 1 month from yesterday.
Yes.
Already coming back with 10 cases of set 7.
Yeah.
Opening weekend. A lot of times you see like, oh, we're gonna do it like a 5 case tournament at the end of a set. You're like, oh, whatever. Like that's cool. I don't really need that. No, this is opening weekend.
Yes.
You're like, okay, I'm showing up and I can just win opening weekend.
And not have to worry about buying any more stuff. I could get on.
Yeah, like you got to get here, you got to buy your singles, which
sure.
It is what it is, right? Like you got to listen. That's the cost of competing.
It is.
But if you're like saying like, oh, I don't got to like buy a play set because I'm just gonna buy the deck and then see how I do.
Yeah,
notable.
And of note though, the person, Dylan Crowley, who won the Octo tournament, did so with only 2 genies in deck because
the Ruby Amethyst deck,
Dylan did not pull 2 genies.
Yeah.
So it's just funny. We interviewed him after, and we were like, Dylan, why did you choose to do 2? And he said, choose. I didn't choose nothing. That's what I pulled. That's what I had to do. So it was so funny. But we are back in the game, and we do see that they've kind of started their first turn. And in terms of sequence, there's a popsicle in Zan's hand, but Zan values that ice block, so that ice block went down. But
it looked like he drew. I think he drew the popsicle off the Azraid Sea.
Okay, fair enough. But now here's the thing: Zan is seeing what he wants to see. Zan is getting that ramp on 2.
Yep.
He's got the item on 1. So Zan is playing this thing.
It's also notable here. I think the ice block here. Now, if my turn 2 is Smee or Calhoun, hopefully, on average in this position, we probably want Smee just because of the way the board state's gone. But if I do either of those things, Zan can just brawl next turn.
Yeah.
Because we already have established the ice block. And I don't know if that's exactly what Zach's doing. There's a world where Zach says, you know what, I got a lot of 1-drops on my hand, and I have this library. We might just see Zan go wide here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Zach go wide.
We know what you meant. Yeah, we know what you meant. So certainly, I think that's a good point too. I think there's a few directions that Zach can go, and I think that's one of the cool things about this Amethyst Steel build is that there's a series of play lines that you can decide from. The answer is never. Sometimes it's obvious, but it's not always obvious. And sometimes, when you've got options like bouncing, when you can bring characters back to hand, that adds a whole new layer to the strategy that you can bring to the game.
Well, the other thing is there's a lot of commitment here.
Sure.
Playing 2 1-drops for Amethyst Steel is not as easy in the non-aggressive versions. And listen, Zan has played, versions of this deck with Maleficence.
Yes.
So he understands that sometimes like, hey, this is the play and this is what we have to do. And in this game, it might be like this is another turn. Like this might be a turn where it might actually be do nothing, play library.
Yeah.
And then next turn, I'm gonna move these 3 guys library. I'm gonna quest again.
Yeah, and if there's a deck to do it against, it's Ruby Sapphire in these opening sequences. To your point, so it's the time to do it. And Zach though deciding I need to see more of my deck, so choosing to quest the Chernobog's followers, and for that effort draws a white rose.
Yeah, and again, you can see here this is not an easy position whatsoever, because if he plays library and it just turns out that like Maui comes down and can get rid of it, you don't get enough value out of it, it's not going to feel very good. But also, playing a 3-cost character here into a brawl at this point might also not feel too very good.
Yeah.
But I love this. I love just go wide.
Yeah.
3 Diablos on the draw is certainly that's a position.
Zach is saying, hey, whenever you're ready for it, drop that Sisu. Let's see what happens. Whenever you want to do that, I'll draw some cards for you.
We often call Diablo a spellbook.
Yes.
But it's a spellbook that goes away, and when it does, you draw a card.
It does, yeah.
And it costs 1.
Yes. And it's inkable.
Yeah. It's just like when you look at it that way, you're like, you know what? In this matchup, go in second. I can't fathom another card that for 1 is going to gain me lore and draw me a card.
Yeah.
And it might do more than that. Like the first Diablo has already gained 2. You know?
Yeah. It's like I don't hate if you banish this. I don't hate that at all. It's I'd like you to not banish it, but if you banish it, I like it.
And it is notable here, the ice block was used on Smee.
It was,
so
yeah.
it kept the option open for Brawl if that's the route we're going to go. I would be a little shocked if we don't honestly just go to, this turn. I'm just going to how far I'll go. I'm going to ramp. I'm going to let Zan go to 9, and then I'm going to be prepared.
I mean,
Because
I might, I will say that Zach, if I was facing Zach right now, I might brawl. I might be concerned about the potential of like Lawrence's and just like this go wide.
I think
going too far.
Don't get me wrong. There's a position here that like the only card that is bad into the be prepared line is unfortunate. Oh, we had a Maui hiding out. I didn't see the Maui.
Maui's
a little bit better position.
Come on, why are you hiding? Why are you playing games?
Maui's better position because I think that this is a little safer.
Yeah,
You're not as committed. You're not as like, oh my god, if he has Pete, I lose.
Correct.
So I'm totally for that. But I was looking at the line. I was like, man, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't
like,
see the Maui either.
It feels tough if we don't have Maui. We don't have any way to interact with the board this turn.
Now we've got a singer for that how far I'll go next turn, so Zan can continue to advance the board state, not use up ink in order to play that how far I'll go. The Maui's the right answer. If I'd seen that, I would have said that.
Yeah, on the turn, I was more worried that like, man, we're gonna interact with the board nothing again.
Yeah.
And that could be a problem.
Yeah. Oh, certainly. At this point, having 2 characters on the board, Zan with 5 ink, not a horrible spot to be in, especially when you compare the averages of the last 2 games of where Zan was at this point in terms of ink count. Zach is considerably further ahead as well in terms of character count. Characters that have seen play have been used to effect as well per the ink that Zach has. And,
I love it.
And look, it looks like Zach heard you from over the great yonder and said, you know what? Dan's right. We're going to go ahead and play a library.
Like, yeah, go ahead. Banish this to me now.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm going to draw cards.
Yeah. Zan cannot, at least not with what Zach can see, Zan cannot destroy that library cleanly.
And honestly, this is pretty great. The Sisu here was very good. We have the ability. I think we're just going to draw cards. But on that given turn, we could have just simply brawled, Sisu'd, Maui'd, and then be like, all right, we got rid of all the cards. Now you just have this, and I have a board, go. But we're going to continue to draw cards, kind of figure out our way through that. I don't know. I don't see a Vital Spear. I don't know if I would ever Vital Spear to like take out just library, but maybe it's fine.
It's I think ultimately
there is hideaways in this deck as well.
So you dig for the hideaways. You're right. Like it would certainly be a lot like a extreme measures situation to do that. It's good to have the ability, but you're right. Like it's not efficient. It's not what you want to do. But you might
because we saw how good it was in game 1.
Yes,
you know, like the play that he set up later on in game 1, it was just like Zach was like, oh, like got me.
yeah. Like what do you do?
Yeah, like you just you have 7 cards in your hand, and those were 2 of them. All right.
Yeah, and then the goat was one card.
Yeah.
Oh well, there you go. Oh goodness. All right, so we see the develop your brain. Okay. A card. I love this card in this build. It kind of went away, but I've some people have kind of repopularized it. I think DKP brought it back.
Hey, I mean, listen, pay 1, gain a lore. Look at the top 2 cards of my deck.
I like it
with Shark. Like when like 1 cost act, and we found the hideaway.
We did find the hideaway.
It'll be interesting if that's the route we end up taking here.
Yes.
But I'm not saying that that's specifically what he was looking for.
No.
But picking it up is like, okay, like a lot of people might not read it this way, but that hideaway reads pay 2, do 8 damage.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
that's what it reads right now.
Yeah.
You're like, I just do 8 damage.
Deal 8 damage to 1 location.
And he gets an ink. That's relevant, but like for 2, that's a lot better than Baboom.
Yeah. Baboom's okay. This is great. And so that poor Smee does not get. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So Zan's like, yeah, you're not drawing. Not before we hide away this location.
Interesting that he decided to. He did decide to popsicle. I wonder why he decided to popsicle there, because like the card would still be banished by Fox at this point. So I guess it only takes it away from like strength turns.
Yeah, potentially. I mean,
it does remove an out. I'm just curious to like how important it is for that out.
It could just be the idea of like creating a situation where you're not going to take a clean trade.
Yeah.
And there's value to that too. Like if I'm forcing, we in the community, the turn they usually call Maui a 2-for-1 on a body.
Oh, for sure.
But if you can make it a 3-for-1,
yeah.
Then like
I just looked at it like if we had Fox that turn, our play could have been quest with Diablo, pick up Fox, or pick up Diablo, play Fox, and then play Diablo Smee, and take out your Maui. and the popsicle line just like wasn't relevant in any of that.
Yeah.
And that's potentially one of Bivens' best lines.
It is. I mean,
so it's interesting that you would just like sacrifice the popsicle for kind of.
Sure.
In my opinion, it was just like I don't know if we needed to do that on that turn.
It feels like what Zan was saying is like because you could trade with one of these less
Crab might have been the other answer.
Yeah, crab.
So crab is the other answer, right? Like,
yeah.
Okay, I don't want to just this Diablo to get crabbed. And that's probably a very fair reason.
And you also have to consider that doing that puts Zach in a position where he doesn't have flexibility. Zach has to make new life. He has to do a fox to kill that Maui now. Yeah. He doesn't get to choose a character to like throw in there. So there's value in that too, in that like lack of flexibility. We do see Calhoun come down, followed by
I think it's gonna be a Pete here,
followed by a Pete.
So we're gonna blow whistles.
Yeah. So Zach continuing to go wide, saying no actions for you.
And wow, that's a pretty action heavy hand. There's no ice blocks left.
Yeah.
So the Pete, in most ways, represents 5 lore here, right? So 1, 2, no, only 4 lore.
4, yeah, because potentially that Smee will probably be gone.
Yeah, well, I assume the Smee is gonna. Well, the Smee has to get taken out unless he thinks how far it'll go.
Correct. Yeah.
But this is ironic too. Now is that it ends up where the Calhoun becomes 2 lore. Because of the weird interaction earlier with the popsicle.
Yeah.
But so basically, Pete is worth 4 lore on this turn.
Yes. Now he has secured 2 of the 3 characters that makes it better than what people would traditionally play it for.
Yeah. All right. So interesting. It's like similar to the old days of Maleficent. Giant dragon comes in and get rid of a 1-drop Olaf or something like that.
All right, yeah,
it's just questing.
Yeah, it's choosing to quest, choosing just to quest with the Calhoun, not to take out the Maui.
So he does have Fox in hand,
which is likely to. If that's the case, that's likely going to be the play here to save.
Like just Fox beat again, like represent 2 more lore.
Which I mean, is that the worst thing in the world to do at this point?
No,
I think
and there's still a snake in hand too.
Yeah, I think that's the play.
So repeating right now is an avenue for win for sure.
Yeah, I that's my.
The only thing I don't love here is actually not just taking the lower Calhoun then, because now he can just run his Sisu into it, and the Maui is still in play.
Yeah.
Where if we just took the Maui, we gain our extra lore, it's gone, and he doesn't have a choice. I feel like he gave the Sisu the ability now to do it. Although it's interesting, he didn't play the Pete.
Sure.
And I think when you look at this hand, Zan, it's so say like, oh man, I don't want to fire off a Be Prepared. But if he doesn't, he might not have another opportunity to in the game.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I mean, we do see that White Rose. We're kind of we're putting
Tamatoa. Never mind. We're just saying we're gonna go this way.
Yeah. Zan's like, all right, okay. Let's try me again. Let's see what happens. Here's a Tamatoa, so shiny, with a popsicle, which draws a vision of the future, which basically says
a lot of uninkables in Zan's hand right now.
It is, yeah, it is a lot.
2 Be Prepared, a Sisu.
All right, yeah, and to your point, that Maui does disappear either way.
He does, which is interesting.
Zan lost 1 lore by not trading into.
I think the moment you play the crab, we're singing. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's cool too.
Yeah,
that's a big deal. I think the moment you play crab on this turn, you're like, I'm actually think I'm gonna just win the game. So that's a different route here. But this is the problem here. Playing, I think he was valuing the lore from the repeated roses more than the Pete.
Correct.
And I think that if we like understanding that Pete was worth 2 lore every turn and prevented our opponent from playing cards like Be Prepared and playing cards like a Pirate's Life, I wonder if that'll be a moment that Zach might end up regretting.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, it'll be curious to talk to Zach after this to see like his thoughts watching this match back. We do see the Fox in hand. It looks like a Strength of Raging Fire in hand as well, which maybe is the reason why he decided.
I think he just drew that.
Did he just draw that? Okay.
Yeah, I think that was a draw this turn.
Okay,
it's the first time I've seen like one in his hand. So
yeah, I'm like I forgot he even played that thing.
Yeah, we went to 2 games with very little song interaction.
I knew he had Zeus's. We saw some Zeus's. I hadn't seen that. So choosing to Fox back the snake, to play the snake, to bounce the White Rose, doing the little dance, and sending away Sisu. So essentially, snake is on the table. We got White Rose in hand. I mean, this is a signal to me that you don't have the goat, creating like so much value on that White Rose, in order to try to inch out the game. So Zan's got to know that just based on some of the play lines that are happening here.
Yeah. I don't know. I really feel like Pete was the safer play to close out this game. I think it just creates way more difficult ways to be answered. And the crab like is presenting one of those, which is relevant here because now that we have Ice Block back, we can kind of be online and start utilizing cards like Sisu again.
Yeah.
But
notably, if Zan does decide to play another Sisu, it does have the Ice Block, can get rid of the snake. Although it would be a low value Sisu removal with just getting rid of a snake.
It is low value, right? But
you kind of have to do it, I think.
Not even that. We have 6 lore plus in play now.
Yes, correct.
So it's not really easy for Zach to like we're gaining 6+ lore turn. Zach might only gain 2 lore next turn.
Yeah, correct. To that end, it's 9, right? Like we're at 9 lore right now.
Yeah.
When we look at that, oh yeah, no, you're right. 6. I'm sorry, my apologies. That was his discard pile. My mistake.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh yeah, we got rid of that already. But yeah, 6 lore. You're right. It's a big deal.
6 lore and 2 big old bodies.
Correct. And it's 6 this turn. Next turn it's more.
Oh yeah, just more. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's effectively it's a 2-turn. Two-turn clock.
It is a 2-turn clock. Yeah. So we see Zach kind of thinking about it, drawing a card. We see that broom enter the hand. Do we play the Pete? Do we not play the Pete? What is the right call? Is it too late? What do you do? We've seen White Roses.
Depends on what inks we're. Because right now we're at 7.
Yeah, we see Genie.
So it could be.
And Genie seems to be the thought. Yep. So Zach deciding to drop the Genie down, drawing another broom, and instantly inking it.
Yeah. So this could just be Pete Broom. Or we inked. We have another broom, right? Pete Broom represents 18.
It would, yeah, but opting for the White Rose and playing the Magic Broom. I don't know if I disagree with this play from Zach. I actually think I agree with this play. I think Zan has been kind of telling that the actions are not in, like Zan may have actions and Zan might be able to dig, but right now I think Zach is saying I can't wait anymore. I need to get to the end of this game, and the more I start dilly-dallying, the closer you get to the answers. I think Zach is put in a position of pressure, and I think Zach feels that. I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Pete represents the protection of way more lore than the ability to gain 1 extra. And I think that the Pete there just says, okay, you have to have another Sisu to clear my board.
Yeah.
And if you don't have another Sisu, then I'm going to go to 18. I'm going to play the White Roses in my hand at 19. I'm going to pop my broom, draw a card, and potentially win the game.
I listen. I think that you're right. I think to say that Pete is like the safe play, you're right. But I think that I think we're seeing a line here that can potentially allow Zach to like extend further than what he's allowed. So I think Zach is taking a risk here.
Yeah.
Hoping to get a reward for that risk.
It's just one of those where even if, let's say we live in a world where Zan ends up questing, gaining a few lore and then singing Be Prepared, like we can do that. We can make that play and we're still going to have a full turn to go ahead of that. And he's just doing math.
Yes.
He knows, Zan should know that the final card in Zach's hand is Pete. He might, unless he forgot, but he knows that it was returned.
It would be.
I don't think so. I don't think I would ever put Zan on forgetting there's a Pete.
No, Zan is so good. Like that is Zan's superpower. Is just like memory. Zan. That's why Zan is so good at Emerald Steel. Is because of the memory
ice block
of the hand.
Actually, there doesn't even need to be a second block. You can just ice block Genie, play a Sisu, and this would have been the way out of Pete for what it's worth. But it's like this is like a very specific line of plays here where he has double human Sisu in his hand on turn 1,000,000. So even if we have it here, like this can also just come down, remove this broom, and then go, all right, you have 1 lore and 1 card in your hand. Again, I can still quest for 6+ this turn. And there's already the lucky dime. I think that's maybe the math he was trying to figure out is if he could win, like actually win this turn. I wonder how close he was. He might have been 1 item off. Right? Because he goes to 10 and then quest. If he had quested, if he played Lucky Dime and the item, he would quest for 5. And then, so he's actually 1 item off from winning this game.
Yeah.
So as long as there wasn't like a random item hiding in his hand, It's very weird if he's like figuring this out after playing.
Oh, it's funny.
What is that?
So it's through Discord. They don't see it on the Twitch.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah. Discord does this cool thing where like if you make hand gestures, it'll give you.
Yeah. Okay, I've seen this happen. I've seen that. I was so confused, guys. If you had seen what I had just seen, we'd be confused.
Yeah. All right, so Lucky Dime hits the table. we are, yeah. So Zan's kind of following Dan's advice here, saying, "Hey, let's get these points."
I love going questing.
Yeah, let's get points. Let's win games.
Yeah, so this is 14 now, right? Just 7.
9, 10, 11, 12. Yep, that'll be 14. Right, that lucky dime does represent one more lore on the turn of that Tamatoa.
It's certainly check.
Yeah, so Zach needs to effectively win here, and Zach is taking a look. And I saw a Fox. I saw a Pete. I don't think
17. No, 16, no. I don't think so.
18, 19, no, 16, 17, and then 18. Yeah, no, goat was the necessary element here.
Even with pop broom.
Correct.
Dig. I don't think there's a way out.
No, I don't either.
I think
if that white rose was a goat instead, and if there were 2 snakes in Zach's hand, that would be a different story.
Yeah, at this point, even crab's not good enough.
Yep. So question for the one. We're gonna see what we do here. So the question is.
Yeah, because the issue now is
we see Pete. We do see Pete in the hand. I know there's a
fox. He has to sacrifice potentially the rose already. Or he's just gonna quest with it. Yeah, because this is Fox, I assume, pick up and this, but I just don't think there's. Yeah, like the crab isn't good enough.
No, yeah, the Fox.
Because I was thinking like, oh, crab, and then I'm like, no, the math doesn't work out. You can't get rid of both. Lucky dime plus Sisu wins the game. Correct, it's not even about crab at this point. Yeah, you just go to 18.
Nope. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but crab just wins the game.
Yep, and that'll be go. Yep, and that'll represent the end of that sequence. And with that, Zan has taken the victory on round 1. Zach Bivens will go into the X1 bracket, terrorizing people for eons and eons to go. It'll be interesting to see where they wind up. Great players. How did we get so lucky, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, it was great. That's one that's going to be, it's really worth it. If you're an Amethyst Steel, mid-range player, you should go watch that. Like, this will be somewhere.
Yeah.
I will make sure it's somewhere if they don't put it somewhere.
Yeah. It will be in places. We're sure.
So it's definitely one to go back and watch and have it. Like, just learn. I thought, hey, listen, Zan made a choice in the end game. They're like I'm just gonna put crab in play. And I don't know how many players would have put crab in play on that particular turn, on that particular board.
Yes.
But it was the reason he won the game.
It is, yeah.
And it's also understanding, listen, I 100% respect. Amethyst Steel can't kill crab.
No, no.
It just can't kill Tamatoas.
No.
So you're like, you know what? He can't get to 20 next turn.
Correct.
And I don't think he can get to 20 in 2 turns specifically. So putting this card in play right now makes the clock way faster for me.
It does, yeah.
And I think that is the clear answer. But I don't know that if having that hand that says, he never played a Be Prepared in that game.
He did not.
And he had 2 of them in his hand the whole game.
Exactly what I was about to say. Yeah, had the option to do so, but Zan was like, I'm not giving it the value.
He just said, hey, you know what? Why delay if I can just say, you can't win? And I think that's the strict thing is Zan did the calculations. He goes, you know what? Zach can't get to 20.
Right.
And because of that, I believe that I can actually win this race just by putting Tamatoa in play.
Yeah, and Zan was rewarded for that thought process. So of note, that was certainly, that was
a game. That was a round.
Yeah, that was a heck of a match. I'm glad to have seen it. I will be watching that match back for lessons on both Amethyst Steel and for Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah.
Just what a great series of games from both of those players.
Wonderful.
We didn't deserve it, but we got it.
Do we? I wonder if we have anything new to report before we go to break.
Yeah, let us know, production, if there's anything new to report.
I'm not sure if we acquired anything new. We already talked about the breakdown though, but there's a lot more people in here. If we want to go into the breakdown before.
That's true. Yeah, we're up to 276 people in.
Yeah, shout out to you guys.
Yeah, seriously.
Chat is awesome, by the way. I won't lie to you guys. It's a little difficult to read chat easily.
Yes.
So if we're not interacting, that's mostly it. And that's mostly why. But we can see you guys are active and you guys are awesome. Thank you guys for participating today. And what do we have here? What's our color breakdown?
Well, we are looking at a 20. So there's a 20% split between 2 of the ink combinations, specifically Steel Amber and Ruby Sapphire. We got to see one of those combinations on display through Zan Syed. We also got to see the fourth most represented deck that Zach Bivens was playing. Zach is one of 7 players, which represents 10% of the field playing Amethyst Steel. Interestingly, yesterday we noted that the Amber Steel players were significantly higher in count. It was 25% of the field, where the Ruby Sapphire players were closer to like 10, I want to say. It was just significantly lower. There was like a huge difference between the two, like a huge spread, and they're a lot closer today.
I think it was 25 to 18. Yeah, was the percentage breakdown.
The percentage breakdown was immense if you look at it from a percentage perspective.
It was 34 players to 20.
That's right.
If I remember.
Yes. Yeah. So it was like 25% was one, and then it was like 15% as the other.
Yeah.
The other. It was crazy what a spread that was. And so, you know, yesterday we saw that Ruby Amethyst actually was not the most represented. It was down by 1.
And 0 in top 8, right?
It was, yeah. Wait, was it? Or did, no, I think Rishi played. Was it Rishi that played the Ruby Amethyst?
I thought it was 2 Amethyst deals.
We'll have to look at that again.
I thought it was. I thought there was. I remember reading comments on posts that there was.
We'll take a look at it. Yeah, we'll confirm that. Yeah, it's listen. I barely,
long weekend, guys. Long weekend.
Listen, I slept like 3 hours. Okay, cut me a chance here.
Yeah.
But you know, of note, yesterday the rules were reversed. Ruby Amethyst was at 7 players.
Yeah.
Amethyst Steel was at
Amethyst
8,
Steel was the third.
and now today's flipped.
It's flipped. Yeah.
By the one,
by one player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a couple people switched, and so you know,
Or honestly, what could have happened is a lot of the Amethyst Steel players went home.
That's yeah, yeah. They're like, we don't like.
So like the Ruby Amethyst players just stuck around.
They did. And so of course my favorite pairing of ink, Amethyst Emerald. What are you shaking your head for? How dare you?
Sorry.
Man, this is my house. Okay.
You're right.
Listen. First of all, Eagles are going to win. I can't say anything bad about that.
Okay.
But we love Emerald Amethyst here. Okay.
That's great.
I love Emerald.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you. You gotta be a real smart guy to play that color combination.
Yeah, that I believe.
Yeah. I don't believe you though. Like the look on your face doesn't tell me that, dude. I don't like the look on your face. Oh goodness, Dan, you're lucky we're friends. Okay.
Nah, it's all right.
All right.
It's fine. It's a choice that you can make.
This is true, among other choices that we can make. So thank you all. We will be back. We have our guest. If you didn't see earlier, Brennan DeCandio.
Yeah, I look like he's hopping in for round 2.
Yeah. Brennan's gonna hop in for round 2. He's gonna share a little bit of the wisdom with us. Again, thank you, Brennan, for jumping in. And you know, while you did not make it to yesterday to join our tournament, you were in fact O2'd by your alarm clock.
Yeah.
We thank you for being here. We love your insight. So we'll see you in just a little bit after the break.
All right.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back. Let me fix this camera so you all can see my beautiful face. And with me is our guest today, Brennan. Thank you so much for joining us. You did not get a chance to get here. Talk to us a little bit about, some of the things that you've seen. I know you were in the chat with us. Some of the things that you saw, some of the things that you were happy to see for our currently 200 plus people that are in the chat. If just give us a little perspective as to what you saw yesterday that kind of called out to you.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot. I watched a fair bit of the event there, kind of ranging from bits and pieces at the start all the way up to the end, and I did enjoy a lot of the play I saw. I very much enjoyed watching Amber Steel beat Ruby Sapphire. That's just my own personal thing, but no, it just goes to show that the metagame does evolve, and certain decks can beat pretty much anything given the right situation, right set of cards, right draws, and it was a lot of fun to see a variety, and I was definitely a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, it was wild, and we talked earlier before, like kind of at the
Right.
beginning, we were kind of testing the streams and stuff. Freddie, who won the whole thing on Amber Steel, a very traditional build, so traditional in fact, not even running set 6 cards, or I think even set 5 cards. It feels like I think was a joke made, but it was interesting to see how effective not just the traditional steel songs, but Diggy Diggy Hole, like all versions of it were throughout the course of the tournament. We are about to jump into a game, but before we do, they're setting up the stage. They're making sure that all the tables are set up. Um, I'm not 100% sure what we're gonna see right now. I think I saw one of the SSG players. I think it might be Jack, who may be on the table right now. We'll double check though once we get there. But we've got some more games to go. We've got 6 more rounds of Swiss. We then got top 8 to go to. Other than Amber Steel, what else are you excited about? As we round the end of this format, as we round the end, get rounding home base on Azurite Sea. What are some other things, kind of broader picture Lorcana things that you're excited to see happening from this perspective?
I mean, for the event itself, there's always room for innovation. There's a lot of different things that people can do to try to metagame against specific fields. I think we saw that with the shift of a lot of people playing Ruby Sapphire today. The percentages went up a bit. Whether or not it's more the fact that some people just left or changed decks entirely, it's yet to be seen. Wouldn't really know. But yeah, I mean that's a little bit of a reaction, right? You see a lot of Ember Steel doing well, and then you want to play the deck that's naturally favored into it. So that'd be cool. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see the rest of this event. That was a great first round, seeing essentially a world's preview, what's to come in the future, whenever that is. Great players doing a lot of Dan kind of off his normal green steel kick, kind of having fun. I'm guessing since it's probably one of the last constructed events you can play in before for the new set, which we're gonna see previews for. I think starting tomorrow. But yeah, excited to see more people.
Yeah, absolutely. It's and you're right about that. I think it was a really cool matchup to see. And I think to your point, there's still a lot of kind of figuring this out. And I think we're also thinking about like figuring this out isn't just about what's happening within this format, but as we start to see these cards, it's really I think a question of how do we incorporate these tools into what we know and to morph this meta or to morph a future meta into something that can garner us wins, that can get us to close games out faster or slower, depending on your strategy, depending on your archetype, and making sure that you are able to kind of cement yourself as just having a deck that's got a generally good win rate, generally good matchups, as close to 50-50 as you can on some matchups with some blowups on either end. So we think about what that looks like, and I think that's going to be really interesting to see here. I will tell you just from having walked the floor and having been here, to your point, you were kind of saying that what percentage of it is it that people just didn't show up, and how much of it was switches. There is a percentage of switches. I won't say I don't think it's a lot, but there are some people that are on different decks today than they were on yesterday that were here. So some percentage of that is, I don't know that number. I'm not sure if we'll be able to collect that number, but some people have changed what they brought, which I think is interesting to note.
And it could be more so it didn't work out yesterday. They had a backup plan. Maybe they were waffling between 2 decks, or they just wanted to have fun. I know that me personally, I didn't quite make it, but I had my bag packed, and there was 4 different decks in there just for fun. So it was just like, even if I do well or not well, I might change it up just to play something else. And we see a lot of that. I mean, the percentages you can gain by metagaming correctly are pretty large. Zach Vivens is famous for that in DLCs. He is kind of, I would say, a surgeon when it comes to that kind of thing. Gets to really kind of hone in on the exact metagame and make the right call for that given weekend. So maybe it's a thing like that, where you weren't sure the first time, you made an incorrect call, or you just want to do something different. But I'm excited to see what we see here.
Yeah, certainly. And so, we also announced yesterday that we'll be doing another tournament coming up in March, just in time for the launch of the new one. Not holding your foot to any fires, but we'd love to see you there if you can make it. No, listen, we know you got to plan things out. You've got life to think about, so no pressure. But we'd love for you to come out with Diggy Hole 2 or whatever it is that you'd like to do to help us figure this meta out even better.
Yeah, we'll see. Certainly keep it on my calendar for something to look into, but we'll see for sure.
Absolutely. And that goes out to everybody. I see a lot of people in the chat right now. Again, over 200 people. I see. I'm going to call some names out. People that should be here that aren't here. Specifically, LSP Terrace Black has been telling me that he's going to be coming down. Has been wanting to come down. So Terrace Black, we want to see you down here. You got to get down here. We see Wonderland in the chat. We see Spessy in the chat. And Spessy, of course, says thanks, mate. And I say no, mate. Thank you for being on the chat as well. So for our friends, we'd love to see you out here. If you are able to get out here, if you're in the area, if you're near Margate, we are still running those box tournaments, those Blossom Pods. So please, come down as soon as we can get 8 people to fire off pods. They will be doing Winnaboxes. They will be doing all kinds of stuff that's happening here. So this really is a big game feel. If you're here, there's something to be done and a great time to be had by all. And nice. So, with that, it's been crazy. Like Skinner, first to 20 was hanging out with me yesterday. We were on the floor, just kind of like hanging out in between matches. And Skinner goes, "Hey, do you want to jump into a pod?" And I said, "Skinner, we're on camera. What are you doing? Like, I need you to get your head in the game, Skinner. What's going on here?"
So, yeah, sometimes get ahead of yourself there, but you can't help it when there's a bunch of people, the buzz is in the air kind of thing. It's a hive mind of everything going on. So for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lost in the sauce.
Yeah, no, certainly. And so, we thank you all for being here. So we're gonna hang just a little bit tight. We're looking to the tables. I know there was a little bit of a just a pairing issue, so that's why we're just delayed a little bit on going back to the game. But we are going to buy them just a few minutes to do that. And so, we think about some of the things that we'll hear about tomorrow. Now, we did just get official word from not official word, but we got a note from Ravensburger, I should say. I don't want to call it official word because it was like
Cliff Notes.
Yeah, it was a few words. It was like a sentence or two about the condition of what's going on with Worlds, like an acknowledgement that they are aware that we are just clamoring for more information about that. And what they kind of indicated in their note was, hey, we're looking to get people in the right places to make the right decisions. We don't want to fall short. We hear you. We know what you're looking for. And we are so excited to share more information with you. Given that we're starting to see some messaging around that, it kind of felt like it was a way to temper our expectations for tomorrow. That's kind of the vibe I got. What was your perspective on that in terms of like some of that messaging and knowing that tomorrow there's news coming out?
Yeah, I think a lot of things are said by not being said. There might be a lot of kind of things that they can or can't say, and it may not be up to them in a lot of ways. There's a lot of hands in the pot here. We're definitely waiting for green lights, and there's a lot of Disney themed red tape around everything. So I would imagine that it's a lot of that. I mean, that's to be expected. This is again the first year that they're running these types of events. Disney's never been involved in a large TCG before. Ravensburger has never done a TCG before. This is their first year doing it. So while we definitely have some growing pains, we're going to see a lot of that get smoothed out in the first year or two. And again, we are all accustomed to card games in this community, I would imagine. A lot of people are new, but from a TCG background, you're able to see the companies who've had the experience doing it and those who don't. And you do have to give them some time to grow. I don't think any of this is going to hinder the development of Lorcana. It's definitely going to be continually growing throughout the years. It's going to be here for a while. I think there's a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of IP we haven't even touched, which would be a lot of fun to see.
Oh, goodness.
But give them some time. And, we'll definitely get there. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. It was interesting. I had the opportunity to be on Lorcana After Dark. I play in the ICL. And so we had a chance to hang out with Breezy, and I noticed there's a lot of desire to get more messaging, and I respect that, and I understand it, and we're customers, we're consumers. It's hard to fault it. I kind of in the same camp as you, though. I kind of want to give them the benefit of the doubt, because I feel as though, like, while they've been growing, they've done a great job of just being 10 or 15% better. Like, I was at Atlanta, and I kind of saw, kind of experienced that. And then I went to Vegas, I went to Seattle, and seeing how different the experience was, seeing how connected the teams were, Rochelle, and just like the teams in general, just being so open and like loving of the messaging and sharing with us. I feel personally, I can't speak for everybody else, but I feel that they've earned a little bit of goodwill with me, and so I'll give them a little bit of a breather. But to everybody's point, like saying, hey, like, we'll give you the breather, but we're waiting. All right, we love this, but we're waiting. So I think it's interesting.
It's certainly the deep breath before the plunge, as it were. So we're definitely going to be diving in head first, I imagine. I don't know what we're getting informationally wise tomorrow. I'd imagine it's mostly focused around the next set more so than OP. But if we look back to last year, we didn't get a lot of OP announcements until I think March, and the first DLC was in May, I believe, or late April, May. So that's their general timing. We'd like to be a little bit quicker to the gun, but yeah, we're learning, and they are too. That's fine.
All right. Now, Brennan, let me ask you: what is your level of comfort playing as and playing against what people love to call Blurple?
I haven't played with it too much. I mean, I've tried it. Everyone's kind of gone on about it, knocking it since set one, and it might finally have some legs here. It struggles in a lot of ways with a lot of wide boards. That's one of its biggest weaknesses. It can deal with things individually. Had a lot of utility in some of the characters with Rush, such as Fox and Elsa now. But yeah, a mirror match here. I've actually not seen a mirror match play out before, but I imagine a lot of the things hold true to most mirror matches, where going first gives you a slight advantage, just being on the board first. But card advantage does matter, and some of the key choices, whether or not you're playing rabbits or genies, and how that all works out, certainly plays a big factor. So we'll see.
Yeah, and of note, so for those of you who know or don't know, or maybe you recognize the gentleman on the right, Jack, was actually did very, very well, went undefeated through Swiss in the last SSG tournament with this color pairing, was very successful with this color pairing, going up against Ryan. Now, we talk about the mirror match, and down here in South Florida, two of our strongest players, Jack as well as Mike Jr., you may know him from Freedom Gaming, they are both very proficient in the Amethyst Sapphire color combination. So we're kind of seeing from Ryan a pretty standard opening when it comes to this color pairing. You've got the one drop, you've got a Tipo to the ramp, and Jack, is kind of in response at this point. To your point, Brennan, just Ryan likely has the advantage here. Although I will say that in Blurple, I think that card draw can be critical, and that one card can make the difference sometimes.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, honestly, seeing the Tipo over the Azurite Sea there. Going down a card functionally with the Tipo, since it's not a great game piece, is a little bit odd. They did put a rabbit into the Inkwell with that.
Yeah.
They are valuing, I think, the Great Stone Dragon in their hand pretty highly, and using that for a lot of long-term advantage. But I was a little surprised to see that one coming, because they could have also developed a Followers, it looked like, from the hand that turn. Yeah. But they probably know better than I. Again, I don't have too much experience in this matchup. There goes the Great Stone Dragon. But it's definitely one. There's a lot of small decisions that can play a big part of it, and I'll trust their gut on this one for now.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the case too. It's easy to talk about things from the outside looking in. I think when you're sitting in the tank and you're thinking through some of these play lines as well, I think that it's always interesting. Like, I love watching comments. Like when I'm a chatter when I'm watching some of these games online as well, and it's so easy to be like, oh, you made the wrong play, or you made the right call, or you made the wrong call. But I think when you're sitting there in the tank and you're kind of gauging facial expressions, you're kind of gauging hand sizes, odds of what you have in your hand. I think those are things you got to factor too. So yeah,
for sure.
And we're seeing a battle of the one drops right now on the table.
Yeah, and it looks like Ryan picked up a Madame Snake, which definitely helped them undo some of the card disadvantage that Tipo naturally has. One of the best reasons main reasons Tipo is so good in this strategy is because you have the Mim package to kind of pick them back up when you need to, as inherently Tipo does put you down a card. It's not really a game piece that you really want to play as a 1-2 body. It can be relevant for sure, but in this particular instance where you're kind of grind people out, it's not very good at that in that situation. But definitely was able to make use of it and kind of put themselves back on the board a bit with a 3-3 body here.
Yeah. Now looking at Jack's hand, Jack has some answers. If Jack is trying to
Oh
get
yeah.
to the mid to late game, I mean, we're seeing Hades, we're seeing Elsa. I mean, we're seeing Belle even, and there's a few ways, a few problem solvers, if you will, that Jack has that just are there waiting for problems to arise.
Yeah, yeah. I think Jack has a lot of the meat and potatoes, as it were. You see Ryan kind of debating on the kind of banish of the followers, because right now there's no range for an Elsa Fifth Spirit to come down and take out that followers. So they could have left it in play for a turn, but there's a lot of reasons you might want to hold it. You know, in case of another Fox and a 1-drop, they would be able to take it out for free functionally, and don't really want to have that happen when you're playing this kind of card advantage mid range war here. But they definitely need to get something going card wise. Seeing a crab and another Elsa in hand's not quite what they need. They kind of, I think, wish they had that rabbit still at this point, but certainly want to see how it develops from here.
Yeah, I think the combination of Jack getting to draw an extra card at the opening of the game, as well as what you were pointing out, like Ryan kind of choosing to TPO and lob away an uninkable into the inkwell, is costing Ryan right now. Ryan is certainly in the tank. Play lines and options just choked out at this point, and Ghosty has nothing but options and abilities here. We see Diablo more potential card draw. We see Rabbit in hand. So Ghosty certainly in the advantage when it comes to what resources are available to him in order to be successful in this game.
Ooh, Rabbit. That is the card in this matchup there, I think. We look back to the North American Continentals Championships there. Edmund Chu favoring Rabbit over Genie as a much better control card. It definitely, two cards and be able to rebuy it is certainly a world away from Genie's only one card there, and that was the perfect draw in that situation here.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I've generally migrated away from the Genies. Well, not migrated away, but I've reduced my Genie count and have made my Rabbit count to 4x. For some reasons, it's just so powerful, that extra card draw. Jack doing the same.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're both pretty important there. Both of them being vulnerable to Sisu or Brawl. You'd rather have a Rabbit get banished by a Sisu or Brawl, but it certainly is still a good card. Genie is one of the more impactful cards. Speaking from a side where, if you're playing a Whole New World a lot, when you Whole New World and your opponent plays a Rabbit afterward, you kind of shrug your shoulders as a card you don't have to care about. You just gave them 7 cards. But when it comes down to playing a Genie, it's actually a threat. So it does depend, I think, on the matchup you're playing against or expecting to play against, which one might be better. But in the Ruby world that we're living in right now, with Ruby Amethyst and Ruby Sapphire being as prevalent as they are, I do believe that Rabbit's a bit stronger. And there we see another one coming down. Definitely trying to pull back into that early disadvantage of the cards they had there, with the kind of sacrifice going into the more ramp aspect of the game. They're able to pull back in now. And this might be a little bit too much. While there's definitely, as I said, the more powerful cards, I think, in Jack's hand, there's not as much time as it may seem with how these decks can spiral, and how, again, little... Ooh, God, the McDuck Manor as well can just spiral at this point, out of control.
Oh, goodness gracious! I mean, that McDuck Manor is something. Oh, it looks like we're back. Okay, it looks like we lost a little bit of video feed, but we got it back and we're good.
That so broke the stream for a minute.
Yeah, for sure. That McDuck Manor it can be backbreaking though. I mean, that is such a. I mean, how many lore does that card represent? Like, it's important to know. Like, I love tracking to see what value we get off of this thing.
Yeah, 2 per turn is no joke.
No, it's not. And so Jack is now thinking, okay, so hold on. What needs my attention? Like, what needs my attention? Do I start stringing together damage? Do I quest? What do I do here? I think is Jack's mindset. And so Jack is saying, okay, well, Crab is bad. We don't like Crab, so we need to deal with Crab. So we're gonna deal 2 damage to Crab.
Interesting. They chose to put the Rabbit in to get the card before using the followers. Interesting to see here. I want to definitely understand that line a bit. Unless using the followers to take out the Crab here, I'm a little confused on that one, but it's certainly a lot of, if they're just trying to take out the Crab to get some kind of board control, it looks like what they're doing here. Okay, if that was their plan, it makes total sense to do it in that order for sure. I was really trying to find a Merlin Crab here. That's one of the key things that actually makes locations not as good. We see those kind of cards go up and down based on how prevalent locations and Daisy are really. Maui Shark and Merlin Crab, which have sometimes been absent from Ruby Amethyst in general, are definitely some of the key pieces here in Blurple, let's call it.
Crab. Interestingly, like Crab finds its way into Ruby Amethyst usually at like 1s or 2s, where in other pairings that include Amethyst, they'll generally run 3 to 4s. And I think a part of that is because Ruby gets access to things like Maui. So Crab, yep.
You see Jack kind of laugh there. The snake, the perfect kind of card off the top there to keep the rabbits going. It's just one incredible card. I mean, this package has been with us in set 2 and isn't going anywhere. I can't imagine when games look like there's no matter. He's done. He's done. We're out of here.
Yeah, and Jack knows it. Jack said, "Yeah, we believe you. We believe you." Oh goodness gracious, McDuck Manor is such a menace, Brennan. My goodness.
Yeah, and we see McDuck Manor creep up in decks now more than we see Queen's Castle. I mean, previously in the past we've seen, Castle has a huge upside of, while McDuck Manor has no abilities, what's in play, the extra 2 willpower is really just the difference maker. How much more difficult it is to remove is just a breaking point that people seem to lean towards. While, again, I've definitely had games where if McDuck Manor was Queen's Castle, I would have run away with the game through cards. I think it does more often than not come up that, just the extra willpower is better. And we saw it right there. I think he could have potentially removed a McDuck or a Queen's Castle, but McDuck Manor out of reach.
Yeah, so and I think this brings up an interesting point too. So we're starting, like, locations have been in a weird spot. I think at the beginning of the set, we saw the Diggy Diggy Hole variant kind of bring the minds around, and then we started seeing some other locations. Library kind of made its way into Ruby Amethyst, kind of left, kind of came back in. We're seeing McDuck Manor find its way into Ruby Sapphire decks. What's your perspective on locations at this point? At this stage in the meta, like what's your opinion of locations and its value right now?
Yeah, it greatly varies. I think, again, more until we're talking about play versus draw and like the pregame to this whole thing. I think how to value your locations when you're going first or second is something people haven't quite understood or know how to use them on the right turns. There's definitely correct turns to play them. There's definitely wrong turns to play them. And one of the most common questions I got after building the Diggy Diggy Hole deck was why is the mine there? I don't know when to play it or how to use it. I saw people inking it so much. I'm like, you just have to wait. You have to wait for the right moment, and then it just wins the game. Or it's just ink, and that's totally fine. But you have to understand when those things happen, and finding the line is always the hardest part with those kind of cards because they are very vulnerable. You use it sometimes as a great distraction, sometimes if you need to. But as we saw there towards the end, when the rabbit and the followers had to take out that crab, there was just that turn with too many things in play. Where McDuck Manor was just never going to leave the field there. So.
Yeah, and it's interesting you mentioned that because once you kind of brought that around and you popularized it, I started playing it just to mess with it because I like testing all the decks and just getting a feel for them. I that was my experience too. I was inking the heck out of those things. I'm like, what? I said, what is? I don't get it. I don't want. I kept thinking it, and it took me kind of like watching your videos and like seeing your thought process, and I'm like, oh, I need to be patient. Okay, I get it now. I need to be more patient.
Yeah, usually when you can play something like that and get an immediate value out of it, it's one of the best times because it gets people by surprise and it then causes a problem down the line. And the more stuff in play it is, the more difficult it is to figure out when to use something like that. But yeah, McDuck Manor, not quite the same since it has no inherent value other than the lore gain there, but definitely on the right board with the amount of willpower it has poses a similar kind of problem where it's just impossible to deal with.
It's similar but different, because I think McDuck Manor, it has, like, I think all locations are, to your point, like there's a time and a place and there's a moment, and I think that McDuck Manor is like that too, because there is a board state where McDuck Manor is just not the right play. So it's just important to think about that, and Ryan found those moments, snuck them in when he could, and made Jack say, this game's over. Let's pack it up. So
yeah,
let's see what we do here. So Jack will get the opportunity to go first. Jack is going first.
Yeah, they were going first, but they kind of got the play stolen from them with that sale the I tried to see. Now there is a followers which was exerted and not banished going into a third turn. That's usually pretty risky because either a crab with the Diablo or a fox just in general can take out that followers for free here. So it was a little ambitious there, I think, to quest, but it doesn't seem like there's no punish there. Just a trade, which is fine.
Yeah, but not having if you've ever played poker, Bren, I don't know if you do, but just because something works out for you doesn't mean it's the right play.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I think that's important to note.
No, I think every time in testing, I don't know if many people use it there. I just go to a website where I type stats for a hypergeometric calculator to find my odds at every turn of the game. That's how I develop a lot of my theories of when to do certain things. And we see a really weak third turn here, just a broom and a pass. That's not what you want when you get to be on the play of this game. It's really a game you need to capitalize on the ink advantage you're going to have in the early turns.
Yeah. I mean, every ink unused is a reduction of the percentage of you winning that match, I think.
Yeah, interesting ink decision here. There's two. It looks like an Elsa, a fox, a genie, Hades, and a rabbit. So I guess they're debating between the fox and the Elsa. As far as ink goes, I would imagine they'd want to lean towards inking the fox just in case there's a genie follow-up from Jack. You can use the Elsa to kind of establish dominance there on the genie wars. Yeah, it looks like they might be inking that and definitely a debate between Genie and Rabbit. I'd imagine here to check an opponent Genie from coming down, they want to preempt it with their own Genie here.
Yeah, certainly.
Like the crab. The crab came down a turn later there.
Yeah, too late there. One of the power moves to pull off in Sapphire Amethyst is because we're able to ramp one turn early. That Genie War is generally won by the Blurple player. You get the Genie out one turn earlier. You use the Elsa to tap down the Genie to then take them out with the two characters because you get a one turn advantage. Of note here, of course, they're doing it to each other because they're both the same color pairing. But that's generally speaking, when we talk about the Genie Wars, it's better to be playing the Genie Wars from this color pairing.
Interesting decision to sail and then play a couple more ink out. I do understand the appeal to get the advantage going there, but now the Genie is vulnerable to a crab from the other side or a bell. It's a little bit risky there. They could have essentially taken out the Genie there and just inked one of the cards they had, like the Sail, which Sail isn't that great of a card in the late game. It's really good on turn 2, but it's great that it's inkable for just being a card you can put down late. But yeah, here we see the Genie War essentially being lost immediately with that kind of thing.
Yep. That is exactly what we're seeing here. This is like the story, I think, of Amethyst. This entire format is the Genie Wars. Kind of this, who wins the Genie Wars.
And now we see here a Hades able to be played, which is good. It just does put Jack the immediate ability to Hades a Hades, which sounds a little bit awkward. But if you can recur your Hades, I think that's a way to kind of establish dominance. But no Hades there, just a Genie to kind of undo the fight. But
yeah, absolutely. Right. And we're kind of in a very sensitive spot of the game here. Both players are equal in lore. Their board states are, I wouldn't call them fully stable. I'd say that they're like trying to figure out their footing at this point. And they're just trying to see where they can get in, where they can fit in.
Yeah, this is a cute little one here. The Elsa exerting a 3-string character to trade Crab with it, and then Elsa gets buffed to take out the other Elsa. Nice little exchange, and something to always be aware of when you're questing with characters into potential Crab and Elsa's turns. If there's a Crab in play, it always represents the ability to give an Elsa a buff, even if you don't exert something into it. So always be cautious with that. But absolutely. We see the sails in Jack's hand now as opposed to earlier, which we don't really liked, but it made an appearance.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that the decision to ink those might be a little sooner. Oh, and here we go again. Ryan saying, "Hey, this worked so well for me last time. I'm going to try it again this time."
Yeah, the manner's quite good. It is, definitely worth 2 points on it for the one lore versus Elsa. When you are using a higher lore character to challenge into a location, it feels quite poor because you could be questing with it. But a one lore character is fine, and they're setting up the ability to have a Crab help take anything down. But with the Crab being gone, the manner's a lot more safe than it otherwise would have been.
Oh yeah, and Ryan going through some of the ink math, opting to sail that Azurite Sea, seeing more cards on the top of the deck, and then deciding, okay, well, what do we do with the tools available to me? And Ryan says, let's ink a Fox.
This late in the game, making a Fox is quite scary. You have to imagine the power of the card coming down, and yeah, we see Elsa. Yeah, what's the name of this Elsa? I always forget the full name of it.
Spirit of Winter.
Spirit of Winter. We got 5th Spirit and Spirit of Winter. All right, Genie coming down. There's a Hades again, which is one of the best cards to have here, and a Rabbit. Okay, so we're still fighting. We're definitely, the game, is, I like to call it, is on the edge of a knife. It can go either way. The lore advantage is certainly in Ryan's favor. The board a little bit Jack's, but with the ink advantage he has, being able to bounce an Elsa here potentially and then replay it could be devastating.
It can, yeah. I love that. I love that description. Like, it's on the edge of a knife. That is absolutely, you're 100% right about that. Like, it's still in such a sensitive spot. We see Hades come down. Hades trying to clamor back some of that character advantage. We see Genie come down, trying to draw more cards, and Spirit of Winter turn sideways to get some of that lore.
Yeah, 3 is a ton. I want to mention at home there, whenever you have a play like that, a Genie and a Hades, always play the Genie first. Just good sequencing. If you can draw a card to change the potential equation of what you can do for the turn, do so. There's no harm in doing it. You had your play lined up of Hades Genie. Just start with your Genie just in case it might change. But
absolutely.
Definitely a strong board here, and we have 6 strength in play to that 7 willpower remaining on the McDuck Manor. So that's going to get a little bit more lore. It looks like, unfortunately, it might be too much to come back from functionally going up to 17.
Yeah. You're not wrong about that. And so Jack is realizing that. Jack is saying, "Hey, I need to deal with the McDuck Manor." Thought about it, but it looks like ultimately decided to. Well, did apply some damage, I think. Right? Is that what I just saw happen here?
Yeah, he did the half thing I kind of mentioned there, where the 2 lore character actually quested and the 2 1 lore characters actually dealt the damage. So it's splitting the differences there, kind of get the most out of your cards, because one way to beat a manor is just to ignore it and race it. And it's not that hard to do so when your characters have a lot more flexibility. But another Hades there might be too much to come back from. Hades is incredibly strong in this kind of matchup here. Just any way to interact with a ready character or just a large character is off going to be too much. All right,
and it's particularly because we're talking about a color combination that can very easily bounce that Hades, and Ryan has enough ink to okay, there you go. There it is.
Too much here.
Yeah. So it looks like Ryan may have won this mirror match. We'll wait till it concludes. We don't want to count anybody out, but we want to certainly give Jack an opportunity to respond in kind. But it doesn't look good.
He has a fox here. You can bounce the Elsa, take out the manor with that fox, and then also exert something of the other side. Use the rabbit and the Elsa to trade. He's not completely out of it. It's really close. The other Hades in hand might be too much, but he does need a really good sequence of draws here to make it work. And we'll see what kind of comes up. It's really close. And I imagine if Ryan ever draws a white rose, if he has them in the deck, or a goat, it's going to be too much to overcome. There's no way to kind of get around to that at that point. But it's not completely out yet. It's really close, though.
Yeah, and I think it's important. I think that's an important thing to call out, right? Like you really should fight to every moment, because to your point, every card that you draw, every advantage that you can potentially gain might be the difference. So you just got to trust it. Now, when you're playing against this color combination, when you are up against Amethyst Sapphire, generally speaking, the strategy is to just go wide, to just try to have as many characters as you can, because there's not really much in the way of like board removal.
Another McDuck Manor, and the Hades going to be coming down this turn. That is going to be way too much to deal with. And I talked about this deck struggling with wide boards, dealing with them individually kind of well with Hades and Elsa and things like that. That's one way to win the mirror match. Just go wide and play a manor. The Crab is the only legitimate way to deal with it, and it's just a bit too much otherwise. They do take out the followers here, which I like. Just denying the extra card to be drawn. Definitely a strong play there, but this is going to be too much to come back from. I can't imagine, unless there's a card like Cusco or Hideaway hanging out in the deck. It's going to be a little bit hard for me to see this coming.
This is backbreaking. The percentage keeps dropping on the top of Jack's head. That says the chances of winning here. Jack is, and you can see it on Jack's face. Jack's like in the tank at this moment, thinking about the plays, and
Yeah, with the Amethyst bounce backers, there's always some way to come out of it, right? Bouncing the right card at the right time. But he knew with the amount of ink had left, there's no way for him to get out of that situation. I'd imagine that it was just a tough one. The no acceleration on the game that he was going first, and then losing that Genie War was a little bit too much. I think he had a moment where he was, really able to get into it, because I think that Jack or Ryan didn't try to win that mirror match of Genies on the turn we played the sale after the Genie. But it could have been kind of too much to come back from that point. But yeah, it was good. I like those mirror matches. I haven't seen too many of them play out, but it was a lot of fun to see the speed in which they both played. They both played pretty quickly with how amount of decisions that Amethyst gives you, with the amount of things you can bounce and the sequencing you do it, just as a true testament to how difficult the game can be with seemingly simplistic rules. But it was an awesome game.
It was such a good game. Yeah, so Jack and Ryan, great job with those two matches. Tough break for Jack, but Ryan will get to advance. We'll get to move forward and continue on. I believe they were both undefeated, and so we now have Jack.
Round two.
Yeah. So we'll see. We are going to see. It'll be interesting to see how they both pan out. Brendan, thank you for jumping in here. We are going to take a short break as we get set up for the next round. Just a reminder again, that we've got that tournament coming up on March 8th. The 10K tournament for Arcasia's Island. Before we take a break, though, Brendan, I want to give you an opportunity to share where people might follow you or find you. So I'd love to give you a chance to share some of your socials and where they can find you.
Yeah, Twitter, Blue Sky, or wherever you want to find me. Usually anything at BDCandy07. My first initial last name, just where to find me. Anything on like that. But yeah. Appreciate any kind of support you guys have or want to do. But no, I'm really excited to see more games and to see kind of what plays out here today. We had a pretty, I think well-rounded top 8 yesterday, with a lot of people, getting used to again playing best of 3, where how Swiss has always designed. People I saw commenting like, 6-2, you didn't make the top 8. I'm like, well, Swiss pairings are only ever, Swiss tournament style with best of 3 is only ever designed to guarantee people who have X and 1, where X is 1 minus the round cap, make the top cut. That's just how it's designed. That's how it's worked for tournaments for years, not just TCGs, but just how Swiss structure of tournaments for tennis or whatever games have always worked out if they want to do something like that. So yeah, it's pretty cutthroat. You can really, only afford one loss. Typically, how pairings may break down. A draw is sometimes available for some people in the last round, but depending on how close we are to a cut to the next bracket of another additional round, it may not be available. So it's a tough field, but playing best of 3 is a lot of fun. I think there's a lot of room to adapt and to change your strategy. You see, we saw in the first round, Zan won and he was going second in the first game. And this round, we saw a 2-0 victory. So it's not like, the game is so play draw bound where no one can actually ever win anything like that. But, there's some advantages, sure. But there's a lot of room to maneuver, especially when you get to play an extra game knowing the matchup, best of 3. So a lot of fun watching this.
My argument to the play draw differential is always, if that's true, then why do the same names rise to the top? Event.
Yeah. I mean, I will say I played at the Charlie's Collectible Show 10Ks. I think the first one, I had a pretty good showing. I think the second one I played in there, I think I was on the play like all but one of the rounds the entire tournament. I think I was first seed after Swiss, and also I won 7 of 8 die rolls or something stupid like that. Which it was obviously a very big advantage, but it's definitely I sometimes lost the first games. I won a lot of gotchas 2-0. So play draw does matter a little bit. I think it is over exaggerated by match results. I think when someone says that they, are 9-1 when going first, it's not a 90% matchup going first. It's like it's like 55%, at most. But that 55%, all the people understand how big of a number that is to be an advantage. That's a massive number. The games are close. They feel different when you go first or second, but they're not 90%. Sure, you may win 9 out of 10, but that's not how statistics work with those kind of percentage points. They play out differently. But
I think people are also I think there's a lot to be said about people who go on YouTube and they see videos that use catchphrases like 90% win rate, 80% win, and it's like those are cool, but the reality is, like, if you can get like a 60% actual win rate, that's pretty sweet too.
Oh, awesome! We have another match here coming.
Oh, would you look at that? Yes. So we're looking at another match. This is still round 2, so we got another game jumping in here. We have Dakota versus Ryan, and what we've got. Oh, Brennan, I don't want to hear any hate. Okay, I've got to deal with Dan already, but I love Emerald Amethyst. This is one of my favorite color pairings. I know it hasn't been so successful, but boy, is it fun.
Ton of fun, and actually Dakota was one of the people I was going to be riding up there with. So good to see him, starting off the first round, I think, with a win. But it looks like they're in game 3. I definitely respect the Emerald Amethyst color pair. I feel like there's a lot you can do with the Amethyst shell. We've seen Ruby Amethyst, we've seen Amethyst Steel, Amethyst Emerald. Sometimes Amethyst Amber, they kind of do too much of the same thing to be too complementary to each other. But it's just kind of crazy to see that. I think people joke, if any color in the game you could play as monocolored, it'd probably be Amethyst because of the depth of the card pool, how many cards just basically say draw a card when you play them, and how that's just good enough sometimes. So excited to see this deck here.
Yeah, it's true, and I will say, having played this is my favorite color, my favorite pairing. But looking at the previous game that we just saw, to your point about the Amethyst kind of being the powerhouse, when it comes to Amethyst Sapphire, sometimes it feels like it's all Amethyst cards except for like 2 or 3 ramp, like the Still the Azurite Sea, Tipo, and then like a Hades. Some feel that way too. But what we see here is Dakota kind of running out the Pegasus, running out an Ursula, getting a chance to see the hand to get rid of any songs. We do see Amethyst Steel here, and we do see that the strength of a Raging Fire was targeted by that Ursula. So, so far a pretty standard start that you'd expect from Emerald Amethyst.
Yeah, we did see last turn that Ryan didn't ink the strength. They had one in hand and they inked a Smee over it. I usually, when I'm facing against an Emerald-based deck, like to ink my songs if I counter turn 2, even though it's not guaranteed that the Ursula's going to come down. Being down a full card is just so devastating, especially when going first in a deck like this. We saw there, Dakota took a moment to decide that the Pegasus should even trade for the followers. I kind of wouldn't have mind seeing that, having seen the hand of Diablo, Fox, and Calhoun. There's not too much to do with the hand, and it really needs a couple more cards. But really valuing the ability to, I think, potentially crab the Pegasus if a genie comes down to take out a genie. One of the few ways they have to answer the card completely. But here we are seeing this play out. And a strength off the top is always kind of funny to see after one's taken. We usually call that the Moto bug, where for those who've played Magic at one point in time, just definitely has it feels like it happens more often than not. You take something from their hand and then immediately draw the card. But interesting, no banish there on that follower staring down an Ursula. I think they might be valuing the potential Calhoun trade a bit too highly, where any bounce card's gonna just let that kind of be a non-issue for Dakota. Definitely need that card with how many cards are in their hand. I feel like, and
certainly
gently reminding them about the Smee. It's always good, to keep the game state accurate. It's not really a no ill intent from my side there. It's just something to forget. I do it all the time too. Usually people are quick to jump on the SME trigger, but it happens. There's no ill intent with that kind of thing.
Yeah, you mentioned Magic. Did you pay the 2? Did you pay the 2? Did you pay it?
Did you pay the 2? Was it? Oh, pay the 1 for Ristic Study you're talking about? Yeah,
Yeah.
let's not. That card's obnoxious. Yeah, I see in the chat they're willing to sacrifice it for the value there, but I'm not certain that's quite worth it against an Amethyst deck where they have so many potentials to bounce their card after trading. So it's a bit much for me to want to see that exchange. All right, and we see the Pegasus trade off there. Could have not the last turn, but I think they were okay with the situation. The Lyle's giving the Smee Reckless so it can't quest, and the Lyle trigger, which I believe is one of your characters is banished. You get to make your opponent lose a lore. Very good into a lot of decks, just helping the lore race swing a lot in your favor. But let's see what comes up here.
Yeah, it's a great card, especially for against decks that just want to rush to the finish. Forcing that reckless can be very powerful. Of note, I've seen pairings of Emerald, the Emerald Chromacon with this card. Emerald Chromacon is okay. Primarily because that only works on your turn, whereas Lyle works on all turns. So anytime you would lose a character, including if you were to send your own Diablos that have been crabbed, including if you send your own characters
you can down something.
You gain that. You gain the benefit of the -1, or your opponent gets the -1 lore for that. So it can be very powerful into certain pairings.
Interesting to see here. Dakota did have the option to do that play where the Ursula ran into the followers and then was picked up by a Fox, but they value getting the Lyle into play a bit more. Interesting to see how that kind of works out, where it looks like right here Ryan just developing a bit and debating. It looks like if they're going to quest that Calhoun, which on paper it's not vulnerable to anything, but there's a lot of situations where it could be hit by a crab. Which does look like there. He didn't forget to question this me. It was given a reckless by Lyle, just responding to the chat here. So Lyle, when you play it, gives a character a reckless and also has the ability to, whenever one of your characters is banished, you make your opponent lose a lore. So very good at controlling the board. And nope, Smee could not have quested there. So good on both sides. Just one card left over in Ryan's hand. I believe was it the Smee that was picked up, or does he have the strength still that he drew immediately after?
I missed that, unfortunately. I did not catch that. Okay. We'll have to see when he picks up his hand again. But so we see the Go-Go going into the Inkwell. Go-Go is such a great card for this color pairing. A great way to steal some tempo and to kind of jump up. It's like poor man's lucky dime, I like to call it sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. Genie probably the perfect draw there. Not only was it character to get this character count to 4 for the strength in hand to take out the Lyle of being sung, but also just a Genie is just a card that replaces itself and is pretty threatening. Dakota does have the ability to crab a Genie of his own if that the opposing Genie turns sideways at some point, but definitely a really good set of draws here where strength looks like it's going to be sung to take out the Lyle for sure, I'd imagine. Maybe the Genie. Maybe you value getting rid of the Genie there to prevent it being traded into, but tough choice between the two. I'm not certain which way I'd go.
Yeah, and with every character that comes down on Ryan's side, of course, that strength of a Raging Fire becomes more superpowered, and using it as just enough to deal with the Genie. Of note, should be losing a lore. Did they calculate it?
Yep, they got that. Yeah, down to 3 from 4 and back up to 4. It looks like here.
Yep, there it is. Yeah. So that's the mathematical nightmare that is Lyle Tiberius Rourke. Having to figure out the math. A big part of this game is knowing what the next turn, 2 turns or 3 turns will look like. How you're going to collect that 20 lore to win the game, and now you have to figure in a variable of X minus that can create some math nightmares for you.
I'm seeing in the chat they're asking if Lyle's a May. No, he should be at 5. The Lyle is only when one of your own characters is banished, not when any character is banished. So it was at 4, down to 3, and then quested with the followers and the Calhoun. So lore total is accurate. But yeah, they definitely seemed there. The sequencing was fine there. Typically, I always again stress the importance of drawing cards first, but you don't want to draw with followers there to reduce the amount of characters you have in play to lower than the amount of strength needed. So, yep, everything's accurate here. Lyle's continuing to hold up, and we see a crab coming down, which might give Ryan a false sense of security there, that the Genie is safe from a potential another crab, but we do see, I think there's a crab and a fox and a broom in Dakota's hand. So that Genie, if turned sideways, is going to face a fearsome Pegasus there.
Absolutely, yes, it will. It certainly will. And you're never safe. That's everything on the table is always possible to come back to hand, and
Okay.
The quicker you learn that, the better off you are. And we see 2 foxes on the table. Interesting, using them for body, just using them as a presence on the board, and not for rushing out and attacking things.
Yeah, it definitely depends on what matchup you're in, how the cards that how the mims are used. Really, they can be used to protect cards, cards like Pete to be reused, Goat to be reused. We see here just the genie being picked up for more value later. So right now, Fox is doing a impression of drawing a card when you play it, and it wasn't too apparent there, but protecting the genie that it exerted from the Pegasus trade in was pretty big, and yeah,
It
we're going
is.
to certainly see it kind of grind. But you can see here just for that interaction from that turn how and why people kind of are favoring Rabbit again, just because if that was Rabbit, he'd be up on our card. And while Genie is definitely a lore threatening character, Dakota has quite a few tools it looks like to control the lore with Lyle in play. So we'll see how it kind of develops from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Emerald Amethyst is just such a toolkit. There's so many things at your disposal. Meta decisions that you make prior to entering the tournament. You can make certain switches. You can have characters that are above a threshold to prevent you from getting Sisu'd. You can be they can be fat enough to not have to worry about the steal damage, or to be less worried about steal damage. So that's one of my favorite things about Emerald Amethyst. It's so flexible. It's such a toolkit set of colors.
Yep. Looks like because playing the snake there, choosing to resolve the broom ability, drawing a card before deciding what to bounce, picking up the Pegasus and replaying it. And I believe there should have been a lore loss of that broom going away there. I don't know if Lyle's only on your turn or your opponent's turn as well. I think you mentioned it was both turns, but I believe lore changes is mandatory. There's no optional lore change effects in the game. That is something to note. Everything is mandatory, whether it be locations, goats, white roses. Lore change is mandatory.
So we'll certainly, production will hear this, and we'll hopefully can get that corrected for this game before it goes on too long.
Yeah.
So
the onus is usually on the players to call these things out there, I believe. I don't know if outside. I'm not exactly certain. I'm not the most well versed in the exact rulings from a background again of different TCGs. I know that as a spectator, you can ask them to pause and inform a judge as to what's going on, but there may be too long, which has changed for that to go back at this point. But that's fine. We're gonna play on.
Absolutely, yeah, certainly. But it's good to note. I think it's a good lesson for our watchers to learn to be more mindful of that kind of stuff. And we see Genie come down, gaining another card to the hand, as well as body on the board that represents two lore every turn if it can't be dealt with.
Yeah, we see a Genie played quite a few cards in hand for Dakota. Looks like a couple foxes which haven't been fully utilized. Only still on 4 ink. Definitely a grind as far as resources go. Don't want to ink the wrong card or not have enough, resources to fight a fight when it comes down to it. But it's using to ink the Merlin Crab here. You can't fall too far behind in the amount of characters in play.
Yeah,
you certainly see here the Pegasus standing upright because of the Genie. I don't mind the Pegasus kind of questing here because it's a pretty big lore swing, in all honesty. Pegasus going away means that being challenged by the Genie means that the Genie is not questing for 2, and also Ryan's losing other lore. So it could be a 3-point lore swing if chosen to do so, but definitely valuing the ability to challenge into a Genie with the potential crab being bounced. I think there's 2 foxes left in hand. Yeah. There we go.
And also, go ahead.
No, it also picked up a pretty good draw. Helps control that Lyle, which has been a problem so far.
It has. Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, what's interesting about this board is that, without the Lyle, there's a bit of a stalemate going. At any point, the player with the Lyle down can decide, you know what? I can turn these characters sideways. If you start taking them out, you start losing lore. I just keep the Lyle up and I protect the Lyle as best as I can. Now, Elsa does not let you do that, though. Elsa will certainly turn that Lyle sideways and make the short work of the effort here. So it's a good thing that Dakota did not do that, because he knew that there was the ability in Amethyst to just say, that character, turn it sideways, let's get rid of it, and we're done with you.
Yeah, it's definitely a give and a take here. I would expect to see no quest with the Genie here, just because the Genie can then be... Well, the crab can now trade is the issue, and that can buff the Genie to then trade, but maybe there's a domino effect that they're trying to be okay with in a couple turns. They do have a pretty strong hand, Rabbit into Smee to follow up. They have 5 ink in play, so if everything goes south, they still have the ability to draw for turn, draw off Rabbit and the Smee, so play to that. So it's quite the ability to reload, and definitely a big lore advantage without the Lyle hanging around. There's really not too much that Dakota can do to claw into this one, unless there's another Lyle being found, but they do have the ability to clear the board pretty efficiently, I think.
Yeah, they do. Ryan's kind of saying, it just in effect saying, hey, I'm going to just jump ahead in this lore. You do what you got to do to deal with my board, and I'm prepared to respond in kind.
Oh, you better be prepared, right?
Yeah, exactly. You better find that purple Be Prepared somewhere, or that green Be Prepared we don't know about. That might be coming on Arcasia's island, but hey.
Okay. Interested to see how this turn starts there. There's a Ursula and 2 foxes, so the only way to potentially add a new card to the equation there would be sacrificing the followers. I don't know if they've calculated and decided that they need to use that to challenge, but I would like to see a quest first with that, if anything else. But it looks like they're going to take out the genie and kind of go downhill from there. But yeah, if this follower's turns sideways and finds a Lyle, he's going to regret not doing that first.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that kind of indicates to me that Dakota does not intend to turn this sideways. If he does plan to quest with this and draw, that certainly would indicate a sequencing error. But to your point, you kind of have to dig, I think, and see what you can find. And so we see the snake.
Okay. Yeah.
Something. Yeah. Okay. That's why. So yeah. So we were valuing the body to do its job as a character to remove another character.
Yeah, it looks like here the snake's going to pick up the fox for the snake and the snake for the genie, and then picking that up and move on with life here. But yeah, it's a little bit far. And the Ursula, I like seeing in the inkwell there for sure.
Sounds like a song about farm animals. The fox takes the snake, and the snake takes the genie, and takes the fox.
Yeah. Ooh, a dock off the top. I do like seeing dock. I've not really seen too many docks in versions with rabbit and genie. Usually, I think to see that dock is better paired with GD because it's just less cards being added to your hand. But having all 3 is something I actually haven't seen. But definitely going to pay off here as they're kind of in top deck wars. You want to have as many card draw effects as you can.
Yeah. I mean, I would imagine in when you're building your deck and you're thinking about what needs to go into that deck, and you look at the tools available to you in Amethyst. I mean, draw is not a problem generally in Amethyst, so you got to wonder, like, does dock sit in your hand more often than it should, or is it just not a great body that you don't get to discard your hand for to draw 2 more often than not? And Ryan said, hey, I think this is a good inclusion. I think it's good insurance just in case.
Yeah, we see another Ursula being picked up here. Not ideal in this situation. Definitely don't need more non-evasive characters. Really lacking the ability to make that genie trade up it with like a crab. We saw a second copy of crab inked earlier over one of the foxes, but at the time probably correct. But now with how things have played out, I'm sure he wish he had another way to buff an evasive character to take out that Elsa. But we'll see. Another fox in hand can be simply used to just pick up a fox. Ursula being played also is fine to check to see if the way is clear. There's a dock and a Smee. Definitely hard to argue with these cards here. Definitely going to be difficult to kind of overcome. I think we're getting close. I want to see what the next turn holds. I think if there's no Lyle, again, we don't know how many Lyle are in Dakota's deck, but it seems like one of the few cards you can use to get in this game. And yeah, definitely not having a rabbit in this draw has been tough.
Yeah, traditionally Lyles show up in this color pairing usually as a 2 of. That's sometimes a 1 of, but you're not going to play 3 or 4 generally. It'll be 1 or 2.
Oh yeah, if that card was inkable, I think we were saying 4 in a lot of Emerald decks, but being uninkable definitely has diminishing returns at times. But Reckless is no joke. I mean, we see a lot of cards with Reckless. We've seen Jacques, I think, as a 1/4 that has Reckless with 2 lore. Didn't see much play ever, but it's been popping up here and there. But yeah, the cards here, yeah, it looks like it might just be too much to overcome with what's shaping up. Looks like another genie is going to come down and backed up by a rabbit, a friend, and a dock. Yeah, there's just so much cards. And again, a little unorthodox, I'd say, from the deck selection choice of how to include this many card draw effects, because it can get clunky. Rabbits and genies and docks are all uninkable. You can definitely run into some issues with that. I'd imagine there's no copies of cards like Fire the Cannons or Zeus in this list for that reason, but I could be mistaken. I'd want to see how it plays out. And yep, choosing to quest instead of saying the lore does matter more here.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the reason why we often don't see cards like Let the Storm Rage on in Amethyst. In Amethyst Steel, I think for the same reason. You got this uninkable count. You've got what might feel like a little bit of redundant.
Lyle there off the top of that genie definitely could help making that kind of last little turn here to push where the genie can't quest. That might be enough. I mean, still vulnerable to bouncing a goat, but that draw was quite good.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what we can gather from this. It'll be very interesting to see.
They're doing the math here. They have a fox or a goat to ink. They want to do the math to see if they can actually win the game next turn. At 11, they certainly can. They have 7 lore in play besides the Lyle. And if anything gets removed, that's more time he has to do anything. And I'm pretty sure the genie is now Reckless. But the fox could represent the ability to pick up the Lyle and then replay it, which they declined to do in favor of having the goat in hand, which definitely makes sense. But
yeah, the goat, the last piece of that math puzzle to get to 20 in order to win that game. So we do see a friends to avoid having to go into a character and fight because of the reckless given the genie.
Yeah, for sure. I think we see a ton of amethyst cards in Ryan's hand, which when I say that, I mean there's not, except for the dock. There's no real way to interact with an upright character except for maybe bouncing the Elsa. They have looks like 6 ink to work with currently, and I don't see any bounce effects. They might be forced in some ways to, again, try to mitigate this here a little bit, but they really got to find a way to answer some characters in play. And again, anything they answer from this point does mean they lose lore. So it's kind of a give and a take with the maybe snakes trading in or snake trading into Fox, but they don't have a clear way. There's no crabs, which again is super important in the Amethyst decks. There's no, Along Came Zeus or anything like that. I think they have a Friends they can sing with the Elsa. That might be where they're at right now. But again, giving up more lore by singing. But you need to keep some ink available to play some of the cards that you can draw into.
Yeah, and with 6 ink on the table, I'm sure what Ryan was hoping to get was a snake to complement that goat, to see to try to put this game together and kind of end this match.
Yeah,
it's just not what he got. It's just not what he got from that friends.
Yeah, they're on a tightrope, right? If they had the ability to do everything they wanted, they could potentially do that line there. If they could use both their characters to quest, have a goat with either a snake or a fox, but neither of those cards have complemented that at that point. That would kind of mitigate the amount of lore they can gain if they want to sting a bit here. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. They have a couple tough decisions. Inking Diablo, because it's not going to do too much. Their best bet might be to just trade a little bit and then hope for the best that I think they can trade one character and hope there's no goat, because that would mean that there's 7 lore in play. Dakota still needs a bounce effect to really make that punishing, but they can then challenge. So we'll see how this goes. With a challenge from the snake on a fox here would put them 1 shy with the goat bounce.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so Ryan's kind of in the tank right now. Ryan's thinking through what does this, how do I get to that 20? How do I get to 20? How do I stop my opponent from getting to 20? Just looking at that hand and hoping for some inspiration as to how to move forward.
Yeah, and that one lore I think that we missed being removed from Ryan's side with the broom with Lyle in play might be a difference maker here. The line of being able to bounce it wouldn't have been available, but at this point, I don't imagine our friends can get sung here, because if it is, I would have loved to have seen that before the goat being played. So maybe just a library to help kind of ice the game.
And
there's the library.
It looks like Ryan heard you, Brendan.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you make what may be a sequencing error, and it's still right to do the thing, even though you made the mistake. It's good to just kind of grit your teeth and say, "Aha, I made a mistake." But it looks like they're trying to hitting the snake there instead of the fox is fine. But right now they are 1 lore short on Dakota's side. He's got 7 in play. There's a goat in hand, and just needs a bounce effect for the win. But we'll see what happens here. There's really, really on the edge of a needle here with this draw step. Ooh, a crab. What does a crab do? Does that do anything to change this math here?
I mean, you can take out an Elsa. You can take out a genie pretty clean with 1 character. You can you cleanly clean up that library with?
Yeah. So you can take out the genie and the library. It looks like you use the 2 genies to hit the genie, and you use the fox and the Ursula with the crab buff to take out the library, and that leaves the ability to get the Elsa and the Merlin questing up to 19. So it's not quite lethal. No characters are dying, so there's no trigger for Lyle to go at. But yeah, this is tight. It's not over with the cards that are currently in play here, but any bounce effect, any removal actually, any way just to remove his own Merlin from the side would actually be enough to win the game here. So let's see if this all plays out how I just mentioned. But yeah, having to ink the fox in the hand last turn, there was no other card in hand. It was just the fox or the Lyle being played, I believe. So
yeah,
they had the ability to keep a goat or keep a fox, and I think they made the right choice there. Yep, looks like they're going to take out the library and the genie, or with the genie and those 2, and then those 2 on the genie there, and just 1 short. Yeah, I'd imagine if he can't win, this is close. The quest with Lyle seems a bit, kind of whatever. It's either going to happen or it doesn't. But in a world where can't close it might be doing some damage control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I just did you see that move that Ryan just pulled? Like rub the card on the, is that a move that you do? Do you like hope for luck and do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think they call it using your 1 time. I don't like to do that very often because I want to save it for more important things than card games in my life. But yeah, it certainly wants to knock the top of the deck and hope it's there. I've done that plenty of times. And I think for right now, they have a lot of ways to draw extra cards. They're just trying to find the best way to do it from the sequence here. And I'm looking at the hand. I would imagine just playing the friends. If you miss, you can ink the Elsa, play a dock, draw 2 more. So they have really, I think, 4 cards to find a goat, a rabbit, or a snake. And they're drawing it so you can't see it. There's another, not a rabbit, a goat, or a snake or fox. But they drew a crab. Okay, still nothing.
Yep. Elsa, 2 rabbits in hand. Yep. Is that dock that we?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I would just slam the dock, discard my hand, and knock my deck. I think that's where you're at here because none of the cards do anything in hand. You can't overcome this board. So
that, Brendan, like it just hurts. Like it's morally demoralizing. It's just demoralizing.
Flip them. Come on, flip them.
Yeah, let's see them.
I want to see him flip. Goat, 1 ink off. 1 ink off. Strength. That should do it. That should do it. They do have the win. They need to stay quest with both and strength their own goat. That was it. Any character. There you go.
You got it. Yeah, you got it. That strength of a raging fire team in clutch. That was yeah.
Yeah, they played to their outs there. They definitely gave themselves every opportunity of that end there to draw. They played the friends, missed. Then they played the dock, found the goat, but it was 1 ink off, and then the strength there was just a way. I've definitely lost to people strengthening their own goats before, but I think that was well played on both sides at the end there. There's nothing I think I would have done differently. They did everything kind of just how they had to do it, and that was pretty crazy.
That was so good. That was a good ending of that match. So we got to see Ryan is going to get to move forward, and it'll be fun to see how that deck winds up. I got to go talk to that Emerald Amethyst player, give them a hug because like I said, I love that color combination. I just don't want them to feel discouraged. But we are here. We're at Southside Games. Brandon, thank you for joining us. We will see you again not too long. We're going to go ahead and take a short break as we get set up for the next round. Round 3 is about to start here. In Southside Games. So stick around. 300 plus people in the chat, Brendan. Can you believe that? 300 plus people. So crazy.
It's a regular Sunday,
Yeah, just a regular old Sunday. Nothing going on. No superb owls happening today. Just some Lorcanas, flinging some princess cards, turning them sideways. So we thank you again for joining us. We will be back momentarily. In fact, shouldn't be too long because round 3 is about to fire. So we'll see you in just a little bit.
All right.
Cool.
What is up? Welcome back, chat. How are you guys doing? You got a little bit of a spoil with an extra bonus round last round, which was awesome.
Yeah, I want more of
Uh,
that.
yeah, it was really funny because I looked at the clock and there was 35 minutes left on the timer. I'm like, oh no. I was like, that is way too long. And I walked over and there was a table just sitting there. They just started shuffling. I'm like, hey guys, can you help us out and can you go sit down? Because we can't have an hour of dead space on stream.
Yeah, no, it'd be cool to get some have someone kind of waiting in the wings as potentially a backup match there or something like that. But yeah, it'd be really cool to have the option to do that. Just because, the purple mirror match took way less time than I thought it would. They kind of played really fast and knew what they were doing, and it was over pretty quick. So it was kind of cool.
Yeah, it was. Even I was shocked. I was like, whoa, all right, I guess we we're in trouble. Hold on. But yeah, it was good. It was good that we had the community was willing to say like, yeah, I'll uproot and I'll move and still continue, which is nice. So I do believe on this round we are going to have Kylie. I am not exactly sure what Kylie's playing, but we will figure it out momentarily. And then his opponent. Oh, Kylie's playing Steel Song. I'm hearing. I'm getting whispers from the production.
Yay.
Where are we at here? We'll see in a moment here. So Steel Song again. Steel Song was dominant yesterday. Won the event. Came back. Still probably one of the most played decks in the room.
Yeah, I think it was tied at 20%. Yeah, at least color pairing Amber Steel.
Yeah. I believe Wochuk also playing Steel Song is undefeated as well. So at least 2-2-0s playing Amber Steel this particular day. So that's not bad. Cool.
Is it 7 rounds today?
Today is 7 rounds. Didn't make the breaker for 8. So I think I said to start it, we lost half the people from Saturday to Sunday. So 137 to 71, but it is Super Bowl Sunday, so people probably had other plans that weren't playing in a 5K today.
You could have had the Super Bowl be on the screens there, I'm sure, but yeah, no, I get you for sure. It's a busy weekend, and to come down for a whole weekend. I mean, my plan was to come there, and then we actually had an Airbnb for like 7 people for staying overnight because I'm about 4 hours away. I'm not going to drive back and then come back in the morning.
Yeah, so it sounds like someone got some extra bed space. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely got that.
So it should be fun. But not on, what are we at? 130-ish here. Not bad. Yeah. Moving around. 5 more rounds to go. Cut the top 8. And then, the prize structure today is great. Like having a 5K on a Sunday to follow up a 10K. And now when you look at it, you go, oh, we lost half the players. That's a pretty good EV for 71 players, which is very nice.
Yeah, I mean, you compare that to some of the other events that you can play in. It's definitely a higher payout, which is great for the players. I know it makes people traveling worth their time. And yeah, I mean, it's also good to just support in-game, in-person playing. It's something that we've not really struggled with too much, just the lack of events in total. I know that sometimes I think some of the other companies like Star City has their like side events essentially that are going on, but there's no real large event that they've run yet. I don't know for the specific reasoning, but PPG's run some.
So they did. There's some history there. They did start at one point where like, oh, they're 2Ks, and then they ramped up to 5Ks, and a couple of the 5Ks were successful. They had 128, 175 players back-to-back months, and then legitimately the moment the Disney Lorcana challenges were announced, they kind of fell off. I don't know that. I think not this week. I don't know how Portland did. I didn't see the stats, but the one before that was the first one in a while that got over 50 players. Okay. So it is one of those where they just kind of like lost their player base to Disney Lorcana challenges because they run monthly as well. The DLCs were running monthly, so it's hard to commit to 2 tournaments.
Yeah, and I think I remember during that time frame when they were doing it, there was still online Pixelborn events. They would kind of coincide, and they're hard to plan, and it's hard to not.
Like the April one, we got hit by that, so it was like, oh, why would I travel to do this if I'm through here? All right, so here we go. We have the standings for the undefeated players after 2 rounds.
15 players.
5. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. 5 Amber Steel, 5 Ruby Sapphire, 2 Amethyst Steel, 1 Ruby Amethyst, 1 Amethyst Emerald, and 2 Ruby Steel at 2-0. Oh my goodness.
We're covering that one, right? we're finding that one, right? That's what we're doing here.
We're hoping that Brendan here is that Kylie's opponent? Oh my god, I hope Kylie's opponent is Ruby Steel so much now.
I think I might know who that is actually too. So yeah, it'd be cool to see them.
It would be nice. We'll see. I think no matter what, even next round's potential to get that on, just to see it. We love seeing different things, like, right? So it's always, if we have the opportunity, you may as well take it.
Yeah, I mean, I know prior to Connell's, I was toying with a few Ruby Steel variants. I think that the combination of cards like I'm Still Here and One Last Hope, which are steel songs that give resist and let people challenge efficiently with Maui Shark, it was a pretty big addition, Fan the Flames kind of combo thing that went off like that. And it was just not quite there. I think that's actually what they're running or something close to it. I could, if it's who I think it is.
Yeah,
But
like
yeah,
when we do the thing, it's great. It's about how consistently can we do the thing.
not as much as we'd hope, but yeah.
Hmm. Okay, so it looks like we have Mark from yesterday. Mark was the Amber Steel player yesterday. I forget which round they were on stream, but they were on stream for at least one round yesterday. And then we have Kylie here. Kylie, it looks like, is playing on Emerald Steel. So I got bad information from production.
How dare them? How dare
How
them?
dare
Yeah.
Or
So
he,
what do you,
he changed his mind this morning and no one knew. Maybe he hid the information.
Yeah, for sure. So, what do you think? I have my own opinions on how this matchup plays out there. Where do you have you thought? Have you played either of these sides before, or?
I think turn one Cinderella going first is exactly where you want to be in this in this matchup. So that's a great start. But I think this can end quickly, but I do believe there's a if the game plan goes well for Kylie here, that the game can be a little bit more grindy out. We don't know the list here. If it's more aggro, I doubt it. I assume it's kind of the more control variations we've seen. But Cinderella, I think, is a very key factor in these matchups.
Yeah, I mean, even the just presence of it, really, not even having to have some songs to go with it. It's such a a factor. People always ask, if you're going second into a Cinderella, do you play your own Cinderella, that kind of thing. And
Yeah.
The upside is quite high if you have the ability to Cindy Storm them back. But in a lot of cases, there the risk is just not entirely worth it. And it seems here there's no storm, so free reign is kind of a took a little gambit there and was paid off for it. Now we do see here one thing I want to point out: the Piglet played. So oddly enough, the hand that we're seeing there from Mark is a little bit light on ink. There's a Rapunzel, an Ariel, and also a Daisy, which was drawn for the turn, and a Zeus. So the only card that's thinkable for this Ariel is a Rapunzel, but they could have played the Daisy instead of the Piglet. Well, it's not as good of a card, in play. You don't want to give your opponent too many cards off the activation. Against Green Steel specifically, there's not as many characters. Usually the character to non-character ratio is about half and half, to where I think maybe just having the Piglet as ink would have been a little bit better option, but it's close. It's definitely a debate, and I think I can see going either way. But I really just want to make the Rapunzel if I can help it.
Yeah, I'm trying to. What is the closest card to his left there? Because it does look like.
So there's an Ariel, a Zeus, Rapunzel, and a Daisy.
Ariel's the clear card. Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those where it's funny to me where you're just like, oh, they definitely don't have the Storm Rage on, and I think on average that's probably fair. But it's also might be one of those plays where like, you know what, I don't need to waste my Storm Rage on. I'll just like get rid of this Chernobog with my Cinderella later or some crap. But let's be honest, if we have the Storm Rage on, we're always playing the Storm Rage on. You never know.
Typically the case. They were seeing an Ariel come up, and it might be, is that a whiff? Looks like a whiff to me. I see a Gaston, a Pete, a Lawrence, and a Naveen, it looks like there. So a little unfortunate to miss. This Piglet now does quest for 3, but also that Cursed Merfolk is questing for 2 as a 1/2. So it's basically a Flynn, right? It changed into a Flynn. It changed outlook. But Hidden Cove is a card that definitely can cause some problems for Amber Steel. It's a lot of extra stats on characters, and one of Amber Steel's weaknesses, I would say, is just the inability to deal with locations. You could play cards like Rise of the Titans, but there's no song that really deals with locations, except in some ways along came Zeus.
He has the Zeus in hand, but it's not super optimal line. We don't want to Zeus a cove by any which means, so it might be what ends up happening. I don't think that's ever the play we want to happen, though.
Interestingly enough, I would have really liked to have seen the Cinderella poke that cove there, just to make it so that it's for 5. Yeah, you have the ability to take it down if you need to. I don't think you're going to need to here, but in a world where you did, I want to get the one lore. I think isn't going to matter as much in this type of game. Usually these games are won by landslides in some way, more so than just incremental lore gain. But they disagreed. I imagine that they want to sing with the Ariel if they can, more often than not. Next turn, so that option wouldn't have been available. But just something to consider, that they could have used the Zeus there at that point if they didn't want to challenge directly into it. But we're seeing a Diablo come out. There's there's an Ursula, a Diablo, a Sudden Chill, and a Pete in hand. Seeing another Sudden Chill be inked. Not able to knock out all the cards in hand, but a little surprised not to see a 3-drop there.
Yeah, okay. He had a Pete, which honestly is a great answer to the Ariel. Like if we just say turn 3 Pete, like whatever, you just have some stats in play that can't do anything that you want to do. I think it's a pretty strong play for him. Interesting that like Diablo here to find. I guess he's just saying like, is my shift safe? Like I guess that's my thing is discarding a card there feels not great. What happens if the card, if when he reveals, he just has a whole new world? You're like, oh, like what's the rest of the turn now?
Yeah, it's a little awkward there. I think I would have liked to see either the Pete come down that turn or the Diablo go into the coast. The Diablo couldn't be killed by a storm off the top. But we're seeing here the Ursula Vanessa drawn and inked. I wouldn't be surprised here just to see the Zeus sung on the Cove, Cindy challenge the Cove, and then just you can even just play the Rapunzel out as just nothing, and then maybe Piglet finishes off the curse removal there. So there's no cards discarded, hands entirely on the board. The Cove is out with just a Diablo is facing down. Now that does leave them, a little bit vulnerable to something
right.
They can play, but clearing as much as you can and just kind of living off the top is sometimes where Amber Steel wants to be. When you count for a whole new world, it's always a card you want to make sure you're prepared to use if drawn. And while he hasn't found one yet, the cards they've seen so far, they've seen, I think, looks like 10 cards total between their discard, hand, and ink, and then 4 cards that are not holding world at the bottom. So they've seen 46 cards. Their odds are keep going up. But it looks like they're just going to Zeus the Cove there and then challenge the Cove down. Maybe just keep on questing here, holding that card in hand, which I believe there's a sudden chill to help deal with, or do they ink it for the turn?
It's interesting that you challenge with Aerial here because I believe there's a world. Okay, now I'm a little more confused. I was gonna say maybe there's a world we don't turn Cinderella sideways, so we're not worried about it just like getting picked off too easily by Shift Diablo here. I wonder why we decided just I guess to make that route. I guess it doesn't matter in the end.
Yeah, I mean they took out this is just more lore, pound for pound, more lore. What's going on? Ooh, a Hypnotize. They know there's an Aerial there, so that's kind of got the punish. But no board development. Well, we say that. And then there's a Diablo that can be shifted here, which might be what we're looking for.
Is it only the strength that we have to get rid of? I mean, it's still strong enough. Shift, get rid of the strength, and then we can take out Cindy here and just quest.
Yeah.
And be drawing a card off the races.
Yeah, so that turn there, they used the Aerial to challenge the Cove, and
I think it's
not
I think it's a lot of restraint not to ink that Pete there, but I think in this position in the game with your opponent not, having no cards left in hand, we're going to take a card off the board, we're going to still be even on quest. I think I just keep Pete here.
Yeah, this is fine. The Lilo's not doing too much. Anything that they challenge with here, which might be awkward, there's Pete Ink, so they can kind of freely challenge the Curse Merfolk, and imagine with Aerial, and then just quest with Piglet. But
and they could have they were holding on to the Rapunzel last turn, which was the big deal, which is why they didn't just now. But now it feels pretty free to just take Aerial into Curse Merfolk.
And more to the point, last turn I think they could have sung and essentially gotten one less lore using the Cindy to challenge the thing and just developed the Rapunzel. I think that's one of the more underestimated things to do is just play a Rapunzel. It's a 1/4.
Yeah,
and that would have a big difference there. But we'll see where this takes them. They're debating taking out the Curse Merfolk, I believe, which I think they should do. I'm trying to see what the debate would be there. I guess the math on the questing, they're going to go up to 13 and they have 6 in play. So it's not quite lethal for them to just quest here, but they might be thinking a few turns ahead with the lore, and that's totally fine. Their exact composition of their deck is a little bit different, I'm sure, than some people's, and as the game's playing out here, every lore can matter for sure.
It's also just understanding that the Curse Merfolk, in most cases, we already took out the first Cove. You can't really put your opponent on just drawing 2 Coves in the first 10, 12 cards. So that really that Curse Merfolk can't hurt you in terms of the board position.
It can't hurt me. No.
Like, hey, I feel comfortable here. He's gonna have to sacrifice the Diablo, and I'm gonna be okay.
Yeah, so we see the hand there for Kylie. We see Prince John, Hypnotize, and Ursula, Deceiver all. So this is where a card like Hypnotize is really not at its best. I'm sure there's copies of the Muses in the deck to help, return some characters to hand and then use those cards more effectively even in the late game. But that's not where we're at, and we see the diminishing returns on those discard. I think there's been multiple sudden chills been drawn, and this Hypnotize, which the first one was timely, but not so much there for Kylie.
Right. And then looks like we're gonna fire. I mean, I guess Ursula is the best card to fire off, just so playing off the top of my deck, it gives you the best opportunity. I'm not exactly sure what Hypnotize would represent in this position.
So I think they might be swinging for the fences here. So their options right now, I believe, are to challenge with Diablo into the Piglet, which doesn't sound appealing since it's a good card advantage engine. If they find a song, either sudden or Strength of the Raging Fire or Storm Rage on with this Hypnotize here, they're in really good shape. As it stands, they're not in the best shape to deal with this kind of thing, and the Lilo could be problematic. The quest with Merfolk, of course, makes sense. I almost feel like they're priced into challenging the Piglet here. It's it's really close, and it's unfortunate to use your Diablo that way, but it shows you how powerful Piglet can be. And now they're kind of both playing off the top.
Three lures,
yep.
three lore.
Yeah, for sure. Now, this is where the previous turn's quest makes a lot more sense, too, because now if you look at it, they can quest up to 16, and then they have 4 lore in place. So the Ursula will be forced to challenge if there's no no song being drawn there, so it's kind of restricted in that way. But getting the Curse Merfolk off, restricting Kylie's ability to kind of race at all is pretty appealing. And I could see both lines being optional, but that Lilo's for sure turning sideways, the quest.
Yeah, so now it's just a matter of, again, this lore total, where you're saying if we just go to 16 and we say, okay, you have to have the card, and there's only one card left in Kylie's hand, and last turn we didn't play a song with Diablo, we didn't play a song with the Diablo the previous turn, so you can pretty sure make the educated choice, like if he has a song, he's drawing it off the top, and there's not much I can do about that.
Yeah, this is the safer route. The Ursula can take down the Lilo to prevent anything happening anyway. I think this is just a better hedge. And there's the card that I think benefits them the most for this play. Honestly, I do like the trade in case the worst case scenario. Luckily, it's not a storm for them, but strength is certainly what Kylie wanted to see for sure. Just taking out 2 characters here is going to be nice.
Yeah, it's where you want it to be for sure.
The awkward part here is that they have to choose, right? They have to choose between killing just the aerial or taking out the other 2 small characters, but leaving the aerial in play does mean that a whole new world can come off the top. And while typically not a great idea to get your opponent a bunch of cards, when you are playing in a game state like this where any kind of top deck, this is a little bit risky to bring the Lilo back because it can just be eaten on board. But whole new world off the top, that is not what you want to see here. Or World's Greatest, while nice, it's just
it makes the Lilo a little bit better. If we at least we weren't super punished for taking Lilo off the top.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it definitely is, in this instance there, a good hedge. I think you can quest with the aerial now because both characters need to be thrown at the aerial to do that, and the Prince John be removed, and then the Lilo could take out the Ursula, so we'd be back to board parity, but the Lilo keep playing back if a quest happens, and if trades are made, essentially a blank is drawn by Kylie. But we'll see. Yeah. It's going to be coming down to unique top decks. I do think that Mark's deck has better top decks here, but
yeah, it's funny to see like this matchup come to this, because we can see we've seen both these decks high roll so often, but this is clearly on the low roll end of both of them.
Yeah, I think neither player drawing Storm Rage on is one of the biggest things. I don't mind holding it upright. They're really kind of playing into drawing a whole new world, and maybe that's one of their better outs. Whole new world is a card gets a lot better if you hold here.
1 out of 40 kind of numbers.
Yep.
So the odds are there for it.
And this here also means that a top deck Rapunzel looks really good.
Like a 10% chance is potential.
Yeah, they have not only the 4 whole new worlds, but also 3 more aerials to draw to. So they have that many cards to see more. And this, again, line with the Ursula forced to take out the Lilo here means that our Rapunzel is a very live draw too, which there's 3 left in the deck. So really 10 cards for Mark that they want to see. So 25% chance to hit it, a really high impactful card. Bringing back Lilo again. Same as the first. Lawrence is nice.
That's pretty good.
I don't mind it here, and I like trading here for sure. Yeah. I really like this. It does mean the smallest can trade there, but
just looking at the board, you can't.
Storm.
Wow, this is so good. Is it Storm? Storm would be nice. But in that play state, you have 2 characters that can actually finish. Now this can finish off Ariel, but the Storm. If this is Storm, we saved ourselves a turn.
I think it is. Oh no, I was wrong. To Calhoun, my mistake.
Oh, okay.
There's some steel card. I couldn't quite see there. It's not a makeable steel card. I bet here's a whole new world, of course.
Oh, okay. Nope, we were both ready for it.
Yeah, it comes down to good top decks. It's fun.
Yeah.
So what do you do here?
This is tough. I think like questing still sounds great. Right now, if you just storm the Ursula and quest twice. Currently, there's no way for him to remove both characters. Yeah,
this is nice. The Prince Sean can be thrown into the Lawrence, and then Calhoun will finish it off. So you're left with the Calhoun and any card there. Looks like it's just a character, and that's
Pete, I believe. Yeah, not gonna get there. Yep.
Battle of the top decks, and sometimes the ones that have immediate impacts are the ones you need. So
I very often compare that to just playing War. It's like, all right, we're both this is what we're doing. We're the top card and we'll see who goes.
I like War. I'm pretty good at it sometimes. It's nice to just it's always better to be lucky than good.
It's like I'm pretty good at getting lucky. It's fine.
I think the phrase is, it's better to be lucky than good, but it's better to be lucky and good. Is usually the best way to go about it.
To be better, lucky, and good, 100%.
So who was going first that game? What I think Mark was starting us off there. I don't feel like the effects of the play were really felt.
So I mean, Jonathan Sweet, really impressive with that fantastic deck build. I mean, I can't wait to learn more about it. I can't wait to hear more about it as we continue this event. Bringing the fun thing for the it's wow, okay.
I think they ran some Sapphire Steel deck yesterday, and it just didn't go their way, even in the favorable matchups. So they were just thinking to have some fun today, and yeah, it's working out. 4-0. I mean, with how many players there are, I think they can win one more and then able to draw a couple times. It looks like we have another match to go into, and it's a classic battle of Amber Steel and Ruby Sapphire.
Yes, a tale as old as time, Brennan. The battle of good versus evil here.
Well, who's good and who's evil, and also that's a doc, so it might not be songs. It might be more Dwarven Mind, but that's also a Cinderella, the 2/2 that draws and discards. I haven't seen that one in a while.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. I'll let the audience decide. I'll let the fans decide who's good or evil, because at the end of the day, who is good and who's evil is certainly a matter of perspective.
Is it really?
I think it is. I think it is. I think that's what makes good storytelling. The best villains are always justified, Brennan. That's just the truth of the matter.
I mean, in my opinion, Scar is the best villain because he just executes his game plan. No long montage, just the one "Long live the king," and then that was it. That's my favorite line in all of villainy.
Oh, it's so good. Yes, I agree. I mean, it depends if you count all the songs and be prepared, singing the song, be prepared, and all that stuff. But you're right. You do the thing that needs to be done, and you do so with surgical precision.
Yeah, and to note there, the 2-cost Cinderella is another knight, which Dwarven Mind actually cares about knights, not dwarves. So it is another card you could play. But we're seeing here, it looks like the Mind deck, or I'm guessing the Mind deck here is going second, the third game. A little bit of a uphill battle in that sense, but they have quite a hand. They have a 1-drop in the form of Cinderella, not the ideal one, but still a 1. Looks like 2 docks, a Pete, Lawrence, and a Rapunzel that goes straight to the Inkwell. They're trying to utilize those docks and not Rapunzel, which is usually more easy to do. There's more consistency in that, but a handful of Maui's, a Sail, a Hiram, a B-Prep, a Brawl. There's a lot of cards to like in there in that Ruby Sapphire side.
Yeah, you can't be too mad at this. If I'm Justin right now, I feel a little bit confident, especially as I see a Cinderella revealed, kind of indicating to me it's likely to be, the matchup that I'm going to face into. So, and there's a Super Goof, of course. This is kind of a new addition to this archetype. Kind of revealing that is in the deck. Ink. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty big tell of which variation of this deck it is, the Dinkin Kavam version, which actually the pleasure of playing against in the revival event on at the Continental event. He was playing something similar to that there, but one of the bigger differences is that there's no copies of Sisu or Ice Block, which is a huge bonus for cards like Smee, Lawrence, and the like there, just being able to ensure that they're above the curve there. But it looks like another Super Goof picked up one inked, kind of a decoy. Now that Super Goof is going to take down the Cindy, which is never what you want to see. Steel side.
Now, yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, we are seeing the Knight Cindy here, which that would indicate to me that a mine is just incoming. It's impending here, because you've got to be valuing the mine tremendously if you're playing this card in your deck. With this pairing, what other things would you expect to be different? Like, you think about like the blueprint of a deck that's running a Cinderella. Like, do we see Stout-Hearted in this deck? Do we not? I mean, what would, if you were facing off against this in a mirror match, or in at least a color mirror match? What are some of your thoughts as you're seeing the Cinderella come down?
Yeah, I mean, you could certainly. I think there's a low opportunity cost to playing a card like the Cinderella Stout-Hearted, the shift one. It's just ink, or it's a super awesome card, right? That's really what we see it kind of relegated as, one or the other there. And the 2-cost Cinderella, again, is just inkable, so it's not too bad to play. I did play the Simba Future King, the 1-cost Simba that draws and discards, to help way to mitigate the flood of docks, which we saw there used with the Cinderella. The dwarf part of it, or the knight part of it, being a little added bonus. But yeah, I would imagine that there's some number of Cinderellas. There doesn't have to be. The synergy Cinderellas, there doesn't have to be. The synergy enough with the Dwarven Mind is something I think to see be utilized with that type of card, which is fine. But yeah, I would say I would guess that's probably a one of the small Cinderella there, just as an extra copy of a certain card, an extra shift line. Maybe they're playing two big Cinderellas just for that reason.
Yeah.
But looks like they're gonna Super Goof, and Super Goof is able to challenge, but not too well. No questing there, no actions of any kind. Really, the mine not looking ideal here, just because it's going to be taken up by that Maui. And my cat wants to eat my headset, so that's not going to work out.
Oh, what's that?
She wants to eat my headset.
Oh yeah, please don't. That is not good. That surgery is expensive. I've had a cat eat wired headsets before, and you don't want it. You don't want that. And now we see that Super Goof saying how far I'll go.
Yeah, kind of awkwardly timed too, because last turn I really liked their Pete play over the Lawrence. I know it might seem a little bit awkward because they're giving up some lore, but the fact that the Super Goof was in play to potentially sing how far I'll go really was like a huge thing you want to stop. If you can stop a how far I'll go from being sung, Pete is just amazing at doing that. Sure, it hits Be Prepared, but that's few and far between. I think stopping them from getting to that point is a big part of the game as well. But we're seeing it done here. I think it was one of the cards drawn. I don't think it was available last turn. The Hiram did a really good job at kind of filtering through the deck. But yeah, it's kind of dock or bust at this point, but there's a duck in hand, and the Maui is going to be a bit difficult to deal with. I'm not liking where the Dwarven Mind deck is at this game. No Daisy, no, their character got eaten by Super Goof, no songs to sing, the Hiram's unchecked. There's a lot of stuff needs to go right, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we do see that Maui hit the table, a potential, I mean, just an answer to the mine, which of course is exactly what we do with it. And we're looking at Tony's hand as well. Tony's kind of flipping through those cards. We see what looks like a Pete. I see what looks like it's a Doc.
Yep. Pete and Doc is the hand. On one side, there's another Maui to be prepared. It's a Brawl, and I think another Hiram on the other side. And that was a Daisy Duck. Not really what you love to see here, but you'd still probably play it and the Pete before doing anything else. You're stopping the beat per turn. Before doing anything else, you're stopping the beat per turn. They actually chose not to ink that turn, I believe. From the Ruby Sapphire side, didn't have anything they really wanted to ink. Too many good cards in hand. And yet the Calhoun here, being able to take out the Super Goof is nice, and it's not vulnerable to the Hiram crack. Gaining some lore along the way. Super Goof gained too low when you played it, and gained too low for the opponent when it was killed. So kind of fair, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of fair, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That seems very fair. Of course, we've got Pete in play now, so that's going to limit some of the ability of Justin to try to control the board here for Tony. It's a bit of a puzzle. It's like a puzzle this next turn of, okay, well, how do I not let Tony take away too much of this tempo from me, or take away too much tempo in general, and how do I make sure that I can establish myself in a place where I can be able to take back some control and maybe wipe this board and deal with stuff. Yeah,
you kind of see there the questing into the Maui, which makes a lot of sense. You're kind of already in for a penny here with the Calhoun being exerted, so you might as well just be in for the full pound, of course. Maui, the second Maui here really does punish that line a little bit, but it's not something I wouldn't do myself. You kind of just have to take the lumps when you can, and the Mauis are doing their job. They're preventing a lot of lore, respecting some kind of challenge all the way back. And I think that the Calhoun and Pete, maybe the Calhoun and Cindy are going to be taken out. There's a chance that the Cindy's one of the last cards in the hand, the big one. Yeah, it looks like that's what they're going to respect. And there's not too big of a difference there, just the singing potential, I would suppose. But yeah, it's fine.
And you've got Mauis that have survived this attack, the 2-for-1s, as we call them, like 2-for-1s on bodies. Certainly one of the things about Ruby Sapphire is using tools like Popsicle allows you to turn that 2-for-1 to 3-for-1s, and if you're really, really spicy, could even be 4-for-1 sometimes.
Nice little strength draw there. It doesn't seem like much. It's going to take out the Maui with 2 damage on it, but it does help a little bit here. I think we're fighting a bit, and the Be Prepared's again. I don't think Din's version as good into this matchup. Ooh, and another song that was great. You are going to get Be Prepared here, but just forcing it here. I mean, if you can hold those 2 cards in the air, the foresight to not play into a Be Prepared, I think is tough because you want to put the pedal to the metal, but playing one out anyway. I would quest first with the Daisy just to see, but yeah.
Was it? Yeah. I mean, do you consider this an overextension, throwing that Daisy down, or do you think it's just you got to keep the pressure on at this point?
I think it's a little bit overextension. I think the board was threatening enough to warrant to be prepared, and the Doc didn't quest. It looked like I was just played this turn. Never mind.
Yeah, I was just playing.
Yeah, I think the Daisy could have been held. There's a Lawrence and a Daisy in hand would have been a nice little refill. Again, I think you can suss out that this is the Din King of Ham version, which there's no CC force. The Daisy is actually way higher on my list of things to want to play after a Be Paired than before. Previously the value of it wasn't too high because if they Be Paired you, well then Daisy's not great because then they can just CC it away, and it's just all kind of awkward. But here, Be Paired being what it is, and no Lilo's in sight on the Dwarven Mind side. Yeah, this is maybe a little bit overextension. It's hard to know for certain. really all you're knocking for is docks right now. You see docks off the top.
Certainly, we do see Rapunzel. We see a Lawrence down. So kind of reestablishing that board for himself. Tony is going to try to capitalize on this. Probably hoping to see something that can deal some damage to Lawrence. Potentially sing a song that can deal some damage. Draw one. Just try to dig deeper and see more of his deck to try to have answers for the Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, for sure. Grand Metalla, it's all about 2-for-1s, right? They just keep on going through there. And Ruby Sapphire has no fear here of getting Whole New Worlded to undo all the card advantage they're doing here. They're kind of treading water to get the card advantage going. So without that threat, there's just a lot of, manipulating the hand, finding the perfect set of cards just to make it all work. And at 8 ink, they don't need to ink too much more. They can. And playing your actions here to dig for a character to do something with is nice in case a peak comes off the top. But really what Tony wants this turn more than anything else is a storm. They want a storm to storm their own Lawrence to draw cards without Rapunzel. They have to draw something like that this turn, I feel like.
Yeah, and there's just so many. There's still so many answers in Justin's hand. There's still there's develop your brain to continue to dig into the deck, and grabbing a popsicle just to keep digging. They say that this deck that Tony's playing is diggy hole, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that Justin is in fact doing the diggy hole right now.
Yeah, pretty much. Smee off the top is not ideal. Again, Storm would have been the best card there, but not too bad. Lawrence kind of always just has to turn sideways here, and it's not vulnerable right now to anything. Of course, a big bird could come off the top and be a problem, but as of right now, not too concerning. As long as there's no opportunity, I was gonna say if that tried to challenge Lawrence and finish out with the super goof, that could have been a problem for
that. Yeah, certainly. I think you have to. I think you just have to keep digging and keep those answers full. You see that Tony is limited in resources. Tony is hand choked here, and so Justin just needs to just keep digging, keep drawing what he needs. So we see that popsicle come down. I didn't catch what exactly it was. It might have been a super goof. I think that is what he ended up drawing.
Yeah, there's a super goof, Pirate's Life, a Sail the Outright Sea, a Be Prepared, and a Duck Manor in hand for him. Yep. So those are the cards, 5 cards, just to be prepared. Could get a little hairy if he does something not proactive and then a peak comes off the top. So yeah, this is a little bit rough.
Yes, absolutely. We see a Cinderella.
Yeah, it's awkward because you want to try and get some Rapunzel value, but right now I think the best value is probably playing it. It's going to get brawled if that happens, but I don't know how likely it is that the Cinderella's going to do much anyway. Yeah, it's a little bit rough, but I think you have to plan for trying to draw a dock here, unfortunately.
Absolutely, yeah. What do they say? Play to your outs, huh? That's what we're doing here. We got to play to our outs.
Yep. The game took a turn for the worse in those bits of turns. There's a shirt to really just, I don't like calling it early ever, but this is a really tough position to get out of, for sure.
Yeah, we're not calling it over, but what we are saying is that the percentage chance to win has dropped significantly. What we're saying.
Yeah, I would say there's sub 1% in that range.
That's as close to zero as you can get without being zero, I think, Brennan. But
we don't know the exact deck list. It could be anything. There's the dock. Okay, see kind of why I want to see the Rapunzel potentially play, just to have a more character in play. But
we dig.
Well, we say that, but there's a Cindy, which unfortunately isn't very good against a Maui Shark. Honestly, it can trade with it upright. Or just honestly, it can trade with it upright, or just as is. But I think there's some hesitation to play the small Cindy here in case your board does get swept by a Sisu. But I don't know if he's kept up enough. No, there's probably no Sisus in play, right? In play for Justin.
Yeah, bit of an information gap here. I think you're right. Tony. If Tony's thinking about it, you have to wonder: does Tony fully know the DKP list or not? And could this be could there be spice in Justin's deck? Maybe Justin is spicing it in. So there's got to be some thought processes about what is or isn't in there. I would personally feel a little bit safer in thinking there isn't a Sisu in here, or at least not nothing too easy.
For me, the tell is the super goofs. Once you see the super goofs, that's where my guess is that's going to be that variation. You could certainly see them teching in a copy or two. It's not too bad, actually, as a card in general. But yeah, the no playing the Sisu there might have been our out to kind of have that thing there. Not saying it would have been doing too much work, but gives us a little bit of an out versus none, I think. And
yeah, I think for me, because I've seen.
Now it's going to be another turn. No, because we could have had 2 Cindy's in play. There is 2 Cindy's. Like I said, it could be more because that 2-drop Cinderella. Yeah. If that second Cindy was already in play, that other one would come down next turn. But not saying you could quest with them here because they just, again, just die to the shark. And
Yeah, no, and it's just okay. So we do see the shift. We see the Stout-Hearted Cinderella come down on top of the Ballerina Singer.
Sounds like someone's getting football snacks going.
Oh yeah, they are. Don't worry. They're getting ready for the big game here.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't think you can quest here, but they seem to disagree. A Pirate's Life's just going to end the game this turn here. Fortunately, it's just going to be too much. Yeah, looking at your opponent's discard after you've turned a character sideways is not something I'd recommend doing as a Amber Steel player. You want to do that beforehand. But hey, at least they're checking.
Yeah, certainly. And to kind of talk a little bit about the identity of like the DKP version of this deck as well. We've actually saw some super goofs teched into the more traditional builds of Ruby Sapphire. The one card that seems to stand out is that Develop Your Brain as well. But we've seen a couple of them, but it looks like if you see a 4 of Develop Your Brain, you can kind of trust that DKP. But to your point, Super Goof is a pretty strong tell too. It's tough because it does feel like Ruby Sapphire is still evolving, even as we near the end of this format.
Yeah, to let it go there off the top is, I think I already went from beyond 99%, but I think I'm even closer to 100% now, just because let it go there, putting both into the inkwell.
Yep,
2 more lore and
easily just like sitting in that discard pile at this point. It may as well be in your hand with when you're forcing your opponent to not quest at this point. Here's a Pirate's Life. Yeah, I think you're right. I think at this point we're circling the drain.
There's a McDuck Manor, and I think another one even in hand. And yeah, there's a Cindy that can be played for 7, but that's just not in the cards here. No questing can happen while Maui is in play. And this is why I think that the Dwarven deck actually might not be as good as it may have been previously when they were on Sisus and Tomatos and stuff, because Maui Shark is just a beating. I mean, that card is just impossible to deal with. I'm playing a lot of John Silvers to help compensate, but yeah, there's enough actions here just to win with on board. So 2 there, any action. There's a brawl. Yeah, there's another 2 lore, and a quest for 2 should seal it up. So
yeah, that seems to be as we kind of think through.
Let it go.
Brawl it. Yep. Gaining that lore, questing, and saying, "Hey, thanks for the games."
Yeah, It was tough. That's a tough situation to get out of there. I think not too much ultimately that could have been done. There's a couple things I might have done a little differently, but I think it was just a rough set of draws. Not having the Daisy to start, maybe the Mulligan, I didn't get a full glimpse of it. I think he kept Cinderella at dock, which is fine when you're going first, just to kind of help plan around it. But yeah, the turn 1 lore quester, turn 2 1 lore quester is not what you want to be doing against blue red. You need to play a Smee or something like that. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about having to go under that and doing so in very dramatic fashion in order to beat it. I mean, we did see a lot of success with Amber Steel, particularly yesterday, being able to get underneath those Ruby Sapphire decks, just doing so with such grace and just like quickness. So yeah, I mean, we are now round 4 is over. We are approaching round 5 out of 7 rounds of Swiss. The field is narrowing. We've got players that are primed to get into some of these Winnipods. However, we do have some undefeated people. I mean, they are characters. A lot of these people are characters, but they're people too. And so we'll be showing you some graphics in a moment as well. Likely guiding into the next game, if not shortly into this one. But we do have some graphics to share with you when it comes to. Yeah, let's see if we can pull those up. If not now, it may not be now. Let's see, but it may not be now. It may be after the fact.
I've been teased.
You've been teased, Brennan. I'm sorry. That was my fault. But yeah, I mean, I do want to take a moment here and also say thank you to the chats. We are back up to about just over 350 people in our chat with us, just watching some great games of Lorcana. Thank you all who've joined us. Thank you so much for spending your Sunday with us, whether you're here to watch the superb owl later on, if that's your plan, or if you're here to watch great games of Lorcana. We thank you. And with that said, I think we're going to go ahead. Yeah, so I guess I teased you, Brandon. We'll show you the graphic later. I'll send you a picture later of it. But we will get some graphics up for you that showcase who's undefeated, who's not. And we will say, see you on the other side.
I'm terrible with hearing it.
Oh, hey, friends, are we back?
Are we back?
Are we doing it live?
We're doing it live. It's the only way I can do it.
Right, right.
Everyone knows
Welcome.
I can't read, so there can't be a script.
Well, that's okay. I'm over here now, so I can read. At least I can try to. I actually tried to do something earlier. I had a whole. Remember yesterday how it looked all different? This
Yes.
morning I walked in. I don't remember how I did it.
I was curious.
I tried to refigure it out, and I'm like, I give up. I couldn't do it. What is up? Oh, Skinner's hanging out. How are you,
Yo.
friend?
Miss you today.
Yeah, little hearts. There it is. You did miss out on the team photo, Skinner. I'm sorry. We took a casting photo and you weren't here. My bad. I miss you though. Oh, is that Katie? Oh, snap.
Katie loves me.
Mm.
Yeah, she finally someone more awkward than her in the room.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. We're doing it live. No, but seriously. We're going into round 5?
I believe so.
Right? Yeah,
There's
round
that
5.
lunch break. So
Yeah,
far.
there was. Yeah, I had a lunch break.
Not a DLC lunch break.
No.
The show continues here.
Yeah.
I mean, we have the biggest competition basically in the country here, so
Yeah,
gotta
I mean,
keep it rolling.
started round 1 and hasn't turned back.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Appreciate SSG so much for putting me back on. What a risk to your brand. Dan would know.
Gigantic risk. But yeah, it is so much fun hanging out this weekend, talking with everybody.
Absolute pleasure.
I mean, you have not done well.
Well,
You have not done well.
so I said I'm gonna 0-4.
Yeah, you did.
So achieved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was very happy. Call me Nostradamus.
No, you weren't.
Did I ever look miserable out there?
Yes.
Yeah, because I was waiting to finish the game so I could get to hang out with everyone.
Okay.
Me and Ben had a great lunch.
Yeah.
Which everyone that I have met for the first time, absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
The amount of people who have said, "Oh my god, judging by your name, I thought you were gonna be a nightmare."
Yeah.
Then I'm like, oh wait.
And then judging by your hair, you were right.
Well, I'm feeling a little villainous.
Yeah.
You know.
It's fair. It's
No
very fair.
spoilers.
No spoilers. Oh, we're getting on the second half of this tournament. Got running the round 5, 3 rounds left.
Weeding out
5-0s. You're able to accomplish a 5-0 this round. You're probably drawing in a top 8.
This had to have been harder than 5-0ing an LCQ. Honestly, this crowd.
I mean, the competition here is high.
Yeah,
For sure.
absolutely.
I mean, again, 71 players, 3 of them are world qualified players. So, that's saying something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's possible. Listen, and sometimes it just is. Like sometimes your day, sometimes you're not day. I'm not positive, but I think Bivens was already maybe playing in a side event.
Right. I was actually just about to say,
Yeah.
even if you are worried about the competition, they had $10 win
$10 win a box and enchant it.
Yeah. Insane value.
Yeah.
So if you literally just signed up for
and it's
that,
just 8 men, like eight
yeah,
man
people
pod,
come in.
8 player pods.
Yeah. Bring 7 of your friends that want to play casually.
Yeah.
Play a theme deck.
Yeah. $80. Get a box and enchant it. And the enchanted cool. We talked about this a little yesterday, but they have like a stack, just like a stack of enchantments, and they go, okay, like you're gonna win an enchanted, but we're gonna shuffle this up. We're gonna pull one out, and we're just gonna give it to you. Yesterday we saw a pretty bad beat. Someone got a bad on. Is that what that's called? Right?
Yeah. Bad anonymous.
Yeah. Bad anonymous. What is it?
Bad anonymous.
Bad anonymous.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, I felt bad.
Anonymous.
I think that I don't know if it's the worst enchanted, but in terms of a value, it's real low, real low.
Yeah, I was sitting next to Bivens when he was paired into Zan, and I said, tapped him on the back. Well, at least you got a feature match. There was no way that wasn't going to be the feature match.
Yeah, I said earlier. I walked out and I was like, oh, this isn't a choice.
Ravensburger could only dream.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was good. It was fun. But yeah, I mean, listen. Some days are luckier than others. Bivens finished 12th yesterday. Today we're playing in side events.
yeah. I mean, those are the beats.
Yeah, that's card games.
That's
Honestly,
card games. Yeah, anyone could come out and crush it. And everyone knows this amazing setup we have here. Right outside this door is where everyone can watch the feature match. Here in a completely different room than the feature matches.
There's 4 different screens.
Huge.
There's at least 2.
Screen.
There's like 2 different screens basically set up in 2 different rooms that they could watch.
Yeah,
and then in the center room, which is like where most of the players are, is
It was like being at a DLC. Except better than the first 3 where we didn't have
where the
TVs for the space.
Well, hold on. I specifically remember in Dallas, like it was just this tiny little TV with the whole thing, and even Toronto is that way. Also, Toronto didn't have a big TV. We watched Nunez on a tiny TV, right? Oh no, we
were in the front row,
right? But they did have like a tractor, like a protractor down, right?
Yeah. So it's like when you go into school, you're in like 4th grade. They roll out the TV on a cart. It's going to be a good day. And that was the vibes they were given at the DLCs early on.
That's funny. But yeah, even here, like Stefan has said, like, we started this with a little camera and a laptop, and that was all we had. And now, guys, I cannot say enough good things. When I go back to stream my own stores, I'm not going to feel the same.
No. Once you've had the steak, you can't go back
to exactly.
Box macaroni.
Yeah, it's so true, but it's so nice here, and everything. Honestly, from us before the round even gets going, we've had a wonderful time.
Yeah,
I've had a great time. Everyone has been so welcoming, so awesome. Lots of really good conversations. And honestly, even on the sidebar, like, I've learned a lot this weekend too. Like picking up on some of these things. I work in the entertainment industry. I actually work with a lot of this machinery, but this is like brand new. So it's very uncommon that I get to walk in a room and be like, oh, this is like a thing that I've used, but it's 10 years old and this is like today's date. So even just getting to like toy around and play with some of that stuff on the background side of this has been educational, and I've had a great time calling Disney Lorcana.
I mean, and I'm not taking credit for this, obviously, but the amount of times that we have said in videos, please, stores, just try.
Just try. Yeah, just try. Yeah.
And guess what? This is what happens. This is the proof in the pudding.
Yeah.
All right. If you are a store owner out there, or if you go to a store that has the space, maybe show them these video on demands.
Yeah. I mean, I think
I believe
right now, 300 people hanging out, right?
Yeah.
Which is awesome on a Sunday, couple hours away from the Super Bowl. Go Birds. Had to find a way to get that in there. But even last night, 600 people watching Disney Lorcana. The event sold out, right? It was 150 people sign out. A couple people didn't show up. That happens. But when you talk about that, and you have the space for it, and you're willing to take them in, you're gonna see players come out. And and I get it, right? Maybe we can try and make the argument like, oh, it was only a $25 buy-in. That's why. No, like if it was 30, these people would still be here. If it was 35, these people would still be here.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if we're flying out here,
yeah, like we flew here, right?
With how cheap the flights are,
right?
I mean, $100 would not be unreasonable.
No.
Honestly,
no. And I think that's great though. I think that you're seeing that, and I said it. I think it was yesterday or maybe earlier today. We're a bit spoiled where we are. Like in Miami, it's kind of spoiling. Like Miami, you have this scene here down here that Southside Gaming is going to be putting these events on again. March 8th, we are having a 10-case event already. Like that's already announced. The CCS is in like the middle of Georgia. That's another 8K. That's 2 gigantic events in Southeast like America. That's great for this scene, and it really all it is just saying like, hey guys, like this can happen, this can exist, you can get people to come to these events, and that's really like why we are so supportive of it. And here it is right there, March 8th, $15 entry, 10 cases.
It's insane.
That is insane.
In the best way possible. Shout out to Cripplin, by the way. Crippled my hand with his handshake.
Oh, okay. There we are. But yeah, I mean, I love to see it, and it really is. We do this all the time. We have a whole video now dedicated to talking about events that are coming up, because we want events that are coming up, because we want stores to be successful. We need them to be successful. Yeah. We're living in a world right now where we do not know when the next official tournament is. We just don't. So having 150 people show up on March 8th to play in this case tournament is huge. Having another couple hundred people show up to CCS is of the Bay, right? We were talking about that not too long ago. They had 140 players in San Francisco area. I can't remember.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
I can't remember exactly where that was, but it was on that side of the world. We just need more stores and like more people really willing to commit, and I think they'll see it. They'll see that the community wants to play Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, I think stores need to take note, and I think they need to thank SSG for being the ones to show show them being the ones to show them the proof of concept.
Yeah.
Honestly. I mean, what's the rental on a VFW? Even if you can't hold the people in your store.
It's true.
Like there are options. There's always options.
Yeah.
Maybe a few stores can get together and run something.
Yeah. If there's a cluster of stores in an area, it's certainly possible. But I'm a little jealous in some ways that I don't live closer to here. But like, it is what it is. Like I gotta drive 90 minutes to play Disney Lorcana. So, and I live in a most populated city in America, and I still have to do that. Oh, here we are though. Our undefeateds.
Shout out to Jonathan.
Jonathan with the Ruby Steel 4-0. Oh boy.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible run. Love this man.
Loving it.
He always has special gifts for me. Appreciate it so much.
I tell you what happened to Amethyst today?
Well, we don't need it. Guess what? Everyone, since the game has come out, has said how broken and unbeatable it is. Jorge himself.
Mono purple.
Mono purple. Crushing set championships.
Mono Amethyst Bucky. Let's go.
Yeah. And when you put some of the best players in the room, it's time for some off the wall strategy to shine, or it's time to show how much work people have put into their playtesting against the top tier decks.
Yeah. And you see here, one Alex undefeated, Amber Steel. This is Justin and Zan, both Ruby Sapphire, and Jonathan, without a doubt, the star of the show. If we're being honest, like Ruby Steel being 4-0 in this tournament is awesome.
Absolutely. I mean, how many times have we memed?
Yeah,
talking about Ruby Steel.
Yeah, and again, people might not remember this. There was one of these registered in EUCC. It was a choice that a player that was qualified for EUCC made to play Ruby Steel in that tournament. Fortunately, we never really got to see anything from it, but it's not that it's impossible, right? And we're just proving it right now. We're 4-0. So it's pretty awesome to see. Maui Shark and Fan the Flames. Who would have thought, guys?
I was so close with my terrible Captain Hook deck. It was bad. I believe Gizmo Suit was in it.
Gizmo Suit.
Because we just needed resist. That's what I thought.
Fun fact about Gizmo Suit. I once sent 40 copies of Gizmo Suit to Colby.
Okay. He was making a Gizmo suit.
He was not. When I was making his play set for that set, I don't even remember. Was that Ursula's Return? I don't even remember. I normally I would take the 4 and I'd put it in. What I think I did is I took the 4, I put them in the box, and I just put all of the Gizmo Suits in the play set and sent it.
I often do forget what set it was when I leave all of my draft on the table as I walk away.
But yeah, it's been so much fun so far. I'm not exactly sure what match we're getting. Oh, we do know what match we're getting next.
I wasn't sure if maybe.
Oh, okay, all right,
yeah,
all right. I don't want to spoil.
I don't want to.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Don't want to get too ahead of ourselves.
We'll see. We're excited that we could. We are excited. We're hoping. We're hopeful.
Yeah. Hint. I'm back.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a hint for you guys.
That's true.
Try to guess who it's gonna be.
That's true. Guess who's back?
Back again.
Red hair Dick is back.
Tell a friend.
So how's chat doing today?
Wearing my $100 shirt today.
It's like $55. Pay by the letter.
It's worth double once you've had Dick in it.
Oh, is that what it is? Gotcha. We are
Katie throwing shade again, but
Katie
will not. Only a little shade. Katie is the queen of little shade because she'll never say the stores. Only that it happened. Because not everyone has such an amazing LGS as this.
Okay.
But like I said, flights are cheap. This could be your LGS.
Yeah, listen, it cost me $50 to fly here, guys. Just saying. Nothing. The Uber ride to the airport tomorrow will be more expensive probably than my actual flight here.
Dan and Melissa flew into Tampa.
Yeah, they made a whole trip out of it, guys. They started in Tampa, went to Orlando, came to Miami. They're going back to Disney tomorrow. Made a whole trip out of it. Lucky. How dare they?
I know.
Right?
I mean, they invited us, but
it's true. I wasn't gonna go.
Some of us, one of us doesn't have any life to get back to, but I'm still going back to.
Yeah. You still have kids.
Wife, kids, Lorcana.
Lorcana.
Someone make a Drake meme.
Yeah. Very true. Very true. We should be getting close to it for sure, but it's been an interesting day.
Assuming we're in turn somewhere out there.
It's
Maybe
possible.
a time extension.
It's possible. But there was we saw Mark 2 rounds in a row, so he got knocked off.
Oh, hi, Mark.
He was having a good day. We saw Zan round 1. Dan Bivens was such a fun game, fun set to watch. And then I missed round 2, I think. I was not here for that. What was round 3? Amber Steel versus...
Round 3, I was eating pho.
Oh, yeah. No, round 3 was also the double. There was actually technically an extra bonus match on screen.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Well, they were the Jack was the Sapphire Amethyst Mirror. And I looked over, and their game was already over, and they were cleaning up. I was like, uh-oh. I looked at the clock. I was like, 35 minutes. I was like, oh, no, that's too much time.
Yeah,
way too much time.
DLC Melbourne?
Mm-hmm. What?
Was this?
Yeah,
DLC?
it was just like, oh, no. Like, there's no way. We need to hopefully get someone else on stream so we can have more games to go. But it is coming down. 5 rounds. Again, so there was what? 5 players, 6 players there? 4 that were all 4-0. So there's 2 of them that, basically can win and then potentially just draw in to top 8, lock yourself up, get some lunch, maybe enjoy a little bit of the Super Bowl before top 8 starts.
Yeah, if you want a lunch break at a competitive,
you just win.
You have to, you just win. And you earn one.
Yeah, you just win. It's fine.
Also, me and Ben were saying how great it was to be able to O2 drop and actually just walk around and do things or talk to people and not feel like we have to play every round. So,
oh yeah, we're just talking about the idea that hey, I'm eliminated and that's okay.
Yeah, so shout out to Southside for doing best of 3, which I think is the most competitive format there is.
Agreed. I'm a big fan, but we all know that. Oh, anything else? Anyone win any set champs this weekend in chat? Huh? We got some scars, some playmats. I saw some. I don't know. Honestly, it's weird. It's the last weekend of set champs, and obviously we're here, so we didn't participate in any set champs. But it felt like this weekend people might have got tired.
Yeah,
this
weekend was a mulligan.
I didn't see a lot of oh yeah, I set champ. I didn't see. I felt like a lot less of that on socials the past couple days, where it just didn't. I don't know. Maybe it ran out a little bit.
Congratulations, everyone posting winning with Blurple. Someone got second for the first time last night.
Love it. Congrats on scars and playmats.
Hey, someone says only 10 people though. You don't have to.
Yeah, whatever, man. Win's a win.
You don't have to put that on there because guess what? You still had to play. You had the playoff rounds. No matter what, you had the playoff rounds.
Yeah. Chip in a chair. Doesn't matter. Who cares?
Someone got their play set. Emerald Sapphire.
Ooh. Baja? Like it. I'm amazed that you can read that. I am having such a tough time reading that chat.
Yeah, well, it's not on a card, so I can read it.
Oh.
As a card player.
Yeah.
If it was on this screen over here, with the giant screen.
Yeah, I want to just I want to live life. I don't know if you can still see this, but I can't see. It's worse. Oh, it's worse. So bad. Yeah. It's tough. It's okay. What's funny because you guys probably always see us looking up to read chat, and that's just because literally it's all all.
I always wondered watching at home. I've always wondered.
It's so far up there.
Yeah, this is like when you walk into the casino and they have the big money,
the big slot. Yeah. Like you sit down at your slot machine, you're just like, oh my, all right, we're trying to break this fishbowl.
Oh, them and their partner.
Let's go.
First and second.
Let's go.
Yeah, to get their place, lock up their place.
Big congrats. Love to see it.
Oh, Ice Storm in PA. Nice to miss that one, Dan.
Oh, really? Man, that's really unfortunate. It's 80 degrees here, and I'm wearing shorts and an Eagles jersey.
Yeah, packing was nice.
Packing was real nice. I only have a book bag with me. It's wonderful. I'm Nunez this weekend, but even Nunez would be upset with me. I still pack too much for Nunez. Who packs with a string bag, guys?
It's insane. I don't understand.
I hope Nunez is hanging out in chat. I hope he is. He's not playing in set champs today, as far as I know. He couldn't find one. The Super Bowl ruined it all.
Yeah. Ben had asked if I thought the Super Bowl impacted anything. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Of course. We went from 137 to 71. People are like, yeah, I got stuff to do today. Let's watch the Eagles win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, not me. I'm a nerd.
That's all right.
I will. I'm never going to turn down.
You could be both.
Free food.
That's true. Free food's nice. Free food's nice. We're going into the game. Here we are. let's check out what we have here. And it is, oh, there she is.
Yep. TFM Lizard Kitty herself.
There she is.
Also known as Melissa, I guess.
Melissa, TFM Melissa, TFM Lizard Kitty. She is sitting at 3-1 with Amethyst Steel, playing against Alex here. Is Alex the undefeated? Was there a pair down?
There were 4 people undefeated.
I thought it was 5.
It would have to be. It would have to be someone had already played each other at some point, and the pairings had to have gotten really wonky. A draw.
Oh, okay. He had a draw round 1. Okay. So yeah, interesting. All right. So 301 versus 3-1 here. This is table 3 in the tournament. So definitely playing for high stakes here. So we anyone that's been following around Melissa on on her socials, she has been playing a doc, kind of not necessarily doc aggro, more like close to like a doc mid range list. Like we're not going to see Maleficent biding her times in this deck or anything like that. But
Mr. Arrow,
definitely not going to see Mr. Arrow.
Oh.
Thankfully, Melissa listened to me when I talk, unlike Dick. So there's that. Yep, you heard me. So here we go. Going into the altars here, we have, I think Melissa, I'm not sure if she's going to know what Alex is playing or not. It's very possible that neither of these players in their brackets, being an 0-1 and a 1-1, I don't know how close they would have been. There's very good opportunity that, being a 1-1 draw puts you in a really weird spot in tables.
It was so interesting yesterday when I'm looking at certain players. I'm like, wow, they're at table 29. Let me look at their record. Oh, X1. Like there's just everyone is just so stacked that some of the best players in the world, I'm thinking, have 2-3 losses. No, it's just a packed house.
Yeah. There's just lots of people here that are good at Lorcana, which is always nice. Taking a pretty long thought about what we're going to be doing before our altar goes through here. And it looks like there was a Keep 7. Okay. I like it.
I love Keep 7.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I honestly, the real truth is I almost like Altar 7 as much as I like Keep 7.
Yeah, well, Kurt was saying that earlier. He was like, yeah, I'm 50-50.
Yeah.
Between all or none.
Yeah, literally. It's just like I'm okay either way, for sure. Melissa's got some Diablos in hand, hanging out. But here we are. Oh, we have Beast. This could be an aggro version. If so, that could favor Melissa in this particular matchup. But we'll see. Get off to the races running. We do, this enables some potential stats for the Daisy.
Yeah, this is definitely like my Foxes and Crabs.
Big prize gets an Elsa. We'd like to see it.
On turn 3.
Always possible. Our follow-up here. Remember, we kept 7, so this hand's going to be strong. Has probably a lot of potential to just be like crazy, off the ground, impactful. We're going to see a Robin. Is there a world where we also see any other 1-cost characters here?
Yeah, if this is not followed up by another 1-cost character and we had to keep 7, I've got to be thinking this is getting shifted if I'm Melissa.
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
Not much she can do about it.
No.
But we definitely don't want to leave the followers questing and lingering around.
Yeah, and there's certainly no answer for Melissa in this particular list. And I think I like this. You're like, okay, I'm just going to untap. And now this really turns into, hey, if you do have the shift, I have Crab, and maybe I can just run my Smee into your Robin. I can take it out. If you don't, I can just crab my Turnbog followers and run into your Daisy Duck. Obviously gaining 4 lore from the Daisy is not great, but in this matchup, there's really not much Amethyst Steel can do about it.
And Alex, earlier inking Pluto, who is the goodest boy for me. I am in love with Pluto.
Oof, was that a triple?
Yes.
Oh man, that Keep 7 did not work out. I think we just repetitively draw 7. And I think ironically, that could have been the reason why he didn't mulligan.
Right. Anytime I'm playing a dock deck, if I have one in the opener, I'm very apprehensive.
Pete? standstill boards here, which is interesting. And it's probably really hard to not just fire off this Lawrence here. But we're going to go questing with it.
Yeah, I was going to say, at least we know parry will be broken with the turn 5 Elsa.
Yeah.
Interesting. Playing a Lawrence here, there was also the opportunity to ink and play 2 docks.
Yeah.
Both of which representing 2 lore, but the docks cumulatively being a 2/6 versus a 4/4.
Slightly bigger, makes your Strength of Raging Fire better. But hey, sometimes stats are stats. 4/4s are good.
Oh, yeah.
And especially
Lawrence in and of itself trades with almost anything
or
straight up eats everything that she has in play.
Interesting that we're starting with Diablo here.
Yeah, so I'm seeing a strength.
Oh, okay, we're just going to go 4, get rid of this one. I wonder if we'll just trade in our Turnabog here and then run Fox in as well.
Yeah, essentially trading 1 lore and a 2/1 for a Lawrence at that point.
And there is an Elsa hanging out too,
which will be able to gobble up Robin Hood.
We're just going to pick up Pete. Maybe we don't even trade the Turnabog. Maybe we just say, all right, we'll just trade our Fox.
Yeah, she hasn't seen the docks, so she doesn't know if this is a traditional song list.
Yeah.
Aggro song list.
It looks like we drew a Mr. Smee on Alex's side.
Inkable is exactly what we wanted to see for Alex.
For sure. So the question is going to become, how many of these docks am I going to discard? Am I just going to play 2 docks, discard 1? Am I going to keep all 3 docks? What do you think our lines are going to be here?
Ooh, I really, really like putting all my docks in play, but at the same time, I feel like we're slipping behind. And we might just need 2 random cards instead of what's essentially an Olaf that costs 2.
Yeah. And it looks like he's going to hold on to all of them.
But this also isn't my deck, right? I mean, he is going to be significantly better at making these decisions than I am.
Yeah, and honestly, I asked because I wasn't exactly positive in that moment, because I agree with you. Stats are stats, and they're good. And, Amethyst Deal doesn't have great answers to 1/3s. So chances are you're getting multiple pieces of value out of it. Now here we can see we have Elsa. We can finally make an Elsa trade. I think getting rid of Robin Hood is the most likely answer.
Yes.
Just get it off the board. And yeah, I really like this play. Like, all right, let's just get it off the board. We'll take our 2. And then I feel like this is an okay turn to start questing, even with Smee here. I guess we can't really leave Rapunzel value, right? I think that's an easy way for this game to turn around, if that's what we're assuming now.
Yeah. I absolutely agree. Like, what would be... There's only 2 cards you don't want to discard with the second dock. A 3rd dock.
Yeah.
Or you're the first Rapunzel.
All right. So Drastic measures it up, picks up a Smee, and there's
the Robin. Yep.
And now it's like, all right, we're going questing.
So now Alex has to consider, am I going to draw a worse inkable card than this on average next turn? Right. Where I can ink it, play Robin Hood, and then follow that up with Smee and anything else. Clearing a character, making Strength of a Raging Fire
worse.
That much worse.
And listen, stats are stats. There's a lot of willpower in play for Alex.
Oh, yes.
Actually, I think I really like the inkable option. We could just draw a vanilla character next turn and then feel pretty good about inking that and playing a Robin. Right. We can also just draw another 2-drop and then play Smee plus the 2-drop. It's not necessarily a rush to get this Robin into play. Picking up Elsa. I love me some bouncing Elsas.
Yep. Removing a Daisy, setting up to be able to remove anything else the following turn. This Fox going to need to eat 2 more characters if Alex wants to remove it.
And there it is. We also get a Pete, kind of slowing down any potential shenanigans through songs. And right on
6 ink.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Or 5. No, is it 6?
Strength, but no singer.
Right. We do just play a giant guy.
Right. Strength is going to be how you get back into removal is going to be how you get back into this game. Not that it's close to being over.
We're going questing.
And this is just saying, go ahead, have the dock. You can take my dock. I will have a Robin Hood that's
Right.
gonna banish any character and play and gain 2 lore.
And it is notable though, we do kind of already have the answer to Robin Hood in hand with the Elsa. So that's pretty great. You can also almost freely take out Doc with Pete. So there's lots of good options still here.
And yep. And then we can ink Pete, play our own dock, start drawing cards ourselves.
Right, we have 6 characters in play. Could you imagine if we found a strength off that?
Yeah.
That'd have been real good.
That's what you call Exodia.
Yeah. Like it's funny to see these 2 decks have this type of board. Like these are 2 very wide boards at this point in this match.
Yeah, definitely a skill testing situation because it's too easy to get overwhelmed and just ask for your opponent to be the one that blinks.
Yeah.
I really like though the design of cards recently that encourage challenging like the Elsa does.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we do get to draw a card from Robin Hood there, and it is a Piglet. Not necessarily the card he might be looking for. So now I think Melissa's just weighing her options of like, okay, what else can I do now?
Am I going to continue playing around Rapunzel?
Quest with Doc, or quest with Turnbog, draw a card. Interesting that she decides to let the dog hang out. And I do get it. Again, we're talking about Daisy still being in play, and we don't want to just freely give Daisy a draw 3 with the Rapunzel.
Yes. Lore total's still close.
Yeah, I mean we're at the latter end of this game, and the lore totals are very close. I will say, without a Rapunzel, already seeing 3 docks, the draw potential for Alex is probably fairly low.
Right, but if you're on Doc, well, if you're on Amber, you are definitely, well, most certainly on Rapunzel.
Right, but that's it.
Yeah.
Like we're like, all right, it's Rapunzel, or there's only 5 cards left in the deck that might redraw a card. And now there's still 1 card. We left Piglet hanging out, which is good. So it's still always threatening what Rapunzel could do, and just because of that, Melissa has to make that choice to respect it whether or not. Finding some evasive threats are a big deal. Also finding the next Elsa here, I think will be another big moment for next turn. Because honestly, the moment that if we can finally take a turn to Elsa a Daisy Duck, then we can start turning everything sideways because the rest of the board can't trade favorably and get Rapunzel value.
Right. The Daisy is kind of the most annoying character at the moment.
These boards are insane. Large characters, 2 decks that like to play songs, can't find them. Is that did we draw a Rapunzel? I think we might have drawn a Rapunzel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
She made the right choice in this instance.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's definitely the card that is in best position to beat you. It will be interesting here if Alex were to fire off, right? So now we're going to fire off this Piglet, and we know this Piglet's worth a lot of lore. But to the understanding of how we can turn the game in our table, I still think the Elsa should take out Daisy.
Yes. Hopefully, since she has been thinking about Rapunzel for so much, and unless she goes, you know what, hasn't had it yet, what am I doing here? And he needs to encourage something in the red zone. So I like this quest for sure.
Yeah. It's just saying, like, go ahead, turn something sideways. Take this 1/3 off the table, please. That Piglet. All right, so we're going to quest with our Smee as well. We're going to open up the floodgates. And I think that is correct at this point in the game. Noting that our Smee will not take damage either. So, we draw a Pete. Not the most ideal hand. I don't know. I really like the idea that we can just play Elsa and run Elsa and Calhoun into the Daisy, gain 2 lore, take our other 2 cards, trade out for the 2 cards exerted, and then just quest away. I probably would pop. I think I'd pop the Chernobog first more than anything.
Yes, unless I was gonna say unless she's considering playing the broom and popping that, but
yeah. See, the Piglet here.
Too scared of the lore.
It is one of those, and I listen. I don't think it's that easy to make the play, but it really is just by design of understanding like how do I lose to Rapunzel in this moment, and the plays that I'm going to have to make this turn, all are not great.
We still don't have to leave. We could just ignore the dock, trade with the Smee, evasively take out the Piglet, quest for 2. Remember, fans at home, draw cards first.
Yeah, always draw cards first. Information is key. Gives you the best opportunity to make the best choices.
Yeah, if we just ignore the dock, trade something with Smee, take out the Piglet with Elsa, we're still not going to get any value from the Rapunzel. And both players would be at 6.
Well, we can also argue that we could have been questing with our own docks for a little while now. Like, it's okay. If they want to pay 4 to Rapunzel and draw 1 card, that's fine. We just can't allow them to play Rapunzel and draw 2 cards. So in theory, if you wanted to, you could challenge this dock with your dock and the Genie. And that way you're like, okay, if you have a Rapunzel, its only ability is to, is actually, and this is fine. We go to 9.
Did I miss something? I thought he was just at 6, and now it went to 8. I am looking up at chat as well as this screen, so I might have missed something. Maybe someone in chat can enlighten me.
Just letting him have, just kind of letting just like winning through evasives is great.
Yeah.
And for as long as it's possible, but we did draw a strength. And granted, this is the problem with removing all the characters is that we don't have anything that could sing these Strength of Raging Fires. They do make them worse, but
okay. So he quested with me, but didn't update the phone. Thank you so much, chat.
Okay, it was just delayed, but
Yeah.
he did eventually get it.
Yeah, it was written on the notepad.
Cool. As long as we are where we're supposed to be.
And this is exactly why in tournaments you cannot use electronic devices to
Yeah,
keep
right.
track of a board.
It is for our show and our viewing, for sure. It's really difficult here. The Rapunzel being played around for so long, it's starting to become the argument if you're just supposed to put the Rapunzel in play. I mean, because even here, again, if we just offer up our docks, we can gain a few more lore, maybe prevent some things. But at some point, right, like if we look at Melissa's board, you're talking about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She can just go to 16 next turn, which is really powerful.
Yeah, hopefully she can pick up on exactly when to turn the corner.
Because this is it. Like, if you go to 16, he can't remove any of the cards that you have in play. So you're just like, whatever. I'll just go to 16. You can draw 3 cards now. I'm just going to win the game. Looks like we found a goat. And we still have some extra.
Found a wild Zach Bivens.
I think it's Pete. Boom. And this is the turn where I would just be turning everything sideways here. The Rapunzel means nothing at this point in the game if he has to pay for it to play it. And yourself going to 16 with that board in play, I don't know how your opponent can really win the game. Yep.
And she's found the decision.
Yep. I love it.
She sat there. She thought about it. She weighed the options.
Boom. All the way to 16.
I don't know how many times I have to say Melissa's the silent killer of the British Mountain. There's a reason I always throw my deck at her. Drawing a second Rapunzel.
Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, that's brutal.
That's got to be game.
One of those you look over the scoreboard, you're like, I can do math.
Yeah. The evasive earlier broke parity for sure.
Yeah.
Her being able to quest and Alex not being able to quest at certain points in the game.
Right. And it was
grindy.
Yeah, it's funny. It's not necessarily what you would expect out of that type of matchup.
Right, but he drew so many uninkables.
Yeah.
3 docks.
Yeah. Big deal.
Yeah,
But,
so many
sometimes
points.
to win on the draw, things have to happen for you, and I think Melissa really took advantage and played really well there.
Yeah. Are you telling me you can 2-0 people in Disney Lorcana?
You absolutely can 2-0. You've been 2-0, right?
I said people, not me. I'm a joke. I'm a has-been. I'm a never was.
Yeah. That's true. You're the 5-time. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Shout out to the one person that got the reference.
The Booker T reference. Yeah. I got some DMs about it from wrestling fans.
Okay.
That was about it. But yeah. So well played by Melissa there for sure. You know, the one small niche line is, hey, if I just take Daisy out, my opponent can never Rapunzel. But aside from that, taking out Piglet, there's nothing wrong with taking 3 lore off the table when you can take it.
I see fighting words. Hopefully Zach Bivens doesn't see this.
Melissa's the GOAT?
Melissa is the GOAT.
Oh, wow.
They're both here. They could square up.
Yeah, it's true.
You never know if you see them battling the ICL one day. We could use that for content.
That's true.
And by we, I mean Wonderland, the wizard himself.
The wizard.
Yeah.
The wizard. I believe in Joe Henry. There you go.
Yeah. I would parody that, but it would definitely get taken down. We already have a demonetization problem at times.
All right, so Alex is going to be on the play again, and remember, last time we kept 7, and it was so we didn't draw any more docks. In all honesty, it's so hard to say this, but if he had mulled a couple cards and just drew the 2nd and 3rd dock, his hand would probably have been worse.
Yes, Melissa mulling over a mono amethyst hand here. I've seen great things that I want when I'm on the draw. I saw a fox putting back the Diablos because, to be fair, it just doesn't ever fight for the board in this matchup. As you could see, that board very important.
Yep.
More so than many other matchups.
That was definitely the epitome of stats are important. I mean, and when you get to 5-on-5 and 6-on-6 boards, stats are the only thing that are relevant, for sure.
Yes, thank you for Elsa there.
Yeah,
we could have been here.
And honestly, that is when I said, when we saw the opening hand for Alex, this is a matchup that on general the Amethyst Steel mid-range decks are very happy to play against. So it is one of those, and we saw a little bit of how good Elsa is and how good Genie is in both the matchups. Even Genie just being like that card had to catch a Strength of a Raging Fire.
So I appreciate here with such a good hand from Melissa, not just going, you know what, I'm just going to sacrifice my 1-cost character.
Yeah, no, she inks moves on. And it doesn't look like there's a Calhoun in her hand. So there's a little bit of that, right? There's not a free turn 2 play where I would love to be like, okay, let's just snap call Calhoun and force my opponent to have Strength of a Raging Fire.
Yeah, and she's much more happy to have a questing Cinderella than a questing Daisy.
Yeah. Be clear,
I believe she's able to play 2 1-drops here.
Right, and that'll enable Fox.
Yes. And instead of doing them turn after turn, where the Cinderella could eat both of them, she's going to go ahead and do both of them right now.
Yep. And she said, okay, go ahead. Try and figure this out. And of course, we're going to answer 1, because that's what we do.
Yep. And now we have an exerted Cinderella.
Yep. The irony of John Silver here, it could potentially take away crab plays, but it looks like we're going to go to the Inkwell with it.
Yeah, I think we might. Yep. I was going to say we might just go ahead and fire off a hard casted.
We just did it, and that's really good. That's a very strong turn for sure.
Yes. Fortunately for Melissa's side, still not questing for a lot. If this was a Smee, it would, or it would be a whole lot scarier.
Now it does look like this does hurt. We do because it's not that much threat on the board. It doesn't feel as awful. We can be a little bit slower and kind of just play a genie next turn, gain some more, and put presence on like board presence that way. But this only is kind of feeling okay because of the fact that there's only 2 lore a turn right now.
Yes. Pluto is a card that I'd really like to have on my turn 5 in this situation. He's debating on inking it.
Yeah, interesting what he's valuing here.
Yeah, the Piglet I definitely would not put into the inkwell right now. We're not getting an Elsa the following turn. It's going to be at least questing for 3. I think he has another Calhoun in hand, so he could double spell here.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think that this is very good. I do think that inking Robin over Pluto is maybe safer there.
Yes, I would rather have the Pluto than the Robin.
Because that really just says, like, hey, my Piglet might gain 6 lore, which is very, very good.
A little captain that gains 6 is a scary endeavor.
Interesting to just play Goat rather than... I mean, I guess if we just need stats, and I think that's, like, the most important thing, then Goat's fine. But I thought we were trapped by a Genie, but maybe it's another card. But even this turn's a great turn. We're going to gain... Wow. 5 lore? 7 lore? Right? 6 lore total. It doesn't look like we have an action to play, so we can't just freely get rid. If there was a Strength of a Raging Fire on this turn, I think you would see Melissa pick up her cards and walk away. We would quickly go to a game 3. But it doesn't look like he has that. But in all honesty, just slamming down Smee Calhoun is pretty good. And all right, we just take the big boy route. And listen, don't get me wrong, there's no easy ways to get rid of Robin Hoods.
Oh no,
he's so very good in this matchup for sure. And honestly, I don't think this turn, even with Elsa, there's a good chance that we're just too far behind here. I think the double Let the Storm Rage on play was very critical for the whole game, and just kind of had it type thing. But this is one of those where even if this is Elsa, you know, what are we doing? We picking off a Cinderella, picking off the Piglet, and then our opponent just gets to untap and gain 5 lore, go to 15, and that's like, how do we come back from that?
We don't.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think the game has ended.
Was our first step. Looks like we're gonna go the Fox route. And I don't know if this is like for inkable reasons or not. Unless we're just gonna take a Calhoun 2 and then leave nothing for the Robin Hood. But then I'm still not certain how we're gonna get rid of said Robin Hood.
If I'm Alex, I wouldn't even use the Robin Hood to eat the Mim.
No,
I would just use
gain
the
2 lore
Calhoun.
and keep it. All right, we did find a Calhoun, which is not bad at all. It's gonna help, but we're still pretty far out here. And it's funny because the crazy thing here is that it might be more important to have Strength of a Raging Fire sitting next turn than it is to remove the Cinderella.
We can just leave the Cinderella. We're really far behind anyway. We're gonna have to go for the Hail Mary.
Yeah, Robin Hood big. Robin Hood thick.
Did you get any glimpses of the Robin Hood deck from yesterday?
I did not.
At
know.
the top tables.
We had no idea about it.
Yeah.
With the Robin Hood bow?
Yeah.
Wow.
Always had a crowd around it.
All right.
Had a 4/5 beast. Took a photo to remind me to try to look into it a little bit.
Okay. Do we know if it finished in top 16?
I do not know what place they finished.
Okay. Yeah, thick, exactly. Oh, that's funny. I don't know. We can ask Chad about this one. I'm a thick with a Q. No. Instead of the double C, I like thick with a Q.
No, 2 C's.
No, all right. See, we never agree on anything.
Just like my bra size.
All right, there we are. We do make the choice to take this card, and this does offer up. You know, it offers up a few things. It gives our opponent the choice to trade a Calhoun with it, which would feel great. I think this Pete
just drew a strength for the turn.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah, we can just go ahead and remove the Calhoun.
Another Calhoun. Boom. See you later. Boom. See you later. And we're going to go to 14 through questing. And I just think based on Melissa's hand, I don't know that we can get out of that. 14 right there. Yeah, we're representing 19. So we're just a goat away from winning. And we just might have been a little bit behind on this game. I see a strength. I see an Elsa.
Yeah, the Elsa has to take out.
Yeah, and this is like
doesn't get
fine.
cracked back.
Yeah, the crackback is important. It's 3 damage on that Elsa, which we will make sure if it matters, we'll make sure it gets corrected. But yeah,
it's one of those things I do all the time. It's like, oh, this has 2 health left.
Yeah, it's just weird math, right? We're going questing, guys. We're going questing. If production is listing, that should be a 3 damage on. Oh man, there it is. There's the John Silver. Oh, yeah. So good. John Silver's so powerful. And it's one of those like, listen, I think that he's gonna win that game no matter what.
Oh yeah. I don't.
I think we were just waiting for the trump card like the entire game of like what card is going to be the nail in the coffin. Melissa's like, all right, go to game 3.
I feel the only deck that might have an advantage against that start is Ruby Sapphire, just because those uninkable storms are sitting in your hand.
Right.
You'll end up eventually maybe even just shooting your own character just to cycle it.
Right. That's very fair. Very, very true.
And then if you're not, if he's not cycling those, especially drawing 3 Calhouns that game, he's in uninkable city for a while. But yeah, Melissa doing everything she was supposed to do of playing the 2/2 drops on turn 2, and that's chess for you.
Yeah, I mean he just had it right.
Yeah,
like you can't really put your opponent on having let the storm rage on, let the storm rage on.
The altar. Too good.
Altar is so good. Altar is so good. All right, so here we go. We're going into a game 3. We're pile shuffling for some reason.
We're counting our cards.
Yeah, counting our cards.
You don't want a Maui shark on the floor.
Yeah. Nothing at all. It's so frustrating because this is in the rule book, guys. You're not supposed to do this.
Between games. Yeah.
Not supposed to do this in between games, guys.
In sideboard. Now, best practice is when you sit down.
When you sit down, you definitely do it before your match. You're not supposed to do it in between games. Looks like it's all good and fun. Some chatter here, some cutting going on. I love how Melissa self cuts. That's interesting. She's like, "Oh, let me cut it, then you can cut it."
Her nerves.
Yeah, I know. Melissa, I'll be honest. I don't know how many times Melissa's been on stream.
No,
I know she was.
The encounter.
I know at least once at the encounter she was on stream. Not many times. Not sure how many times aside from that. But hey, when you're 3-1 in a position to make a run in a 5K, you get to come hang out.
Yeah.
All right, so looks like we went for a 3 there. Or are we still thinking? Actually, all right, we're still setting it up.
Important cards different on the play versus the draw.
Yeah, shipping 3. Kept Diablo on the play. How do you feel?
Feels okay. We have a crab.
Yeah. Right. I think it's better than not having a 1-drop at all.
Yeah. Especially if we're able to pick up a snake. We really need.
I think we mold a snake away.
Oh, okay. I was going to say we really need a 1-drop on 1.
Yeah, it looked to me as if she shipped a snake away. I do think the 3/3 is important. I think stats are good in this game. We showcased it in round 1. So, but we are going to see Melissa on the draw first. Like she was on the play. She's on the draw in games 1 and 2. Now she gets to go on the play, and Alex Head has to find a way to defend pretty well. And I think he's going to need a hand similar to his last hand, where he has the turn 1 Cinderella that really starts going. This looks like I think we're just going to go aggro here. Yeah. Like, we're going to put Diablo in play. We're going to put a Smee in play. You're going to just have to figure it out.
Drawing a second storm, I believe.
Doesn't look. Is there no one cost
I
character
don't
there?
think so.
Oof, that's rough. And is there only 2 costs? This Piglet. Yeah. All right. That's a good start for Melissa for sure. You can see she got a little excited there.
Round 1 on the draw, full ship 7.
Yeah.
Didn't get a 1 drop in top 15.
Now?
Started the game with Pluto.
Yeah, sick.
It's just the deck sometimes.
Inks me.
Plays me.
Okay. And we did draw Smee. That was actually a really good draw,
Yes.
I think. Much better than the Piglet. Yeah, and you can see that the Piglet going to the Inkwell, getting the Smee on board. So a couple white roses, an Elsa, a crab. Gonna gain a lure.
Yeah, and if Melissa can just keep Alex on the back foot and not developing a board, his strengths will always be worse. Choosing not to quest.
Just passed. Which is interesting. You know, I'm looking at her hand here. I can't figure out the third card, but it's Elsa and Crab. And this is one of those where you're like, okay, go ahead, opponent. You quest for 2. I don't know if I would be making that quest. I think also questing the Diablo and letting Smee run in the Diablo is perfectly fine.
Yes.
So just drawing the card, you're like, I got a lore, I'll take the card. It's like, I'm okay with these worlds. I don't know. I think I would have just offered up Smee too, if I'm being honest. I think I would have just sent it and said, all right, you have to play defense this game. I don't.
Alex considering if he will get enough value out of this Rapunzel, or if it's better off as ink. I see a lot of uninkables in his hand, 2 Lawrences as the other cards that he could possibly.
And I love Lawrence here. Very, very good. Now, let's see if we can be rewarded. Still no steel cards. Doesn't look like any of these cards draw us cards. Is that a Chernobox follower or a Bell? I want to say it looks like a Madam Mim.
Looks like she just drew a snake.
No, I'm talking about
it looks like a goat.
Is it a goat hanging out? I can't. Is it a goat hanging out? I can't figure out that one card in her hand. Yeah, interesting that we decided to quest this turn, but
we can bounce it.
We're gonna snake bounce, right? We're gonna pick it back up. I guess the question is, what are we inking? But certainly now, I mean, I still would be turning the Diablo sideways.
It's a goat.
I would be turning the Diablo sideways exclusively just because you need cards, and he's gonna be okay just sitting along and saying, okay, you can gain 1-2 lore. That's not the big deal here. If I have the singers and I have the songs, I'm gonna find a way to get ahead in this game.
Yeah, now Lauren's free to sing.
Yeah.
Never knew he had such a beautiful voice.
And here we are. So we are looking for. Let's Storm Rage on. Unfortunately, like shooting the Diablo is like, okay, like that's what I have to do, and it's probably okay. But it's also wondering how much of a risk are we willing to take with this Lawrence at this point in the game? Is it even important to sing and get rid of the Diablo? I don't know anything those things are necessary. It's just funny how we're getting to the same board state here twice in this particular match, where you're going to gain and have really large boards. Oh, he decides to shoot the Smee. Did he have?
Still flush with uninkables. He does have the option to, again, hard cast a Storm on the Smee.
Yeah.
To take it out.
Drew a cheap Robin.
And we don't necessarily need card advantage considering the dock in hand. Yep, hard casting.
Takes 2 lore off the table.
Takes 1 away from strength.
Do we have the shift line too? We have a Pluto, 1 dock at least, and a Lawrence. Is it 2 docks? It might be 2 docks. So Pluto, Lawrence, 2 docks. I think.
Yeah.
The hand remaining is now. Giving up
Yeah, and Melissa, multiple options to deal with the Lawrence. We could grab the Diablo to do the initial damage, or we can Elsa. Well, exerting the Robin Hood target, freely taking that out.
Mm-hmm. And this, like, now our 3/3 is just go eating.
Yep.
We take some more, clear out the board, and this is kind of like what else is going to do in this game on average. We do pick up a lore along the way, and this is really just giving our, like, obviously taking the shift Robin out of play is a very big deal. That's definitely something that could turn the tables here. So being able to remove that was huge. Going into this next action, we drew a Calhoun. So many uninkables.
So, yeah.
It might be a little bit of punish there for inking or for playing the Robin rather than just holding in hand for an ink for a turn. Because obviously, we can ink this Lawrence, but this turn could have looked a little better if we just had Lawrence plus a Calhoun.
Interesting, the Smee taking out the White Rose. When the White Rose was what she chose to put the 2 damage on, showing that she values the snake more.
Yeah, that could be just taking a Singer off the board. Yeah, so I do like this. This is a good follow-up. Inking the Pluto was great. I couldn't figure out the last card in his hand, but getting rid of Pluto and just saying, all right, we're on docks, and that's going to be how our ways of getting back in the game. We have a Genie to start, and this is the type of board that Melissa's going to need to be successful in this matchup. Having evasive threats to just quest and gain lore are great. One card remaining over here. A couple docks in Alex's hand. I wonder if he drew another uninkable or not. He's kind of holding out a little bit further away now.
A lot of Melissa fans. A lot of Melissa fans in the chat. That's awesome to see it. Melissa's first card game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a huge lifelong Disney fan.
Yeah. It's honestly crazy to say because it's been nearly a year now since the first time I interviewed Melissa, and it's crazy to think how far we've come since then. But you're talking about, Melissa has won a Let It Go at a DLC. She's a set championship connoisseur. I mean, it's incredible.
An enchanted Elsa collector.
Yeah, she is
undefeated in enchanted Elsa tournament.
She has certainly had her days of Disney Lorcana that are very successful. And here we are. We picked up a Strength of a Raging Fire.
Oh, having to use it on an Elsa that's already gained so much value.
Yeah.
But if we're gonna be discarding it anyway.
Yeah. The only other choice was to ink it, and I think utilizing it was correct. Picking up a set. Oh my goodness.
We could have played 1 dock and done 3 damage to.
I think the evasive is
another option. But
I think the evasives are the problem right now.
Evasive is
what a good draw from Melissa there. She's like, oh, you have a dock? Guess what? I have a gain 1 lore, and you know what? I have a dock also. Ain't no party like a dock party, guys. Drastic measures all around. 2 pretty fair draws. And I think, again, we're going to see not nearly as favorable as a trade before for the Lawrence, but getting off the Singer off the board is pretty important here. Really doesn't matter how we do it. It's just that we do it.
I think she's zoned in on questing. And I'm ready to quest with these Diablos as well.
Yeah, I think Diablos turning sideways are completely fine.
Okay, so able to remove the Genie now with a Strength.
So it looks like we have Doc, Strength. Is that a Pluto? It's me. Yeah. And this is why I think I really wanted to get rid of the Lawrence this turn. Smee, and then Doc. So lots of Docs. More drastic measures. Drawing 2 cards. 1, 2. A Calhoun, and another Strength of a Raging Fire. Now the question is, what are we going to be doing with the rest of our characters this turn? Quest for 1 with Calhoun, which I think is pretty free on average.
Yeah.
Quest 2. And I think there's 1 dock that could also quest remaining. One that he just put a hand on.
And at this point, she doesn't know if he's questing because the Lawrence is out there anyway, or if he's trying to get some kind of Rapunzel.
Yeah. Looks like we have Pete, Genie, and I'm not certain of the card that she just drew. Is that a broom? We only have 5 ink, which is relevant. So we can't have a really powerful play this turn like Genie Plus. Obviously, we can have Genie plus Broom. Found a goat. It's pretty good. Put a broom. I think if we're doing these things, we really have to just be turning sideways.
Yeah. We are the beat down.
Yeah, I mean, we're at 9.
Alex is controlling the pace of the game.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then representing 3 more, which is 17. We have a goat in hand. And even if everything goes like the worst case scenario, the Diablos would be drawing us cards as well. It's really funny. The cards in her hand, I don't necessarily want to ink the Pete that's in the hand, but I think just knowing that like I have a goat and I got to play cards over the next couple turns, I kind of feel forced to. Especially in any world where I'm going to be drawing multiple cards. But if we sit back for so many turns here, we're just going to let our opponent take all of the opportunity away. And I do like this. All right, so we can get one off the board. If we want to, we can trade a Doc into the Lawrence and then finish the Lawrence off.
Yeah, Doc plus White Rose.
Yep, there we go. We can take that trade. We can finish it. See you later. And then, yeah, just go questing. I love it. We get to go to 11.
You can see how calculated she is when she puts her hand.
She's in the tank, you know. She's definitely going through,
thinking through the blade,
trying to figure out like, hey, what do I need to do? How do I position myself in this game?
Yeah, the only thing,
and the key here is there's no singer again now, you know, which obviously you don't expect your opponent to just play 3 Strength of Raging Fires 3 turns in a row, but that Lawrence getting out of there and not being able to sing this turn. It does damper the turn just a little bit here, specifically because we drew the Calhoun. So like this is a choice now. Like, all right, do I need to put Lawrence in play?
He has to kill Genie,
right? So
he has to banish that Genie.
And now our Diablos, they get to like, are we just kind of trading the board now? Like Diablos are going to go away with these Docs. We're going to draw some more cards, and then Smee can trade into the White Roses if it so chooses.
Yeah, and Alex, borderline out of draw. From Melissa's side. She's advantage with what's left in the deck.
Yeah, this is why I think it was important to just ink Pete last turn. Just going into the turn, have the ability to be able to get up to 7 for based on these Diablo draws, I think was really huge. Elsa's pretty good.
And a mystery card. It could be a boat.
It looks like we just went questing instead. So leaving the White Roses is actually pretty relevant. That's me.
She said,
there it is.
I thought she said 1 damage on Smee.
Yeah, there should definitely be.
Yep, she did say it. Okay. Found it. I could tell she said it.
Can't miss that one, guys. And this is this is interesting because there's obviously a lot of Docs in play. The Elsa costing 5 is her whole turn, but it enables her to take out the Smee, and if we want to, this White Rose can take out the Calhoun.
Yes.
We also can just decide. I don't think I would. We could just pop the broom if we wanted to. Also.
Now the broom would have to get double challenged by Doc.
Yeah, it takes away multiple lore.
Yeah. Fair. I would just go ahead and leave the broom.
Yeah, there's certainly some opportunity cost here for Alex to be able to turn this game around and come back. Because even if my turn right now, see now that we ink the Pete this turn,
really punish.
I really wish it was already in the inkwell there.
Like not the we could have played we're gonna have to now ink the goat if we want to play this Calhoun.
Elsa, we already inked Kinnick again.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The whole turn was committed to this Elsa, And now I do think it is correct to just take the Calhoun off the board here and then quest with 1, go to 12, and say, hey, if you want to run 2 docks into my broom, I'm okay with that. It looks like our last couple cards are now Doc, Calhoun, and Goat.
Weighing the pros and cons of whether she allows him to gain 2 lore by him challenging. So she gains 1, he gains 2.
All right, so she valued the broom staying in play and not questing that turn.
Yeah, if you're not going to clear the Calhoun.
Yeah, I do agree to that. Yeah, for sure.
And now he's able to double spell, have no cards in hand.
Yeah,
all
we have
cards
Lawrence
on
plus.
the table.
All right, he did just take the bait, take
Yeah.
the 2 lore, which is great, which means we got an extra lore out of our white roses at the cost of 2 for our opponent. But this is a pretty good follow up here. We go to 10, and we're representing 16 on the kick. 16 on the kickback. Or, I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 17 on the kickback. So
That was a draw.
That was a very, very good draw there. So we get to play 4 for a goat, gain a lore, and then we get to play Calhoun. The question is, oh no, I guess never, because we want to get rid of the Lawrence, right?
Yes.
So we're just going to Strength of Raging Fire Lawrence here. It's going to completely get rid of 2 lore and the biggest body, the only singer in play realistically. And again, I think now here I would just quest with Broom, because I think you're just losing too much lore tempo, and it's really free for him to just keep turning cards sideways.
Yeah, we definitely need to quest with Broom that turn from Melissa's side.
Not sure what Alex drew here, but it's definitely a position here where we can't draw. There's nothing that we can run into. So if we drew Rapunzel, it's not as good. If we turn our card sideways, we're pretty much understanding that they're not untapping. So that's also a big deal. Like, that could just be a big standstill here. Robin Hood's really good.
Robin Hood is a good draw.
Robin Hood is a great draw there for sure. It's a fox and a dock.
Yeah, so he's representing
1, 2,
19
3,
next turn.
4.
No
5.
way to instantly gain lore.
No, wait. Hold on. Do some math real quick. Calhoun, 15, 16, 17, 18. Fox is 19. Goat is 20. We actually have lethal, I believe. Or do we not have the ink for it? Are we stuck on 6 ink? I think we're stuck on 6 ink. Which is very unfortunate. Oof, that is tough. Quest for 1. We play Doc. We're going to Drastic Measures first, and then I think we're going to also pop our Broom, which was Broom, a Calhoun,
And a crab.
So Calhoun. We're going to take 2, go to 15. And then just play crab, right? And this is, we're going to quest the 16, 17. Okay. This is check.
Yeah. I do want to point out to chat, if we quest with Broom, we cannot banish it to draw a card because Broom is not Chernobog's followers.
Yeah, we have to play the card. Gotta play the character for sure. Yeah, it's tough. We just drew Calhoun, right? Nothing that can be done there. GG's. Shout out to Melissa.
Yeah, good games.
4-1. And honestly, those games are so tough to play, right? In game 1, game 3, they were just 5-on-5 boards, 6-on-6 boards, like just super, super wide, and a lot to calculate, a lot to think about. And I think in the end, stats is just what won. Stats. Shout out to David Nunes, seriously.
For anyone that doesn't know.
And it's true. Like 3 threes just were good. Lawrence's were great in the matchup, but they were just matched out well enough. And there was, the one Lawrence sung 2 strengths.
Lawrence had the best singing voice.
Yeah. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
But that was, that was a really just back and forth, intricate. It almost feels like the sacrificing of pawns going on, like in a chess match and things like that.
That was very, very chess-like. Yeah, and that's what the altar allows.
Yeah,
and if you don't have to do the ship 7 type deal, you really get to sculpt at your first few turns exactly. And when you're familiar with the game, your counterplay. Oh, they opened with this.
Yeah,
I got the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I watched Netflix once. I don't know.
Yeah. Very, very fair. But yeah, huge shout out to Melissa. 4-1 now. A win away from probably a locking up of a draw in the top 8 is my guess.
Yes,
I would assume. I haven't looked at the standings. I'm not positive, but I would assume 5-1-1 is what most players are looking for in this tournament. So yeah, that was pretty great, and I really that was a fun game to watch the back and forth.
I mean, how many cards were drawn?
Yeah,
on both sides of the board,
and it's nothing like, oh, there was a whole new world. It changed everything. It was like, no, there's just like Doc here, Doc there, Genie here, Genie there. Let the Storm Rage on. Just pick a lot of just like picking in part, going on what's trying to make it through. And I said a whole bunch of stuff there. I'm tired, but seriously, it was awesome. It was fun. Huge shout out to Alex for really playing through that game. And I think in game 1 there was a lot of opportunity that he could have at any given turn one different card he would have been able to pull off game 1.
Yes.
Game 3, I do feel like for the most part Melissa may have let him in. It may have took off the gas a little bit too much, and it opened up the opportunity for him to come back.
Yeah, I think she could have shut the game out earlier, and that's just something that is a lot of people can be apprehensive about, because if you were wrong in that choice, you have just given the game away.
Right. But I mean, there's also a lot of that. The longer you let your opponent stick around, the more opportunity that you do give him to win. So sometimes it's close, and I do think that she was 1 ink off of just winning on that turn.
Yes,
and that was just like,
he was excited for a second.
Yeah. She's like, oh, we got, and that'd have been a nice 7 lore gain for game for sure.
And that was the miss Pete ink?
I don't know if it was ever technically missed, just because the Pete was the last card that she did ink.
Okay.
And it doesn't look like she drew another ink that was possible.
Yeah.
That would have set up the same line. So it was more or less like she just drew the Calhoun.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
She would have had to have sandbagged another inkable card.
Right. Like something else just would have had to happen earlier to even get to 7 ink in that particular game. But all in all, I have had a phenomenal weekend.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this store can't sell it enough. Honestly, you just got to see it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Again, March 8th, 10 cases on the line. I do not believe registration or anything like that is out yet, but we can assume that it'll probably have around 150 players. Again, is my guess. They have the room for it. We've seen it. 137 this weekend, yesterday, 71 today. And yeah, just in case everyone, it's not a joke, right? Like, they sold out the last event. 150 players registered for this event within 3 hours.
I was going to say, follow all the socials for Southside Gaming.
Yeah.
Because you are going to need to be there when they announce.
Exactly.
If you want to get a spot.
Do not worry for one moment about the cards you might need for the tournament. This store will have them. I guarantee. Listen, the shelves for the singles, you could have bought whatever you wanted this weekend. More than likely, that's my guess.
Yeah, we bought foil.
I did buy foil sheeps yesterday or Friday actually. So yes, I could even buy foil sheeps that I needed.
Yeah, and even if you don't make it into the main event, there could be cancellations last minute if you wanted to come to the store anyway.
Shout out to Kurt. Kurt was he got his ticket like Wednesday or Thursday of this week and said, okay, cool, I'm flying down, I'm gonna hang out.
And there's the side events.
Yep.
The side events are juicy.
Yeah, just $10, win a box. Like if you tell me opening weekend, just be like, oh, I'm gonna if I go O2, that sucks. I can't be a part of that. I'm not in it. But for $10, I can take a chance to just go and try and get a box. And with the bonus, everything to this point has been a box plus an enchanted. So $10 8-man tournament, 8-player tournament, and you have the ability to win upscales of like $100 to $150. That's a good $10 buy-in, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Did a Mufasa deck win one of them?
I honestly don't know.
I believe a Mufasa.
I have been back here. You would know way better than me.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything about side events.
I am a man of the people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not in the comfy area. Not in the comfy area. You know, with the common man, if you will.
Very, very fair.
And in the common woman. And the uncommon. This is the legendary room.
All right, you're done. We're canceling you. But no, seriously, we wanted to say thank you guys so much for having us at Southside Gaming. It was so much fun to come down here, meet the community, participate. I love being behind the commentary desk when given the opportunity to do so. I always have a lot of fun. Shout out to Gabe, shout out to Skinner, shout out to Candio that's hanging out off screen right now. That was also been kind of participating today. It's been such a fun time, kind of just like working with everybody behind the scenes. The judging staff, again, we talked about this. Phenomenal.
Yes.
Everything was great. Everything was clean. There was a crazy, weird anomaly today that happened in Melee that I'm sure we'll talk about some other time because I still don't understand it, but we're not getting into it now. Melee is weird, guys. Melee is weird. It did some weird stuff. But yeah, it has been so much fun today, and I really just wanted to say thank you from me to you. I really enjoyed being here. It's been a lot of fun.
Yes.
And I will gladly come back whenever I'm invited.
Yes. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone in chat making fun of me. That's why I'm here. You don't get to look this way by accident, okay?
No, that's entirely on purpose.
Yes.
But with that, we're going to have round 6 coming up very, very soon. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you haven't yet, make sure you hit that follow button for SSG so you're here for when all these shows come on.
Yes. See you too.
See you guys. Thank you.
Why, hello, friends. Oh, look at. Are we going back in time 2-3 months? What is happening right now? So first of all, I mean, I would like to say that there's no introduction needed, but I think we should probably still give an introduction. So let us know who you are, buddy. Oh, pull your ears down. There you go. There now we can.
Oh, I'm locked in. I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm Hazed, Mike Maloof, local to the scene here. Just didn't have the best tournament run, so I got the opportunity to jump back in the booth with my boy Gabe. So I jumped on that.
Yeah.
Excited to watch some more Lorcana though.
Yes, me too. And it'll be interesting because, as some of you may know, Freedom Gaming, the Illuminati, of course, we got a couple of hand signals for you. We are local rivals. However, I mean, I think at this point the veil's been lifted. We're also good friends.
Yeah.
We're good. We love each other down here.
Not so much. What is it? A kayfabe anymore?
Yeah, it's the mystique has been ruined. However, while we respect each other, we do still consider each other rivals. Like I think we keep each other at the sharpest that we can be.
Yep.
So I think it's interesting, and we're gonna get a chance to watch one of your teammates, I believe. Yeah, I think it's gonna be Brian, who may be on stream in just a moment. So we're gonna confirm that once we go live here. But it should be interesting to see.
Yep. Absolutely.
I'm gonna certainly bash on him, but in a playful way.
You should absolutely. I think he's playing the same colors that you typically play, so I think it's a good perception from this side too, perspective, I should say, for you to provide.
Very big fan of, and I've been saying it all day. Dan's been razzing me all day about Emerald Amethyst, but I do love a good Emerald Amethyst.
I think it's super well positioned right now.
Yeah.
It obviously is favored into Ruby Sapphire, which is a pretty popular deck, but I also think that they figured out some things to steal games from Steel Song, which used to be just such a bad matchup, like it was almost an auto loss. There was a period where people were cutting Ursula 2 because Steel Song kind of disappeared.
Correct.
And now they forgot about that card. It's back, and it's back with a vengeance, right? You just start bouncing your Ursula. Vengeance, right? You just start bouncing your Ursulas to rip all their songs. It's a good thing.
It's a good thing. I tell people all the time, when people ask me like, what's my favorite thing about Emerald Amethyst, one of my favorite things about it is that if you think you've got a bad matchup into a certain meta, a couple of cards swap in and out, and suddenly your percentage is up. Suddenly you're better into steel when you weren't. Suddenly you're better into red purple when you weren't. And so as long as you're good at sussing out the meta, I feel like Emerald Amethyst is a great deck if you really want to focus on how to learn your meta and what to do in those moments.
Toolbox.
Yeah, very toolbox.
Here we go.
And so Brian is currently on the left. You'll see here we've got Justin on the right. Justin is
little
playing.
facial expression there. He must like what he's seeing there.
Yeah, and look at the upgrades we've had since you've last been here.
Insane.
We get face cams, we get hand cams. We had hand cams.
I like the colors of the life counters too. Yeah, the lore counters, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the people have been asking us which app that is. That is an app called Carbon.
Yep.
It is not. Yeah, it's not a proprietary app. The only restriction is it's on iOS. Just for those of you who are interested in using it, I love it. I think it's a great app.
Yeah.
Not sponsored. I think it's a cool life counter app.
All right, so we see Justin is on Ruby Amethyst here. This is another one that.
Wait, did they both ink and pass twice? Is that what it is?
No, they're mulligan.
Oh, you scared me.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're in a new format where you start with 2 ink.
I was gonna. Oh yeah, we're playing Star Wars. We're playing Star Wars Unlimited over here now.
I think they both just mulled 2, so pretty good openers for both of them, which you like to see. No non-games here.
Yes.
So we should get a good match.
And I will say that's another thing I love about Emerald Amethyst. I get very few non-games.
Yep.
I'm always in it. The deck runs at a very low to mid level in terms of the just the cost of characters. Yep. There's hardly ever a bad hand, or at least a hand that you can't do something with.
Looks like Justin has double Flynn to start.
Ouch. Okay, let's see if Justin can make use of those.
So he's on the play. Probably gonna end up going that Flynn Sisu route.
Yeah.
Brian's got Kit in hand and big Clarabelle.
Yeah.
That's going to go right to the Inkwell because that's not coming out for a while.
Now, Brian packing that Clarabelle is signaling to us what Brian thought would be in the meta. So Clarabelle tends to be better into decks that generally draw a lot, red, blue, and red, purple being that. So Brian's got to be pretty happy to see this matchup.
Yep.
Clarabelle is particularly good in this one if Justin does his job and uses those Amethyst characters to draw.
Absolutely, and this is we see Justin here questing and not popping, which is a great gameplay because obviously nothing Merfolk can do here. On turn 2, there's nothing Brian can do to stop that from existing the following turn.
Yeah. Now, if this was a Fox turn, that'd be a little different, but certainly now is a great time to just present a very, very interesting puzzle for Justin in the way of 2 Merfolk and a Diablo. One of those Merfolks questing to 2, and so Justin's gonna have to figure it out from here.
Justin has a really tough choice here, right? Do you ignore the Merfolk? I don't think he has the Brawl. And he doesn't want to take the turn off to Brawl either. He'd probably rather play the Sisu down so that gets to trigger the following turn. He did gain the 3 off the Flynn.
Yeah.
So we see he does have Fox, so he could Fox, but
yeah, certainly. And you know, we're looking at 2 strength on either character. It's not outside of the realm that Brian can present a character that will deal with this. I mean, we can't see Brian's hand right now. I mean, we do know that Kit
starting to be prepared.
Yeah, we do know that Kit can present problems for Flynn, bouncing those back. So if Brian does have access to a Kit Cloud Kicker, that could certainly be a boon to him. We do see that Fox come down. Flynn is still around though, so we now have a 4 strength character. So Brian's going to have to figure out a way to either bounce or deal with that Flynn.
So he's got the Ursula and
I do see a Kit as well.
There's another Merfolk. I think he's probably going to kit the Flynn here.
Yeah, you have to. You need to kit the Flynn. This is the play.
Then I think you beat him with the Merfolk here. Oh, he's going to do both.
Yeah, there's no reason not to.
The reason I would have held back is just because that Brian has a crab in hand, and you don't really want him to swing into Diablo, and then you have to crab the Merfolk instead.
Potentially.
I would have left the Merfolk up so that he'd have to discard a card, and then you're coming back with the crackback with the Diablo with crab.
Yes.
But this is oof.
Okay.
Justin hitting the gas a little bit here.
Justin doing his best Steel Song impression.
Yeah.
Just saying, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and put all this stuff on the table.
Yeah. Seeing if he would have just done the Merfolk, because now you're giving him a chance to draw into like a Brawl or something else that does banish Merfolk without having to discard a card. Where he didn't have that option outside of Brawl. Now you got, I guess there's not a whole lot of things you could bell or something like that, but
yeah, not particularly. We are going to 4, so Brian's got some choices to make here. We do see Genie at the front of the hand, but understanding that the board state right now is in a very sensitive spot. Crabbing that Kit in order to remove the Fox, which allows that Flynn to be inactive at this moment.
I don't think there's any reason you don't quest here. He's shown that he doesn't have the Brawl.
Yeah, absolutely.
If Flynn swings in, you banish Flynn. Like this is just you want to try to get on the board.
Yeah,
keep it going.
Yeah, and thank you, Justin, for fixing the lore count. I know that our players are using paper and pen, which is what you should be using on stream. However, we do want to make sure that you all that are watching the games can keep track of what the score is. So that's the reason why that's there. But thank you for making sure the lore counts.
Library and Goat in hand for Justin here.
Yeah,
I think I'd probably before I ink, I would have started with a banish of. I guess that's a good idea too. Now you don't have to worry about what you drew because you're just.
And now we can quest, pop, and draw 2 for the first.
Yeah, that actually is good. That really good line. Good line by Justin.
And then which is in sequencing here, of course, masterclass in sequencing. Look at those 2, and then decide if you're going to use that last ink to then go ahead and do the exact same thing. You always want to know what you got available to you before you spend all of your ink if you don't have to.
He just drew 4 cards this turn.
That was wild. Yeah.
From zero cards in hand to 4.
Yeah. Brian, I can't imagine Brian's okay with that.
There's a lot. I mean, with no Clarabelle in hand for sure, it's just gonna rabbit.
Yeah. So we do see the rabbit come down. Brian is going to try to piece together. Is that a Mother Knows Best in his hand?
Yeah. So he can do some cute stuff the following turn with Mother Knows Best with the crab.
Yes.
But what's hard is,
Yeah, and look at that. So awesome. That's a fantastic challenge there. Crab getting to take care of the Flynn, not losing the crab, effectively making it a 2-for-1, potentially.
Yeah, I think Brian's probably going to take the route of somewhat ignoring the library.
Brian can go fast enough to
to just get under it, but Justin can just get so much value from it too.
He can. I'm less concerned about the lore. To your point, I'm more concerned about the draw.
Yeah.
I mean, he's already the value on the library right now. We're 2 cards up. I'm not counting the cards of questing because the Chernobog followers would have done that automatically.
Yeah.
But he's already drawn 2 cards because of it. So how much more value will Justin get before Brian actually answers it? That's a whole other problem.
So I see Karsten mentioned in the chat there that he saw the line of maybe moving, instead of drawing off the Chernobyls, moving the Flynn in because the Flynn had to swing into the Merfolk. And I actually agree. Maybe just leave the Chernobog standing and don't even quest with it to the next turn so you could draw 2 more on the following turn and make Brian have to make a choice here to either try to go for that library or give him a free card from the Flynn.
Yeah, certainly. And we see
so Justin's got a goat and a broom down.
And friends in the hand.
It is a little bit of a trap sometimes with library where you start inking cards that you really don't want to ink because you want to get the best value you can out of that location. There's a delicate balance, right? Because we see Justin and elected not to ink there, right? He didn't ink at all this turn. He just played those 2 cards and didn't ink because he had 4 last turn. Library and moving both into Chernobogs.
I'm trying to compare to...
Yeah, he had library and moved both in.
Yeah, I think so. So we see Brian's thinking it through. Brian's deciding. Yep. So we are going ahead and starting to deal with the library, putting 3 damage on it, trying to piece together a solution to get rid of that.
So he can bounce
Nice.
it, target.
Yeah. So the crab gives its bonus to the rabbit, which is enough to just eliminate that rabbit or the library altogether.
He could have. I think he could have sung "Mother Knows Best" with. No, that's probably just as good. It's just as good.
Yeah, I mean, you if you can save the song, I don't see any reason to blow it just yet.
I'm really curious on why he did skip to ink Justin on that turn.
Well, you can certainly ask him after the match. That'd be a pretty cool question to ask. So we see I'm thinking right now, just considering what the play lines should be here. Brian's, you got to make sure you're not making any mistakes. This is a tempo-based deck. We think about.
So Brian will. I mean, since he didn't ink to 6, Brian's not going to probably play that Ursula down. He can wait 1 more turn, right? Because there's no B prep coming next turn. He knows that for a fact. He can't. Obviously, you can't cast B prep with 6 inks. So
yeah, not yet.
I guess he's still electing to do it, and maybe that's what Justin was thinking. He was going to try to get the max value of singing the friends instead of inking it.
Yeah.
Or having a hard cast or anything like that. So maybe trying to sing friends. Yeah, that is a max punish. Absolutely. Okay. Tremaine's kind of not great here.
No, not fantastic. I mean, it's still removal. It's still something to be respected.
Brawl.
And certainly dealing with the Merfolk right now,
I think he has to brawl that Merfolk.
Yeah, it's that, or you're getting rid of a card the other way, whether you challenge it or whether you brawl it. So you may as well brawl it.
He could also draw a card first. Actually, no, he can't. He can't even draw a card with the broom because he's gonna have to probably ink that crab.
Yes.
And it's a tough decision because he didn't ink the turn before. If he was at 6, it wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, that's a matter of getting. It could be a matter of getting punished here. We're gonna see. Yep, and chat is kind of deciding whether this is GG or not at this point.
Yeah,
they're deciding if this was the moment that kind of ended it for Justin, or whether or not this is going to continue. But we'll find out. And Justin's trying to piece that together. Let's have a little faith, shall we?
Yeah, he's basically gonna have to. He could brawl the Ursula. No, that's bad too.
Yeah.
I think of a way that he'd be able to do this and clean the whole board. Yeah, there really isn't a good line.
It's tough. Yeah, the lines are not clean is the issue here. The lines are not clean. Now, taking a look. So let's say he gets rid of the Merfolk and the rabbit.
Brian still has 3 cards in hand too, and in the lead. Like, this is right where you want to be as green-purple.
Yeah, so Brian has 3 in hand. Well, 4 now. 4 now. I was going to say 1 in reserves. I like to call it a card in reserve.
Reserves, that's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, that's just, you've got 3 that you know about, 1 that you don't. And so now we know about it. Now, I didn't get a chance to see it. Did you get a chance to see it, Mikey?
The card that he drew? I did not.
I'd love to see what it is. Okay, yep. You deal with the Merfolk. Okay. Make the board state awkward.
So he's going to, okay.
Yeah, okay.
But, I mean, he's not even going to pop the broom.
Yep.
Okay, I was gonna say that you have to pop the broom there.
Yep.
4 cards. I think that's the line DeCandio was talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, and DeCandio pointing out, if the Merfolk was not the one that was sacked.
Oof, Elsa's pretty solid here.
Yeah, Elsa's good.
Because Elsa can banish the Tremaine. And he's only got 1 card. Justin only has 1 card in hand.
Yeah, and it's down right now, so it's hard to see. I didn't get a chance to catch it.
It's Crab, Elsa, 1-drop Clarabelle. I can't see the last card though.
What I will point out though is for my friends in the chat who claimed that the game was GG, it doesn't look that way now, does it? Suddenly, it's not so close to GG. It's
Justin is 1 rabbit to being back into this game.
yeah, which is kind of the advantage of Amethyst. Like that's why you pack Amethyst, is because it gives you the ability to just draw and get back in if you need to. All right, we see
Crab inked. He's gonna play the Elsa and probably double swing into Tremaine, I'd imagine.
Yep. Oh, choosing to get rid of the goat instead. So Justin gains the lore. Justin goes to 9. To Brian's 11. We see that.
I'm also surprised that Brian inked the crab over the Clarabelle there.
I mean, what
he's at 5 ink right now.
So I guess Brian trusts that Justin will get to a rabbit before he can.
There's the rabbit.
Which
dude,
Brian sensed it.
I jinxed him.
Brian sensed it. Yeah.
Okay, he's gonna banish the Elsa.
Yeah, I mean, Elsa will be a problem.
Exerted.
Elsa's a problem if you're planning on presenting things like genies later down the line. Crabs exist.
See, now if he had inked that Clarabelle instead, this Madam Mim would be able to crab into Tremaine.
Yes. Yeah. It's a tough one. Let's see if Brian can reclaim.
That's solid.
Fox is not bad. Yeah, Fox is a good card here. It will get rid of the Tremaine.
All right. You just start bouncing
play
at that point,
the smaller Clarabelle, presenting the danger of a ship.
Yeah, I mean that is a fair thing. That he might get the brawl out because of it. If he finds an inkable, I wouldn't be so. Oof!
And
wow, there it is. I told you, 1 rabbit, dude. 1 rabbit, and this game is back on.
Yeah, and that's a be prepared and a snake along with that brawl now, and so it is back to being anybody's game all of a sudden. Snake brings back the rabbit,
He's
continuing
not scared
to draw.
of that Clarabelle at all.
I mean, you got to have answers. It's one thing if you're like at 8, 9 hand size. You're talking about 4. I mean, Brian's at what? Brian's at 1.
2 cards in hand, I think.
So let's say Brian draws a card. He then inks and plays the Clarabelle.
The Clarabelle, like that's still getting 3 cards, and then you still have to answer it.
Yeah, I mean, do you, as Justin, I'd be thinking, am I scared of the top of Brian's deck, or am I going to have a better shot at what I see at the top of mine? I mean, you kind of have to give yourself.
He's going to try to go bounce him across the finish line here,
which is what or go if we can get to maybe a go and pings. Okay, so yes, we're doing the goat dance for
14,
sure.
I guess
Yep, we are at the goat dance phase of this game.
Yeah, I mean, and Brian was on the draw here too.
Yeah.
But Justin getting those draws he just got back into the game. 4 cards in hand. We saw a B prep, a brawl.
Yeah,
he's got answers for sure.
Yeah, certainly he can wipe the slate clean. We see a Diablo, another opportunity to present
another library too.
Oh, and absolutely.
He could take a turn to set up library so that the Be Prepared is really good, not just for him, but to banish his opponent's field.
Correct. Yeah, that's a very, very good point. I think this is a good turn to potentially do it. That allows you to kind of spread your hand a little thinner, make that Clarabelle less powerful if there is one waiting for him.
You do leave yourself I feel like if Brian sees him set up library, that's a big sign that I need to Ursula because he's probably about to prep me. But I think he just inked 1 too. I think he inked an Ursula and 1 has been banished so far, so he may not have it.
Yeah, that's possible. So we see, Justin's
there's the brawl.
Yeah, the brawl at Clarabelle to make it. Which I mean, either way, if Brian has it,
13 now.
is one away from playing it in its full cost form.
2 cards in hand. So trying to play around the big Clarabelle in case he does have it. So you can do some crazy stuff with the goat here. Just because with Mother Knows Best, you cast it on your own things. Correct, it goes to 15, quest to 16.
Yep, 15. I think Brian can hear you from the broadcaster booth here.
It's still going to be like really, really close. You almost can't quest with this Mim because it's too much value.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you're looking at 2 characters with a total of 7 strength. Brian's got to consider whether or not he can inch across that finish line.
Yeah, that's rough. It's just a rabbit. You could. Oh, he can't ink, right? He's at 7 exactly, so he can't.
Yeah, and my apologies. They were closer than we thought. There was a couple of points that were not recorded on the app that was recorded on paper, and so they've corrected their lore counts.
This is going to be very close.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they're both. They're both operating with Amethyst. They both have access to Goat. Brian in the instant lore game is better equipped, generally speaking, more likely to have white roses, will have the goats, is more likely to have go-go in order to try to inch across. So the real question is, can Brian piece together the puzzle in order to get across that 20 with what we're seeing here? Now, next turn, Justin will go to 17 with that.
It goes to 20, so he has to deal with something on the board.
Absolutely. Yeah, right now we're presenting check.
So Brian has, I think, 6 inks. So he can cast both Mother Knows Best or he can sing. So if he casts both, he goes to 17. No, that's not enough either.
Yeah, it'll be
things.
Yeah, Brian's thinking about it. Brian's considering.
He has to kill something though.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you need to banish something. There's just no question about it.
And hope that that doesn't find a.
Yeah, it's game over. If not.
You sing Mother Knows Best, play Goat, play Chernobog's Followers, swing the Mim into the Mim.
I mean, that's one way to do it. Don't forget, we can also, there's also the Mother Knows Best to bounce the Goat if it'll get you closer to that 20.
I'm saying he could sing it on his own Goat.
Correct. Yeah, sing it with the Goat and then play the Goat. That's also a possibility too. Yeah, that'll put him to 8. So if you were to let's say he did quest with the snake, that would take him to 16. He could sing Mother Knows Best with the Goat, bring it back to 17, and then play. If he decided to play it again, it would be 18.
I don't know why he just inked.
He inked Chernobog's Followers.
So why? I don't know why he inked if he's only. He's gonna hard cast both of these probably.
Yeah, Brian's thinking about it. I mean, that's got to be what's going through Brian's mind. Like, do I just?
Or is he only at 6 now with that ink?
Okay, yeah, all right. So Brian piecing together that you need to sing that Mother Knows Best, bringing back the Goat.
Yeah, but now he
needs to deal with this board. There's a problem here. That
7 ink is still, if he has 7, so if he inked the Chernobog, he could hard cast the Mother Knows Best, bounce something.
Yes.
And then play the Goat, but be prepared is basically just game.
Yeah. Yeah. Now we're thinking about it. We're still thinking we've got that snake. We've got 2 cards in hand, which we see as a Goat and a Mother Knows Best over on Brian's side. We can do this. Can we do this? Brian's considering it. So we're going to 17 with the Goat.
Not great. He could swing the snake, hard cast the Mother Knows Best onto his own Goat, go to 18, and then hope to find a top deck bounce. But like that's playing around the be prepared. But that is just that's like a crazy, crazy line.
Yeah. Yeah, and Frank Karsten talking about the tough spot that Brian finds himself in.
He's gonna do it. Oh my goodness! If he finds this bounce,
yes. He's gonna have to. Now here's 17. Here's the other thing. Well, let's not forget that there's a possibility for Justin to get to a goat as well.
No goat.
But he didn't get it.
He can still bounce rabbit.
Yep,
right?
and try to find it. Oh. Yep, so they're tied up right now, 18-18. All right. We've played the fox, bouncing the rabbit, drawing. Oh, well, what was
it's a broom.
It was a broom. It was a broom. Okay. Questing with the Madame Medusa puts to 19. Brian must be concerned, must be thinking, please don't have.
I mean, I think he's seen at least a couple snakes, and one rabbit, 2. Oh, he's only seen one of each, so there's still a chance.
Okay.
Nope. What did he get? Elsa, I think, or Genie?
Oh, yeah, no, it was a Genie. That was not the bounce that he wanted to get, and so
they're not the bounce cards you're looking for.
No, these are not the cards you're looking for. So they're gonna go ahead and restart this thing one more time. So we got to see. I mean, that was an interesting game. There was a lot of back and forth in that game.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, it was. There was never like a clear cut controller of that game. Just so close, and then I think at the end it was just a matter of Brian not getting the cards or getting the amount of cards he needed to have the play lines he could get to.
Yeah.
In order to solve the problems he needed to solve.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because we see how powerful the rabbit can be.
Yeah.
You know, I said it. I hope I didn't jinx Brian there, but it was great gameplay by Justin too. So that rabbit could just dig you out of some situations because he was completely out of cards.
He was.
Library did a lot of work too. When he was able to pop those Chernobyls to refill the hand as well. But
yeah,
that's the way you got to do it.
It is. I mean, the library was 2 additional cards. It got so as a result of that library, he was Justin was able to see 4 total cards instead of just 1 or 2 from popping those Chernobyls. So lots of value. I mean, that's really the name of the game. In this battle, 2 things are true. 1, the one who can stay wide the longest does better. Their percentage goes up. The one who can see the most cards, their percentage goes up. And so, we think about that. Now we see that Justin got some considerable options to think about here. We've got a Friends in there. We've got a Crab. We do see some of those ladies in red, or at least one of them, it looks like, in hand. From Brian's perspective, Brian's going to go ahead and draw those cards, and we're going to see what Brian has.
They're talking about something. I wonder if Brian's forgetting that he had Justin had lethal on board because he's trying to say that he could have quested there, I think. I don't know what the discussion was, but I'll have to ask him after.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
He think he misplayed at the end, but I don't think he could have done anything differently there. We saw his hand and everything.
Yeah. Tell Brian to watch the stream and just and he'll know. He'll know. All right, so we see in Brian's hand, it's pretty shiny in there, which is pretty cool. But I do see the little Clarabelle.
And I think the big one's there too. But I doubt that I don't think you want to keep that in your opener. It looks like he might be though. Or is that a You're Welcome? I don't think he's playing You're Welcome, actually.
I was going to say, if he's playing You're Welcome, I feel like most people aren't on that right now. Those playing Emerald Amethyst are not on that.
Mold 1. And Justin Mold 6, I think? 5 or 6?
That was about that much for sure. Yeah. All right, so let's see. Brian's going to get a chance here to start us off.
Bounce Medusa and quested with Snake, giving him Fox Bounce as an out as well. I don't think so.
All right.
Trying to think. I think he'd still be at 19.
All right, so we see Merfolk making its way down as the first card of this particular game. Merfolk, of course, is a fantastic card. It can present some interesting problems. It's very, very fast.
Yeah, really annoying for non-steel decks to deal with Merfolk. Oh, here we go, double 1-drop. Up to the races.
Yeah, Brian's saying, "Come at me, bro." Let's see.
And
let's see
Justin
what we can get.
Missing a 1-drop is not great in the green purple.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see.
The only thing worse than, actually that's worse, not playing 1-drop, but when you do play 1-drop and it's Diablo, that's also very bad. Oh, no 2-drop either. This is...
Oh, no, Justin.
So Brian's going to try to... So he does have that big Clarabelle. He's going to just try to churn through his hand.
Yeah, that's what you do here. You put the pressure on. You've got a number of turns before all the red removal gets turned on here.
Yeah.
You turn things sideways. You go up to 7. Interestingly enough, Brian chose to kit without a target. So, but hey, we need bodies and we need the ability to just quest. Correct. So finally, after 3 arduous turns, Justin's able to get a crab down. Choosing one of Brian's characters for the bonus and saying, go.
Yeah, mandatory trigger. So popped the Chernobog followers there. Now, if you're Brian, I think you probably sing Mother Knows Best with Kit here and quest with the other two. And play down a 4-cost card if you can. I see the Mother Knows Best in hand. He may just quest with it as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so he just hard casted it. Ink a big Clarabelle. Okay. That last card is Clarabelle, right? Like, there's no way he just inked that big Clarabelle. I guess he doesn't need it at this point.
Yeah, and so we're seeing that brawl come down. Gets rid of the Merfolk. All right. We're playing that. Okay, so I think Brian at this point is just sticking to the plan.
Oh, he did have it. Yeah, this is
and not just it was an enchanted. It was an enchanted Clarabelle.
This one's over.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, he has Fox though, right? Like he can. I don't know. You even if you remove that Clarabelle.
Yeah, I mean that Clarabelle is worth how many cards did Brian just get to draw?
I think he got 4.
Yeah, so that's 4 cards in hand. You've got a pretty significant character. Justin is still 3 ink away from a Be Prepared, 2 ink away from removing it. And yeah, it can't feel good. Justin's probably not feeling too hot about where he's at.
It's on the board. 1 for Justin there.
Yeah, they're marking just for those of you that are keeping track. They are writing it down, so they may not be fully paying attention to the numbers. So we apologize about the slight delay in the lore count, but they are doing it the right way. If you ever play in a major event, you should be writing your lore count, your lore totals down.
Just trying to empty his hand a little bit there as well to make Clarabelle a little worse. Probably throw my Clarabelle into, I don't know, go to 18 is pretty good.
And Buddha, no, Southside Gaming is not in Jacksonville. Southside Gaming is actually in, it's closer to Fort Lauderdale if you're looking for like a major city to market to. So we're in South Florida. Jacksonville is more like northern Florida. So we're south of Orlando, like about 4 hours south of Orlando, in Broward County, which is pretty close to Fort Lauderdale. All right, so we do see quite the board state. For Brian.
So he's got turn 5.
That is insane.
Or is that 6? No, it's 6 ink.
1, 2.
Still, I mean, he can Tremaine, I guess, but
I mean, but Tremaine puts the power in Brian's court, meaning you choose it.
Just scooped.
Yeah.
He just scooped.
Yeah, absolutely.
Missing a turn 1 and a turn 2 into a shift Clarabelle is like
nuts.
Brutal. Because that means you have all these cards in your hand too, so that is ideal scenario for Brian there, and the opposite of that for Justin.
Absolutely. I mean, that was something. I mean, holy moly, that was rough.
Yeah.
That was rough. So talk to me. What do you think about what we just saw there?
I mean, I don't like non-games. You know, obviously cheering for Brian being part of Freedom Gaming, but I'd like to see both. Like game 1 was what I like to see, like a well-played game. When it happens like that, you don't play anything for 1 or 2 turns. It doesn't feel good to win those games. It doesn't feel good to lose those games. But
yeah.
So I just want to see a game that everybody gets to play. You know.
I agree. Yeah, it's rough to see non-games. I mean, I will say, and this is you've played more games than I have, but from what I understand and what I've heard from other people, they say that it happens less often in this game. That there's
definitely a lot less non-games in Lorcana, but man, when it does happen,
it happens. Yeah, certainly. All right, so we are going to game 3. Now, Brian was the one that was able to take game 2, which means that Justin will be going first in game 3.
Yep.
Justin cannot afford in this position to have what happened to him happen again. He needs to be able to see cards that he can play. Amethyst Ruby is a very fair deck. And what I mean by that is it doesn't cheat a lot.
It
doesn't sting. It doesn't ramp. And so, missing a 1-drop hurts considerably worse when your deck is on average very fair.
And I don't know exactly how many 1-drops that Justin did. He keep Be Prepared? No, he kept the. Okay, he put the Be Prepared back.
Yeah,
but
I'm in the bad pile.
I'm like hesitant to keep a Diablo against green purple just because of how worthless it is into Merfolk. But he looks like he went that route anyways, just to have at least something there on one, because obviously you can crab it later in the game or bounce it with Fox. So it still does something.
It does, yeah. And with, if you're talking about a pretty standard build of Ruby Amethyst, of course, if it's running things like Snake.
Yeah, because you can Snake on 2, for sure.
Well, you can only Snake on 2 if you have something on 1. So it can snowball really, really quick if you're not too careful about your altar.
Beggars can't be choosers in that sense. You just need something to play on 1.
Yeah.
Having Inca Brawl does not feel good either.
That's true. Yeah. Well, depending on your matchup, I think. I think in some.
But this matchup, there's a lot of stuff you want to hit. Genies and Merfolk.
Yes. Now, I'll tell you that a good Emerald Amethyst player will do their best to play around the Brawl, but the Brawl will still have some effect.
Yeah, of course.
You're going to see Genies. You're going to see Rabbits. Like, those are going to come out regardless of what your opponent's playing.
He's got no 2-drop again.
Yikes. Okay. So we did get the 1-drop. We did not get the 2-drop.
Looks like Brian doesn't have a double 1-drop. I don't think it looks like he just
that would be ideal here. That would be if Brian did have a double 1-drop, that would present a pretty serious problem for Justin.
But I don't think he can punish really
no. I mean, certainly he can hold on. He could try to clamor in like an inch of advantage here.
Yeah. Oof, that's another.
That is not what
hurts.
Yeah, and it's a 1-drop, so he has a single 1-drop to meet this turn 2. So we use only one of our ink, an additional Diablo, and Sisu comes down. Sisu is a pretty good 3-cost character.
So I think I would have quested there. I mean, obviously Fox hurts if he foxes it.
Yes.
But you kind of fox back. He can't crab the Diablo because it doesn't get banished when it swings. So Fox is literally the only punish. I think I would have tried to squeeze a little bit of extra lore there.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would have done the same. I would have quested it as well. Yeah. Especially having a second Diablo, I can always just crab the second Diablo, send that into something if I need to. Assuming I have the crab, of course.
Yeah.
I'm making some wide assumptions here.
Okay, so he's got inking a go-go. Now he's questing. He's probably gonna, I guess, bounce with Fox. I don't really like that either.
No, it's not great. That's not great.
Just trying to set up to board.
Yeah,
I guess to be able to not let him do anything for free with Sisu if he tries to sing friends or something like that.
Yeah, this tells me that Brian's hand is somewhat top heavy, and when I say top heavy for Emerald Amethyst, I'm talking like 4s and 5s. Is like that's top heavy for Emerald Amethyst.
And Justin's hand's starting to look really good here. Crab to use on Diablo. He's got the rabbit, able to sing friends. If Brian wants to banish the Sisu, he can do it, but that's not going to feel that great either.
No. It's not going to feel fantastic. It'll be a thing you need to do and not a thing you want to do.
Yeah.
All right, and what we're seeing here is just kind of trying to figure out where they kind
There's
of
another kit.
Here. Yeah, that's
Kit would be okay with a 1-drop.
Kit's okay. Kit is fair against Ruby Amethyst. The thing is, a lot of what you can send back, you don't want to. Right? Like, I don't want to give you your rabbit back.
No, I'd bounce the Diablo here just to develop. But it's either okay. That or develop the Genie. And I mean, the thing is, when you see opponent ink one of the cards that answers one of the problem cards, I actually don't know if Brian played a Genie in either of the first 2 games.
No, he was isn't that what he drew into his game 1? Like
he did show him. He did show him, so he does know he's on Genies. I was gonna say that could be Justin metagaming it, thinking that maybe he's not on Genies. A lot of purple decks are starting to trim them.
They are, but not Emerald Amethyst. Emerald Amethyst kind of doubled down on both rabbits and Genies.
Yep.
So
another rabbit. Oof.
Yep. All right, so we're seeing the rabbit dance here. This is I like to call, as I've said before, cards like rabbit that go on the board. I call them insurance. You pay for them. You pay for them now dividends. to get your exactly to get what you need later. And so we're setting that insurance up in case. And interestingly enough, in this color pairing, Justin may be the disaster that the insurance is for if Justin plays the Be Prepared on himself. or on the board in general. Now, we see that Brian has said, okay, I see what you're doing here. I will also be putting some insurance into play.
Yep. It's going to be one of those things where Justin is playing library, though, and Brian is not.
Correct.
Which can kind of break apart these purple mirrors where you're staring at each other because no one wants to give the other value.
Yes.
But Brian now kind of bluffing the Clarabelle shift line. We'll see what Justin does about that, if he tries to get rid of it or swings into something here.
I think you need to take it seriously. I mean, even if you don't want to, you have to in this moment, because Clarabelle is such a huge tempo shift in the game that if you don't take it seriously, then you're going to set yourself up with a nice little window to just be hurt. Now, Justin, of course, choosing to ink that Flynn, not seeing value in the Flynn. However, deciding to go ahead and establish or just kind of develop a go.
Oh, he did. Okay, I was going to say, I kind of wonder about playing a Flynn here is kind of good.
Yeah, Justin agreed with you. He just didn't want to play two.
Now you're kind of like saying, okay, if you have the Clarabelle, like, good on you.
Yes.
But Brian can also just bounce a rabbit back and stop the Flynn from triggering.
Yeah, certainly. We see. Okay, so we're seeing
that's probably what he's gonna do.
We do see that 3 turn.
This game is gonna go. This is gonna be a grindy game. I'll tell you that right now.
You can feel it in your bones.
I can feel it. Yeah.
Yep. Well, yeah, but you know what? It's at least it's not a non-game, and I'm okay with that.
It's definitely not a non-game, which is what we want, right?
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see. We are entering into a be prepared.
He's gonna bounce it back. He's at 6 ink, right, Justin?
Justin is at 6 ink. Yes, he's 1 away from be prepared. All right, okay.
He's trying to get him to prep here, and honestly, if Justin does prep here, look, I know he's going to draw 3 cards and gain a lore, but that's 2 of his rabbits gone, and I believe Justin's only on a rabbit list, no genies.
Yes. Okay.
There's a lot of dirtling in Amethyst, that's for sure. If you're gonna play Amethyst, you might as well pair it with Sapphire so you can do it all turn earlier.
Yeah. Just stop messing around. Just get right. Just get right to it. Let's play. Stop playing games and hit me with some Sapphire. All right.
Finally quested with the Diablo. We finally saw him turn it sideways. Dirtling is when you're sitting there and kind of drawing cards but not really progressing anything.
Yeah.
It's kind of a magic term. You can, instead of trying to win the game, you just sit in there. There's a lot of feel good from drawing cards. There's also a lot of feel bad from discarding cards, which is why Bucky got banned. Yes. But Dirtling is just kind of sitting there drawing cards.
Yeah, like you got 15 cards, but not a whole lot to do with it.
Dirtle more with Blurple. That's right. That guy gets it.
I see we have a Blurple player in the chat. All right, cool.
Oh, so we got a Tremaine play. I feel like I don't know, man.
Justin's kind of saying, like, I don't care. I'm not going to be prepared. Like this overcommitting to the board by on Justin's side is kind of calling Brian's bluff to say, hey,
I feel like I wouldn't have done the Clarabelle there. I mean, obviously Justin's low on cards right now, but if he doesn't be prep and Brian starts trading into his board, it's going to fill his hand up, and then you could set up for a massive Clarabelle shift, but he's also almost at 7 ink, so he could just hard cast it too.
Yeah.
So maybe that was I'm probably wrong overthinking it.
All right, so Ginny sees it's
There's
time on the table.
Just do the Clarabelle.
That is the worst feeling in the world, my friend. I mean, that sucks. It sucks, but I mean, Brian still is 1 ink off from just playing it as it is.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna give Justin some cards here.
Yeah, but you certainly want to just get as much value as you can. All right, so Brian's up to 6. Justin's at 3. The board state right now is interesting to say the least.
Justin didn't ink last turn, right? Because he was at 6 that turn. Oh man.
Oh,
that feels rough. I know he's got 2. He has 2 rabbits in hand though, right? So it's not the worst thing. He may never have less cards than Justin.
That's true.
I mean, he is going all in on this.
He wants to force that be prepared.
Yeah.
He's like, no. I promise you, I can get under these. I can get under you. You better play that be prepared. So maybe take a turn, quest all of it, and then just let them all go. Yeah, and Brian is at 6 lore right now.
Okay, so we got a
7 on the table. So yeah, so Brian.
It's one of my favorite plays to do is swing that Diablo into something, banish it, and draw a card.
So yeah, it's so good. Like the trade up is always fantastic. We see a
Genie.
draw on the genie. Okay, Justin is committing to not play that. Be prepared.
Yeah.
Yeah, Justin's saying no. You won't.
He did
do
ink
it.
now, so he does. You know, that's
Yes.
You know, what would be a good card here would be 5-cost Elsa.
Oh yeah, that'd be a pretty good card. I wouldn't be mad at that.
Especially if he starts swinging here. Yep. So now he's gonna have to discard. Oh, he discards the B prep.
He's telling Brian, no. I will not be getting rid of this board.
I guess that's fine. Just to do. He's playing the very patient game, but not having a lot of cards left is gonna be tight.
Yeah, DeGandio, that's exactly what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say it. DeGandio says, "Look at me, I'm the captain now."
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious.
It's true, but Brian has a lot of card draw in his hand, and Justin is out at this moment. I think he has one mim to... Oh, hit him back with the...
Yeah, a little crackback.
Yeah, he can either use that mim to bounce a rabbit or maybe a Tremaine.
Yeah, and we do see, so Flynn is not active right now.
No, still not active. Yep.
Not active right now. Brian's got to consider that, of course. That's part of the puzzle here. We do see an inking of the Go-Go and choosing to play the Merfolk.
I will say, and obviously heavily biased, and I see we got a lot of Justin supporters. It's not that I don't dislike I dislike Justin or something. I've talked to him this week. He's awesome.
Yeah,
awesome individual. But Brian plays green-purple very different than what you would typically see. He's not like super aggro-oriented. He likes these mid-range grindy games. So I think you're going to see a little bit of a different approach to it than you may be used to seeing. And Justin looks like he's super comfortable in the same kind of position. Oh, he is on Genie. Oh, no. It's another rabbit. Oh, he did bounce it. I missed that. He bounced the rabbit back in.
Yeah, there was a rabbit bounce in there.
Another brawl. That's 3 brawls down.
Yeah. Justin kind of telling Brian, this is why I don't play this card. Yep. This is why I don't.
Yeah, he's keeping it. I think both players have 2 rabbits in their hands. As their last. No, Brian has 3 cards, but.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah. This is a very, very grindy game. Like I said, I could feel it setting up. I'm just kind of in a stare down position.
Yeah, so we're making some headway here on the lore game here, trying to get to that 20, the magical 20 number that lets you win the game. Justin said, okay, well, if you crack this crab, you lose whatever you throw at it, including any potential other foxes that might be in your hand. So here you go. So we do see rabbit hits the table.
Rabbits.
All right, Justin reviewing his discard pile.
Do we know what time it is?
I don't know. I don't have that. I don't have that information.
Not literally. I was asking time left in the round. We can discuss what time is that. We'd be here all day.
I know. Yeah,
right.
I know.
Time and space.
Yes, that's a very existential question.
Huh? What do you think about that? Tapping down the Elsa for a Flynn instead of something else there.
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to that. What'd you say?
Do we know, like, he just played Elsa to tap down Flynn. Would you have taken that same target?
I feel like the game can get away from me if I don't. Flynn is probably one of the biggest problems on the board right now.
Yeah.
Elsa is evasive. There's no other evasive threats on the table right now unless you maybe if you put another Elsa.
I would have Elsa the Tremaine, and I would have swung my crab into their crab, buffing my Elsa, and then hitting the Tremaine.
You could do that. I think what you're doing is by getting rid of the Flynn, you're just cutting the problem out of the source, right? Like
yeah, you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, that Flynn's not an issue. Like
I guess Tremaine really isn't an issue for this board state either. So maybe that's why I'm over analyzing that.
But yeah, potentially. I mean, it's annoying. It can hurt, but it's not backbreaking at this point.
Yeah.
And I think we're even like if let's say he were to drop one, it would still just be like, as grindy as it is now.
Yep. Is that library in Justin's hand there?
That
last right there on the left.
It is. Yeah, that is a library. Yeah, it looks like a library.
So he doesn't have an inkable, so he can't play it and activate churn yet. So he's waiting till he can do that to probably get max value, I'd imagine.
All right, let's see here.
And this, I mean, look, we know Justin's inked the brawl and played 2, so he's only got 1, I imagine, 1 left in the deck. I don't think he's playing 3. So that Merfolk, unless you be prepared it or Tremaine it, like it's gonna get a card from you.
Yeah.
So he's got to figure out how he's gonna handle that because it's getting 2 lore per turn.
Yeah, and so we quest, we ink, and yeah, we drop another. We just establish another rabbit, and there's a third rabbit in hand. And is that that's 2 libraries, or did I miss?
It's a crab.
It's a crab. Okay, so we see library rabbit. Okay, crab.
And he discards the crab there. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, good play. Good play by Justin there.
Yeah, this is a lot of thinking on both of their parts.
Yeah, this is definitely a
so
grind.
many playline options that they both have.
Is that our Ursula? Ooh. Ursula can kind of set you up to do some trading here. That's for sure.
It's kind of glary. Which Ursula are we?
That one.
Oh, all right. So interestingly, Brian is on both Clarabelle and on the Sea Witch Queen Ursula. A lot of builds choose one or the other. And again, as I mentioned earlier, it's a meta call generally of what you think you're going to see. Brian's saying, hey, I have a field of like 100 people that I have to deal with. So let me just pack both.
Yep. This library could... Okay. I don't know if he's ever going to get the chance to trade in with it is the problem. So unless he finds those 1-drops that kind of just banish themselves or sacrifice themselves, this library may not do a lot because, again, there's a crab on board. And having that Ursula is going to just start exerting things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to quest, things will turn sideways, and then you've got crabs and rabbits to deal with problems. And so Justin needs to consider that because Ursula will make things interesting. We do see a movement of that rabbit into the library. We see a movement of that Tremaine into the library. And a passing over to Brian.
Mm.
So Brian can, in theory, quest with.
I think that was a 2-cost mem. So a 2-cost mem.
Yeah.
Can just with crab you can get rid of that library.
Yep, you can. You can also.
He has a lot of ways to get rid of the library, but that probably needs to go first before he starts trying to deal with the board.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do not letting Justin draw any number of cards. He's already got a rabbit on the table. Any more cards is not what we want to do.
Kind of like exerting. Probably the rabbit. Oh, he's just going to swing into it, bounce, and then probably use Elsa.
All right. Yep. Yeah. And using the Elsa because Elsa is evasive, in theory, is safe here to just be sideways, not have to worry about getting cracked back if with the exception of other evasive characters, if Justin happened to be on Elsa, for example.
And that's not, I mean, the fact that that Ursula not only exerts characters, but she quests for 3 and she attacks for 4, so she's hard to deal with. Figuring out what he's going to exert here. Probably it's either, I think, the rabbit or the Tremaine here, but you don't really have a good attack into the rabbit.
Yeah.
You don't have actually a good attack for either of them unless he's going to... Oh, he has crab. He'll crab the rabbit. Yep.
Yeah, so crab will create a nice, clean trade. We'll get to draw a card for a rabbit that has sent itself to an early banishment thanks to the Tremaine.
So, yeah, again, library into that board is hard because you're really not going to get a chance to get the max value out of it unless you're doing it with the 1-drops.
Yeah.
You kind of have to wait for them to make the first swing before you start trading back, but you know, these guys are both playing super patient games. Like, this is awesome gameplay from both players. And I mean, it's hard because you want the library, you want to try to get them to do something, but Brian just had to have those exact tools, and he had them. So Justin trying to gamble for it, unfortunately, didn't really work out too much, but he's still right there in the game.
Yeah.
He's going to double trade into the Ursula, so...
You got to be wondering. I mean, thinking now that we've had... Was it a mistake to get rid of Be Prepared? Was that a mistake?
At this point, I don't know, because, again, he's had just as much of a board. When you're playing Be Prepared, you're taking a turn off. So taking that turn off and letting Brian, do his thing is not great either.
Yeah.
Brian's probably gonna start off with the Ursula here to see what he's dealing with.
All right, let's see what. Okay, no hits, but we do now. Brian knows that he's working with a Tremaine, so he knows that there's removal.
That is his fourth rabbit, right? Because I think we banished. Brian banished one earlier in the game.
I want to say it is. We've seen many rabbits. There are so many rabbits in this game, but I want to say it is.
Just need a goat here. Would probably start to put Brian in the lead.
Yeah.
Because even though the lore is 13-10, like that can shift very, very quickly. Brian. I will say that the thing that Brian has that is going to be hard for Justin to deal with is this Elsa that's pinging for 1 every turn.
Yes, yeah. I mean, this may as well be a spell book at this point.
Oh, he's just going to go for it.
Yeah. Brian may.
Yep, he just played that.
Yeah,
that's right.
Thank you, Justin, for maintaining integrity on the board that board state. We appreciate it. We go to 60.
That's not what he's looking for. You can read his lips. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh, Chernobog's followers.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, that crab is still alive.
Yeah, crab. Yeah, no. Crab is still good. The goat and the rabbit will quest.
Like I said, I had some interaction with Justin this weekend, and he is awesome, man.
Yeah,
Central Florida came down. Just like, I don't know, one of those really positive people to talk to. We have a lot of those in the community, so it's just cool to see. And we did find the B prep.
We absolutely found the B prep. That was a big play right there. You have to wonder what Justin's thinking right now. Thinking, man, I'm glad I found it again.
Yeah.
But Brian's like, okay, great. I got another rabbit.
Yeah,
Let's keep going.
I can hit the gas here.
Yeah, Brian's like, I ain't done. I kept drawing. I don't know about you, but I got stuff. And there's the goat on 17. Really goat on 17 is certainly a statement to be made.
Inca Bell.
We see the snake to bounce the goat.
Nice. I think that'll probably do it.
This looks like this is it, and Brian is going to get to advance to the next phase of this tournament if he can hold on to this. We see the Chernobog's followers being used to gain quests and to gain lore and draw. Oh, right. Are you excited for Brian right now? I'm kind of excited.
I'm excited, yeah. He's gonna. I'm pretty sure it's locks him in for top 8, but I don't want to speak too soon.
No, let's not. Yeah, let's not.
Yeah. I'm just excited. This last game has been awesome.
Yeah.
The game 1 and game 3 were both really awesome. Game 2, not so much. Just game.
Yeah, and Justin. Oh, look at that! 2 goats in hand. Yeah, there's just no way around
Grindy
it.
games, man. Like, you think that's where Ruby Amethyst wants to be? And they do want to be there for most matchups, but I just really feel like the way that Brian has this deck built, it's really tuned for that mid-range to late game, which you don't normally see in those color combos.
Correct.
But yeah, it was a very, very good game 3.
It is.
To watch.
I mean, when I'm playing my Emerald Amethyst deck, I love seeing Ruby Amethyst. That's the like if I'm playing it, it's because I'm saying, hey, I'm hoping to see a lot of this.
Yeah.
I'm loving what we see here. I mean, 2 great players. Very difficult to stay in that moment when you're constantly having to think about the shifting pattern of who has control of the board.
Yep.
It's one of the reasons why I like playing Emerald Amethyst so much, because I do like playing the game as much as I can, and I do feel like I'm playing the game most when I'm playing Emerald Amethyst.
Yeah.
And we got to see that kind of showcased here.
And I mean, you mentioned it before we started tuned into the chat, or not the chat, the game itself, but how you can kind of take just 5 or 6 cards out of Emerald Amethyst deck and make it into something completely different. You're just gonna, windshield wiper and turn sideways, or you're gonna try to play these longer lasting games like Brian's done with his deck. So yeah, this game is in a great place, guys. I know it's kind of stagnant right now, but there's still so many things being developed in the meta.
Yeah.
I mean, green purple hasn't done much. It really hasn't, outside of Mo.
Mo is my hero.
Yeah.
Mo, Artabax. I just want to shout out to my heroes, Mo and Artabax. If you're out there, if you're watching, thank you for all the work you've done in advancing the Emerald Amethyst agenda. Thank you for that. Now, what I want to say to you all is, actually, I'm not sure if we're gonna, because what we've been doing for those last few games is we've been getting like a little surprise. Like we'll be talking. Here's some behind the scenes stuff. We'll be talking and stuff, and then all of a sudden like another game will show up, and we'll be like, oh, that's cool. And then we start talking about another game in progress. I don't know if we're gonna get that.
I just heard him say round 7 pairings are up, so we're gonna have that information pretty shortly. So I don't think there's not gonna be a long time for break here.
Okay, so round 7 pairings are up. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a short break. We're gonna take about give us about 2 minutes. So we'll take a 2-minute break, and we will be back in order to get you to that round 7 matchup. So just hang tight for us. We will be back, and we'll see you on the other side in just 2 minutes.
Man, I wonder if they can hear me. long as we can cut out that music, I'm good. There we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging tight. So yeah, we are rounding out this tournament. We are going to get some more games. We've got people that are deciding now the fate of their games, the fate of their tournament going into the top cut. Not too long from now, but we've got still another round of Swiss that we need to deal with before we get there. So just a quick throw out to those. Thank you again to those that are in the chat with us. We appreciate all of you who've been jumping in, who've been sharing the love of Lorcana as we and really, I mean, just the amount of people that have been able to be on stream to share their love and their passion for the game. We've had the Forbidden Mountain on here. Brennan, you've been hanging out with us. Thank you for that as well. So we thank you for being here and hanging out with us. Hopefully, we're not taking you away from anything too crazy to spend some time with us.
No, we're good. I mean, my weekend was planned to be there, so no, nothing else going on. So,
all right, cool. The thing was here, and we are the thing.
Yes, and I'm joining the thing in a different vein. So that's kind of my thought process until this.
Absolutely, yeah, certainly. So I mean, I guess it'll be interesting to see. I know that they're setting up the stream table for us. They're getting the next group ready to play. We're getting ready to end this tournament. I want to talk. You have been involved in many events that have gone long, including an SSG event yourself. I'm curious. So when you think about some advice that you can give to players, like let's say we have players who've never been to an event like this, and they want to think about, okay, so how can I make sure that I'm constantly performing at the top of my level? What are some things that you would tell as advice to players when it comes to like how do you survive running a gauntlet like this?
Yeah, I think I went over a little bit of it earlier when we might have been talking. There was the biggest thing I like to do is make sure that I am hydrated, I am satiated, and I'm focused. So eating something not too heavy, not too light. So usually a lot of protein, banana or something like that is really good to make sure that you have going throughout the day, and drinking water. That's really some of the keys. I mean, it sounds simple and all, but it goes a long way to making sure you're able to stay focused, because it is a long day. It's taxing, even for someone who's done it for. I've been playing games for the better part of 25 years, almost 24 years, something like that. Yeah, I mean, it's still difficult every time. It doesn't get easier. Some of that's age, but that's another story.
Hey, don't listen. Don't cut yourself too much on that. I think you've done pretty well for yourself. I think that's a good point. It's interesting you mentioned that. What we were talking about earlier, we were actually off camera, I think, when we discussed it. And so, yeah, I was saying I shared with you that my first DLC, I went to Atlanta and I had pizza for lunch, and that was I did not. I did well going into that first half. I went to go have lunch. I had a slice of greasy pizza, and boy, oh boy, did I not end up well that event. However, I recovered from that. I was able to eat better. I made sure that at big events I'm hydrated, like you were describing, and it certainly helps as well. So for any of you that decides that you want to take the challenge of going through an event, day ones, day twos, and these 7, 8, 9 round monsters that you might decide to come through, just things to think about as you do this. We always talk about the cards, we talk about the decks, we talk about play lines, but we hardly ever talk about the prep and what it takes to stay in the zone. And I think that's a big part of it too.
Yeah, a lot of rest as well. It helps quite a bit. So it looks like we're playing a Ruby Sapphire mirror in the bubble. There's a lot of people that are going to be taking intentional draws in the last round. It looks like it's a pretty clean cut as far as a lot of people's skills. Maybe 1 or 2 matches are not able to be intentionally drawn. I'm not sure which place these people are in. I don't know the difference between their Discord name and their Melee name and their real names. So hard to know where we're looking at, but
we'll see if we can get that data for you, so we can take a look at that. Brent, this is on the right side is Brendan Wink. So if you're looking for it, in Melee, it's probably under Wink.
I see Wink. Yep, Wink is at 8th place at 4-1-1. So there are 4 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. And
Nathan, I'm not sure.
Last name is Tripe. I'm seeing N Tripe in 7th. And typically, what standard procedure is for the last round of an event is a straight pair down, meaning 1 plays 2, 2 plays 3, 3 plays 4, unless you can't. They already have or something like that. So this last round, it looks like Zan Syed and whoever Jay Shaft is. I'm looking just at Melee on my phone right now. They intentionally drew last round, so they can't be paired, of course, this round. But everyone else should be a straight pair down, meaning that this is 7th versus 8th. 7th could potentially intentionally draw into the top cut cleanly, but 8th place cannot. So them playing is kind of what they have to do to get to that barrier point, meaning that someone at X2 might actually make the cut in this event, depending on how this match goes. Actually, there will be one person at that point with X2 that makes it really good breakers. Maybe Wochuk, actually, if he wins in 9th place right now. He might be the one who to sneak in based off that. But yeah, so far it looks like it's a pretty cool top 8. Again, I see Dan, I see Jonathan Sweet, someone we saw earlier playing the Ruby Steel deck, was able to win his last round and is taking, I believe, an intentional draw this round as well. So we'll see the Ruby Steel deck again, which that's my vote for what we're going to watch in top 8. But I know there's a lot of other votes who matter, I'm sure, but mine's the most important. So anyway.
I love it. Yeah, absolutely.
But let's get back to the all exciting Ruby Sapphire match. So I've not played this deck in a tournament before, but I've played a lot of it in practice. Have you had any experience playing Ruby Sapphire? Your background, what do you like to play? Is this something you've done before?
I do like Ruby Sapphire. In fact, I played it. So I switched decks a bit during set champs, but it was the deck I played the most. You know, so now it's interesting because towards the tail end of the set champs, of course, as we know, the North American championships occurred, and we kind of saw a new variant of this thing kind of start to emerge, the DKP version. We do see develop your brain, which kind of indicates to us that it could be something like that. But the problem is at the very beginning stages of the game, it's hard to tell which variant that we're really messing with. So I've played the McDuck Manners version. I've played the Lucky Dime as well. I've played versions with the Half Shark. So I mean, I've played a bit of it as well. And like what I find that's interesting about this matchup is that it becomes just like a battle between Godzilla and just like whatever Mothra, whatever. It's just a huge. It's a kaiju battle. It's just I throw a character. You throw a character that gets rid of it. I throw a character that gets rid of it. You throw a character that gets rid of it. But before we get to that phase of the game, because the game is played in phases in this mirror matchup, we have this weird getting to the point in the very beginning. We have to get and build up, and that's where we see ourselves now. We see the popsicle on Nathan's side. We see Tipo on Brandon's side, but not the popsicle, not an item on Brandon's side. So right now they're kind of establishing what the beginning of their game looks like.
Yeah. For sure, it makes a lot of sense. I've played some of it, and trying to find a mirror breaker in some kind of way is not really what I've seen people able to do. There's a lot of checks and balances. You want to make sure that you're not falling behind in the ink war. Also, letting a Hiram go unchecked is pretty poor. But I've also had a lot of situations where some cards like Hiram just ended up getting answered just with sweeping effects like Sisu, and they're not really too key. To where I've almost had to come down to decking before. Just drawing extra cards is not actually always a good thing depending on the situation. But when I'm looking at here early on about players' hands, I'm guessing these are not the more, not the super goof versions. I'm seeing the reason I'm looking at the hands and debating that is because I see Sisu on the left, and I see Vitalosphere on the right, and those cards that were not present in the Melbourne winning list. So those two cards are a little bit of an indicator. Of course, anyone can include whatever little bit of a spice they want to at any point, but I'm seeing a Tipo being played out here. It's a little interesting. And it's really kind of
opting to jump ahead significantly in the round. Like, so it looks like Brendan's like saying, "Hey, I need to skip ahead as far as I can against you."
Sure, but there's one card in that player's hand, and that's kind of it doesn't really do anything. It's a card that finds more cards, but ones we want to hit are the big ones that you don't have two ink to waste on. So I'm a little surprised to see that second Tipo come down. In all honesty, the Be Prepared that was inked with both of these don't seem great, but against some of the key cards like Sisu and Tamatoa, those are actually just pretty good answers. Be Prepared is not a bad card in the mirror match. It's only not great when you're on the back foot and there's a dime going as well. But yeah, let's see how this plays out. We see a Hiram, of course, stockpile a ton of cards, and the Hiram check is kind of being failed right now. There's no answer for Hiram. Well, but Maui's kind of an answer, but
yeah, Maui is an answer in essence. I mean, but in order for it to be an answer, it needs to let that Hiram draw 4 before it can be an answer. Is the issue here?
Yeah, luckily there's no item in play right now that's on board for the Hiram to do. But of course, you can suspect a 1-cost item is going to come down. Is that a Mulan in hand? By Mulan, I mean the 4-cost 4/3 with Rush in the visions there. It looks like it is. It's a 4-cost uninkable 4/3 with
in
Rush.
Brandon's hand, you think?
Yeah, and the cards he's looking at right now with visions, there's actually one of the Mulans there.
Oh, you're right. I do think that is that. It's that Rush. It's that Rusher Mulan. I think you're right. The camera's a little bit fuzzy.
Yeah, that's what my Super Eyes are for. I see you wearing glasses there. I have the LASIK Plus version, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
but
you can tell because my you can see my face narrowed into the lens there.
Yeah, it looks like the Mulan was passed up for Grandma Tala. Probably finding another Tala Dragon's great, but you're kind of low on resources to where you might need to fight with it. But interesting inclusion. I'd imagine it comes from the desire to fight a card like Daisy Duck pretty well. Where we've seen Super Goof before in the Din King fan version. The Mulan's not a bad answer to Daisy. It does rush them down pretty well, and yeah, definitely can help control the board. But we'll see. I still think the biggest axis that this battle is being fought on is being a little bit lost here by Brandon, but just the overall card amount there.
And it's interesting that you discuss axes here. So like we think about a lot of card games, like one of the axes, of course, is just like what is the character's health and what is the character's strength or willpower. Right? It's called health is called willpower in this game, of course, and strength. But there's also the axes of like, hey, so like, what do you quest for? So there's like a y-axis almost when you think about how you manage the characters as they're on the table and what you do with them and what they're worth.
Yeah, for sure. It's there's a lot of stuff going on in this battle, and right now the biggest battle I'm seeing is the card battle, where there's 7 cards in one hand and 2 in the other. And sometimes it's not what you measure a game about, but in this matchup, there, the way you're able to use your resources is a big part of the game, I think. But luckily, we're able to see a Maui here to all come down and take care of this Hiram, I would imagine, where we have some gas left over. I think there's another Tala and a Let It Go in hand. Those are pretty good cards actually in the mirror match. I think Let It Go is a nice clean answer to Automato, and the Tala is just a good value character that you kind of just get to put into play and not care too much about it being banished here. But yeah, I mean, he has the board. But again, if that's what this matchup's about, then color me pink on that one. I don't really know what the match is about if that's what it is, because it's
you're right. Because I think the point here is for it to not be about that in not too many turns. The board wipe of some kind is always a threat here on both sides of these tables.
Yeah, and we see there's a Be Prepared in hand, and there are 4 characters. Typically, when you see a board state where Ruby Sapphire is playing against someone, and there's 4 characters in play, you want to be prepared. But in this one, it doesn't really matter. They're not doing anything. They're basically the equivalent of 1 big Sisu in play. In all honesty, they have the same questing power as 1, and they're not really a threat to have to deal with. Most likely, what we're seeing here is just a little bit of patience from Nathan and waiting to use that when it counts. So.
Yeah, certainly. We see there was a choice between Popsicle and I believe that was a Maui for that second card for that develop, and the choice to continue to dig and play that Popsicle is what was made by Wink or Brandon. We call him Wink. He's from here. We know him.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, we see the continuously digging aspect of this all. I think the Maui can sing Let It Go. I'd want to probably see if that Tala is going to be played before making the decision on the Let It Go. Always, if you can draw a card before making a decision, do so. But that might mean we're not seeing a Grandma Tala being played. That whether it be just to hold for, a future ink turn, or want to play after a Be Prepared, that maybe happens here, which they don't play it, so that's their plan. So I respect that.
Yeah, absolutely. I was seeing. I think it's Frank Carson in the chat saying this is a Tipo aggro deck with some red cards, and we're kind of seeing that.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. And hey, listen, lore's lore, whether it's from Tipo or whether it's from Grandma Tala, okay? You get the 20, whether it's with Tipo or whether it's with somebody else.
Yeah, we have Tipo aggro and Daisy control, I like to call it. So it's a whole new world we're living in here.
Oh no, you're all starting some dangerous archetypes here with these with these new names. It's gonna be scary to see what we see.
Yeah, good thing I'm not in charge of naming decks, because some of them catch on, some don't.
You got the coolest name of a deck. You got to be kidding. You got to name the coolest thing. You got to call something Diggy Diggy Hole. Get out of here. We love it.
That was one of my big things coming from Magic. One of my favorite things that they used to do was have a lot of really cool deck names. And for a long time, for some reason, the theme was cereal. And every new deck name was a different type of cereal. And I don't remember some of the early, different names that they had. I know Frank will probably know more than I playing a little bit before I did. But one of the ones I remember being most proud of was one for the... I'm going to throw back a little bit of memory. Pro Tour, I think, Innistrad block, the original one when Avacyn Restored came out, there was a deck called Raisin Bran, and it was all about returning from the graveyard to play the card Gristlebrand, and you're raising it from the graveyard, so it's Raisin Bran. So it was the best deck name, but I loved all the cute little deck names there. So little tidbit. So anytime there's a chance to name something Order 66 or Diggy Diggy Hole, anything like that, I'll take it. So
yeah, absolutely. I'm happy for it. And it's bad when you look at somebody and you're like DD, especially when you start to put acronyms like you're like DDH. Is it DDH? You're like, now we're in trouble. Now the table with it looks like 2 items live here.
Yeah, the board was swept up there. B paired finally came down. Looks like it was sung by the Tamato, and then a second one deployed. That's one way to kind of regain serve. But yeah, for sure. We see the Tala that was taken and not played earlier finally come down. Definitely good to hold for certain points. Definitely need to dig, as far as you can with a lot of these choices to kind of recoup. Again, I think there's some of the early points of the game where the TPO's coming down and being used. They have gotten quite a bit of lore, which can matter, but really no lore matters until the 20th. And we didn't really see them, accomplish that, or this game deck really being good at accomplishing that. It kind of just is what it is, and gets a certain point. It looks like Scar or how
that
far
was a Scar,
go?
Scar and a How Far I'll Go that the choice is being made between. Interestingly enough, I will say that on a number of matches this weekend, so yesterday and today, that Scar has kind of made its way into this Ruby Sapphire these decks, and it looks like they're trying to garner some kind of advantage with them, trying to create more of a one-sided board wipe situation with him. And so it's interesting to see that the hive mind has kind of come together, and we're seeing the Scar kind of slowly creep into some of these decks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the 4/3 uninkable rush Mulan, the shift Mulan in hand, and that Scar. And as a Dwarven Mind player, I would have been very scared of this version of Ruby Sapphire. But in the mirror match, it's not doing you any favors.
Yeah, I think Brendan was hoping you'd be here with Diggy Diggy Hole is what it is, Brendan. But he's sadly disappointed that you didn't make it.
Strategically missed my ride. Strategic planning, all of it.
Oh goodness gracious! Oh yeah, so we see another item just fueling that shiny Tamatoa. We see the Lucky Dime creating that very very dangerous clock, the Doomsday Clock, if you will, that Ruby Sapphire is just known for with that Lucky Dime.
Yeah, there is a hideaway, but that's kind of all there is. The Tamato is going to win the game by itself, even with the hideaway. Doesn't really need much help here. We would need to see something like a Let It Go being paired with this hideaway here, and there's currently no answer to the board state. If there was an ice block in play, the Scar would be a lot more appealing, letting it combine with Tala to take out the Tamato and leave a body around. But since the trade will just happen, it seems like there's going to hope for the trade to happen and kind of move on from there. Maybe there's a world we live in where, there's no more characters in Nathan's hand, but it seems like a little bit better here to use all of your ink to deal with one of the problems as opposed to just the hideaway to deal with one of them, where the other one's going to really kind of snowball here. But I imagine the Lucky Dime's going to do a lot of work the next few turns.
As long as Nathan can keep presenting situations where the Lucky Dime can be used, we're going to see that. Now, for that Tala effect, we see the hideaway and we see the smaller Sisu.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Lucky Dime is going to be treated very much similarly to how a spellbook would, where each turn you gain a lore. That's probably enough to close out the game in a reasonable time.
Yeah.
Anything that sticks around for more than a turn is truly dramatic. And I saw a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, meaning that the Maui Shark that looks like Brandon's going to be leaning on is going to be no such luck. And there's a Tamato. That's, I would imagine, ending the game next turn, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And so and as you described it, that Lucky the most expensive spellbook of all, Lucky Dime right now being used.
Yeah, I didn't like spellbook on raid as is. This one seems a little bit worse, but who knows? Gaining more than one lore is definitely worth it.
It certainly is. Yeah, it certainly is. And so we're gonna see Brendan. We're gonna see Brendan. I got Brendan and I got Brandon. There's so many B's here. We're gonna see Brandon dig through and try to find an answer to these problems. Let's see what Brendan can do.
Yeah, you can just skip over me. I'll just be DeCandio. How's that? Easy enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you DeCandio. I figured we're beyond that. I thought we were friends now, so I'll just call you DeCandio.
All good. Either which way, I'm helping you out here. Okay,
buddy, you're the best. Thank you.
All right, so the Maui Shark comes down, gains a lore with that hideaway pairing. There's no, we mentioned the other Monstrous Dragon coming down. There's no way really I'm seeing this game go too much more in the favor of Brandon. I can't imagine a sequence of draws with the cards in hand. Yeah, there's no more Lucky Dime, but there's just a ton of cards, and Vision just fine. But
yeah, Vision's just feel. I mean, just kind of cementing what's happening here is what it feels like.
Yeah, typically I'd want to see the Vision first, so you don't know if they took the dragon off of the Vision or not, if they have one or not. If they take a second here, they know there's a second one. But always, again, you can draw, do so first. But even then, I'm not even sure you need to play the Vision, mainly because you don't really know what you need right now. The top of your opponent's deck is a mystery. So without that bit of information, you're not going to, you take the right card all the time. You might be able to, but more often than not, you can just wait. There's no reason. Just because you have 2 enclosed over doesn't mean you have to do things. You can just.
This is true. This is a good point. Yeah, I think that's a very, very tough. That's a very tough part of this game to have. I think the patience is the part that I struggle with the most. Is sometimes you just want to get to that answer. I think a lot of times what you think is, you know what, but what if they draw something that makes my life worse? So I just need to do something now. And in reality, it's that patience can be the difference between you having 5 more cards than you were supposed to, or 5 less cards than you thought you should have, or the difference between you getting to that 20th lore or not.
Yeah, looks like we're just fishing for a card like Pirate's Life here, I'd imagine, to end the game this turn if possible. I don't imagine there's 2 Lucky Dimes in the deck. One was Hideaway, but, you know, who knows? People might have gone back to the previous version. But with all this digging, I'm guessing it's for a Pirate's Life or something along those lines. Looks like a great Stone Dragon picked up, but up to 19 we go, and it's highly unlikely that Tamatoa quests for 8 here. But I don't know if it's impossible. Is it impossible? It's probably impossible, right? There's only 8 ink can play. If this is Blue Steel, I would say you could do it. But
I was about to say we're in the wrong color pairing for that to happen, but we can certainly hope.
See, you know, the 2 popsicles. There we go. That could have been it.
Oh, can we string them? Can we string together a series of Italospheres and popsicles to get to that 8?
See, that was close. I mean, that's not really close, but it's some amount greater than 0. But that was kind of cool.
I love when I can call a card and it shows up. That's just great.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be too much. For the sake of time, I would just pick up my cards here just because you want to make sure you can get to a 3rd game. I think Brandon did have an unintentional draw earlier in the event, and this might be showing us to why. You want to go to the next game as soon as you're dead, make sure you can play a 3rd. And Absolutely. We're already at that point here.
And this is a mirror match that it can get a little grindy. It can be a little back and forth, and certainly could take some time. So you have to be cognizant of that too.
Yeah, again, at this part of the game, I think people need to recognize that you should just pick up your cards for your own sake. Anything else, you know?
Yeah. I mean, there's always the argument to be made, like, hey, well, you know what? I get more information. I get to see more. I get to see more of the deck. And I wonder how valuable is that really at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, all my opponent has to do is turn a card sideways. I would, at this point in the tournament, give my opponent the benefit of the doubt of that and just move on with my life to save myself time. Because again, I'm the one who's down. If the next game takes forever and I don't win it, and we don't finish it, I lose the match. You know, this isn't best of 2. This is best of 3. And that, you know, if you have one tally in the win column and the other person doesn't, that's the match. So really need to conserve your time here. And even with not picking up all the cards here, I want this to go faster. I don't know what we're doing. If I was Nathan and I lost that game, I would already be asking them to go faster because that's a little ridiculous taking that long to pick the cards up and start shuffling, honestly.
Yeah.
It's obviously not ill-willed or ill-intended, but just something we as a community need to be aware of. You want to make sure that people are doing things in a timely manner, especially when there's something on the line and potentially a benefit for your opponent to taking as long as they may.
Absolutely, yeah, certainly. All right, and so we do see that they are going to, they're getting ready to set this up. So Nathan, as we said, does take this game 1 of this final round here. I mean, at this point, knowing what we know about both decks, I mean, we got to think about the fact that Brandon will get the opportunity to go first. I certainly would think that he does not want to do Tipo aggro this time. and
you know, yeah, it doesn't end up breaking the meta as Frank said. It's not breaking it into it. So I mean, maybe another time. I think if you pair that with what's the Chicha? If you pair that with Chicha, it might work out. But as it stands, not so much.
Absolutely, yeah, certainly. Yes. All right, so let's take a look and see. We've got.
Is that a Mulan in both players' hands? In both decks? That is just, I guess, what people came here to fight is the Dwarfmine deck. With that 4/3 Rush Mulan I see being put back as the 3rd Ruby card there. Just people are hateful. People saw the win yesterday and were like, no way, not me. I'm not getting daisied. And like a great answer. Interestingly enough,
Freddie won last night and said, "I'm good. I'm staying home." So Freddie was not ready for the heat, and he said, "I'm not gonna deal with all these crazies."
It was quite the long day, and if it was really a gamer, he would come out here with Ruby Amethyst at that point and try to beat up all the blue red that was going to show up because of him. That'd have been the ultimate, you know, switcheroo there.
Oh, good. Freddie's listening to this, so Freddie, if you're paying attention, this is what we should have done. Oh, goodness gracious! But yeah, so we are getting to that point now. So we have the mulligans situated. Decks are randomized, and so this game will begin. We do see in Nathan's hand Sisu. Which I mean, in this particular matchup, is good against the Hiram, but that's basically the card reads remove or banish one card named Hiram. Is what it reads.
Yeah, or it stops the Tipo aggro plan for sure.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, that too.
All right, here we go. Really strong hand from Nathan. He is going second here. On the right, I see a lot of inkables, how far I'll go, Tipo, popsicle. Yeah, this hand's great. I mean, there's a lot of setup pieces there. Really, right now, it's about managing what cards are actually important. One of the things I've used to preach about this deck in particular was the fact that you want to make sure that you're keeping a lot of cards in your hand. This is back when we had one jump ahead to ink specifically, but in mirror matches you have to avoid inking cards like Maleficent Dragon, which we just saw get inked, and Tamatoa, because they are super impactful in the late game. That's usually what the game comes down to, especially with Maui Shark. I was a little surprised there to see that Maleficent Dragon go into the inkwell that quickly. I know it's a long way off, but the game, as we saw, it does come down to that no matter how aggressive you try and be.
Yeah. I mean, there's certainly that distance from that card does make it feel less valuable. I think one of the successes of the people who do well playing this particular color combination, they are fantastic at identifying 7-8 turns down the road what they will need to deal with problems, and will prioritize things that are just kind of like nice to haves versus the things that will become the need to haves later.
Yeah. And on the left, we see a sail, both players accelerating nicely. It's as though neither player did any of that, right?
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. It's
Tamatoa down.
Tamatoa is yeah. All right. So we've got and certainly if you are in this mirror match, you're counting these. Like each player is counting the players.
Yeah, always. You kind of have to here, and
and we did brawl.
Getting rid of the brawl is a little interesting. They are leaving themselves kind of vulnerable to a Hiram. I know they have a McDuck manner, but I wouldn't value that too highly this early, honestly. It can get some lore, but as we saw, the aggro plane doesn't usually work out, and losing my ability to answer a Hiram is not on my short list of things to try and do here.
Yeah, certainly, and we do see that Mulan is still is apparently in hand and potentially ready to.
It is uninkable, so you can't ink it here over the brawl or anything like that. I don't think it was in the hand when the Tipo was played. I think it was drawn the turn after. But it's definitely on the lookout for any kind of daisies. I don't know what Daisy did to Mulan's family, but Grandma was not happy about it.
No. Yeah, Daisy is not interested in collecting any big prizes.
All right, we see Tala come down. Yeah, I think that the inked brawl might have scared Nathan a little bit. Maybe that's the whole thought behind is that you inked the brawl because they assume there's another one hanging out. There's no way they get rid of the answer to the Hiram, right? That kind of thing. But developing a character that can't be brawled on right now, to then seeing how far I'll go next turn seems like a big win from Nathan's side.
Yeah, certainly. We do see that how far I'll go.
Yep. A manner and another how far I'll go. I'm all about taking the other how far I'll go here, unless you plan on inking the manner immediately, just to get another inkable card. Looks like they're taking the manner.
Yep, they are. They're taking the manner. They chose to ink the how far I'll go. Yeah. So valuing the location strategy is Brandon, hoping that will be the horse that he can ride to 20 on.
Yeah, seems like it. Seems like they're definitely valuing the manners there. There is, from this position, I don't really feel like I know how good manner is going to be because a Maui could just come down, and Maui plus Tala is a good setup here for dealing with them. But it doesn't look like there's a Maui in hand. The hero to all, not the half shark, of course. But singing how far I'll go is how it's done. There's a hideaway. Oof.
Yeah,
that's snap off that hideaway there.
Didn't even think about it. Yeah, that was like okay. We're gonna go ahead and knock this McDuck out here.
Yeah, I could see inking a brawl, playing the Sisu to take out Tipo, and then hideawaying the manner. It does leave them a little exposed to a Tamdo being played. It kind of accelerates them to that point of the game, but they don't have it right now.
Yeah, that's certainly true. All right, decisions are being made here. We're choosing to ink another brawl in another inkwell. Sisu eliminates the Tipo, and then there's that hideaway to deal with that McDuck manner. Yeah, and from this point there, the board is in the favor of Nathan. There's just a few more game pieces over there. The vision's nice, and I imagine that the manner doesn't look too appealing. Kind of why I wanted to learn how far I'll go instead of that card here, but certainly fine. You can dig a bit more. You have ability to go up to 6 ink. Maybe they can ink that how far I'll go to if they find a Maui half shark. But cards like Tala are pretty great. 2 Pirate's Life to the bottom, and there's a Tamatoa. Man, that's tough. It's a card you can play right now or a card you can play the following turn. And with the Be Prepared, a Mulan, and a Manner in hand,
I don't know. There's a
That's
popsicle
tough.
in play to make the Tamatoa good, but I guess they're favoring just the character they can do now, which makes some sense there. I'm just a little worried about them not having access to some more of the heavy hitting cards late in the game.
Yeah, certainly. And we see, yep, so Tala as well, meeting the other Tala, looking at 2 cards, and they are both removal options. You've got to be prepared. You've got a Maleficent Dragon.
I want that dragon. What do we already have a beeper. I want the dragon. Okay.
Well, Brandon does not agree with you, DeCandio. Brandon says, "I want."
He's the one playing the deck. I'm not, so that's okay. He can make the decisions he wants to do there. I could be very wrong. Who knows?
This is true. This is very true. It's just interesting. Like, I always love hearing the perspective of different players, and like, I think one of my favorite things about playing card games is when you're watching other friends play, and you're kind of you're stood back with everyone just kind of staring at the games and just quietly talking through, like, I wouldn't have done that. I would have done that. That was a mistake. And just seeing what the end result is, like that, it's just like, I don't know. It's hard to duplicate that in any other sport or anything else that we do. Just that moment.
I mean, it comes down to how people sometimes analyze chess matches, right? They kind of have very specific ways to think and plan things out, and that's a lot of this game. This kind of matchup does feel like a chess matchup to me. There's a lot of little intertwining pieces that you have to kind of make sure you're preparing for the early, the mid, and the late game, and really assessing where you're at in each point to really take advantage of what your opponent's doing. And yeah, I mean, we have 8 ink in play, or is it 7 ink only? Maybe 7 ink. And yes, I think answering the chat, you're allowed to substitute your ink for anything that is not a Lorcana card, but they do have to match. And they are mainly allowing it so that people can differentiate between their hand when it's face down and the cards in their inkwell, not get those mixed up. It is an allowed play, yes, for sure.
Oh, yeah, it was actually added after the creation of the game. It was something that came about, just as like a player recommendation, kind of similar to the notion that you leave your card up that you've inked. That was something that was in effect after the rules kind of were published.
A lot of best practices. There's a lot of things that you can do to make sure that the game is played cleanly. A lot of preparation is done when you get to these stages of the game. You want to make sure that the logistics of physically playing it are not what holds you back. So anything to do that can help you from making a mistake of, I picked up my ink, not my hand, I'm totally for it. That's fine with me.
Yeah. I believe that's what the judges call a dexterity issue. You accidentally pick up you mix your hand up with your discard, you mix your hand up with your inkwell, which we've seen players do. And so this is certainly a way to prevent it. If this method you like, I recommend it.
Now can we please, I want the dragon.
Yes, please.
There's a Tamatoa there. There we go. All right, we took a dragon. We need to ink up to that point. So yeah, I mean, basically these are the scenarios where I imagine if there was another dragon in hand here versus that other Be Prepared, we could have inked the turn prior, set up for the ability to then dragon the character out. But McBuck Manor's not looking too bad here. It will make the Tamatoa make a choice between challenging it, which is probably not going to do. I'd imagine wanting to draw an extra card is more valuable, and an extra lore.
Yeah, but barring a half shark coming down and like taking advantage of its ability, we do know that we've seen that hideaway. So the hideaway is sitting in the discard pile. If a half shark is able to come down and start to attack things, it can be a problem for that McDuck Manor, because that would certainly be something you might look for if you are Nathan in this point.
Yeah. Someone in chat mentioning that they like to see the records beneath their names. That makes sense. I would safe to assume that these people right now are in contention for the top 8. I think 6 of the 8 slots are kind of locked up through intentional drawing, but this one is still TBD. This is a match that's they could not draw because of their seeding, and they're playing it out. So the player on the right is 4-1-1. The player on the left is 5-1. So playing out in the last round here, and
and admittedly, this is our 3rd event here. We're constantly improving these streams. So to the person who recommended that, I want to say thank you, because that will likely get thrown into the list of things that will happen for the future streams. So be on the lookout for any of the advances. If you have any recommendations or any thoughts, please, we'd love to hear them.
Yeah, I always think that records are important to know what stage of the round, right? Of course, round is important, but you want to make sure you know what people are doing really well. Oh, this is an X and O match kind of thing. It's cool to feel. And also in the top cut, the seeding, knowing who's on the player's draw, seeing their seeding, without having to ask, is pretty important, because it's always cool to see. People have a big stigma of play versus draw being, very disparaging, but if you can imagine a lot of worlds where that just doesn't matter as much, because you get to see the person who's going second win. It's kind of great. Here we see the shark doing what shark does best, which is challenging things. Now this time it's the manor, which definitely a good swing back in Nathan's favor.
Yes. That was such a clean exchange, such a clean, efficient exchange by the Vitalosphere, giving that shark exactly what it needs to deal with the McDuck Manor. So, yeah, certainly good. Love to see it. And Nathan, I'm sure, is happy that happened for him.
Yeah, 8 ink currently for Brandon, so there's going to be a mana need to go to the Inkwell for that dragon to take out the shark there, which I imagine you want to do. The shark itself isn't too threatening because most of the actions are interactable cards. There's sometimes the cards like Develop and Visions, but nothing like Brawl or How Far Go. There's a lot of those already been played, so you could potentially leave the shark there in favor of potentially hitting a more juicy target. But yeah, I think that it's a little bit too scary in some worlds. We see just a fistful of characters there. Tamatoa, Sisu, B-Prep in hand. That's just really dangerous there. And
yeah, I'm scared. I mean, there's just so many monsters, so many kaijus in the hand. I'm just so frightened right now.
Yeah, and the Scar Mulan, again, Mulan's not have a chance to come down and do anything. Line here is a little fortuitous. There's not really much going on, right? There's just some things, and he's leaving the shark there, which it's a gamble, but I think it's going to pay off here. There's some lines you can take where you're like, hey, I just can't do anything if this shark's going to do too much, and as long as I don't play into it, it's just a one lore quester, kind of like a Tipo, right? Tipo aggro, but in shark form.
Yeah, absolutely.
But here we are. We're going to see the juicy target come down the Tamatoa, and I think he's had all 4 Tamatoas so far, because we saw one go to the Inkwell, one's been banished with the Be Prepared, and then there's one in play and the one left in hand. So it's actually all 4, which is pretty fortunate for Nathan seeing all 4.
It is. Yeah, and while Brendan is going to be put into position to have to, I mean, essentially Brendan has to respect that half shark until he can do something about it. Nathan's saying, well, while you're respecting this half shark, I've got things. You sit there. I've got things I got to do. I'm going to go ahead and put this Tamatoa down. I'm going to go ahead and find some items. I'm going to go ahead and play them. So just putting Brandon kind of in a freeze moment here, saying, hey, you hang tight. I'll be back for you, but I got stuff to do.
Yeah, awkwardly enough here, while the dragon will take out the Tamatoa here, this Scar can't even quest. There's 2 ice blocks in play, making you only have 4 strength. Won't let the Maui shark. It won't kill the Maui shark. So if this goes sideways, that thing is just going to get eaten.
And yep, that's exactly what Brendan's thinking. Brendan's doing that thing where you look at the discard and you just kind of hope that your opponent's discard pile can tell you some answer that you didn't know before.
No, it just looks like the ice blocks are going to do too much work. Okay, I guess they don't seem to care about them getting back a How Far Go. It's pretty strong, but they can also just get back a Sail the Azurite Sea for ink. We'll see how this works out. I'm not sure the Scar of mine would have brawled there, but you never know. Draw. Maui is pretty good here too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think yeah. So we have Brendan has the potential of having a half shark in response. Assuming that we get a chance to. Yep, there comes the Maui. All right, cool. So Maui, yeah, we see the Maui. We do see the turning of the ice blocks for that Scar, which will make that, which will keep that at least a 2-for-1 in regards to that Maui. And so, yeah.
Well, a little surprised that the half shark didn't make that challenge. It would survive just the same, but we decided to play the Maui out to do that change instead. I'm wondering what all the reasoning behind that was, but we are looking back to Brandon's side again. No answer to the half shark still in play, but there is going on here. There is some answers for the Maui, which has been damaged already, but.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the only thing I can imagine, it feels like Nathan valued that lore. Just getting that one lore. I mean, it's not being able to go through the discard pile. It'll be interesting to note.
There's 2 How Far goes, and there's a Sail the Azurite Sea as far as actions go.
Yes. Okay.
So yeah, again, this Maleficent can quest because it won't get shrunk below 5 strength, so it can do it there. But yeah, the one lore I guess would be made up by the action being played. So I see what you're saying. I'm just curious as to see the exact reasoning. There's probably something I'm not thinking of, some kind of way to rush in and evasive, maybe a small Sisu. You didn't want to get them to play and then a Vitalosphere down or something like that. But yeah, the damage on characters doesn't typically matter in these types of matchups since everything's going to be hit with a big chonker, let's just say, or just banished outright.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, so we see. Oh, there was a decision made.
More dragons.
Yeah.
Everyone loves dragons there. We're just gonna.
We do love dragons. Yes. We love turtles. We love dragons. All right. So yeah, just kind of thinking through. And as we noted before, like this match can go a little bit long sometimes. So it's important to consider that as well as you're playing through. But you want to make the right choices. You don't want to make any mistakes. The thing about a deck like Ruby Sapphire is almost every moment in each of your turns, you're given an opportunity to dig, you're given an opportunity to see more cards, and so you're constantly having to make new decisions, new playline connections, reestablish whether the thing that you wanted to do at the start of your turn was the right decision after you've seen 5, 6, 7 cards. So there's some thought we had here.
Really quick, shouldn't they be at 10 lore with the Be Prepared being played? Yeah, I don't know if we were able to change it like that, but the last turn they went to quested to 9 and then played Be Prepared, so they should be at 10 again. Lore change is mandatory.
So we production, if you hear that, if you can please do your best to try to resolve that. So we'll work on that and see if we can get them. We can get that resolved.
Yeah, don't mean to interrupt you. I always want to make sure we can maintain games. If we have the ability to do so, it's nice to make sure that we preserve the integrity. I always dislike it when we see games decided by factors that are not within the parameters of the game. So
yes, correct. Yeah,
nice to maintain if you can. It looks like they're pausing them there.
Yep. It looks like they're letting them know. Yep. Problem solved.
Well, looks like I mean, in all honesty, from this perspective here, looking at the hands, I'm not certain it's ultimately going to matter. The amount of certainly earlier I think there's something that came up and it may have mattered too. But yeah, really, there's got to be some haymakers, and Maui's off the top are not the right Maui. Yeah, unfortunately, Hero to All has been replaced by his shark-like brother there. But
absolutely, yes, absolutely. All right, and for those of you in the keep in mind also, like, so I see in the chat, like the play, like, sometimes it's easy to misdiagnose a malicious intent here, but just be mindful too. I mean, they're 7 hours in of having played Lorcana. It happened. I promise you, it's not intentional. They both are fully aware that they're being watched like hawks, and they're both fully aware that there are 260 some odd people staring at them. So I promise you, they're doing their best. So thank you to those that are watching.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot to think about, and I'm sure even from Brandon's perspective, he'd just like, I don't know how I'm getting out of this. Not even thinking about what my opponent should be doing.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, just kind of like in the tank, like kind of in that moment where you're thinking, like, what do I do when I'm in the tank here?
Yep. We see here
we Lucky Dime in hand for Nathan, and a Hiram right behind it with tons of popsicles for that Hiram to eat. But we also see a Sisu.
Yeah, it looks like the Sisu into Sisu just taking out the Mulan here makes them vulnerable to a little bit to Be Prepared, but not really. There's too much stuff still in the hand there. I don't even know if we need to ink anything from this point. And again, the visions probably could be waited on, but totally fine here just to dig, and maybe there's a Pete going to come down or something like that where you can't play vision. So
yeah, certainly. I mean, it looks like with a Lucky Dime down, if any of these, with the exception of a Pirate's Life, if any of these Sisu survive, you certainly can just play that Lucky Dime, tap that Lucky Dime if you can get the ink for it, to just inch yourself across the victory there.
Yeah, sail with the options. So we're going to be sailing on in, and I don't know how much ink's in the inkwell there. I think there's 9, so a sail into a Be Prepared would be able to be played since we have an inkable in hand. But that Mulan is, boy, that is very scary in a different matchup. But in this one, not so much. They don't know it yet because the Be Prepared or the Lucky Dime's in hand, but we'll see. I'm imagine victory here for Nathan in just a moment.
I think at this point the victory. Yep. So the Lucky Dime has been presented, and the look on Brandon's face tells me he is fully aware that this is the end of the run for him.
Yeah, I think he's pointing out I had all 4 Tomatos there in this point of the game, but yeah, I think that is the ball game, as they say. Wrong game for today, but hey,
Yeah, and I gotta say, what I'm most proud of today, DeCandio, is we were able to go this entire time, and it wasn't until round 7 that we saw a Ruby Sapphire mirror on stream. So, hey, listen, as far as I'm concerned, I did my job. All right, you're welcome, everybody. You can thank me later. We had to show it, but we were able to showcase a significant amount of diversity, and so we do see we do see the drawing. Let me. I got a question for you on this one, DeCandio, because I have feelings about this. I see the value in data. However, is there a world where we cannot look at the top of our decks after matches are over so that we don't just hate our life? Or do you think that it is important that we do this, figuring out where something is and how far along the cards are? Like, what is the right way to practice? What matters most when it comes to understanding what's happening in your deck? Should we be doing that?
Just looking after the fact. I mean, you just want to know, right? As long as you
my out.
Yeah, I just want to know, just for fun. There's no reason not to. You just like, what could have been, that kind of thing, or where was it? How unlucky was I? Was it the bottom card? Come on, that kind of thing. Sure, that thing.
So
as long as it doesn't affect you mentally.
Is it just that I get tilted? I need to figure out why I get tilted so bad. Is that just a me thing? Is what you're telling me?
You get tilted because what? Why do you get tilted?
I get mad. Like, so the match is over at that point. But I look at the top cards and I realize, I was one card away, and then you just get really upset, and you're like, what the? You just get really mad. Oh, I get really mad.
I mean, as long as you can get over it in a few minutes, you're fine. Like, it's okay to be frustrated in the moment, but yeah, for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. I always see people get so mad. They get so mad. So yeah, okay, all right, fair enough.
What I'm getting mad at right now is my name having an H in it somewhere on the screen. I don't know.
You look fine. I don't see anything on there. What's wrong?
It says Brennan or Brennan. I don't know. There's an H at the end there, but it's all good. I'm just looking at that. I'm like, what is this? Come on, production.
It looks like an N, but it's actually an H. It's okay. We'll get that.
Fancy N. It's very fancy.
It's a fancy N. So look at that, fixed in real time. Oh my god, we got it fixed in real time, DeCandio. We love it. Look at that.
Sure.
So we got to see that we are now about to take a look in a moment. We are going to see who made it where. We are working on some graphics here for you. So give us a moment as we figure out where people are placed, what that looks like. We're going to get those numbers to you. We are still finishing out the round as well. So just buy us a little bit of time. It won't be too long. That match did get pretty close to time here. So
it's only in game 2 as well. They were
it ran really. Yeah, it did. Thankfully, it was only 2 games for how long it ran. So we will be back. We're going to go on a short break. Give us just a few moments as we solve it for you. And when we come back, we will have our first set of top cut matches. And we'll see you then.
there. Yeah.
Hey friends, welcome back. Welcome back. Yes, so we are just about to get started. We are going to be kicking into the top 8 matchups, and we are going to have Jordan, who is currently operating with a Amber Emerald deck.
It's back.
Amber, yeah. We're 3 sets, but we're 3 sets behind, and it's suddenly back. And Jordan is going to be going up against Zan, as we saw this morning, running with Ruby Sapphire. So it'll be interesting to see how Jordan can fare into Zan. Now, certainly when we think about that, it's gonna be very interesting here. So, hey, how's it going, DeCandy? How's it going, buddy?
Sorry, I was just finishing some up. I didn't interrupt.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah. So we're running with Mikey here as well.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So thanks, man. Thanks for jumping in here. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing Zan up against Jordan. And so it'll be interesting to see how we can solve this. Now, why is his name Gabe? Because Gabe is awesome. I don't know what to tell you. That's why his name is Gabe.
No, they has it like switched around on the screen. He's got it fixed.
There you go. Very cool. Yeah, absolutely.
Production's got it under control.
Yeah, and so I guess we're running a 3-man. We're running a 3-man here. So we've got so Mike and I are going to be. That's okay. Yeah, Mikey and I are going to be running in the inside here. And Brendan, we see you. Thank you for joining us. But yeah, I'm sure you heard me though.
No.
Oh! Are you?
I was just joining. I had to put my 6-year-old to bed. So.
Okay. So Jordan is going up against Zan in top 8. Jordan is running Amber Emerald it's going to be against Ruby Sapphire. Yes, it made it into top 8. What are your thoughts on that, Brennan?
I think isn't that one of the reasons that deck did well to begin with? It was good into Ruby Sapphire, a lot of discard. They have Bare Necessities and Ursula and how you have forgotten me, things like that. Isn't that one of the main reasons that deck existed? I would imagine, or is it?
Yep.
That's precisely it. Yeah, I think that deck has a very, very strong matchup. Mikey, what are your thoughts into that particular matchup? What are some of your thoughts as we see this?
Jordan, I think, is 8-0 against his last 4. I don't know if he played 8 over the weekend, but I know he mentioned to me 8-0. I don't know if that's 8 matches or just 8 straight games, but he's been destroying Ruby Sapphire all weekend. So I think this may be over quick, but Zan is, as they say, built different. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Is he 8-0 against Zan though? That's the real question.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So it'll be to see.
Definitely going to be an uphill battle, but it should be fun to watch. So what else do we have interesting wise, bracket wise? We have Jonathan on Ruby Steel playing into Ruby Sapphire. He played against it once in the Swiss, and he was 5-1 coming in. So I'll give you 2 guesses as to what happened there.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's not the greatest matchup for Ruby Steel. Hoping to dodge most likely, but with 3 copies of Ruby Sapphire in the top cut, it's hard to do that kind of thing. But we'll see. Strange things have happened.
Yeah, we're seeing that there's 3 Ruby Sapphires that snuck its way into the top 8. I say snuck, but it did so with, as we talked about, with Kaiju's. Just stomped their way in there. We have a single Amber Steel, and of course, the diversity. Great. So we are jumping in to the matchup, and we see that, we're kind of jumping right into it. Popsicle right into your traditional lineup of getting into a ramp with that Sail the Azeroth Sea.
Yeah, we see Felicia hitting the ink there along with the Vision. I didn't get a great look at the hand, but yeah, this is definitely a matchup where cards like Ursula, Bare Necessities are going to look to stymie Zan's start. And going second, it's kind of hard to get, the Sail the Azeroth Sea on turn 1, so that is a kind of free development option there. But there's still a ton of things that can go on here. But we see the wombo combo of Hiram or How Far Will Go. So even in the case where there's an Ursula to take this How Far Will Go, the Hiram can still do its job. So that's going to be the take, it looks like here. Of course, Zan doing that for us.
Absolutely. Do you normally want to ink a bear? I feel like Bare Necessities is probably pretty solid into Ruby Sapphire too.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's one of the more powerful cards, but really it's going to function very similarly to how Ursula would this turn. I think there's another Bare Necessities in hand. You don't want to get too clogged up. What if there's a bunch of whiffs? But also, Zan, if he's thinking about it, could ink an action, play an action kind of thing, or something along to empty his hand. I imagine we're seeing just a Flavor Sham or a Tala even come down here. I'd lean towards the Tala, but could be wrong there on that. Nope, there's the
get the value while you can.
Yep.
Keep his hand kind of full.
Now, let's talk about this interesting decision to keep the hand face down the entire time here. Is this a psych out method? What do you think is the purpose of this?
I usually keep my hand face down when it's not my turn because I should know it's in my hands at all times. But it's still pretty early, and it's more so you're just waiting to react in a lot of ways, right? You got nothing you can do in your opponent's turn, so might as well just sit there and wait. And there's no time limit on the top cut, so you get a little more time to reassess your hand each turn. But here's a nice little sequence of Prince John into Bear. That's why you would kind of do it in that order. And I think why we saw them leave a thing there. Why Zan isn't just revealing his hand immediately, I don't quite get. But hey, you know.
Yeah, why is he?
I don't know. It's been a long weekend. Maybe he's lamenting the decision here of
thinking it's sudden chill. He's thinking it's sudden chill for sure.
Oh yeah, he's definitely thinking sudden chill.
Wait for the real.
Yeah, wait for it to set in. Yeah, it's exactly what it was. Yeah, we do it.
Hey, it's a long day. It's a long day for everyone.
And no judgment. I've done it before.
Oh man.
Yeah, the most important card looks like to be a Maui here, and Sisu Brawl is kind of redundant. Hideaway doesn't really have any targets, I don't think, so I'm imagining the Brawl is the only take, just because it does something, and Prince John gets his value, as he does, the greediest of them all.
Yeah.
No, you love those moments. We're all human, right?
Yeah, you probably only want the Hideaway if he did have like the Diablo Cove line.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I gotta say, I'm a fan of this color combination. I got scared away from it because it just felt like it didn't get anything in this previous set, and it just felt bad to play this pairing with nothing that was really new. So clearly, Jordan did not agree with me. Jordan's like, okay, so what? This is a good color pairing. It's quick. It does things very bad to your opponent's hand. I'm going to stick with this.
Yeah, one of my biggest qualms with the Amber Emerald color pairing is its closing speed's not that great. It doesn't have very many great questers in its arsenal. It's very good at establishing full control, but then you give your opponent a bunch of top decks to get out of it. That's how I felt it plays out. But we have a really, really great sequence there. There's a Prince John, and I see a set one favorite. You have forgotten me. Whether it's time for that right now or not, with 3 cards, I believe, in Zan's hand, we'll see. But yeah, this is definitely why you'd see this matchup and be a little scared from Zan's perspective. Just the taking out 2 cards, getting 2 cards. Yeah, Dad Blast it is.
Yeah. Do you think that Zan played the Sisu so he could have an Inkable for the next turn?
Playing it over which one?
Over playing Maui? I feel like Maui
banishing there's also the fact that I doubt he's going to be planning or thinking he's had the ability to get to a whole lot of ink, and having the small Sisu in play means that a shifted Sisu is possible to deal with that Prince John. Yep. So developing a character that's probably going to do something, or in some cases where maybe a Vitalosphere happens, the Sisu can take out a Diablo. But yeah, definitely hard pressed to play cards from your hand right now. There's the Sisu, as we just mentioned. That now Zan's a genius.
We summoned it for him.
That is a top deck.
Yeah, one of them all the time. There you go.
Yeah.
So as we mentioned, built different, and there we go.
That's better to be lucky than good. Holy cow!
Both, So we're gonna see here a big kind of tempo swing. I'd imagine, as bad as it may seem, you might have to make him discard 2 cards here just to try and slow the bleeding. It can go disastrously wrong, but if he's allowed to continue to develop with any sort of contingency here with a plan with his hand, it's gonna be really rough. But yeah, that shift Sisu won. We'll probably have won the game from this perspective here, but just a cricky. Okay.
Yeah, that's not what you want to be doing as yellow green in this situation.
No. I mean, we say just a cricky, but it's a 3 quester. It's a thing. It's a thing to play.
Yeah, you're not wrong. The things you said are true.
These are words, and they are true.
Sisu and Tamatoa in the hand.
Man, talk about Grandma Tala, a card that just skated under the radar from that set for everybody, and is now just one of the best cards that sees play consistently. It's just so good at getting a little bit of value, getting the ball rolling, and the stat line is just quite good. Where Tala has just been a card that's impressed me time and time again from I think set 4 or set 3. I don't remember when that card was released, but yeah, I think that's one of the most undersung cards we've seen in recent years. Now he's in a sticky spot here where he'd really like to ink that Tipo to go up to 7 ink. Yeah. But the fear of getting, let's say Dad Blasted, You Have Forgotten Me is really strong. He's going to lose on 2 really big threats. And if he tries to shrink his hand more by playing the Sisu out, in case of that, then a sudden chill hits him. So it's not completely over yet. The fact that the Sisu is shifted is actually a really big deal. In the case of we don't talk about Bruno, there's a chance that this big Sisu survives that effect.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see how it all kind of unfolds here.
And I do think that's why Jordan elected to go with a Cricky there, because it does kind of bluff that you don't talk about Bruno.
It gives me options to do both, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
He can go Ink, You Have Forgotten Me, make him discard the last 2 cards. Bruno, and even if he misses, then play Sudden Chill and take out the Sisu. And I do believe his hand is exactly that. I think he has Sudden Chill, Bruno, and You Have Forgotten Me in his hand.
Mm.
So really well set up there, I think. There's no You Have Forgotten Me, and yep, those are the 3 cards there. So that Inkable is really all she wrote. Able to deal with the Sisu here and the rest of the cards in hand. Just with the Bruno and You Have Forgotten Me, the Sudden Chills are not necessarily needed here. So don't knock until it's over, but that
absolutely
definitely a way to swing this game here.
Yeah, it's just so crazy to see this. You have to wonder what the matchups leading up to this moment look like. I mean, Jordan's got to be feeling good here. Jordan's in the top 8. Certainly hoping to make this work in his favor. Yep, randomly deciding, and so the little Sisu is the one that
it matters. It matters here.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You have 7 ink, 2 8 drops discarded all. Woes you. There's some things here, but it's not over. I mean, a popsicle is a popsicle, right?
It is. Yeah, correct. And vision is a vision, and a Tala is a Tala at the end of the day.
Sometimes when you think of these scenarios and you call it right off the top there, you wonder why you don't play these kind of decks, right? That's always the thought.
Yep.
I'm just waiting for that to happen. It doesn't look like anything come up too much. I'm wondering what the card in hand is. I'd imagine more like a brawl or something like that is what we drew. A little awkward there. You might want to ink it some situations to make sure it doesn't get discarded for the Sudden Chill, but sometimes situationally awesome if a Diablo was to come down.
Yeah. It looks, and we do see the Dad Blast, or You've Forgotten Me. We see what looks like the Kita, yep.
Sure. Kita's fine. It's gonna make a brawl that was potentially kept in hand even better. Just gonna kill that. It was a B prepared. Okay.
Oh, it was a B prep. That makes sense why there was no ink.
Yeah. No ink, no play. One of the worst cards to draw there. Is that another Tala? Man, Tala is just showing again.
Yep. Replacing herself and sorting. It's good.
Yep.
Yeah, good. Just digging. Ruby Sapphire doing that digging thing that it does.
Yeah, like the Dwarven Mine, but a different way of digging.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, other diggy.
I see a Tomato in those 2 cards. I didn't quite catch the other card that they're deciding between. Tomato is very appealing because it offers a really big body, but I imagine there'd be something else as well you might want to be able to use this turn. Again, didn't get the best glimpse. Looks like he's opting for it, but could be a lot of things. Could be a way to interact with the Kita next turn. It could be Maui Shark. There you go.
Oh man,
Maui Shark.
Gonna get blasted too.
Yep, blast indeed. And you love to see those kind of effects here. He's gonna, probably play the Diablo out just to get the Diablo out. See, hey, these are pretty good, and then say those were nice, weren't they? And
oh yeah.
In the chat there, just addressing there was 1 card in hand. We don't talk about Bruno to put 2 cards back to the hand, and then You Have Forgotten Me to discard 2. So that's why I went up to 0. There was no miss discard or anything like that of the turn there.
All right, so we see Zan in effect in that top deck mode.
Yep, just chanting popsicle in his head over and over again.
Yeah. Maybe do that thing that we've seen some players do. They just rub the playmat and just
seen that a lot this weekend.
Lots of rubbing the playmats, hoping to draw what you need.
And they're nice playmats, right? They're quite soft.
They are. Yeah, they are. They really are.
Looks like a brawl. Okay.
It is. Yeah. Yep.
I think. Is it Jordan? I'm bad with names. How do you pronounce their name?
It's Jordan. Yeah, there's
Jordan?
a D missing there.
There's the name thing. I gotta get the production staff to snuff. They got my name wrong. They got Jordan's name wrong. This is all unacceptable.
So much. There's so much happening.
But no, he's been holding that Sudden Chill in his hand. For A, if the Zan leaves a card in his hand to nail, especially if he does a Sprint Shot, or B, he could have discarded to shift a Diablo so that he gets a card immediately back after. So good on them for holding. Looks like another Hiram. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Tala wanting to hold back here, I imagine just to, well, I think you can quest with it here. If Tala hits in, then you can use a Hiram and a Sisu to take off the Kita.
Yep. I think you quest the Hiram as well, because even if you have the other Hiram, You know, if you do find an item.
There's a card, no cards in hand, right? 2 Sudden Chills and a Prince John off the top there. It's
pretty rough.
Kind of going back to that closing speed question. It doesn't have much of a defense either, really, this deck. It really just tries to, get out from under your opponent, ever actually do anything. I think at this point, Jordan's actually cheering for a popsicle to be drawn so he can discard something from Zan's hand, but we'll see. That could always go very wrong very fast.
Yeah, I think when we think about deck construction, as players build their decks, I think one of the questions we ask ourselves is this a good card to draw in the late game? And so, I think that when you see a lot of these cards that do the thing that Emerald does, which is discard, when you're beyond that point, when your opponent's in top deck mode, nothing feels worse than that.
Yeah, there's another Hiram, and that's all she wrote. Hiram, we had Tipo aggro before, we have Hiram aggro now.
Yeah, here we go, Hiram aggro. Let's go.
That was quite the game. I think the big thing there was actually Zan making the correct line of playing that Sisu out to deal with the Ursula instead of the Maui, allowing them to get that Sisu shift off the top, and that's what won him the game. I don't think some people would do that. You see the 1/1 body and the 5/5 or the 6/5 body, and you're like, well, this one's just clearly bigger. But the upside of he might lose his hand to be at 6 ink for a while, that a shift Sisu to the top would be pretty nice. And hey, that's what happened.
Yeah, completely turned the game.
Yeah, Jordan now going to get the opportunity to go first here in game 2. Zan now knows what he's up against as if he didn't. I mean, everybody was talking about this deck. So
do they not have deck lists or anything like that, or?
Not that were presented to everybody, but the room's not that. You've been here. The room's not that big.
Sure,
you've got a few games to walk around. You can kind of suss out what's out there.
Yeah,
especially looking at the top tables.
I can also see Zan being the kind of person that says, "Doesn't matter, I'm going to beat it anyway," and just not even bother to go around, go get some food instead.
Yeah, that's true. Just so you know what Zan was doing in the 2 games that he had ID'd, he was playing the board game Wingspan with his friends.
See, I don't know what that is, but that sounds just like what Zan would do.
Yeah, that sounds like a Zan thing. Absolutely.
All right, nice little quick cut shuffle ready for game 2 here, and Jordan's going to be going first. I think they were going second the first game, right? Zan had a higher seeding. All right.
Yeah.
See, we just need those little markers telling us who's a higher seeding, and we'll know.
Absolutely, yes.
Wink.
We have added that to the bucket. There's a receptacle in here called recommendations, and it's shaped oddly like a trash can. Is the only thing we're about, but we're kidding. We of course are taking any and all feedback. We do love it.
No, I love what you guys have done. It's only been a short while. You guys have been broadcasting a lot of these events, but keep them going. Keep them going for sure.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
All right, 3 cards back. It looks like for Jordan, 5 from Zan, keeping Popsicle Sail, kind of the ideal start there. A couple giant uninkables there. I see 2 Sisus and a Tomato, which isn't not uninkable, but it's a big one.
I think Jordan had the Diablo shift line too. I didn't see a Cove, but not sure what else was mulliganed or kept, I should say.
Yeah, the general rule I found when you have high or low uninkable count Emerald based decks is, do I have either piece of Diablo shift line or Ursula? If not, ship everything else. That's usually the logic you find to get the most aggressive on the play start. And if you see a smaller mulligan than a full one or something like that, it means they already have it, and that's kind of scary. So might be what's going on here.
Yeah, certainly.
Diablo is probably not great to shift unless you have the Cove into this matchup, because they have quite a few ways to answer it. I don't know if Zan's on ice blocks, but
yeah, the one thing with that though is that there's always the chance that, especially when you're going first, they can't even play a sail into the Diablo if you're going first. So that's enough of a reason to be okay with. But yeah, the Cove definitely makes it a lot easier to do that kind of thing. But we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah, Cove certainly a good card into this matchup.
So yeah, I see Tamatoa, Sisu, Popsicle, Sail, and I think there was a Tala. I couldn't quite get to that card there, but pretty good hand except for the 2 Sisu part. And on the other side, I see both pieces of Diablo shift line and a Sir Hiss, not a Popsicle. But in this deck, as opposed to other decks like Green Steel, the card Bare Necessities can just take out the problem card in Brawl. You can Bare Necessities Brawl. So
yeah,
to defend your Diablo was pretty nice.
Very true.
Yep. Tala Ice Block. Oh, there's 3 uninkables, and that might be a little bit of an awkward situation to be in. There's the Brawl, which...
Oof. you know, Jordan's probably feeling somewhat safe, but
well, if he can, like you said, sing bare necessities off that shift,
he can play it, shift it, do whatever he wants with it.
Yeah.
Bop it. I don't know.
Interesting because like you see the hand. There's one card that's been added in terms of information.
Okay, Under the Sea. So he can ship Under the Sea and then sing bare necessities.
Yes. Yep.
There's a bare necessities, Prince John, Sirhis, You Have Forgotten Me, and Prince John. That's a monster of a hand if you can set that all up, which they might be trying to do. I think they're gonna, ink the Sirhis and maybe play the bare necessities. Yeah, just to get under. Now, do you take the sail or do you take the brawl? I don't know if it's clear because you kind of want him to sail, right? Because you get an extra card that way.
The brawl.
Yeah, it's the brawl. There's just too many answers. Like there's too many things that gets addressed with a brawl in my deck if I'm playing this.
Yep, good point out there. There should be a marker. As we say, there should be a marker for the win that Zan got in game 1. Where he is up 1-0 right now in the match. All right, a vision there. Fine card to play. Good thing to play here to dig for replacement effect for that brawl. But he seems to be sailing anyway.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a. Was that another?
That sail? Feels so bad as a blue player to sail and then you're ramping and they just draw off of it. It's the worst.
Yeah, sail draws a card. Hey, people say that sail is a strict upgrade to one jump ahead. I say nay. It is definitely an opportunity cost against Diablo.
And also your deck building, you have to be able to, fit all the inkables.
Yeah.
Man, so he does have a John, right? So he could lay the John down.
Yep. Looks like Ursula, Prince John, You Have Forgotten Me, and didn't quite catch the last one, but I guess that was it, right? Ursula, Prince John, You Have Forgotten Me, and
this is the setup I feel like that you want with Amber Emerald.
All right. Yeah, that's a nice card there.
See it here. You're going into the turn for which a Dad Blast will be most effective.
How far I'll go is pretty solid though, because it gets around Diablo and you're still able to progress your game plan. Because Shark is pretty hard for Amber Emerald to deal with if you can get the Shark out. Outside of Bruno, I'm not sure how to get rid of it.
Just Bruno, yeah, I believe, and that might be what we see here. It's hard, and there looks like there's a Shark, or maybe I'm seeing things here.
Looks like Sisu, Dime, Sisu, one enchanted.
Yeah, one's enchanted, one's a standard.
And there's a sail as the last card looks like.
Yep. All right, so we see it. You Have Forgotten Me.
Good sequencing here. Playing You Have Forgotten Me before questioning anything else in case you find a bare necessities or a sudden chill. You want to again draw cards before doing anything else if you can.
Yep. And then drawing those two. Let's see. Oh, let's see what it is that Jordan finds.
Yeah, in the chat there, put to your hand is not drawn, so it's very different there. They're not questing with the Diablo, and if playing around a Maui there, looks like it's pretty good.
And another You Have Forgotten Me.
Yeah, You Have Forgotten Me. Lying in wait, waiting for the next turn there.
Develop also gets around.
Yeah,
drawing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, those both look at then put to hand, so not a draw. So they do get around Diablo. The sail is the only one that we have an issue with mainly. Hiram and Sail are the two ones that'll trigger it more than once per turn. Looks like all there is sails. But he might be forced to it in some way with no cove there to try and get to the big Sisu. There's a Hiram and a Sail. You could, do what you can, but you might have to draw some cards here. You're feeding the trolls, but
yeah, there you go. So we eat the popsicle, we draw two. There's another popsicle in Hiram.
Yeah, another Sail and another popsicle in Hiram. I mean, these are great cards. Diablo likes all of them.
Yeah, Diablo loves those. Diablo enjoys a good popsicle.
You know, what's greater than 7 or 8 is 9, and I don't think Zane cares how many are in his opponent's hand right now. He's just trying to get out from under this. These two cards in hand are in play. The Diablo and Prince John are really doing works.
Yeah, I think you get to a point where, like, you got so many cards in hand that whether you have 5 or 12, it doesn't really even matter at that point. You just need answers. You got to deal with the problems.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's all percentages, right? You know, how big is the difference between 1 and 2? Giving the opponent a second card versus only one card is a huge difference than giving them, the 8th or 9th card.
Yeah. Giving them 50% of a hand versus giving them 10% of a hand certainly is something to consider.
Maybe this is why Jordan leaves his hand on the table during his opponent's turns, just because he's tired of carrying all those cards.
Yeah, it hurts.
I would be too at this point.
Embarrassment of riches at this point.
Okay.
Yep.
Get rid of all the card.
No cards for Zan.
My goodness, yeah. It's just Zan is in that top deck mode. I mean, Zan's got 6 ink. Oh, did you see that? I didn't get to see what it was.
No, but the benefit here is that Zan has a bunch of ink, right? That's really what the good thing is here. There could be a ton of cards in hand, but they all have to kind of break through the wall of top deck Sisu and or be prepared. So yeah, I'm fully expecting to see the Popsicle get banished to draw some cards, and Zan does not care how many cards are in his opponent's hand at this point. There's no way he's beating any of that. There's a Shark, a Tala, and a Tipo hanging out. And I'll be honest, I don't know which one I would do, take, or get me out of here because they don't clear the board. So
yeah,
yep.
Yeah, this is a good thing. I mean, it's interesting to see Zan responding to a Diablo. We know Zan, of course, has popularized or repopularized the Emerald Steel discard deck. So seeing him work around this Diablo, or I should say, work through. I guess is that the right term? We're working through it. It's kind of fun.
Yeah. Yep. So previously, there are good times to hold certain cards in the hand to make sure that you can play around a sudden chill or You've Forgotten Me. But at this point, I think Zan just decided to not play around anything because I don't think he can, nor does it matter. So you see him just inking down to 1 card in hand left just because, he might want the last card and sudden chill would take it out, but he's not beating much else. He's just going to play and hope that nothing bad happens.
There's so many cards in Jordan's hand.
It's insane.
It's like 14 or something like that.
Yeah.
This is insane. The number of cards sitting in Jordan's hand is so crazy.
Yeah, and maybe he's just hoping that how many cards in his opponent's hand is going to make it so he slow plays and gets a penalty that way or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah, that could be his game plan.
It's a pretty good one if you have any. All right, Tala down, and there's more cards coming.
Yeah,
I'd imagine we have. We don't talk about Bruno, or this is pretty. Opens up pretty hard into. There's one, yeah. And Prince John.
Deal with Flabbersham though, so Flabbersham will still draw 2 more to give him a chance to find.
Yeah, certainly.
I mean, sure.
Yeah, I guess.
If you're in Zan's position, are you just going on to game 3?
I mean, his opponent's only at 3 lore. I don't mean him at game 3. There's a lot of games to be played.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of game left. If Jordan doesn't find another Bruno and Zan finds a Shark, like that would do enough.
Or just a Sisu even. A Sisu just makes this that there's a big lore threat in play, and then there's just no board on their side. I mean, they only have 6 ink and Sail and a Vitalosphere and a Tipo. So nothing to help. I guess a Sail to give Jordan another card. Now, it is important to note that Diablo is a May trigger, so it's not forced that they're to discard, but yeah.
Well, Jordan seems to be okay with continuing to draw, so.
Yeah. There's a Vitalosphere and a Tipo and a Dragon. I imagine that a Sphere is going to be played and a Tipo is going to be inked just to. Both going to be inked. That's totally fine. Empty-handed, do your worst. No single discard's going to do anything here. I'm just going to play off the top every turn with this Hiram that you can't kill. We need to see that Cricky again, I feel like.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh, there we go. So we're taking a look. We're looking to see what's in the discard. Zan says, okay, well, if you're going to touch my cards, I'm going to touch your cards.
Exactly.
All right.
So many cards.
Yikes. Holy moly. I think the question is, what don't I have? That's really what Jordan needs to ask. What don't I have? Which of my cards in my deck are still in my deck?
Yeah, I mean, the important ones I'd imagine now are ones that can quest for more than 1, and we don't talk about Bruno. Those are the only cards I think that actually matter.
Yep.
All right. I just got word here that the Ruby Steel deck did fall at the hands of Ruby Sapphire. It is pretty much a nightmare matchup. And, one of the reasons to play Ruby Steel is to hope to dodge matchups like that. So,
yeah, still, it's a crazy showing, man. In a room like this, to bring an off-meta deck like that and make top 8 is quite the feet.
Yeah, seriously, insane. That was such a good match. You should have seen it, Mikey. The Candio was like walking me through as the combo was firing off, just open mouth. I was just in shock. I just could not believe this thing was insane.
All right, here's a Cove that shuts off any CSU potential. Need 1 more ink to get them all in there. There we go. And I imagine the Diablos are going to take out that Hiram, and then the Prince John's going to start his journey to 20.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, at this point, you got to start climbing. I mean, how much longer before you're in danger of drawing out? You know, I mean, come on, we can't. We got to figure this out. We got to get there.
Yeah, but it does at some point fully establish control, right? There's at some point in the game it's just too much to overcome. Was that a dime? What's being played here? Some sapphire card.
Yeah, I just missed. Oh, hear him.
Oh my god, that's the fourth one, no?
Something like that.
Close to it, if third, if not fourth.
There's a ruby card and a Tamatoa, a Beeper and Tamatoa. What are the odds that those cards are going to stay in Zan's hand?
Pretty low.
Yeah, I'd say chances are low, but you know,
so close though.
Zero.
How much ink is that? Is it only 6 ink to the side there? I think you have 10 total.
Yeah.
It's a little unfortunate, but
one short, man.
Yeah.
It doesn't specifically have to stop drawing. I think we're roughly around maybe 35 cards into the deck, and Diablo is not a mandatory trigger. You can choose not to draw at later points, so I think it's fine just to draw. It doesn't really matter, right? You're going to draw the cards later anyway, and the game's not going to go on for 20 turns, to where maybe something you draw will take a turn off the clock and play it out. Totally fine. Maybe if there was 7 cards in this deck, you might want to slow down because it'd take longer to quest. But is that a daisy?
Daisy, that is a daisy. Yeah. Hey, look, we are really committed to this discarding thing, and so we've got characters that do it too.
Yep, that many cards in his hand. Prince John is the gift that never stops giving there, and so is Diablo.
Holy smokes! Yeah, I mean, it's just So at this point,
yeah,
I mean, we call this board stabilized, and we start climbing.
Yep.
Without question, this is absolutely stabilized. All right, asking to see a hand of 0 cards. Jordan's so rude. That's just bad manners, but it's okay.
Zan's also fishing for information. He might not have the exact deck list, so we're gonna see kind of. Oh, there's a. I'm gonna find a beat paired off of this. A lot of ruby cards. I don't think any of them are beat paired. 5 ruby cards.
Yeah, that's probably be a scoop, I'd imagine.
I could just see it, Zan right now, Doctor Strange, just looking for that 1 in 1 million universes that that give you the answers that you need.
Yeah, again, if they don't have deck lists, the information that he might get by playing some more turns out is gonna be worth it to him. I feel like.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's an entirely fair point.
Like, I wouldn't have expected the Daisy, but hey, we got to see that. Usually you see maybe a Lucifer or an Ana, but there's a Daisy, so good to know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Daisy is an interesting play. I mean, Daisy is inkable. Certainly one of the problems with the discard characters is the inkability. So I don't hate it. I think it's all right.
Yeah,
a lot of enchanteds on the board right now.
Yeah, Maui's, which always a good one. Diablos, which I know Zan has at home too, if he didn't bring his deck with him.
Oh goodness gracious! You have to wonder if he wishes he brought it, but
this matchup for sure, it definitely would be quite a landslide for Green Steel, I believe. But I think overall he had a good day on the day, just kind of cruising through to the top 8. I don't think he lost a match in the Swiss. So.
Yep.
Correct. Yeah, certainly.
If you would have told me that Zan played 2 different deck lists over 2 days of tournaments, I would have picked Green Steel as one of those 2 decks, but it was neither.
Yeah, it was neither on either day.
Yeah.
No, what did he play yesterday? Was it Amethyst Steel?
He played Amethyst Steel. Yeah.
I remember him playing that, I think, in Chicago. Played a lot of locations. I think he had the libraries, and I don't know if the library was legal at the time, but I know he had a bunch of Queen's Castles.
Something I do want to share about Zan that I thought was really, really cool. So yesterday I saw Zan playing a game with somebody. I want to say it was like later in the rounds. He ended up defeating that person. It was a pretty quick match. But after he was done with that match, like that his opponent asked him for some advice as they were sitting together, and Zan pulled out this Ruby Sapphire deck and like played through a couple of lines, like just sat there with this person to help them understand and see the game in a different way. So it's really cool. We get to see from a community perspective, just even meeting some of these people who are very, very successful in the community, getting that opportunity to talk to them and like taking the time out to say, look, let me show you why this deck works the way it does. Let me teach you a little bit about why these lines work, and hopefully get you 1%, 2%, 3% better in your ability to play this game. So I thought that was really, really cool.
Yeah, Zan's a gamer, and if there was a school for Lorcana, he'd be a professor. So,
yeah,
like Dumbledore.
He's not that old, but maybe eventually.
Oh, okay. So then he's like Snape. Then we'll say he's like Snape,
but way nicer. He actually lets Harry know he cares about him. So,
there you go.
he's a good guy.
Oh, good.
Getting jealous over there. I'm seeing them shuffle out. I'm trying to find some cards to riffle through. I know it won't be too appealing for the camera, but hey, it's ASMR, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you've got one of those fancy ASMR microphones with like the dual, that could be pretty cool.
No, I'm not that cool. I have a microphone that was, I think, gifted to me maybe 8 years ago. It's an old one, but it's a good one.
It's an oldie but a goodie.
Yeah, back when I used to stream each day, that was wild. Long time ago. Magic was a long time ago, it feels like. All right, so I think one of the biggest differences there we saw in the early phase of the game that can play out differently with Zan being on the play is sail into Diablo, right? If there's the Diablo shift line, sail the Azurite Sea looks a lot worse when you're going second, but when you're going first, it's not that big of a deal. We don't see any bit of the shift line in hand for Jordan. What would you do here? My inclination is I want to just ship everything. Just find it. I want to find it. I feel like this matchup, I have enough inkables in my deck, I believe. I don't think it's the uninkable count's too high, honestly. I think it's just Diablo and Prince John.
What about Ursula, though? I think I want the two cost Ursula.
Sure, you might. There's also the fact that you have essentially 8 copies of Ursula. You have Ursula and Bare Necessities, to where I think you might just want to dig for the actual threatening part of the deck to kind of get on the board quicker. But you certainly could. Ursula's a fine card now, especially with them being on How Far I'll Go rather than Fishbone Quill. It's gotten new life again, but no more one jump ahead means it's not as potent there, and on the draw it's still missing in the same regards. But I don't know. I'm feeling a full ship, but maybe I'm crazy.
He's waiting to see what Zan does too.
Yeah, he's looking over at Zan and saying, "Hey, all right, bud, whenever you're ready to tell me what you're gonna do." And it looks like we are sending back.
I think it was Ursula and Ariel. I think he kept.
Fair.
Yeah.
Ooh, that hand is a lot of You Have Forgotten Me's, and
yes, Dad is Dad is disappointed. He's not mad at you, but he is certainly disappointed.
At one point in time in this game, though, Jordan's just going to come in and go in, and then I started blasting.
Yes, good old Frank Reynolds.
Yeah.
Oh goodness, yes.
Well, they're having a good time laughing. I wonder if Brian won.
Well, if you can't have fun, what are you going to do?
Yeah, right. I mean, we're here playing card games for the love of everything good. You may as well have a good time while you're doing it.
All right, I see a Ice Block Sisu that's small, Vitalosphere, another Sisu that's small, Brawl, Hiram, Tipo. So it's pretty good. I imagine Zan's going to try to empty the non-character cards out of his hand to maybe make himself a little bit immune to Bare Necessities being played on turn 2, but it can be hard to do that. He would have to ink the sphere here and then play Tipo inking. Well, I guess he inked it already, the other non-character item in his hand. But no 1-drop is definitely what Zan wants to see here. No Diablo. All right, does he do it? Does he want to get around the Bare Necessities entirely? He's already dodging the Ursula pretty well, but he'd have to ink the Vitalosphere, leaving with no other inkable card. It's a little bit rough. Yeah, taking the sure thing and being able to get that Hiram down, even if he doesn't draw an inkable, as long as there's no Bare Necessities. But we'll see.
Did not like whatever. True.
There is a Bare Necessities. Is it right to do Bear over Ursula? Bear Necessities can take an inkable card as the biggest part here, and if Zan misses for a turn, that's no Hiram. It'd be really rough, but yeah, there's the Ursula. It's rough to see that we missed there, but
yep.
I mean, that's the nature of it, though. I mean, you have to. I think to a degree, I think putting a body down can be important sometimes too. Getting that information determines whether you should even bother with the Bare Necessities as well. So, we have the benefit of seeing the hands. So.
Yeah, Zan drew a Tomato, so it would have worked out fine from anyway, even if there was a bear on the Vitalosphere. But
yeah,
was certainly a line that you could consider. I think there was hesitation from Jordan thinking about that before playing the Ursula. Also, the upside to be able to sing with Ursula if there's a Prince John in hand next turn to kind of set the immediate card draw is nice. So I could see arguments for that for sure. Man, this game.
Rawl, I think I saw in there. Or is that a Felicia?
That's a Felicia, yeah.
So really it's popular. Sisu, Tamatoa, Vitalosphere, and the Felicia. Yeah. Now we do know that the Vitalosphere is still there. The Automata was inked and actually another one drawn. So that Bare Necessities is live, and Jordan should know that.
Yep.
So this should hit. Yeah, a little bit of a punish, but you wouldn't know that for certain. He could have easily drawn another non-character card off the Hiram draw, which you wouldn't know ahead of time. But yeah, nice little sequence here. And this can be tough. Zan's out of card draw here. He can easily get stuck on 5 or 6 ink and up as we say that.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Again.
Yeah, Jordan knows it too. Jordan's like, you lucky, lucky person.
Have you ever thought about doing better? It's just
yeah.
There's a sale too to empty the hand quick.
Yeah, definitely gonna. I think he will sail and probably empty it out, but that it is gonna get him. He's gonna get blasted
for sure. But if he can get low enough where it doesn't really matter too much, there's a shark to maybe protect that hand.
Can double ink and get rid of the Ursula.
Yep.
But you probably don't want to play that card, right? Because now you're only down to 2.
Yeah, if he goes down to 2 cards, it can be a little weary, and I think that's what's going to happen. Or there's 3 cards still in hand.
There might be 3.
Yeah, we're looking okay as long as Sudden Chill plus You Forgot Me is going to be really hard to get through this game.
Yeah, that would be backbreaking at this point.
And well, we say that, and I think that's what's going to happen.
He has it. So would you would think Sudden Chill here with John leaving him open to be banished?
Yeah, I think 1 is a heck of a lot larger than 0, and it's a bigger point break to happen. So I think that even though you're throwing away the Prince John there, getting that last card in hand, it's the best card, right? It's always going to be the best card.
Yep, certainly. Yeah, that's the point.
So I think it's worth it. It's tough, but I think you might have to. It is a little bit risky, but we'll see what they end up deciding on. I think there's a backup Prince John, so I think I'm okay with it, especially. But yeah,
sure. He's got another one in hand, and yeah, absolutely.
When he sees that shark, I think he has no regrets from this position. So
100%. As long as there's no item off the top again for Sand.
Popsicle sale. What's next? The draw. That could be anything.
I think it was sale. Yeah.
Yeah. Point out in the chat there is an Under the Sea in hand, but there's only 4 ink, and there's not that much to quest on. So. Well, that's about as good as you can get there. I imagine the card coming out the top is going to be probably inked to avoid more discard, but who knows? Maybe he has to keep it.
Another shark.
It's a shark? Ooh. Well,
Maui. Oh, no.
Maui? It was a Maui. We knew that much.
Yeah.
All right. This isn't the worst. We're on the Tipo aggro plan. Thanks, Frank Garston. But yeah, there's a fistful of cards over there.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. I mean, what we call a full grip here. Just a full grip.
Yeah, that Diablo is actually, I think, a really good draw. It does open him up with Diablo to draw a Shift Diablo, which combined with the Aerial he has in his hand, maybe will let them sing the Under the Sea that they have in hand. But it does contingent on drawing a Diablo, but it is an out to doing it. And there's no card like Ursula, Vanessa in sight, so the Aerial's going to need a little bit of help, and Diablo might be up to the task.
Yeah, and we're seeing that Aerial come out, looking for the top 4. Is this a
Bruno?
Bruno or Bruno. Just a Bruno.
2 Brunos. One's gonna go to the bottom, right?
Certainly.
Was it a Bruno or was it a Cricky? They do kind of a similar shine.
Yeah, some of those green emeralds when they're foiled out are really hard to tell. Even the Diablo is kind of hard to notice the difference between the 2.
For sure. I think they're just kind of debating on what to ink here. They want to keep some discard in case an item comes off the top, but maybe just the Sudden Chill is going to be enough. There's a Hidden Cove, a Sudden Chill, Prince John, Under the Sea, Dad Blast, and a Bruno. I would lean towards the hope they miss for a turn. I don't need this You Have Forgotten Me, but that's always a little bit risky if there's an item for a Hiram coming off. maybe the Cove is past its time. It is good defense against the Sisu in a few turns from now if that comes up, but we'll see.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that's what I'd be thinking about it. I mean, we have no ice blocks down yet, that which does increase its value just a little bit as well.
Yeah, maybe the Sudden Chill's not worth it too, but all right, does go with the Zablast and the Inkwell, totally fine. And every draw is going to be a deep breath. More Talas, let's take it.
Yep, keep on digging. Just keep digging.
You just keep digging, just keep digging. It's the blue version of digging. Yeah, you just keep digging. And can't wait till we get some Finding Nemo cards in the game. What do you think?
You just put an earbug in all of our viewers' ears. I hope you're happy. They're going to be singing that into their sleep tonight.
I'm always happy when it comes to that kind of thing. I think he's got a interesting hideaway to ink there for sure, making sure that your Sisus and Tomatoes can come off the top no matter what. And yeah, questing is nice.
Yeah, and they get big Diablo one time off the top for Jordan here. I can feel it.
Yeah, the hesitation with the Tipo and the Sisu, I'd imagine, is if there's a Diablo shift line. But I'd imagine if shift line happens and the Diablo challenges, you're kind of happy with it not being sung with the Ethereal under the sea. So that didn't happen, but certainly could. You can do a lot of things with this turn. You can Prince John, then sing with Ariel. We don't talk about Bruno, but that means your Ariel's exposed, so your under the sea doesn't work out. But hey, you've got a little bit of time. Not too big of a clock from Depot aggro.
Yeah, and we see some decisions being had here. So Zan's taking a look at the discard pile just to see what's left, thinking about what has been inked already. What's expected from the top of that deck? You're just running those numbers, crunching the numbers to see what we can draw to solve problems.
Can you John pass, or is that you're giving up too much? I mean, if he finds the big CC, you just pretty much lose on the spot. But maybe John Cove, put Ariel in Cove, or John in Cove.
The Talas can take out the Cove is the issue with them here.
Oh, it's true.
It's not too great. There's 2 Coves. I think his draw step for the turn was a Cove as well. At the very least of this turn, if I'm playing the Prince John, I'm taking out the Tipo with my Diablo. If something cracks back at it, that's kind of fine. I just need to slow them down a little bit.
Yeah, you still have the under. Absolutely.
Yeah. Maybe not, though. Maybe it's worth trying to trade in. Maybe it's worth... I don't think it's worth playing Bruno here on a Tala, but maybe if you do that... Actually, if you do that on the Tala and then Prince Cove, or put Cove on the Ariel...
Yep.
Then you can take out the Tipo, and then they can't kill the Cove, meaning the Ariel is safe, unless it's challenged by like a Hiram. So maybe, just maybe.
Yeah.
And every time I've seen someone in the chat say GG, someone else wins, it's not gone that way. So I would hold your breath.
yeah. I'd maybe curb your enthusiasm a little bit on that GG stuff. All right, chat.
All right, so those 2 onto the Cove, and I imagine the Tipo here biting the dust.
Yeah, I mean, just whittling away, just slowly dealing with Zan's board here. Zan hoping to just top deck whatever the best possible card he can get every single time.
Item or
Ruby card? It's a Ruby card.
It's either an item or a big Sisu. Is that?
I think that would be
that's good. That's what Zan's looking for.
Yeah, always that there. Mass removal is nice, but I mean, even a shifted Sisu, so you could shift it, take out the Diablo and the Prince John, right? And then the Sisu and the Hiram can take out the Cove, so the Tala would trade into the Ariel and survive as well. So yeah, a shifted Sisu here would clear the board entirely, including the Cove. Definitely a lot of very live draws. As far as power level goes, Ruby Sapphire is at the top with what it can do when you give it a draw step.
Yeah.
So
yeah, if there's any deck that can survive a top deck mode, it's certainly Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, it's very scary. I feel like it's a brawl or something. If this is how he's motioning his ink, didn't get a good look except for it being Ruby.
I mean, let's say it is a brawl. I mean, you've got you're
hitting. You can only have one target.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just the Diablo there.
Diablo, yeah. There's nothing a whole lot you can do.
Looks like everything into the Cove and the brawl and the Diablo. Okay, all right. This is fine, right? So the board can't be fully cleared. The Sisu can't be cleared currently. But what could happen is painting the rose, I think, came off the top.
Oh, that
lets them clear the Tala as well.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, certainly. Because that will, with the sea, take care of the problem. Let's see. So
You
we
can
see
just
2 painting those roses red.
aerial 2 off the top. Ooh, I feel like a muses. If we're able to find a muses, we go quite a long way. We can aerial first to, you know, just get a little bit more information again. Love the sequencing of always drawing before making your decisions like that. There's the Diablo we wish had. Ooh,
Yeah, you guys put some sudden chill or a we don't talk about Bruno and snapped that
Yeah.
we don't talk about Bruno to the table.
yeah. Now a card like Tomato at the top's a little bit weaker. Not only is there a cove which is protecting the aerials from a Sisu, which I wish the other aerial kind of went to that cove, not the Prince John, but
Oof. And
yeah,
there it
for
is.
sure.
I mean, almost thematic. Ariel, half of the duo singing that song, the other half, a very greedy tiger.
Tiger. Oh
Or
yeah,
lion.
Prince John.
Yeah, Prince John's a tiger.
Oh,
No, I was thinking Sebastian, but that's fair.
Oh.
Okay, let's stay to the match there. It's very close.
Yeah, so we're just gonna quickly take a look. This is where we're at in terms of the knockout bracket. So we want to just briefly show you this. We've got Nathan and we've got Melissa, and yeah, and just
Vito.
yeah,
almost like a hero taken down.
Yeah.
Prince John's a lion. I thought he was a tiger.
No, it's a tiger. I'm pretty sure it's a tiger, right?
JDZ Quest is telling us otherwise. I don't know. I don't really believe anymore. My whole life is a lie.
Prince John is a lion for sure.
Okay, lion.
Yeah.
Lion.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Just drawing off the top for Zane. Every draw step is a nail biter. We know there's a Bruno up. Well, Felicia. That's a card.
That is literally the worst character for time. I guess Maui's just pretty much just as bad, but Maui would at least do
Maui
something.
hits the aerial. I mean, come on. Yeah.
Is there any way he Brunos the Felicia?
I think so because he has 2 of them. I believe he has 2 of them. But yeah, I don't hate it. Why no Dime Figure? Well,
right.
Felicia doesn't have any lore, so for no style points, I guess.
But if he doesn't, Felicia can go into the cove and then Big Sisu becomes live again.
Yeah, so you definitely want to take it out then. Makes a lot of sense when you mention it like that.
Certainly, yeah. So there we go. So we see that call has been made. We are going to not talk about. We're going to talk about by not talking about Bruno. So don't talk about Bruno, but we're going to talk about Bruno.
Yeah, there's a couple songs there. There's Bear, Sudden Chill, and You Forgot Me. Well, they're super powerful, and Daisy and Ursula. Every card in Jordan's hand makes your opponent discard a card in some fashion. All 5 of them.
Yeah. It's just so problematic. I mean, and Zan knows it. Like look at the stress on Zan's neck. Zan is just trying to get the pressure off of himself.
Yeah, that being said, that's kind of, again, diminishing returns on these type of cards there where they don't have a very good effect late in the game, but it could work out. I think that's a Ruby one. Oh, okay. So not, from Zan's perspective, not too bad. He thinks there's a Bruno left over maybe, and he gets to pad his hand with this item, but between the Bear and the Dad Blast, as long as there's a way to bounce this card, then he's going to be fine.
He's considering not even getting the popsicle. Because
you would get it and then ink it, right? Are you saying just to make sure he doesn't have a card in hand, or maybe leave it for the following turn?
Yeah, I think he wants to both. He wants to be able to pick it up and not have to ink it the following turn if the Tamatoa does survive a turn. And obviously you don't want to grab Ice Block because what's that going to do for you?
Yeah. I mean, you could also get Vitalosphere and just ink that to leave the card drop in for next turn. Looks like what's going to be the case.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
It's close. One of those communicated that was inked.
Yeah, certainly.
I don't think ink.
I don't know. It's in the inkwell.
Yeah. I mean, it's underneath the tapped card, so we're gonna call it in the inkwell. It looks like.
Yeah, I was mistaken. I thought there was a second copy of we don't talk about Bruno there, and it turns out it was not. So that usage of it on Felicia was seemingly fine, but quite costly actually. There's not much that you can do from this position. I would really think that this actually should target one of his own characters with this turn, just because they're under the cove. So if a Muses were to be drawn, he actually couldn't bounce it if he wanted to see anything else. So
that's a really good point.
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective there. I like that.
Want to make sure that you hit your own things sometimes with those cards. Now, it didn't actually work out that way, but this is suddenly anyone's game. I mean, we see 5 cards to 0, and those 5 cards don't do anything.
And Tamatoa with Dime Out can end a game in a hurry.
Yeah, let's just draw a bunch of items in a row,
It's a clock with an exponential timer on it. It can get very, very fast, very, very quick.
Yeah,
All
the race is currently 5 actually, because it's going to be 2 with the Tamato questing, and then the one item being brought back is 3 items in play for the dime to activate. So the race is actually 5-5, which is a 1 card. There's a couple Ursula Deceivers in hand. I'd imagine it should just be played here. I would just try to race right now. You have 5. I want to get as much lore down as you can, and there's no way for him to gain lore instantaneously in the deck. I don't believe there's no like shift line or anything like that. But just to get something down in case the Prince John gets removed is pretty important.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Jordan's kind of thinking through it. So Jordan's realizing he is in fact in a race. The point of this game is to go to 20 as fast as you can, and so Jordan's going to go ahead and say, "Hey, we'll race then."
One card off the top here would be truly devastating as a big Sisu. Tamato being able to take out the Cove and then a Sisu happening would just be devastating. That would probably be the end of the game. So never count them out. These, again, my biggest problem with this Amber Emerald deck is its lack of closing speed. It cannot end the game fast, and that's exactly one of the problems it's facing right here. It's not even presenting lethal next turn. It still has a full turn to go through before then. So
yeah, I mean, it's just that is so crazy. I mean, we're looking at 6 characters on the table, and still with double-digit lore, not within range of closing that gap in 1 turn. You're not wrong about that.
I have this strange feeling that he drew a Maui Shark and is lamenting his inking of that Vitalis here based off how he's like thumbing through his discard over and over again. Because there's a popsicle there, but if you drew a Maui Shark, you'd really want to challenge. And I think he might have just drawn a Maui Shark and is facing that same issue now.
All right, and we're seeing the quest go to 10. We see the popsicle coming into effect. Tapping 1 to play it.
Yeah, there's the shark. And a sail off the top 2.
Yeah, not exactly what you want to see, but I mean, sail will get you 1 more card in.
And 1 lore. He does play
and yeah, if you're able to get if assuming we sequence that correctly, it is 1 lore as well.
Yeah, I think right now there is 8 ink available, so it might just be play Maui Shark, ink the sail, so there's no cards in my hand, and activate Dime for 3 more lore. And he's presenting lethal there. I don't want to keep cards in my hand, so it was just shown to him that he cannot deal with a Tamatoa. But yeah, right now Dan I think is lamenting his choice last turn to get the Vitalosphere because of that Maui Shark being drawn. He could play it, activate the Vitalosphere after he would have rebought it with Tamatoa and hit something to get another action back. Might be in some business, or just more ink. But
what is Daisy's attack?
It's a 2/3 on the base.
3, yeah,
2/3. So in the Cove, it's a 3/4.
Yeah.
Yep. He's currently can take the Tamato out if he throws a bunch of things in there. I think you use an Ursula and Daisy and Ariel, and it takes it out. Preserving the most lore and the most unique effects there. But yep, currently can take it out. But the Maui Shark might have something to say about that if it gets to pick something back up.
Yeah.
I think he's just debating between playing the sail or getting the additional lore off the dime. And I'm trying to think of what he could draw that would be truly great for him here. The card that he could draw that would do the most work would be a Be Prepared, but I don't think he'd want to ink his Maui Shark to do that. So I think ultimately he's going to choose not to do that line, just ink the sail. But it is quite appealing to try and draw another card when you can like this.
And also, if he hits an uninkable, I mean, that just feels terrible.
Yeah, he loses on 2 lore for no reason. He's maybe just going to choose to not ink the sail there, just in hopes that if there's a discard effect happened and a card draw spun from that, nope, he's inking it. All right.
You called it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the only legitimate reason to hold it would be he knows that there's a Bruno in hand and you want to kind of disrupt that element to it. But with how the game's played out, I don't think that's going to be the case. And we saw Diablo drawn, so no answer for this these characters in play. Big things are in play, and Daisy, Ariel plus Ursula can trade for the Tamato now, but there's still a shark to contend with, and we're checking out the discards now for anything to be brought back. Yeah, Be Prepared.
Oh, Jordan just throwing the discard pile out of disrespect at Zan.
It's like, you guys were all there. You should have been in the hand for me to make you discard again. Being even greedier.
All right, so we see Jordan kind
picking what cards he's going to send into this Tamatoa.
Yeah,
probably
piecing together. Okay, who stays and who goes. I mean, at this point, I think as you know, Zan's put him in a place where Under the Sea doesn't matter with the characters on the board. Songs, so singing those songs are very low powered. So do we prioritize keeping the double questers to continue to stretch ahead in that very, very difficult jump to 20?
I mean, he's currently got 19, and that's just not enough.
Yeah, and choosing to not take out the Tamatoa means not going to, or I mean, you have to choose.
He's going to lose if he doesn't.
So 19 is this nice theoretical number, but it's not 19 in reality. So
yeah, one of the best things to do in this game, and something people who are newer should always do, is that at the start of every turn, check for lethal. Do you have enough to just quest to a bunch? If you do it. If it's lethal, meaning you just, or lethal, or whatever you want to call it, where the game ends when you type all your things sideways, do it. But if not, reevaluate and go from there. See kind of what's on the board to play with and what you have to do to maybe survive. And maybe, not getting to fully 20 is worth not even trying to get anywhere beyond that. He might stay at 12 this turn. I would be surprised to see nothing else turn sideways. And yeah, those 3 characters hitting the Tamatoa, just going to get rid of it. 3, 3, and 2. Everything trades off, leaving nothing for the Maui to get hit. There's a Diablo in hand, which he's questing. Okay. Questing up to 16. You got to try.
That is certainly a choice, yeah.
It's going to be a rough one, though. I mean, Diablo's going to go into the cove, and I highly doubt the Shark's going to go into the cove here on a challenge unless it's hitting a Sisu's drawn, because it doesn't get anything back. But looks like I couldn't quite tell what that one was.
Yeah,
Zan's counting. He's counting. Makes me think it's a Visions if he's counting like this.
Yeah, the separation of 2 and then the rest of them. Yeah, I feel the same way.
Yep.
Zan does have a Visions in his graveyard, right?
I believe so. There's an interesting line here where you can actually Visions challenge something random. Yeah.
Oh,
he can actually can be prepared here if he finds it, because he can challenge something random, get any inkable back, like the Visions that you just picked up. I think that's a Pirate's Life.
Pirate's Life will create another interesting math problem for
that. Is actually gonna be enough to win next turn, right? If he can play a Pirate's Life, challenge the Prince John, get back the Pirate's Life, and then all of a sudden he's just got another thing in hand. Granted, at that point the Maui Shark can actually be traded with the Diablo because of the cove, but he can use the popsicle to heal it back up. So I think the line here is going to be Shark into Prince John, heal my Shark after playing the Pirate's Life. That's what I'm rebuying, so I leave myself with the Pirate's Life in hand. It has to be discarded, or he wins, because he's going to be at enough lore where the Shark plus Dime plus Pirate's Life is lethal. But even then, the control he's going to have over the board, and the fact that he can't kill the Shark on face value right here is kind of impressive.
Certainly, and so this has got to be weighing on Jordan. So Jordan brought this here because Jordan felt that this was a great play into this color pairing.
Yeah,
and so to really be faced with this opportunity of being kicked out of the top 8 here, or of the top 4 rather, Jordan's got to be feeling weird about this. Like, it's not too late. There, did Zan draw the thing that he needed? I mean, just all the thoughts that Jordan might be going through right now. I think it's just it's going to be interesting to think about and see.
See, here's the danger right now, because I know he's not actually considering it, but there's a popsicle there, and he could just draw another card to see what the next one is, But he's doing a lot of math here to figure it out. He's trying to see if he can not leave himself with a card in hand, do something and take a brawl. Again, I don't know what other cards were in there. There's, if he's looking at a brawl, he might be interested in hitting the cove, but then he doesn't get a Maui Shark trigger. So there's a lot going on here.
I don't think he can afford to not take Pirate's Life.
It's a Visions. I think he's actually doing the math on if he could potentially lethal his opponent with a second Visions, if there's a card he could find to keep going. But I don't think that's the case. If he could, get up to a certain amount of lore, then maybe. Did they already give the lore? It's been so long since he played the Visions. I don't know if he's gotten the lore already off of the.
Yeah, he went to 14.
All right, here is. I'm guessing just 6. Oh, he's got 10 in total. Yeah, there's just the Pirate's Life being played, right?
Yep.
Yep. It goes to 17. Which
17 with a Shark trigger, and 1 off of just questing and being lethal. You could quest and then Dime, so 1 off of lethal. They were both able to get to 19 this past turn. Isn't that just kind of nuts? I would imagine that the line be Maui into the John to prevent as much lore as you can, bring back the Pirate's Life, and use my popsicle and Dime on the Shark to go to 18. So the Pirate's Life is lethal, even if the Maui Shark gets removed. And this prevents that even if there's a discard effect, no extra draw from the Prince John being gone. So
yeah, there's like nothing. I think this locks it for Zan. I don't think there's anything that Jordan can do at this point. Even if he does remove the shark, that like you said, he grabs Pirate's Life here, and that just locks the game.
Yeah, let's not GG it just yet, but we'll see. Is he trying to sail or what's? He might not want to hold on to the Pirate's Life because of Ursula. I didn't see him check how many Ursulas are potentially in the discard. Going up one more lore, maybe he sails and just gets another lore, and yeah,
that does make sense. You're right, because he can't keep that Pirate's Life in hand.
No, there's a danger of it getting lost in the discard.
We did see 2 Ursulas kind of get thrown to the whim for sure. Looks like he's in a vision probably for an Inkable and just try to get another lore off of that activation. But I imagine that's the same as just not playing it and using Dime, right?
Yeah.
Anything here is going to be discarded the same as the sail was, or as the vision was. I kind of wanted to see that vision get held there and just use the Dime, because the vision could be used to find a Sisu next turn if needed. I guess the Cove is still going to be there, but yeah, everything he saw there is bare necessitable, which I think is something that Jordan still has in his hand. No character though.
Yeah,
I don't think anything. No. If Zan does keep anything in his hand, it's gone. I don't think there's any way that Jordan will let him keep whatever card that is.
Yep, Sun Chillin and the bare necessities. So that is Sir Hiss. Nothing. He has nothing. He has no way to answer the shark. That was the game, and the C's to the top card.
Yeah,
that was a grind.
Wow.
Well played to both.
Yeah, honestly, that was so well played. That was crazy. I mean, in the chat, just giving so much love to both players, talking about the intensity of that matchup, just how tight it got there. Yeah, that Maui half shark. That's a problem.
Did you hear? I think I just got a little invoice in my ear. Maui shark now $100.
Oh no! I gotta run. Excuse me. Oh no! Let me get to it.
No, this isn't set 1 anymore. No $100 cards.
Yeah, that was only round or for the quarterfinals, if you will. Right? Yeah. We still got semis and finals left.
We do still have semi and finals left. Yeah. So I think what we'll do now is, we are going to take another short break. That match did run a little bit longer, so it will not be long before we jump into the next part of this, the next phase of this. We want to thank you again for the 360 plus people that are currently hanging out with us. And so just bear with us as we get it. Bare necessities, bear with us. You like that?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Great pun.
It's a good one.
So bear with us as we as we continue these matches. We'll see you in just a little bit.
All right.
Right
All
now,
right,
now?
welcome
Oh, boy.
back. Welcome back. Yeah, it's been a long day. It's been a long day, DeCandio. I don't know about you, but having had the pleasure of witnessing so many games of Lorcana, seeing so much high level play, just watching all of this and going out there, having a great time, hanging out with these people. I mean, it's been a great time. I love this game so much. I love this community so much. I know you're getting a chance to hang out with your cat today and this weekend, DeCandio, but
They were just fighting a minute ago. It was kind of funny listening to them go at each other. They're play fighting, though.
cats are the best. You know, I used to be a dog person, and then my wife decided we needed a cat, and I just completely flipped, and I love cats now.
See, you really need an animal that doesn't have its loyalty bought by treats. Like when you get to that point and you understand the level of respect that you need to command from a cat to get their love and affection, you really never go back.
You say that, but when I shake that container, that cat comes running. Okay, I don't know about all that.
It could do without you though, but yeah, it definitely likes the treats.
Absolutely, and what we're going to be showing here for top four, we are going to be showcasing Nathan versus Melissa. You know, we've had a chance to see both of these players on stream today, so we are taking a look at that Ruby Sapphire deck, and we're also going to be seeing that Amethyst Steel deck that Melissa had the opportunity to showcase on stream as well. Both great players. We had a chance to speak with them. To give you a little bit of the inside magic, we do allow the players to split the pricing, so they choose if they choose to do so. We do ask that they continue to play because we do like that. So just to let you all know, what they decided to do is they are going to be splitting a portion of that money, but they left a chunk of that money for first place. So there are stakes to be had. So these players are still these players. Each and every one of them was like,
Man, I just said a whole bunch of words and I was muted. And no one even said anything in the chat. What's going on, guys? What's going on? I hope everybody's having a great night and enjoying the Southside Games, Southside Gaming 5K. And I hope we're all rooting for Melissa. I know Ryan Scott is. I hope everybody else is as well. But Melissa's got a good start so far. So I'm pretty pumped. Except that Sisu's going to be a bad day. Ooh, Sisu, Mulan, Brawl. That's all pretty rough. So I have not gotten to watch. I know Melissa was on the stream earlier, but I did not get to watch. I did not get to watch Melissa, so I do not know what list she is on. Is she on, for those in the chat that did watch, is she on a Rabbit Zeus package, or is she on a Rose Aggro Doc type package? Well, there's a Rose, so now the question is she on Doc, or is she running the Zeuses and other fun, and Zeuses and Rabbits? So... But yeah, I hope I was saying before I realized I was unmuted. I think Melissa's probably our Eagles, right? And all the other red blue are our Chiefs. You know, talking football here, and I think everybody just wants to see the Eagles win. You know, and then very few, only the red blue players are hoping the red blue players get it. I like his shirt, Nathan's shirt, whatever it is, but I like that symbol and the Lorcana. But let's talk about the actual match. Wait a second. Look at this Sail the Azurite Sea. What is that? Hey, what's up, Bray? How are you, man? What is that? If anyone knows what that Sail the Azurite Sea is, please let me know because that is beautiful. But yeah, what's going on, Ray? I hope you're doing well, man. Looks like set champs went really well for you. Really happy for you. As far as everything goes, though, here, Melissa's not in a terrible spot right now. If she plays that genie here, she will lose it. But she did see Nathan ink a brawl earlier, so she's got to feel good about that. But that could be a pretty good indication that they have another one because brawl is just so good into genie. So, hey, baby, you want to say hi? Or are you just leaving the dogs in here?
Well, Abby's not here. Okay. Hello.
Hi. Are you going to bring Abby in here?
You have to find her.
Okay, all right. Full art sale with a cracked ice foil sleeve. Okay, that is sexy. Oh, I see. Yup, it's a... Okay, I see the alteration on it now. Okay, that's pretty sexy. That is really sexy. So, ooh, another two Sizus. Those Sizus, though, we're not too worried about those Sizus in Nathan's hand because he doesn't have ice blocks yet. And I'd assume where he's running baby Sizus, he has ice block. But we're kind of happy to see that because that's just a lot of uninkables in Nathan's hand now. Speaking from a non-biased point of view, not what he wants to see, right? For Nathan. Oh, there goes the ice block right there. I was really confused for a second. I did not see that he had an ice block in play earlier. So, but yeah, I do agree, Ray. It is wild. You don't see a lot of 3 Sizus anymore. And I haven't looked at Sailor's list lately, but I do not know if Sailor is on 3 baby Sizus anymore or not, if he's opted to go into a lower uninkable count. But now Melissa's got to be feeling okay, seeing those baby Sizus come down, seeing the ice block go away. You know that your genies are in a really good place, especially where that brawl's gone. And yeah, Marcus, so Mulan is something that Red Blue has started to run a little while ago. And some of them go as far as to run even the shift package. And essentially it's just another rush character that they've really liked. And exactly. Mulan, just like Ray said, who is unfortunately a good red blue player. Mulan answers Daisy, and the red blue was doing pretty bad into the Diggy Diggy Hole decks, and Mulan was a really great way for them to get that back. So here, just trading really well into that. That feels pretty good. And then now these Sizus can even just start questing away, getting 2 lore here and there. Feels pretty good. It makes things easier for when Tamatoa and Dime come down. So here, yeah, popping, doing that. Now Nathan is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ink. So yeah. Hey, oh, so she is on the dock package. Okay, so here she just opts to throw dock down. She says, hey, I'm just going to use all my ink as much as possible and play as many cards as possible. And you got to go Vitalosphere here, right? Because Vitalosphere lets Sizus trade into the genies. Yep. And so that's got to feel pretty good to see that Vitalosphere here. Yep. So because now both Sizus can trade into Genie next turn, and that feels pretty great if he wants to pop it that way. And what he doesn't realize, though, is we're about to see another Genie come down. Well, let's see. Because there's also... No, see, I think you just always plop the Genie down and just call it a day. But she is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ink right now. And it looks like a snake, so she could start doing repeat stuff. But that doesn't necessarily feel super great either because she knows she's about to lose her Genie. So you're not protecting a whole lot with those Peats because she's going to lose the Genie this turn and she's going to lose the Crab. So you're Pete repeating simply to quest for 1. So this isn't an optimal turn, and we see that happen here. But it looks like she's actually only on 5 ink as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so only on 5 ink. So, what is that? A Great Stone Dragon. I'd imagine we throw the Flaversham down here to draw 2. Pop the Popsicle. Yep. So, ooh, the ice block feels good. The ice block lets you Sizu the other genie. So, and he could do it this turn. So this turn, he is actually able to get rid of both genies. And that is not what Melissa wanted to see. That is extremely unfortunate. Wow, that is... Are those untapped inks? Or no, those are already tapped, huh? Because those are the 4 for Flaversham. And then 1 for Dime. And then 2 for Vision, I think. 4, 2, 1. And then he should have 1 untapped, I think. I think that's how it goes. So, all right. And that feels pretty good there. It takes out the crab, everything. And then here. All right. So that was interesting. I wonder... That was interesting. Why he opted to give her that extra 2 free lore. Because now she gets into 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And once you start getting to that 15 range, like 15 is kind of that magic number you don't want to see purple decks get to. Especially because once they get to 15, things start to get really dicey. Especially when they're playing things like Doc and Pete. Because now we haven't seen a lot of bounce from Melissa. So Nathan's got to realize that where there's a Pete, there's a really good chance that the repeat stuff is about to start happening. So yeah, Nathan's in kind of a rough spot now. He can clear both genies, which feels really good. He can clear everything on the board except for the snake at this point. So, oh, did he draw the big Sizu? No. What am I missing? And Ray, maybe you can give me your opinion. Why go to the trouble when he can clear both genies here? Because he could have ice blocked this genie, played Sizu to take out the genie, and then Fortis I don't know. I think it's interesting. Here you a lot of different options. Like he could take any of these cards and be okay. Visions lets you dig for whatever you want. Brawl gives you answers. But the thing is, none of the cards are going to be cards you're playing anytime soon because you know a Pete is coming down. So, and then, so he quests for 2 with to go to 9. Okay. And then Grandma Tala will take out the Doc. Yeah, no Pirate's Life in the discard. So he took a Visions, and maybe that's what he wants to search for is a Pirate's Life. But the problem is that he knows a Pete's coming down again this turn. And he just gave her, she goes to 18 here. So all he can do is pray. He knows Pirate's Life because he knows there's a Pete. So she always plays Pete. Smee, and then at that point there's just nothing nothing you can do now. Yeah, I mean, that's game. That's yeah, even here, like, I guess, yeah, he would have had to, even if he top decked Big Sizu, he still can't clear the board because Pete and Smee quest for 3. So, um, yeah, that's everything. He can't play the Pirate's Life he just drew. Um, yeah, good game. Okay. All right. Interesting things there. He gave so much free questing power to those genies, and that was really wild. And then you see him here pointing at, oh, I had three different baby Sizus, but those 3 baby Sizus were kind of a blessing, and he just didn't utilize them. So that was really interesting. Um, I really love this Southside Gaming sign. I might message one of their guys over there right now that are in the back controlling the cameras and be like, "Hey, can you give us a picture of your sign? I want to see it." So, Ray, also Ice Block is just so good in this matchup, so you want to keep it as, yeah. Excuse me, 100%. I mean, you have to dig, right? But the thing is, like, he still had Ice Block up for so long that he could have done so much work with that Ice Block. I don't know. It was some interesting plays. Maybe maybe he got in his head when he just saw so many uninkables. But even seeing all those uninkables, he was still inking every turn. Like, he wasn't necessarily bricked. So yeah, I don't know. Interesting plays there. I still want to know what his shirt is. Is that like a mojito? Like a beverage? But we're on to game 2. We got Nathan on the draw. I think Melissa was on the play in the first one. Um, so let's see how this one goes. A Felicia. That's pretty good. That's a good one. It stops that early lore, and it looks like Melissa. She's got that 1, 2, 3 with the Diablo, Smee, and Fox. So that's pretty good. You know, the Fox does a really good job of answering Hiram if she can get the right things down. You know, going Smee on 2 hits into um the Smee hits into the Hiram, and then the Fox bounces the Smee or bounces something else to take out the Hiram, reducing that draw power. You know, Nathan's happy to see the Felicia. It's in here for these aggro matches, so that Felicia trades into things really well, stops the Smee from getting that early questing and things like that. So that feels pretty good. It's too bad. Well, never mind. It's not too bad. I'm happy Felicia doesn't have Rush. I think it's just Reckless, right? A 3-1 with Reckless. So imagine if it was a 4-1 like Argus. That would be awful. A martini glass, yeah, that's what I think it is. So, all right, and here we go. Ink a pop to play a pop. So, inks the Fox. All right, inks the Fox, plays Diablo. Here, I assume we're going to see. We probably ramp, right? Yeah. So we get the ramp out of the way. And yep, you're not gonna need that hideaway. Gets the Felicia down. It's a pretty good start. That is a pretty good start for Nathan. Not what Melissa wants to see one bit, because here she's still no Calhoun, so you still drop the Smee. But inks another Fox, and that doesn't feel good either. You know, inking those bounces, inking like that, that is not what Melissa wants to be seeing right now. So it looks like she's holding on to Rose, Pete, and then I think 2 uninkables in there. Yeah, no, super solid start for Nathan. So, all right, let's see what we do here. I don't know what she drew off of yet. Elsa, I don't know if Purple Steel ever holds on to Elsa. That's interesting. So opts to get the Chernobog's and the dock down instead of just getting a rose. That's so going wide. I think is a really solid approach. It stops the Maui's from just clearing your whole board, and that's what Sale would have done if she had gone that route, or not Sale. That's what Felicia would have done, right? If Melissa had only played the rose that turn, Felicia could take out Smee. Then you're down to just the rose, and when you're only playing one character at a time and you know that red blue is running rush characters like Maui, that doesn't feel super good either. Do we know what time red blue is their set 7 reveals tomorrow? Ravensburger, no, they have not said anything. The only thing we have is that what they said like 3 weeks ago when they said, hey, we're going to start doing reveals on the 10th. So I'd imagine they probably sent some out to people randomly. So we'll just start seeing them pop up, and hopefully soon. Like I'm super excited, and I'm hoping that they just dump a bunch of them. I would love if they just posted a bunch of them on their website that we could all just go look at. So because I'm excited to do my spoiler videos where I rank them 1 through 5 and try and do a good job ranking them and then fail miserably. But I love spoiler season, but I love it even more now that it's after set champs. I think that was an awesome decision by Ravensburger. So here, though, we see Nathan. He gets that draw power down. And once you get that Maui Shark down, it gets so dangerous here because Melissa's not, from what I've seen, she's not running Zeus's. And normally if you're running Doc, you're not running Zeus. So getting that Maui Shark down is kind of the beginning of the end for her. Yeah, and that would make sense, Marcus. I'm sure like the big creators that are affiliated with Ravensburger already have been made aware of what they're going to get to reveal. So Spessy being one of them, Earl probably being another. I'd imagine TFM is another. Baker with Lorcana Villain, I think is the name of it, is another one. So all those guys probably have their cards that they're going to show off to everybody for sure. Now whether they've said things, sounds like Spessy already has, but I'm sure they already have their cards. If it's anything like Hearthstone, that's how Hearthstone normally did it, is a bunch of people there's a schedule and they all get told, hey, here's your card, reveal it when you are ready. Oh, interesting. So Melissa opted to ink one of the Pete's. That was interesting. I wonder, I mean, yeah, here's the Pete's not going to do a whole lot. You never get rid of the Fox. So I wonder if she'll just start bouncing the goat at this point, or if she plays the Pete to start doing repeat Pete stuff. Because the shark is great. The shark does a whole lot for Nathan, but at the same time, the shark doesn't do anything if he can't continue to activate all of his actions because you playing Pete all over again. So yeah, no, you're right, Ray. Nathan is definitely in a very strong position right now. He's got the shiny crab, which feels good. He did have an ice block and no longer has an ice block. So losing that loses some power, but at the same time, having that monstrous dragon means that repeat isn't as strong as it could be because now he still has removal at hand. Oh, nice. So getting rid of the Flowersham. So I don't think Maui took anything out that turn. Or because he didn't take out anything that turn. Did he take something out the turn before? Because Big Sizu is what removed the Rose and the Dock that turn. So unless I missed him taking something out earlier. And thanks, Marcus. You'll be next, maybe next set. Yeah, we'll see. I submitted a thing, but Ravensburger doesn't reply if you get it, like if you don't get accepted. So, we'll see. So, no, Big Caesar removed the rose. So, because he used ice block on the rose, and then played Big Caesar and removed that. So. Yeah, this is a tough. Melissa's in a really tough spot here. So he gets the ice block back, which feels really good. Probably, yep, plays it here, and then probably plays it on Fox, and then hits the Fox. Yep, and then hits the Fox here. Takes out the Fox. Yep, and then you always take that how far I'll go. Excuse me. And then quest for 3. Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall for this one now. We have Doc here, so but I think you have to play Genie. Yep, you have to play Genie and sing Strength with Pete to take out Maui Half Shark. But the problem is that Sizu alone quests to 6, 7, 8, 9 this turn. Maui is questing to 10, 11 and bringing back an item. So this is just not a great place for Melissa to be right now. I think you sing Strength to take out Maui Half Shark, and then you play Doc and you pass your turn. Unless she didn't ink. If she hasn't inked yet, then you ink the other Strength and then play Doc. So, and that leaves you with a Pete on the board and a Genie, which gives you 11, 9, 10, 11, 12 on board. Yep, so you do that. Yep, bang. And play the Doc. Yeah. So Rose and Goat. So that's actually not bad. I mean, here you just drop Big Sizu again, though. So you bring back Pop, play Pop, draw, and that feels good. Yep, draw that. And he drew something. I think you just drop Big Sizu. Yeah, yep. I think she's out. Yep, yeah, yeah. That's it. It looks like we're going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen. There is no way she is getting this one back now, because 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yep. Hey, I give a lot of respect to players that aren't like, you know what? I know there's no way I can clear your board, but let me play my whole turn. Let me think about it for the next 10 minutes, then play out my whole turn and not affect your board at all, and you still just quest out. So a lot of respect to Melissa for doing that. I think that is nice and very sportsmanlike. So, but game 3, here we come. It's awesome they had DeCandio here. That was pretty cool that they had him from his bedroom. I know he lives down, or at least I think he lives down in Florida. I don't know where at or how far he is from this event. So look at his cute little keyboard over there. But yeah, so going to game 3. Come on, Melissa. Everybody's cheering for you. We're all in your corner. We're all hoping that you pull this out. Hopefully everyone here is cheering for it. Let's check out the... Oh, well, that's weird. The Twitch chat wasn't loaded for me. Yeah, so there we got one person cheering for Melissa. See, we got you, Melissa. Or maybe the Twitch chat's just been super quiet, but I can't imagine it has been. Isn't note-taking illegal? Was there notes being taken? I don't know. Yeah, hey man, so it went really well. I ended up with 5 scars on a 4-set champs. A buddy of mine in the top 8 cut, we played we played for scars, and so if you won, you get to go to top 4 and you get a scar. So the other person's scar. So I ended up with 5 scars out of 4 set champs, and I got runners up yesterday. Red Blue. I was against Red Blue on the draw, and he was not the fastest player. So I said, hey, I'm good with runner up. I'm going home. It's not worth 90 minutes. So left, and then today I took the champion mat with good old faithful Steel Song at the store that taught me how to play the game, and it's also the store that I won my first set champs at, and won my first championship mat at. So it was pretty cool that my last set champs before I deploy was here, and I was able to get the set champs mat. So and a really good finals match too against Green Purple. So it was really fun. It was a really, really good time, and won a scar with Blurple, so that was a good time. Made top 4 with Blurple, and then Steel Song was all my others, of course. So, hey, thanks a lot, Ray. Yeah, not all of us around here. Let's make the screen bigger. Not all of us around here winning like 5 mats like you did, or something wild, but we do our best to be as good as you. So. Let's see what we got here though. So what's she gonna ink? Because she wants to get that Diablo down. But what does she lose to do it? So gets the yep. I'll be back the end of September. So I'll be gone for 6 months. Normal Air Force time deployment, so but Air Force, we're chill. Hopefully, I'll still get to do content while I'm out there. Not in-person stuff like I've been doing, of course, but gonna try and do some Pixelborn Connect stuff. So, March, April, May, June, July, August. It's only 4 mats. I was like, hey, hang on, I think it's 6 months. So, all right, let's see here. So Melissa. Air Force, Marcus. I've been in the Air Force for 13 years now, actually, active duty. So 7 more to go. I've enjoyed it. It's been a good time. Yeah. This is an interesting hand. You gotta love hands like this. I mean, you also gotta hate hands like this, because this is a really good hand where you don't want to ink anything that's in your hand. And so I'm really surprised that she didn't just pop the Chernobyls here to try and get a better inkable, because even inking that goat feels really bad, but she's just trying to get to that point where she can have double Smee next turn, because that is a crazy, crazy, crazy turn to go double Smee. So here, she's just hoping to get an inkable here. That's what she wants more than anything else. Because if she doesn't get an uninkable, then she has to pop the Chernobyls or slam. And honestly, she can always play 1 Smee to pop the broom, so to get a second chance at an inkable. So that would help really well as well. I'd imagine Tipo, takes out the Chernobyls. So. And that's always the best move, because now Diablo can't slam into it. Another Rose. So another inkable that she doesn't want to see. She doesn't want to put that in the inkwell. She doesn't want to lose that 1 ink. So, that just feels bad. So she's going to probably play a Smee and pop the broom, which is the best move here. Because the broom, you lose the broom to Grandma Tala anyways. So you play a Smee, you pop the broom, and you see if you draw a better inkable. And yeah, you ink the crab, play the Smee, and that feels good. Yep, that is perfect. So, hey, Marcus, 6 years in the Navy. Hey man, thanks for your service, man. What'd you do in the Navy? And then Rockley, no, Air Marshal is not the highest ranking. So. Air Marshal is just a government job. So maybe they have rankings. I don't know. I could not tell you on that one. So Here though, Melissa's in a really good spot. She's questing for quite a bit next turn. The Maui comes down to blow up the White Rose, and then now Melissa's forced to deal with a Maui. Ultimately, she just ignores it, right? Unless she sees a strength, like you just ignore the Maui and go on about your day questing out. But here, Melissa just, it's rough. Like, Melissa losing that goat early on is just not what she wants to be inking. She'd much rather have that goat over this White Rose right now. White Rose, of course, gives you 1, but she's only going 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 with the Rose. Maui and what does she get? Ooh, Elsa. But Elsa doesn't do anything. And she, again, you don't. Does she ink the Rose? Does she ink the Rose to play Elsa to take out Maui so the Smees live? Because right now she loses both Smees this turn if she doesn't take out the Maui. But then again, oh man, this is rough because I think you just play the Rose. Yeah, because you have to, because the Rose represents the same amount of lore as one of the Smees living, essentially. So here, yep, and I agree. That's too cute because you lose the Elsa anyways, so it's just not worth it. And I think that is the right move. He definitely, I mean, here you just, as far as Nathan goes, he always takes out both Smees here. So goes the Flaversham route. I don't know. Sure, he's digging for ramp, but even getting that half shark down, and probably getting half shark down is probably too slow anyways, but it is a character that can challenge, which is really helpful because that's what he needs right now is characters that can challenge, but he needs way more than that. What is he at right now? He's only at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ink right now. So he really needs some ink as well. He can't even play a monstrous dragon. So that feels really bad. So he's in a tough spot right now, actually. Not a lot of ink to work with. So she could potentially just slam Diablo. So, and I thought about that as well, Ray. But I think losing that 1 ink for a draw, I think is just not worth it either. So I think, playing the Rose was just a really good option because now he loses both of these characters. Your Rose gets to quest for free. Your Diablo quests for free. You go to 16. Like, that feels pretty good. So, nuclear operator on an aircraft carrier. Ooh, the Pete is really nice here. The Pete is super nice. You go to 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he can play Sizu this turn. But Sizu is only taking out a Diablo, which gives her a draw. So that doesn't feel super good. Oh man, what a rough. Oh man, yeah, the Pete was a perfect draw. I swear, only purple steel draws Pete. Oh, so he does slam down the big Sizu. He's just like, I need to get rid of anything I possibly can. So, and she drew a Chernobog's, which is not great because she has an Elsa. Ooh, and that strength is not what you want to see either. So, that is just rough. I mean, you quest for 2 here to go to 18. That is the strength is like the very last thing that she wanted to see off the top of her deck. There's nothing worse for her to see, I would think. That is just rough. I think you ink they're both just so bad. You just don't want to do either one. Like I think you ink the strength and play Elsa here. And here's why. If you ink the strength and play Elsa, then next turn you can play Chernobyls in something else. But never mind. We just play the Chernobyls. And that's kind of it. Like, you don't cast strength on anything. So she really needs to see Doc here at this point. See, I think playing the Elsa was the better move. Like, oh, that B prep is huge. I mean, she just needs a goat. If she sees a goat, she just wins. So a Doc or a goat. Like, a Doc or a goat, and we're super happy. And then he has to slam B prep this turn, right? Like, quest for 3, yep, slam B prep. Like, that feels pretty good. So, all right. So now, top deck a goat. Do it. Come on, Melissa. We're all rooting for you. Please, just top deck a goat. We know you can do it. Purple Steel is always top decking goat. Did he take a Maui half shark? What did he take off the vision? Okay, he took the Sizu, I think. Goat? No goat. Her facial expression says it all. What did she get? Oh, come on, Melissa. I mean, you just play the Sizu here. I don't know what her other card I don't know what the other card is in Melissa's hand. Yep, you always play the big Sizu. Quest for 1. Come on, goat. Ooh, that's really good. So you ink the fox. Yes. Come on, goat. Broom. Yes. Oh, we saw the goat. Yes. Oh, yes. Come on. No pirate's life. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. Yes. Oh, we got it. We're so happy. Oh, we're so happy. Yes. Oh, man. Oh, we love to see it. Oh, that is just great. I got my dogs all excited because I got excited. He's caught up in my wire for my headphones. It's just all going bad now. All because I was cheering for Purple Steel. All right, Oscar, you need to go down, buddy. Look. Oh, man, that was perfect. See, who needs to watch the Super Bowl when you have Purple Steel beating Red Blue? Nobody. Let's go. That is just, oh yes, that is fire. That is lit. That is gas. Whatever word you wanted to use here. But speaking of that, let's check on the Super Bowl. How is that going? 40-6. I swear to everything that's holy. If Kansas City comes back at this point, no one in the world will ever be able to tell me that it's not the most rigged thing in the world. There's 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. It's the Eagles' ball, and it's 40-6. Like, oh, yes. What a great day, ladies and gentlemen. I got a champion mat. I had a super stellar finals match against a really good friend of mine where we both had runner-up mats playing for our championship mats. Red Blue lost to Purple Steel. Purple Steel's going to finals. Oh, yes. What a great day. And to top it all off, the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl. And ultimately, I don't even care who won as long as it wasn't the Chiefs. So it's a wonderful day, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. What a match. I'm so glad I got to be back for that match. It's a beautiful, beautiful day. How did everybody else's set champs go today? If you made it to a set champs, how did it go? If you went to one yesterday, how did it treat you? I hope it went well. Do we have more mats? Let me know in the chat if you got a mat. yeah, and if you got a mat, remember, shoot me your list, whether on my Discord or hit me up on the 20 Lord Discord or wherever, and let's get that list showcased on. Let's get that list showcased on the next recap video. I'll post my Discord in the good old chat here. So this is not the right chat. This is the right chat. So let's go ahead and get this thing real quick. Invite people, copy, bang, bang, bang. Let's get this back up. Bang, bang. So yeah, let me know, guys, if you did. I'd love to feature you in the next video, the very last Scar Set Champs video. So giving Merfolk Reckless, yeah, that is wild. My buddy ran a Baja Blast list today against, excuse me, I do not know yet. It's a red blue mirror, so I'd be surprised if they are even halfway through game 2 in this matchup. I don't know who Justin is. Of course, we all know who Zan is, but yeah, so I don't know the caliber of red blue player there, but I'd assume they're probably still on their second match. So but yeah, no, Ray, my buddy was playing Baja Blast today, and he's in the middle of his match, and he looks over and he's like, Cody, I figured out how to solve the Merfolk issue. And I was like, what is that, man? He's like, you just give Merfolk Reckless. And sure enough, he was using whatever that rabbit card is that gives things reckless. Maybe when it quests, I don't know. It's a green card. That's all I can tell you. Let's check real quick while we're just chilling. Let's pull up Dreamborn cards. Green. It's like a rabbit. We're looking for a rabbit here. This one, Bellwether. I was thinking, okay. So during your turn, whenever a card is put into your inkwell, it shows an opposing character gains Reckless during their next turn. So he was using this to give Merfolk's Reckless early on, and it was pretty nasty. It was a good laugh. Yeah, yep, yeah, you got it, man, Bellwether. So it was pretty funny watching Merfolks have to challenge into things. But yeah, it was a really close match. He made it to, that's a sheep. What was I saying it was? Was I saying it was a goat? Was I saying it was a rabbit? I was definitely not saying sheep, but it is, yeah, you're right. It is very much a sheep. So, oh, silly Cody. So, but yeah, no, he was in a top 8 match with a green-purple player, and unfortunately lost in game 3. I said rabbit. I mean, they're both white and fluffy, so I could see it, right? Kind of. It's close. Moving on. What's going on in the Twitch chat here? Everybody's just super excited for Melissa. That's pretty awesome. It feels kind of bad for Nathan, right? Like not like that, just everybody, like nobody's like cheering for Nathan, and that does feel a little bad, but at the same time, like it's pretty awesome to see everybody is just like, yay, Melissa, like oh, that's awesome. That's funny. Oh man, that's so perfect. Hey, JD's in here. Hey, what's up, big guy? Yeah, I had 2 out on the board, inked How Far I'll Go, gave 4 things Reckless, then played Muses and bounced a bunch. That is just disgusting. No, that's awful. And yeah, oh yeah, like Goat just, it's such an amazing card. Like Merlin's Goat is just so great at what it, like, there's so much reach. It's so annoying. Like there's there's no worse feeling than thinking you have the match still and then they drop like double goat and you're just like, awesome. Like there's literally, I either win this turn or like I lose, you know. Yeah. Oh yeah. Red blue players, they're vomit. All right. Only red blue players cheer for red blue players. Like anymore with how popular red blue is and how many we see, I'd imagine Green Steel Discard has more. What they'd rather see that win games than see Red Blue continue to win games. So like they have no friends right now, Red Blue. So, but hey, you know, you guys got to band together. Just keep the dream alive, right? Yeah, I'm curious as well who's going to be on the play. If any of you guys know in the chat who will be on the play, I am curious to that. And while we do wait, I just want to make sure everyone does know this is Southside Gaming that is putting this event on. They put on a 10K yesterday with a $25 entry and a 5K today with a $25 entry. And then on top of that, they have, after round 3, they have on-demand pods for, I believe it's $10 entry. It's 8-man pods. Winner gets a box of Azurite C and an enchanted card. How those enchanteds are chosen, I do not know. I don't know if you just walk up to a case and they're like, here you go, or you choose one, whatever it is. But they're doing amazing things. And they do have their 10 case tournament the first weekend of release of March, where it's a $15 entry and winner gets 4 cases. Like it's pretty freaking awesome. So just really awesome store down there in somewhere in Florida. So it's 16 hours from me. So Disney World's actually closer. So I was joking because I know a lot of the guys down there and a lot of the admins that put on these events. And so I was joking with them that the odds of me ever making it in Margrave, maybe? Anyways, I was joking that the odds of me ever making it down to an event are pretty slim because I would be on my way and then I'd see a sign for Disney World and just go that direction instead. So yeah, this one was down in Florida and it is not the CCS 10K, and this is the Southside Games one. And let's see if I can just find it really quick. Come on, type. It definitely starts with an S though. Southside Gaming TCG Florida. That's not what I want. Southside Gaming Florida. Southside TCG Margate. It's Margate, Florida. So they have I'll put their Discord in the. Let me grab their Discord actually really quick. They have a pretty great Discord as well, where they have a pretty good time. Not a lot of filters though, so just do be aware of that. But I'll drop the Discord in here as well. But they have this 10K tournament coming up. They plan on doing these 10Ks a lot more. They are considering like once a month. So yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild what they're doing, and just trying to really support the Lorcana scene, and they're really making a name for themselves by doing so. It's awesome. I'm really happy for these guys. The owner, I believe, is retired Army or did serve in the Army at one point. I don't know how long or what the nature of his release was, if it injury or he just served 20 and retired or he just got out. So either way, he is a veteran, so even cooler. So yeah, hopefully someday I can make it down there. That'd be pretty awesome. Darn. So Zan and Justin are both higher seed. So unfortunately, Melissa is going second in this match, and that feels bad. Nobody wants to see that. But oh, that feels bad. Darn. Oh, shucky darn. Oh, shucky darn. Oh, well. What are you going to do? Melissa can still do it. We're counting on her. So, she's got this. Let's see here. I need to take a screenshot of something real quick. No, I'll leave it be. No, I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna give him crap later. I'm gonna snip this. Don't mind the frozen screen here. We gotta talk some crap to this guy. This guy thinks he's a good purple player. He don't know nothing. All right. Okay. Just play four. Yeah, exactly. Just play all the goats and then you just win. I will say that is one of my favorite things to do on Blurple. Especially against red purple. Like Blurple against red purple is such a fun match for me, and because you're always inking into that matchup. Like you're abusing your rabbits so much that you end up with like 14, 15 ink, and there's nothing more fun than going goat, bounce, goat, bounce, like all in the same turn, because you have all of that ink. Like it just feels really good. So I need something different. I need a USB thing. So when I have my webcam plugged in, I have to unplug my keyboard. So that's why I keep reaching across over here. I'm reaching to my laptop to type. So I need to get like a multi adapter or like a multi plug-in for USB. So that way I don't look like an idiot like this. Zan wins whole thing. Yeah, Lorcana Kid, I think you're right. It's just the fact that he's on the play. Like being on, Melissa showed us that Purple Steel is very capable of winning on the play, and it's still very capable of winning on the draw. But it's just that much harder. But she has it. She has goats. She's running the aggro list that does really well into it. She has what she needs. So do I think Zan will win it? Yes, I do. Will I be surprised if Melissa wins it? No. If that makes any sense whatsoever. So, Wochuk, because the real prize is the friends I made along the way. Shut up. I guess you guys can't really see the chat. But, yeah, Wochuk being Wochuk. So, that's... anyways. I gotta finish giving JDRR crap. Let's see. Probably better for you. There. All right. Bam. Done. Okay. Back here. Let's get our chat back up. Oh, hello, JD. How are you, man? It makes all the sense, okay? It makes perfect sense. All right? It makes all the sense. We're just chilling, man. It doesn't have to make sense. Not while you're in here. So most of the things I say probably don't make sense. Now, what I do want to know, JD, and you'll have to let me know if you ever went back and watched my reactions to Jose's gameplay yesterday. And how close or how wrong I was. If Jose was just super big brain and I am not, and I just did not see the expert decision making that he was doing with Purple Steel. So I'm gonna hit me up, Ray. By the way, did you end up streaming or commentating any more things this set, champs? Are you gonna start doing some local stuff? I think maybe you had mentioned that you were going to start trying to do local stuff as far as like commentating or getting things set up for that. So how did any of that go for you? But yeah, hit me up, man. Always a message away. So Nathan's a chill dude. I mean, he looked like a chill dude. He had a cool shirt on. I liked the logo on his shirt. So I wonder if Wojciech played again today and how he fared today. So, oh, nice. Yeah, hit me up, man. Hit me up. Hit me up for sure. So, Jake the Snake. At least I'm assuming that's what the T is, Jake the Snake. So, of course he was in Neverland, Mad Chad. Come on. Nice, man. Yeah, hit me up. Hit me up. I'll tell you. Happy to help with anything. Crap, man. You should have messaged me forever ago. You wanted a video so long ago about how I would stream Pixelborn Connect. If you still want that, let me know, man. Yeah, let me know if you still want that. How I was streaming Pixelborn Connect. It's really simple. So I'm more than happy to do like a short little rundown of how I set up OBS and everything for it and the webcam and things like that. So, but you've already got a webcam set up, so it's more or less just getting OBS set up. So, and then, yeah, let me know for sure. So, Chuck lost to Melissa. Okay. Lost to Melissa and then lost to Red Blue in Top Cut. Oh, so Chuck actually made it to top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, is this Alex? Is this Alex Chuck? Oh, that explains what he's saying over here. Nathan beat me. Oh, that makes sense. I'm tracking. Well, he made Top Cut. Good for him. He did better today than yesterday. So, and then Jonathan, I just realized he's Ruby Steel. So that sucks. I heard really good things about his list with the whole Half Shark Fan the Flames hero song thing. Whatever that song was. I think it was something hero. It's steel. It's a song. You don't see it very often. It gives resist +2. You can challenge readied characters, I think. Let's see. Where are my filters? Keywords? Nope. Classifications. And we want songs. This one Last Hope. Yeah, what a beautiful thing. I heard awesome things about this earlier. How he played, he had Maui Half Shark down. He played One Last Hope on his Maui Half Shark. And then he played Fan the Flames. And because of that, he was able to clear like 5 characters from the Steel Song Players board, because Maui Half Shark got to keep bringing back the Fan the Flames to ready his Maui Half Shark. So he cleared the entire opponent's board and gained like 5-6 lore in the same turn. Like super disgusting play that he was able to make happen. And I'm super excited to go back and watch that at some point. So yeah, Fan the Flames. Let's see if we can. We'll just do this. Fan. Yeah, this one. Ready chosen character. They can't